This isn't your regular sleep playlist. If you've been searching for the perfect sleep companion that doesn't involve whale sounds or rain loops, then you've come to the right place. The problem isn't that you need silence, your restless mind needs the right kind of stimulation. Therefore, these post-apocalyptic stories provide an alternative way, what insomniacs have been searching for. Narratives engaging enough to quiet anxious thoughts, but soothing enough to let you drift away. Whether you fall asleep in the first 30 minutes or need the full apocalyptic marathon, these uninterrupted narratives will be your constant companion through the night. But before you get comfortable, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. Your support means we can continue producing these type of videos to help you unwind or pass the time. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. So, without further ado, let's dive in. Somewhere far from the noise of cities that no longer exist, survivors are still telling stories. Tonight, you'll walk the empty roads, feel the ash beneath your boots. These tales come from a broken world, but maybe, just maybe, they'll carry you into sleep. Settle in, breathe slow. This is Frostfall Audio, and the end of the world begins now. The supermarket shelves are empty, the streets are choked with vines, and the sound of footsteps above your hiding spot could mean death. Welcome to Lucy and Allie's World in Ashes of Tomorrow, a full-length audiobook that plunges you into the heart of post-apocalyptic survival. You're about to experience every desperate scavenge for food, every tense moment of deciding whether to trust your only companion, and every heart-pounding escape from dangers that lurk in the overgrown ruins of what was once home. Ashes of Tomorrow. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1, Into the Jaws of Ruin. The shelves lean like drunks against the walls. Lucy moves through the supermarket with her knife drawn, and the air tastes like rot and rain. Vines snake through the ceiling tiles. They hang there swaying when she passes underneath. The green of them is wrong. Too bright. Too alive. She finds a can. Beans, maybe. The label is gone. Allie stands by the entrance, watching the street through gaps in the boarded windows. He holds his machete loose at his side. His breathing is steady. He does not turn when she approaches. You find anything. She holds up the can. He nods. Keep looking. The floor is slick with moss and broken glass. Her boots crunch and slide. 7 years since the collapse, and nature takes everything back. The walls buckle under the weight of growth. Somewhere in the back, a pipe drips. The sound echoes. She finds another can. This one has a picture of peaches. The metal is rusted, but it might be good. She tucks it into her pack, and her ankle rolls on something. Pain shoots up her leg, sharp and immediate. She bites down on the sound, trying to get out. Allie turns. You good. Fine. The pain throbs. She shifts her weight and keeps moving. The pharmacy at the back is picked clean, empty bottles scattered like bones. She checks behind the counter anyway. People miss things. People get sloppy. She finds a roll of bandages, dusty but intact. Then she hears voices, outside, multiple, getting closer. Allie appears beside her without sound. He moves like smoke. His hand touches her shoulder, and he tilts his head toward the back exit. They move together through the employee section. The door hangs crooked on one hinge. The voices get louder. Laughter, the kind that comes before violence. Lucy's ankle screams with each step. She does not slow down. They slip through the door into the alley, and the sun is too bright after the darkness inside. Her eyes water. The alley is narrow and filled with trash and overgrowth. Weeds push through concrete. A rusted shopping cart lies on its side. Behind them, the voices enter the supermarket. Found something. What? Tracks. Fresh. Ollie pulls her forward. They move fast, but not fast enough. Her ankle will not cooperate. The pain makes her vision blur at the edges. The alley opens onto a street. Cars sit where they died. Ivy covers everything. Trees grow through windshields. Birds nest in the hollowed interiors. Behind them, footsteps echo in the alley. There. Movement. Allie spots the subway entrance across the street. The stairs descend into shadow. They run. Lucy's ankle gives out halfway across. She stumbles. Allie catches her without breaking stride and half carries her down the concrete steps. The darkness swallows them. The subway tunnel smells like mildew and stone. Water drips somewhere deep. The tracks are flooded with inches of standing liquid. Their footsteps splash and the sound carries. "Keep moving," Ollie says. They wade through the tunnel. The water soaks through her boots. Cold. She can hear the scavengers at the entrance, arguing, deciding. There is a section where the ceiling collapsed. Rubble creates a space behind fallen concrete. They squeeze through. Lucy bites her tongue to keep from crying out. Her ankle is swelling. She can feel it. They huddle in the darkness. Footsteps descend the stairs, splash into the water. The scavengers have flashlights. Beams cut through the tunnel like knives. Lucy holds her breath. Allie's hand finds hers in the dark. His palm is rough and warm. Check the tunnels. The beams sweep closer. Lucy presses herself against the concrete. It is damp and cold. She counts her heartbeats, tries to slow them down. A beam passes over their hiding spot. Pauses. Moves on. More splashing. The voices fade. The scavengers move deeper into the tunnel system. Lucy exhales slow and careful. They wait. Time stretches. The darkness is complete. She cannot see Allie, but she can hear him breathing beside her. Steady, controlled. Above them the city settles. The old bones creak. Somewhere water drips its endless rhythm. Her ankle throbs in time with her pulse. After a long time, Allie speaks. His voice is barely a whisper. "We stay here tonight. Move at first light." Lucy nods even though he cannot see it. The darkness presses in. She can still hear footsteps somewhere distant. The scavengers are searching, methodical, patient. She closes her eyes. The ground beneath her is uneven and wet, but she is too tired to care. Her ankle screams. The adrenaline is fading. Everything hurts. Allie shifts beside her. She can feel the warmth of him in the cold. Above them, through the collapsed ceiling, she can see a sliver of sky. It is turning purple. Soon it will be dark and the creatures will come out, the ones that used to be dogs, the ones that hunt. She listens to the footsteps. They do not fade. They do not stop searching. The darkness waits. Chapter 2. Waking to a Wasted World. Morning comes gray through the gap in the rubble. Lucy wakes to pain. Her ankle is twice its normal size, purple. She prods it with her fingers and the pain makes stars burst behind her eyes. Allie is already awake. He sits with his back against concrete, watching the tunnel entrance. His machete rests across his knees. When she moves, he turns. "How bad?" "Bad." He crawls over. His hands are gentle when he touches her ankle. She flinches anyway. He unwraps the bandage she found yesterday and examines the swelling. "Not broken," he says. "Sprained. Bad one, though. Great. Just great." He rewraps it tighter. She grits her teeth. The pressure helps. A little. They eat in silence. Dried meat from Ollie's pack. It is tough and tastes like salt and smoke. She washes it down with water from her canteen. The water tastes like metal. Everything tastes like metal now. Outside the tunnel, the city is waking. Birds call. The sound echoes strange in the subway. Lucy can hear wind moving through the streets above. It makes a hollow sound, like breath through the throat of something gone. "We need to move," Ollie says. "Where?" "East. There is a building. Used to be apartments. Top floors might be intact." Lucy tries to stand. Her ankle refuses. She sits back down hard. Allie watches her. His face shows nothing. "I can make it," she says. He does not argue, just nods. They gather their gear. Lucy has the 2 cans and the bandages. Allie has rope and a tarp and ammunition for a gun he no longer carries. Lost it 3 weeks back. They do not talk about it. The tunnel is quiet. Too quiet. "Where are they?" Lucy says. Allie shrugs. "Gone. Or waiting." She prefers gone. They move through the tunnel slow. Lucy uses the wall for support. Every step sends lightning through her leg. She does not complain. Complaining does not help. The tunnel splits. Left goes deeper. Right slopes up toward another entrance. They go right. The stairs are steep. Lucy takes them one at a time. Her breathing comes hard. Sweat runs down her back despite the cold. At the top, they stop. Listen. The street outside is silent except for wind and the rustle of leaves. Vines cover everything. The buildings lean against each other like they are tired of standing. Ali goes first. He moves low and fast to the cover of an abandoned car. Waits, looks, signals. Lucy follows. Her ankle screams. She ignores it. They move from cover to cover, car to wall to doorway. The sun is hidden behind clouds. The light is flat and gray. Good for hiding, bad for seeing what hides. Something howls in the distance, long and wrong. Not quite dog, not quite anything. They freeze. The sound does not repeat. Keep moving, Ali says. The apartment building is 6 blocks east. It takes them an hour. Lucy's ankle is on fire. She can feel it grinding with each step. Something is torn in there. Something important. The building is 12 stories. Most of the windows are gone. Vines crawl up the facade like veins. The front entrance gapes dark and empty. They enter. The lobby is a wreck. The ceiling has partially collapsed. Furniture sits broken and molded. A desk lies on its side. Behind it, a skeleton still wears the remains of a uniform. Security. Lucy does not look at it long. The stairs are intact. They climb. Lucy grips the railing. Her knuckles are white. At the 4th floor, Ali stops. He tries a door. It opens. The apartment inside is small. 2 rooms. The windows face east. Sunlight would come through in the morning if there was any sun. Ali checks the rooms. Bathroom, bedroom, empty. Safe. Lucy collapses on the floor. Her ankle is a balloon, purple and hot. Ali opens his pack. He has a med kit, basic. He pulls out pills, offers 2. What are they? Pain. Old, might work. She takes them dry. He props her ankle on his pack, elevates it. The throbbing eases as they sit in silence. Outside, the wind picks up. It rattles the building. Somewhere a door bangs. Over and over. The rhythm is almost soothing. Lucy closes her eyes. The pills make her head swim. Everything feels distant. Soft. Ali moves to the window. He looks out at the dead city, the vines, the empty streets, the bones of what was. We cannot stay long, he says. Why not? Not enough supplies, no water source, and they know we are in this area. The scavengers. He nods. Lucy shifts. Her ankle protests. So what do? Rest today. Move tomorrow. There is a park 3 miles north. I have traps set. Might have caught something. She opens her eyes. 3 miles. He looks at her, says nothing. She understands. 3 miles on a sprained ankle. 3 miles exposed. 3 miles of everything that wants them gone. The howl comes again. Closer this time. Definitely closer. Ali draws his machete. He stands by the window, watching. Lucy reaches for her knife. The handle is worn smooth from use. It fits her palm like it belongs there. The howling stops. The silence is worse. They wait. The afternoon light fades. The gray deepens. Soon it will be dark, and the things that hunt at night will wake. Lucy stares at the ceiling. Water stains spread like maps of nowhere. Her ankle throbs. The pills are not working. Or maybe they are, and this is as good as it gets. Ali does not move from the window. Outside something crashes. Glass breaking. Then footsteps. Multiple. Moving through the street below. Lucy holds her breath. The footsteps pass, but they will come back. They always come back. Chapter 3. Hunger's Gnawing Edge. The park used to have a name. Now it is just green and wild and reclaimed. Trees grow through benches. Vines strangle the swing sets. The playground equipment is rusted and bent like broken bones. Lucy and Ali approach from the south, moving slow. Her ankle is better. Not good, but better. She can put weight on it without wanting to scream. The morning is cold. Frost clings to everything. Their breath makes clouds. Ali walks ahead with his machete ready. Lucy follows with her knife drawn. The traps are on the north side, near where the pond used to be. Now it is a marsh. Stagnant water and tall grass. Things live in there. Things that used to be fish, maybe. Hard to say. Ali checks the first trap. Empty. The second, also empty. Lucy scans the tree line. Nothing moves, but something watches. She can feel it. The back of her neck prickles. The third trap has a rabbit. Small, thin, but alive. Allie kneels, he reaches for it, pauses, what Lucy says, he points. The trap has been disturbed. The stakes pulled up. Repositioned. Someone else found it first, took what was there, left this one. She crouches beside him. The rabbit thrashes. Its eyes are wild. Someone is working this area, he says. Competition. He nods. They take the rabbit. Ollie unlives it quick, humane. He wraps it in cloth and tucks it in his pack. Lucy resets the trap. Her hands are numb from cold. The metal is slick with frost. They move through the park. Ollie studies the ground, looking for tracks. Signs. There. He points. Boot prints. Fresh. Size 10 maybe. Heavy tread. Moving east toward the tree line, Lucy follows his gaze. The tree gold thick, the kind that blocks out light. We should go, she says. Allie does not move. He stares at the tracks. His jaw works. Deciding something. Finally he nods. Come on. They leave the park heading west, away from the tracks, away from whoever made them. But Lucy keeps looking back. The trees watch with their empty spaces between branches. Dark places where anything could hide. The city rises around them again. Concrete and rust and broken glass. They move through streets thick with vines. The buildings lean. Some have fallen, whole blocks reduced to rubble. They find a spot to rest. An alley between two structures, sheltered from wind. Ollie starts a small fire using scraps of wood and paper. The flames are tiny but warm. He prepares the rabbit, skins it, guts it. The work is efficient, practiced. He has done this many times before. Lucy watches the street. Their fire is small, but smoke is smoke. It can be seen, smelled. The meat cooks slow. The smell makes her stomach cramp. She cannot remember the last real meal. Days ago, maybe longer. Ollie hands her a piece. It is hot, greasy. She eats it fast, burns her mouth, does not care. They finish the rabbit. Every piece, even the organs. Nothing gets wasted. Nothing can be wasted. Ollie buries the bones and skin, covers the fire. They move on. The afternoon stretches, gray, cold. They find a building with intact stairs and climb to the third floor. A good vantage point. They sit by a window and watch the street below. Hours pass. Nothing moves except wind and leaves and the slow creep of vines. Lucy's ankle throbs, dull now. Background pain. She has gotten used to it. That rabbit, Allie says. Someone left it on purpose. Why? Message maybe, or bait. Lucy considers this. What kind of message? The kind that says, stay out. They watch the street. The light changes. Afternoon becomes evening. The gray deepens. You think they are watching us now, Lucy says. Maybe. She shifts. Her hand finds her knife. She has not let go of it all day. We need to find somewhere secure, Allie says. Somewhere we can hole up for a few days. Let your ankle heal proper. Lucy nods. Her ankle needs more than a few days, but she does not say this. The building groans around them. Old wood settling, or maybe something moving through the lower floors. Hard to tell the difference anymore. Ollie stands. We move now. Before dark. They descend the stairs. Quick but careful. At the ground floor they pause. Listen, nothing. Outside the street is empty. The shadows are long. Soon it will be night, and the things that hunt will wake. They move east, away from the park, away from the boot prints. But Lucy cannot shake the feeling they are being followed, that somewhere behind them in the ruins something keeps pace, matching their speed, staying just out of sight. She does not mention it to Allie. He knows. She can tell by the way he walks, the way his head turns at small sounds, the way his hand never leaves his machete. They find another apartment building, smaller than the last, 5 stories. The entrance is partially blocked by rubble, but they squeeze through. Inside the air is thick, dust and mold. Lucy's throat closes. She breathes through her teeth. They climb to the top floor. The door to the roof is locked, but Allie forces it. The metal screams. They freeze. Wait for response. Nothing comes. The roof offers a view. The city spreads in all directions. Broken and green and empty. Smoke rises from somewhere to the north, thin. Could be a cooking fire, could be something else. Allie points. There. East. See it. Lucy follows his finger. A structure. Taller than the others. Maybe an office building. The top floors look intact. Tomorrow, he says, we go there. She nods. They set up camp on the roof. No fire, too exposed. They eat cold rations, drink warm water. Lucy wraps her ankle fresh. The swelling has gone down a little. Night falls. The stars come out. Too many stars, more than there used to be. The lights are all gone now and the sky is full. Lucy lies on her back. Allie sits with his back against the roof access door. Keeping watch, she thinks about the rabbit. Someone else's trap. Someone else's territory. She thinks about the boot prints. She thinks about hunger and how it makes people careless. Desperate. Somewhere in the dark, a dog that is not a dog begins to howl. Others answer. The chorus builds. Lucy counts at least 5. Maybe more. Allie does not move. His silhouette is still against the stars. Lucy closes her eyes. Sleep will not come easy, but she tries anyway. Tomorrow they will move again. They will keep moving until there is nowhere left to go. The howling continues. She dreams of rabbits with human eyes, traps that spring closed on nothing, boot prints that circle endlessly through dead grass. When she wakes, it is still dark. Allie sleeps now, his breathing deep and even. She takes the watch. The city stretches below, empty, waiting, and somewhere out there someone else is watching back. Chapter 4. Shadows in the Rubble. The office building stands 12 stories. Most of its windows are gone. Vines crawl up the exterior like veins carrying poison. The entrance is a mouthful of broken glass and shadow. Lucy and Allie stand across the street, watching, waiting. No movement. Allie says, "Could be empty." "Could be." They cross. The glass crunches under their boots. Inside the lobby is a wreck. The ceiling has partially collapsed. Desks lie crushed under concrete. Chairs scattered like they were thrown. Papers everywhere. Faded. Worthless. The elevators are dead. Doors frozen half open. Lucy looks into one. The shaft descends into black. She can hear water dripping far below. Stairs, Ollie says, they climb. The stairwell is intact but narrow. Their footsteps echo, too loud. Every sound carries in the empty building. 3rd floor. Ollie tries the door. It opens. The hallway beyond is long, doors on both sides. Most are closed. They move down the hall. Ollie checks each door. Empty office. Empty office. Conference room with a table and chairs covered in dust thick as snow. At the end of the hall is a corner office, floor-to-ceiling windows. The view faces east. Lucy can see for miles. The city spreads dead and green, beautiful in its decay. Ollie searches the room. Desk, cabinets, closet. He finds a bottle of water. Old. The seal is intact. He shakes it, checks the clarity, nods. Lucy explores the attached bathroom. The mirror is cracked, the sink dry. But the toilet tank might have water. She lifts the lid. Empty. Something lived in there once. Bones at the bottom. She closes the lid. In the office, Allie has found a cache behind a false panel, cans of food, batteries, a flashlight that still works. He tests it. The beam is weak but there. Someone prepared, he says. Plan to wait it out here. Lucy looks around. Where are they now? Ollie shrugs. Gone. Like everyone else, they take what they can carry. The cans are heavy. Lucy's pack digs into her shoulders. Her ankle protests but holds. They leave the office. Head back to the stairwell. Lucy goes first, her hand on the railing. The step gives way. Not the step. The floor beneath it, rotten wood and rusted metal. It collapses with a sound like thunder. Lucy drops. Her hands scramble, catch the edge. Her pack pulls her down. The weight wrong. Ollie lunges. His hand closes on her wrist. He pulls. She claws at the edge. Her boots kick empty air. Below is darkness and the sound of water. Far down. Ollie grunts with effort. He drags her up, inch by inch. Lucy gets her other arm over the edge, heaves herself onto solid floor. They lie there breathing hard. Trap Ollie says, "What?" "Not an accident. Look." He points. The floor around the hole has been weakened deliberately. Supports cut. Boards loosened. Someone set this. Lucy's heart hammers. Who? Could be old. Could be recent. They move more carefully now, testing each step. The stairwell suddenly feels like a minefield. Every surface suspect. They make it down to the 2nd floor. The door here is barricaded from the outside. Boards nailed across, chains wrapped and locked. Someone does not want people going down, Ollie says, or something coming up. They try the ground floor. The door opens. The lobby looks the same. Empty. Waiting. But Something is different. Lucy feels it. The air has changed, heavier. We need to leave, she says. Ollie nods. They move toward the entrance. The glass crunches, the sound echoes. From somewhere above comes a crash, then another, like furniture being thrown. They run. The street outside is bright after the darkness. Lucy's eyes water. They do not stop. They move fast down the block. Behind them, more crashes. Glass breaking. Something is tearing the building apart. They round a corner, duck into an alley, press against the wall. Wait. The sounds continue, then stop. Silence. Lucy's hands shake. She presses them flat against the brick. The rough surface grounds her. That was not a trap, Ollie says. That was occupied. By what? He shakes his head. Does not know. Does not want to guess. They stay in the alley until the sun begins to set. No more sounds from the building, but they do not go back, will not go back. As dark approaches, they need shelter. Lucy's ankle is screaming. The running did not help. Their alley points. A warehouse. Single story. Wide. The roof looks intact. Metal siding, some windows boarded, others broken. They approach from the side, find a door. It is unlocked. Opens with a shriek of rust. Inside is a vast space, empty. Shelves line the walls, all bare. The floor is concrete, stained. In the center is a pile of something. Lucy cannot tell what in the dim light. Ollie turns on the flashlight. The weak beam sweeps the space. The pile is blankets, sleeping bags, signs of habitation, but old, months at least. They search the perimeter, find another door, storage room, cans of paint, rusted tools, a ladder, nothing useful. They set up in a corner, away from the doors, away from the windows. Ollie stacks some shelves to create a barrier. Not much, but better than nothing. They eat from the cans they took. Beans, cold, metallic. Lucy forces them down. Dark falls. Ollie takes first watch. Lucy lies on the concrete. It is cold and hard. She does not care. Exhaustion pulls her down. She dreams of falling, of hands that catch her, of floors that give way beneath every step, of buildings that watch with empty windows. When Ollie wakes her for her shift, the warehouse is pitch black. The flashlight battery is dying. She uses it sparingly. Sweeps the space every few minutes. Checking. Outside the wind picks up. It howls through the broken windows, makes the metal siding boom like drums. The noise is constant, overwhelming. Lucy grips her knife, stares into darkness, waits for dawn. Hours pass. The cold seeps into her bones. She stamps her feet, breathes into her hands. Then she hears it. Under the wind, under the metal drumming, footsteps, outside. Circling the building, she touches Ollie's shoulder. He wakes instantly. Silent, she points to the door, mouths the word, someone. He rises, draws his machete. They stand back to back, waiting. The footsteps stop, silence. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. Then a sound at the door, the handle turning, slow, testing. Lucy's heart slams against her ribs. The door does not open. The handle stops turning. Silence again. They wait, long minutes. The tension is a wire pulled tight, ready to snap. Finally, the footsteps resume, moving away, fading. Lucy releases her breath. Ollie lowers his machete. They do not speak, do not need to. Whatever was out there is gone, for now, but it knows they are here, and it will come back. Chapter 5. The Cost of a Kiss. Morning comes slow through the warehouse windows. Gray light filtering through grime and broken glass. Lucy wakes stiff and cold. Her ankle is tender, but the swelling has gone down. Progress. Ollie is already awake. He sits by the door, listening. When she moves, he turns. All quiet, he says. She nods, stands, stretches. Everything hurts. Muscles, joints, bones. This is normal now. Pain is the baseline. They gather their gear. The warehouse feels different in daylight, less threatening, just empty. Another corpse of the old world. Outside the street is clear. Puddles from overnight rain reflect the gray sky. They avoid them. No point getting their boots wet. We need to find a better spot, Ollie says. Somewhere we can rest. Actually rest. Lucy agrees. The running, the constant moving, it wears you down, makes you sloppy. They head north. The buildings here are residential, apartment complexes. Most are partially collapsed, but one looks stable. 6 stories, brick facade, windows mostly intact. They enter through a side door. The lobby is small, mailboxes on one wall, all open, empty, stairs at the back. They climb to the 4th floor. Allie chooses a door at random. The lock is old but picks easy. The apartment inside is surprisingly intact. 2 rooms, kitchen, bathroom, furniture still in place. Someone lived here after Ollie says. After the collapse, how can you tell? Candles on the table, burned down. Cans in the kitchen, opened, empty but not rusted. Recent. Year ago maybe. Lucy checks the bedroom. The bed is made, blankets folded, a dresser with clothes still in the drawers, a photo on the nightstand. A woman, middle-aged, smiling. Lucy does not look at it long. The bathroom has a tub, dry. She checks the taps. Nothing, but the toilet tank has water. Dark, stagnant. She shows Allie. We can boil it, he says. Better than nothing. They settle in. Allie starts a small fire in a metal trash can. Carefully, near the window for ventilation. They boil water. Let it cool. Drink it warm. It tastes like rust, but it is wet. Lucy sits on the floor, back against the wall, her ankle elevated. Allie checks it. The bruising is fading, yellow now instead of purple. Healing, he says. About time. They eat. Rations in one of the cans from the office building. Corn, old but edible. They split it. The sweetness is almost painful after days of salt and bland. Outside the sky darkens. Rain starts. Light at first, then heavy. It drums on the roof, streams down the windows. Lucy watches the rain. It is hypnotic. The rhythm, the way it makes everything blur. Allie moves to sit beside her. They watch the rain together, silent. After a while he speaks. What did you do? Before what? Everything. Lucy shrugs. Graphic design, websites, logos, corporate trash. Sounds boring. It was. Like, what about you, she asks. Military, infantry, 2 tours, then home, then this. She nods. The rain continues. You ever think about it, he says. Before, sometimes, less now. It hurts less if you do not. Allie considers this. Yeah, they sit. The rain is the only sound. Lucy feels the exhaustion in her bones, the deep kind, the kind that sleep does not fix. She looks at Ollie, his profile against the window, the line of his jaw, the scar on his shoulder visible through his torn shirt. He looks tired, older than he is. She shifts closer, their shoulders touch, he does not move away. The warmth of him is surprising, real. In a world gone cold, she turns, he turns. Their eyes meet. Lucy, he starts. She kisses him, quick. Uncertain, her lips against his, he stiffens, then softens, kisses back. It lasts seconds. They pull apart. Lucy's heart races. What the hell is she doing? Sorry, she says. Do not be. They sit, not touching now. The space between them is charged. Awkward. Lucy stands. I should check the apartment. Make sure we are secure. Ollie nods. Does not look at her. She moves through the rooms, checking locks, windows, but her mind is elsewhere. On the kiss, on the feeling of his lips, on the warmth that has nothing to do with fire. In the bedroom, she finds a closet, opens it. Something falls. Metal. Loud. Ollie is there instantly. Machete drawn. It is a trap. Wire stretched across the closet door, connected to cans filled with nails. Set to fall. Make noise. Alert whoever lived here. But there is more. Ollie looks inside. A bag, supplies, rope, batteries, dried food, and a gun. Small revolver, 3 bullets. He takes the gun, checks it, nods. Lucy looks at the trap. Someone was paranoid. Smart. They survived here for a while. Where are they now? Ollie says. Gone. Like everyone, they take the supplies, reset the trap. It could still be useful. Night falls. They take shifts. Lucy first. She sits by the window, watches the street. The rain has stopped. Puddles shine like mirrors. She thinks about the kiss, about what it means, if it means anything. The world is ash and ruin. Maybe there's no room for this, for connection, for anything beyond survival. But the feeling lingers, the warmth. When Allie wakes her for his shift, she stands. They pass close. He touches her arm. Brief, gentle. Get some rest, he says. She lies down on the floor, her pack for a pillow. The concrete is hard, but she has slept on worse. Sleep comes, and with it dreams. Of rain, of warmth, of lips against hers, of a world that might still have room for something beyond hunger and fear. But in the dream something watches, from the shadows, from outside the windows, something that knows they are here, knows they are weak, knows they will have to leave. She wakes before dawn. Ollie is asleep now, his breathing steady. Lucy moves to the window. The street is empty, gray light building, another day beginning. She touches her lips, remembers, then she sees movement. Across the street, a figure, watching the building, watching their window. She does not move, does not call out, just watches back. The figure stands there, motionless, then turns, walks away, disappears into the ruins. Lucy's hand finds her knife. They are not alone. They have never been alone. Chapter 6. Ghosts of the Old City. They leave the apartment at dawn. The street is empty, but Lucy cannot shake the feeling of being watched. The figure from the window. She tells Allie. He nods. Saw someone too, yesterday, when you were sleeping. Why didn't you say? What good would it do? We know we are not alone out here. Still, you should have said. He shrugs. I am saying now, they move west. The buildings here are older, pre-war. Stone and brick, built to last. Some have lasted, others have not. Ollie stops, points. There, a building set back from the street, steps leading up, columns, classical facade, museum maybe, or library. The entrance is chained, but the chain is rusted. Ollie cuts it with his machete. The metal parts with a sound like a sigh. Inside is a vast hall, high ceiling. The floor is marble, cracked but intact. Display cases line the walls. Most are empty, glass shattered, contents long gone, but some remain. Lucy approaches one. Inside are objects from before. A phone, ancient rotary dial, a camera, film, a watch, stopped at 3:47 a.m. or p.m., impossible to say. Another case holds photographs, families smiling, children, a wedding, people dressed in clothes that look like costumes now, from another life, another world. Lucy stares at them. These people are gone, all of them. The children grown or not grown, the bride and groom separated by more than distance, by death, by time, by the collapse of everything. Ollie moves deeper into the museum. His footsteps echo. Lucy follows. Her ankle is better, but she favors it still. They find a room dedicated to the city. Old maps, photographs of streets that no longer exist, not because they fell, because the vines took them. Nature erased them. In the center is a display, a memorial. Someone built it after. Names written on paper, taped to the walls, hundreds of names, thousands, people lost, people remembered. Lucy reads them. Sarah Chen, Marcus Rodriguez, the Anderson family, on and on. A litany of the gone. She sees a familiar name. Stops. Her heart stutters. Emma Reeves, her sister. She reaches out, touches the paper. The ink has run. Water damage, but the name is legible. Someone new, someone remembered. Lucy feels it rising. The grief. She thought she had buried it, thought the years had dulled it, but here it is, sharp as ever. Ollie appears beside her desk. He does not speak, just stands there. Presence. She was 12, Lucy says. Her voice is strange, cracked. 12 when it happened. Ollie nods. I am sorry. She died fast. That's what I tell myself. Fast. She did not suffer, but I do not know. I was not there. I left her. I left them all. You survived. That is what you did. Lucy turns. Her eyes are wet. I should have been there, should have protected her. Ollie's hand finds her shoulder. You cannot protect anyone from the end of the world. No one could. She wants to believe this, wants to accept it, but the guilt is a stone in her chest, heavy, immovable. She pulls away, keeps moving, down another hall, away from the names, away from her sister's ghost. The next room holds artifacts, pre-collapse technology, a laptop, a tablet, a gaming console, all dead, all useless. Relics of a world that ran on electricity and connection. Lucy picks up the tablet. The screen is dark, cracked. She presses the power button. Nothing. Of course nothing. She sets it down, moves on. At the back of the museum is a stairwell, going down. Ollie hesitates. What is down there? Lucy says. Let us find out. They descend. The stairs are stone, worn smooth by years of feet. The air grows colder, damper. They reach the bottom. A hallway. Storage, maybe. The doors are metal. Most are locked. One is open. Inside is an archive. Boxes stacked floor to ceiling. Lucy opens one. Papers, records, births, deaths, marriages. The bureaucracy of the old world. Another box holds photographs. Not displayed. Just stored. Lucy flips through them. Strangers. All gone. All forgotten. She closes the box. What is the point of keeping records when everyone is gone, when no one is left to remember? Ali finds something in the corner, a bag, hidden behind boxes. He opens it. Inside are supplies, water bottles, full, sealed, food, canned and dried, a first aid kit, antibiotics. Someone stashed this here, he says, recently. Lucy's hand goes to her knife. How recently? Weeks, maybe, sa. The water is clean, no algae. They take what they can carry, leave the rest. Whoever hid this might come back, might need it. But Lucy and Ali need it now. As they leave the archive, the building shudders. A deep groan. Structural. Something giving way. Move, Ali says. They run, back down the hall, up the stairs. The groaning grows louder. Dust falls from the ceiling. The floor tilts, slight but noticeable. In the main hall, the display cases are sliding. Glass shatters. The memorial names flutter to the ground like snow. Lucy looks back, sees her sister's name falling, disappearing under rubble and dust. Lucy, come on. Ali pulls her. They sprint for the entrance. The building is collapsing. Not all of it, just the back. The archive, the storage, the foundation giving way. They burst through the entrance, down the steps into the street. Behind them the museum groans, settles. A section of the roof caves in. The sound is immense, final. They stand there, breathing hard, watching. When the dust clears, the museum is broken, half standing, half fallen. The entrance remains, but the rest is rubble. Lucy thinks about the names, the memorial. Buried now. No one will see them. No one will remember. She reaches into her pocket, feels the silver bird pendant, her sister's necklace, the only thing she has left. We should go, Ali says. That noise will draw attention. She nods. They move, away from the museum, away from the ghosts. The street opens onto a small park. Trees, benches, a fountain dry and cracked. They sit, rest, drink water from the museum stash. Lucy stares at the pendant. The silver is tarnished, the bird worn smooth. She has carried it for 7 years, held it in her hand every day. A reminder, a burden. She should let it go, move on, but she cannot. Ali watches her. You okay? No, but I will be. He accepts this, nods. They sit. The sun breaks through the clouds, brief, warming. Lucy closes her eyes, lets the light touch her face. For a moment, the world is almost bearable, almost peaceful. Then the howling starts. Distant, multiple voices, the dogs that are not dogs, hunting. Ali stands. We need to move. Find shelter before dark. Lucy opens her eyes. The sun is gone. Clouds again, gray again. They gather their things, head east. The howling follows, getting closer. They walk faster. Lucy's ankle protests. She ignores it. Fear is a better painkiller than anything they could scavenge. The buildings rise around them. Empty windows. Watching. Always watching. Somewhere behind them something runs. Fast. Closing the distance. Ali sees it first. Movement. Shadow. Too large to be human. Too fast. Run, he says. They run. Chapter 7. The Traps We Set. 3 days later, they are in a different part of the city. Industrial. Warehouses and factories. Everything rusted and overgrown. The air tastes like metal and rain. Lucy's ankle is almost healed. She can run now without wanting to scream. Progress. Small, but enough. They have set traps. 5 of them, scattered across a half-mile radius. Snares, mostly. Simple but effective. Ali knows what he is doing. Military training, survival school. Lucy learns by watching. The first trap is empty. The second, the third has been triggered, but nothing caught. The wire is snapped, torn. Something strong pulled free. The 4th trap has a rat. Large, mutated. Its eyes are wrong, too many, but meat is meat. Ali unlives it, quick, clean. Wraps it in cloth. Lucy checks the 5th trap. She is not paying attention. Her head hurts. She drank something last night. Found a bottle of whiskey in an abandoned bar. Old, cheap. It burned going down, but she drank it anyway. All of it. Now she pays. Her head throbs. Her mouth tastes like ash. The sun is too bright. Everything is too loud. She kneels by the trap. Reaches for the wire. Does not see the 2nd wire. The one stretched ankle height. She trips it. The sound is immediate. Cans attached to the wire. They clang together loud, echoing through the warehouse district. She freezes. Ali's head whips around. What did you do? I did not see it. I am sorry. He runs to her, looks at the trap. It is not theirs. Someone else's. An alarm, meant to alert whoever said it, we need to go. Now, they grab their gear, start moving. Behind them, the howling begins. Multiple voices, the dogs, they heard the alarm, they are coming. Lucy runs, her hangover forgotten, adrenaline burns it away, her boots pound concrete. Allie is ahead, faster, stronger. The howling gets louder, closer. There Allie points. A building, metal siding, loading dock. They sprint for it. Behind them the pack appears, 6 of them, maybe 7. Hairless, muscle exposed, teeth too large for their mouths. They run on all fours, but their legs are wrong, jointed in places that should not bend. Lucy and Allie reach the loading dock, climb up. The dogs are 20 feet behind. 15. Allie forces the door. It gives. They tumble inside. He slams it shut, throws the bolt. The dogs hit the door. The impact shakes the frame. They snarl, scratch. The sound of claws on metal. Lucy leans against the wall. Her chest heaves. Her heart hammers. That was close, too close. Allie checks the door. It will hold, for now. They are in another warehouse. This one is full. Shelves stacked with boxes, crates, equipment, abandoned inventory from the old world. The dogs continue their assault. The door shutters, but it holds. Lucy slides down the wall, sits. Her hands shake. The adrenaline is fading, leaving her hollow. That was stupid, she says. I was stupid. Allie does not argue, just nods. The hangover rushes back. Her head throbs worse than before. She presses her palms to her eyes, sees stars. You need to be more careful, Allie says. We cannot afford mistakes. I know. Do you? Because this is twice now. The trap in the office building. Now this. Lucy looks up. Her eyes are hard. I said I know. They stare at each other. The tension is a wire pulled tight. Something broke last night when she drank. Something between them. The kiss, the closeness. She pushed it away with whiskey, and now there is only distance. Allie turns away, starts searching the warehouse. Lucy stays on the floor, angry, at herself, at him, at everything. After a while the dogs leave. The scratching stops. The warehouse is silent. Lucy stands. Her legs are unsteady. She follows Allie deeper into the building. He has found supplies, tools, rope, a can of gasoline, half full. He has also found something else, a map, taped to a wall, hand-drawn, crude but detailed. It shows the city, or parts of it, with markings, X's and circles, notes in the margins, safe zone here, scavenger territory here, mutated nests here, and in the corner. A single word, sanctuary, with an arrow pointing north. Allie studies it. Lucy looks over his shoulder. You think it is real, she says. Maybe, maybe not. We should check it out. He nods. But not today. We need to rest. You need to sober up. I am sober. He looks at her, says nothing. The look is enough. Lucy turns away, angry again. But he is right. She knows he is right. They set up camp in the warehouse, away from the door, away from the windows. Allie starts a small fire, cooks the rat. The smell is rank, but Lucy's stomach growls. They eat in silence. The meat is tough, greasy. Lucy forces it down. After they eat, Allie speaks. That map. The sanctuary. We go there. But we do it smart. Plan it, gather supplies, make sure we can make the trip. Lucy nods, and no more drinking. She looks at him. He is serious, his jaw set, his eyes hard. It helps, she says, with the memories, with everything. It makes you sloppy. Sloppy gets you gone. She wants to argue, wants to push back, but she cannot. He is right. Again, fine, she says. No more drinking. Good. They sit. The fire burns low. Outside the night is coming. The sky darkens. Soon the hunters will wake. The things that own the night. Lucy thinks about the map, the sanctuary. Hope is dangerous. It makes you weak, makes you believe. But she wants to believe, wants something to aim for beyond survival. Ollie lies down, his back to the fire. He is asleep in minutes, the exhaustion of constant vigilance finally catching up. Lucy takes first watch. She sits by the fire, feeding it scraps of wood, keeping it small, just enough for warmth and light. Her head still throbs, but the pain is manageable now. Familiar. She has had worse. She thinks about the dogs, how close they came, how fast. If Allie had not been there, if she had been alone, she would be gone. Simple as that. The fire pops. Embers rise, dance, disappear into darkness. Lucy wraps her arms around her knees, rocks slightly. an old comfort, from childhood, from before. Outside, something howls, distant, lonely, or maybe hunting. Hard to tell the difference. She grips her knife, keeps watch, waits for dawn. Hours pass. The fire dies to coals. Lucy does not add more wood. Too risky. Light attracts, always. When Allie wakes, she is still sitting, still watching. He touches her shoulder. Get some rest. She lies down. The concrete is cold. She does not care. Sleep takes her fast. And in her dreams, the dogs chase her, their mouths too full of teeth, their legs bending wrong. She runs, but the ground gives way. She falls. They catch her. She wakes gasping. Allie is there. It is okay, just a dream. Lucy nods, but it is not okay. Nothing is okay. Nothing has been okay for 7 years. She closes her eyes, tries again. Sleep comes. Fitful, broken, but it comes. Chapter 8. Cracks in the Alliance. Morning comes with rain. Heavy. The warehouse roof leaks in places. Water pools on the concrete. Lucy wakes to the sound of it, rhythmic, almost soothing. Allie is already up. He has the map spread on a crate. Studying it, planning. Lucy approaches. Her body aches. Everything is stiff. She needs to move, to stretch. But first she needs to see what he is thinking. The sanctuary is here, he says, pointing. North, maybe 40 miles. Through territory we do not know. 40 miles, on foot. Through ruins and scavenger territory and mutated nests. We could make it in a week, Allie says. If we are careful, and if we are not careful, he looks at her, then we do not make it. Lucy studies the map. The route is marked in red pen. Whoever drew this knew the city, knew the dangers. Who made this, she asks. Does not matter. They are probably gone. She wants to argue but does not. He is right. Again, always right. They spend the day planning, inventory. They have enough food for maybe 4 days. Water for 3. Ammunition is limited. 12 rounds for the revolver. Allie's machete. Lucy's knife. Not much against whatever they will face. We need more supplies, Allie says. Where? Everything is picked clean. Not everything. There are places people avoided. Too dangerous. Too contaminated. But that means supplies might still be there. Lucy considers this. You are talking about the industrial zone, the chemical plants. Allie nods. That is insane. The air alone could end us. He meets her eyes. We need antibiotics, medicine, anything we can trade or use. The sanctuary will not just let us in. We need something to offer. And you think we will find that in a toxic waste zone. I think we do not have a choice. Lucy turns away. Her anger rises, fast, hot. You always do this. Do what? Make decisions without asking, like you are in charge. I am trying to keep us alive by risking our lives. That is what survival is. You know this. She whirls on him. Do not talk to me like I am stupid. I have survived just as long as you, without military training, without a team, just me. Ollie's jaw tightens. I know what you have done. I am not questioning that. Then what are you questioning? Your judgment. Lately it has been lacking. The words hit like a slap. Lucy's hands curl into fists. My judgment, says the man who wants to walk into a chemical plant. We need supplies. We need to not die from poisoned air. They stare at each other. The space between them is charged. All the tension from the past days coalescing into this moment. Allie speaks first. His voice is controlled, even. If you have a better idea, I am listening. Lucy opens her mouth, closes it. She does not have a better idea. That is the problem. She turns away. The rain continues. The sound fills the silence between them. After a long moment, Allie speaks. I am not trying to control you. I am trying to get us both to somewhere safe. That is all. Lucy does not respond. She stares at a puddle forming on the floor, watches the ripples. There is a radio signal, Allie says. I picked it up last night while you were sleeping. Repeating. Coming from the north. What does it say? It is garbled, but I heard the word sanctuary and coordinates. He pulls out a small radio, battery-powered, he turns it on. Static. Then a voice. Broken. Cutting in and out. Seeking refuge. Coordinates as follows. Sanctuary established. Limited resources. Screening required. The signal fades. Static returns. Lucy looks at Allie. That could be anything. A trap, an old recording. Could be, but it matches the map. She wants to dismiss it, wants to say no. But the voice on the radio, the word sanctuary, it pulls at something inside her. Hope, dangerous, seductive. Fine, she says, we go. But we do it my way sometimes, too. Not just yours. Allie nods. Agreed. The tension eases, slightly. But the crack remains. The distance. The kiss 3 days ago feels like a lifetime now. They spend the rest of the day preparing, checking gear, planning routes. The rain does not stop. The warehouse grows cold, damp. That night, they set up camp near the center of the building, as far from the doors and windows as possible. Allie makes a small fire. They heat water, drink it warm. Lucy watches the flames. I am sorry, she says. About earlier. About what I said. Allie looks at her. You were right. I do make decisions without asking. Force of habit. That does not make it okay. No. No. But I will try to be better. She nods. Me too. They sit in silence. The fire crackles. Outside, the rain continues its endless drumming. Lucy thinks about the sanctuary, about what it might be. Walls, safety, other people. The idea is almost unimaginable. 7 years of survival, of running, of fear. Could it really end? Or would it just be another disappointment? Another false hope. She looks at Ali. His face is shadowed, tired. She wonders what he is thinking. If he doubts too. If he is scared. She wants to ask, wants to bridge the gap between them. But the words will not come. Instead, she lies down, pulls her jacket tight. The concrete is cold, but she is used to it. Ali takes first watch. He sits with his back against a crate, the radio in his lap, checking the signal every few minutes. Lucy closes her eyes. Sleep does not come easy. Her mind races. The chemical plant, the sanctuary, the radio signal. Ali, the kiss, the argument, everything tangled together. Finally, exhaustion wins. She drifts. Dreams come, fractured, strange. She is walking through a city made of glass. Everything is transparent. She can see through the buildings, through the ground, through herself. Ali is there, but he is far away. Getting farther. She calls to him, but no sound comes out. She wakes to his hand on her shoulder. Your turn. She sits up, groggy, disoriented. Ali lies down where she was, asleep almost instantly. Lucy takes the radio, turns the volume low. The static is constant. Occasionally the voice breaks through. Sanctuary. Coordinates. Screening. She wonders what screening means, what they will have to prove, what they will have to trade. She thinks about Emma, her sister, 12 years old forever. Would the sanctuary have saved her? Would walls and weapons and other people have made a difference? Lucy does not know, will never know. She touches the bird pendant, feels the worn silver, the weight of memory. Outside the rain stops. The silence is sudden, jarring. Lucy strains to hear, listens for footsteps, for breathing, for anything. The night stretches, long, dark. Lucy keeps watch, keeps listening, and somewhere to the north the sanctuary waits. If it exists, if it is real, if they can reach it. If, so many ifs. Chapter 9, The Lure of Hope. They leave the warehouse at dawn. The rain has stopped, but everything is wet. Puddles reflect the gray sky. The air smells like rust and mildew. They head north. Following the map, the route takes them through residential streets, apartment buildings, houses with collapsed roofs, yards gone to jungle. Lucy's ankle holds, no pain. It is fully healed now. She moves easier, faster. But the exhaustion remains, the deep kind, the kind that sleep cannot fix. Ali leads. He checks the radio every hour. The signal is stronger now, clearer. They're getting closer to the source. By midday, they reach a flooded section. The street is submerged under 2 feet of water. Debris floats on the surface. Shopping carts. Tires. Unidentifiable shapes. We go around, Ali says. How far? Mile. Maybe 2. Lucy looks at the water. Something moves beneath the surface. Ripples spreading. She does not want to know what. They go around. The detour takes them through a neighborhood. Lucy does not recognize. The houses here are larger. Expensive once. Now they are tombs, silent, empty. The doors hang open, inviting. They do not enter. Nothing good waits in those houses, just ghosts and rot. The sun breaks through the clouds. Brief. Lucy feels the warmth on her face. She tilts her head back, closes her eyes. For a moment she can pretend that the world is not ash, that tomorrow might be better than today. The moment passes, the clouds return, the gray settles back in. They reach the flooded street on the other side. The water has receded here, just inches deep. They wade through. The cold soaks into their boots. Lucy's feet are numb within minutes. On the far side they stop, rest. Ali checks the radio again. The signal is loud now. Clear. The voice is female. Young. She repeats the same message. If you are hearing this, you are close. The sanctuary is located at the following coordinates. We have limited resources, but we welcome those who can contribute. Screening is mandatory. Violence will not be tolerated. Please approach from the east. The coordinates are static. The message loops. Begins again. Ali writes down the coordinates, compares them to the map. We are close. Another 5 miles. Lucy feels something stir. Excitement. Fear. Hope. All tangled together. 5 miles. That is nothing. They could be there by nightfall. We should be careful, Ali says. If this is real, others will be going there too. Competition. Desperation. She nods. He is right. As always, they continue. The landscape changes. More industrial, warehouses, factories. Everything quiet. Too quiet. Lucy's hand stays on her knife. Her senses are heightened. Every sound, every movement. The back of her neck prickles. Ali stops, holds up his hand. Listen. Lucy strains, hears nothing at first. Then, faint. A generator, the steady hum of machinery. Someone has power, Ali says. The sanctuary, maybe. They move toward the sound, careful, using cover, building to building. They crest a rise, and there it is, a compound, walls made of shipping containers. 12 feet high, reinforced, guard towers at each corner. Inside the walls, Lucy can see buildings, smoke rising from chimneys, people moving, alive, the sanctuary. It is real. Lucy feels tears prick her eyes. She blinks them away. This is not the time. Ali studies the compound through a gap in a wall. The main gate is on the east side, just like the message said, but it is closed, guarded. 2 people with rifles. We should approach, Ali says. Try to get in. Now, why not? Lucy looks at the compound, at the walls, at the guards. Something feels wrong. She cannot name it. Just a feeling, an instinct. We should watch first, she says. See who comes and goes. See how they treat people. Ali considers, nods. Good idea. They find a spot, an abandoned building with a view of the gate. They settle in. Watch. Hours pass. No one comes. No one goes. The guards stand, motionless, patient. The sun moves across the sky. Afternoon becomes evening. Still nothing. Maybe no one else knows about this, Ali says. Or maybe they do and they are watching too. As darkness falls, lights come on inside the compound. Electric lights. Actual electricity. Lucy cannot remember the last time she saw electric lights. The generator hum grows louder. Someone is running lights and heat and probably more. The sanctuary has resources. Real resources. Lucy's stomach growls. When did she last eat? Morning. A can of something. She does not remember what. We need food, she says. Tomorrow. Tonight we watch. She wants to argue, but does not. He is right. Again. Night comes. The compound glows. A beacon in the darkness. Lucy and Ali take shifts. She sleeps first. Fitful. The light from the compound filters through the building. Makes shadows dance on the walls. When Ali wakes her, it is deep night. The compound is quieter now. Fewer lights. The guards have changed. Different people. Same rifles. Lucy watches. Her mind races. What happens when they approach? Will they be turned away? Will they be let in? Will they have to prove something? Give something? Ali said they need to offer something. But they have so little. Some supplies, some skills. Is it enough? Dawn comes. Gray. Cold. The compound wakes. More people moving now. Maybe 40, 50. Hard to count from this distance. Ali is awake now. They eat a can of beans cold. They drink water. It tastes like rust. We go now, Ali says. Lucy nods. Her heart pounds. This is it. 7 years of running, of surviving. Maybe it ends here. Maybe they find somewhere to stop. They approach the gate, walking, hands visible, no weapons drawn. The guards see them coming. Raise their rifles. Not aimed, just ready. Stop there. One calls. That is close enough. Ali stops, Lucy beside him. They are 20 feet from the gate. We heard your broadcast. Ali says, we want to enter. The guards exchange a look. One speaks into a radio. Waits. After a moment, he lowers it. Wait there. They wait, long minutes. Lucy's nerves are wire-tight. She can see inside the compound now. Buildings, people, gardens, actual growing food. It is real, all of it. The gate opens, not fully, just enough for a person. A woman emerges, older, 50 maybe. She wears clean clothes, actual clean clothes. Her hair is tied back. She looks healthy, fed. She approaches. The guards stay ready. I am Maya, she says, resource coordinator. You want to enter the sanctuary? Yes, Ali says. Maya looks them over, assessing. What do you bring? Supplies, Ali says. Skills. We can work, contribute. Everyone says that. What makes you different? Lucy speaks. We have survived 7 years. Alone. We know the city, the territories, the dangers. We can scout, hunt, defend. Maya considers. Where are you from? Everywhere. Nowhere. We move. Why come here now? Lucy looks at Ali, back to Maya, because we are tired. Tired of running. Tired of surviving. We want to stop. Maya's expression softens slightly, I understand, but sanctuary is not free. We screen everyone. Make sure you are not a threat. Make sure you are worth the resources you will consume. What does screening involve? Ali asks questions. Examination, a trial, to prove you can contribute. What kind of trial? Maya smiles. Not the friendly kind. Follow me. She turns, walks back toward the gate. Ali and Lucy exchange a look. This is it. They follow. The guards watch, rifles ready. They pass through the gate into the compound, into the sanctuary. The gate closes behind them with a sound like thunder. Chapter 10. Blood on the asphalt. The sanctuary is not what Lucy imagined. Inside the walls is order, structure, but also tension. The people watch them with hard eyes, suspicious, territorial. Maya leads them through the compound, past gardens where people work, past buildings converted to housing, past a central area where a fire burns in a barrel. People gather there, warming hands, talking in low voices. They stop at a building. Small, brick. Maya opens the door. Inside is a single room. 2 cots, a table, a bucket in the corner. You stay here, Maya says. Do not leave without permission. Meals are brought twice a day. Screening begins tomorrow. What happens if we fail? Ali asks. You leave. Simple. And if we try to leave before screening, the guards will stop you. Also simple. She exits. The door closes. Lucy hears a lock engage. They are prisoners. Lucy sits on one of the cots. It is rough but better than concrete. She looks at Ali. He is staring at the door. His jaw tight. We walked right in, she says. We had to. This is the only option, is it? Or did we just trade one prison for another? Ali sits on the other cot. Time will tell. They wait. Hours pass. No one comes. Lucy explores the room. There is nothing. No windows, no weapons, just the cots and table and bucket. Eventually the door opens. A young man enters. He carries a tray. On it are bowls, soup maybe, bread, actual bread. He sets the tray on the table, does not speak. Leaves. The door locks again. Lucy approaches the tray. The soup smells incredible. Real vegetables. Meat. The bread is warm. She looks at Ali. Could be drugged. Could be. But we need to eat. They eat. Slowly. Testing. If it is drugged, they will find out soon. But the food is good. Real. Lucy cannot remember the last time she tasted bread. They finish. The tray sits empty. Lucy's stomach is full for the first time in weeks. The feeling is strange. Almost uncomfortable. Night comes. They take shifts. Lucy first. She sits on her cot, listening. The compound is quiet. Occasional footsteps outside. Voices, but distant, muffled. When Ali wakes her, the room is pitch dark. No windows, no light, just blackness. Lucy lies down. Sleep comes fast. She dreams of walls, of gates that do not open, of guards with rifles, of cots that become cages. She wakes to shouting. Outside. Close. Ali is already up, alert. What is it, she says? He presses his ear to the door. Listens. I cannot tell. The shouting continues. Then gunfire. 3 shots. Rapid. The sound echoes through the compound. Lucy grabs her knife. Ali has nothing. They took his machete when they entered. Searched them. Took everything except their clothes. The door unlocks, swings open. Maya stands there. Her face is hard. Come with me. Now. What is happening? Lucy says. Attack. Scavengers. Everyone who can fight is fighting. She turns, runs. Ali and Lucy follow. Out into the compound. It is chaos, people running, shouting, gunfire from the walls. The main gate is breached. Scavengers pour through. Lucy counts 6, 8 more. They carry crude weapons, pipes, machetes. 2 have guns. The sanctuary people fight back, but they are scattered, disorganized. They were not ready. Ali spots a body, one of the guards, gone. He takes the rifle, checks it, 5 rounds. Lucy finds a pipe, heavy, metal. She grips it tight. They move toward the gate, toward the breach. A scavenger appears, wild-eyed, scarred face. He swings at Lucy. She ducks, brings the pipe up, connects with his jaw. He drops. Ali fires, drops another scavenger, 4 rounds left. More pour through. They are organized. Focused. This is not random. This is planned. Lucy sees Maya. She is fighting, a knife in her hand. She is good, fast. But there are too many. Lucy moves to help, swings the pipe, connects with the scavenger's arm. He screams, drops his weapon. She swings again. He goes down. Ali is beside her. They fight back to back. The scavengers close in. Lucy's arms burn. The pipe is heavy. Each swing takes effort. A scavenger lunges at Ali. Knife in hand, Ali blocks with the rifle. The blade skitters off metal. But another comes from the side. The knife finds flesh. Ali's side. Just above his hip, he grunts, stumbles back. Lucy screams, swings the pipe, connects with the scavenger's head. He drops. But the damage is done. Red spreads across Ali's shirt. Dark, wet. We need to go, Lucy says. Ali presses his hand to the wound. His face is pale. Where? The gate is blocked. She looks around, spots a gap in the shipping container walls where 2 containers meet. A space. Narrow, maybe wide enough. There. They run. Ali's slower now, limping. His hand pressed to his side. Lucy grabs his other arm, pulls him forward. Behind them, the fighting continues, more scavengers pouring in. The sanctuary is being overrun. There are too many, too organized. Lucy reaches the gap, squeezes through. Her pack catches. She struggles. Ali pushes her. She pops through, turns, reaches back for him. Ali wedges himself into the gap. His shoulders scrape metal. He gasps. The pressure on his wound. Lucy grabs his arms, pulls. He slides through. They tumble onto the ground outside the walls. Behind them screams, gunfire, the sounds of things breaking, lives ending. Run, Ali says. His voice is tight with pain. They run, into the dark, into the unknown. Behind them the sounds of fighting continue. The sanctuary is falling, or surviving. Impossible to know. They run for blocks. Lucy supports Ali, his weight against her shoulder. His breathing is ragged, wet. The wound is bad, maybe worse than bad. Finally, Ali slows, stops. They are in an alley. Dark, narrow. He leans against a wall. His legs give out. He slides down, sits. Lucy kneels beside him. Let me see. He moves his hand. The wound is deep. The blade went in, maybe 4 inches. The red keeps coming. Too much, too fast. Lucy pulls off her jacket, presses it to the wound. Ali hisses through his teeth. That was close, she says. Too close. Do you think they will survive? The sanctuary. Ali shakes his head. His eyes are distant, unfocused. I do not know. Lucy presses harder on the wound. The jacket is already soaked. We need to move. Find somewhere to treat this properly. Just give me a minute. They wait. The sounds of fighting are distant now, fading, or maybe they are just too far to hear. After a long time, Ali tries to stand. Lucy helps him. He sways, steadies himself against the wall. Okay, I am okay. He is not okay. But they have to move. They stumble through the ruins. Slow. Ali's arm over Lucy's shoulders. His weight heavy. Every few steps he falters. Lucy holds him up, keeps him moving. They find a building. Partially collapsed, but the ground floor is intact. They enter. Find a corner. Ali collapses. His breathing is shallow, fast. Lucy examines the wound again. It needs to be cleaned, stitched. She has nothing, no supplies, no medicine. The sanctuary was supposed to be the answer. Now they have nothing. She tears strips from her shirt, packs the wound, wraps it tight. It is crude, but better than nothing. Ali's eyes are closed, his face gray. Lucy touches his forehead. Hot. Too hot. Fever is starting already. Stay with me, she says. Do not go. His eyes open. Meet hers. I am not going anywhere, but his voice is weak, unconvincing. Lucy sits beside him, her hand on his, the weight of what just happened settling over them. The sanctuary was real, But it was not safe. Nothing is safe. Nowhere is safe. She thinks about the fighting, about Maya with her knife, about the people who welcomed them, who fed them, who might be gone now. The guilt gnaws at her. They ran, while others fought, while people with names and lives fought. We did what we had to, she says, out loud, trying to convince herself. We survived. Allie's hand squeezes hers. Weak. That is all we can do. Lucy wants to believe this, wants it to be enough. But tonight, it feels hollow. They sit in the dark. Allie's breathing fills the silence. Ragged. Pained. Lucy counts each breath, makes sure the next one comes. Hours pass. The night deepens. Lucy does not sleep. Cannot sleep. She keeps pressure on Ollie's wound, checks his fever, watches his face for signs he is slipping away. He does not slip. He holds on. Stubborn. That is Ollie. Too stubborn to quit. Dawn comes slow. Gray light filtering through gaps in the walls. Lucy examines the wound again. The bleeding has slowed. Not stopped, but slower. The makeshift bandage is holding. Ollie opens his eyes. How bad, bad. But you are still here. He tries to smile. Fails. Yeah, still here. They need to move. Need to find water, medicine, something to fight the infection that is coming, because infection always comes. But Ollie cannot move. Not yet. Maybe not for days. Lucy looks around the building. There is nothing, just concrete and rubble and the bones of what was. She stands. I'm going to look around, find supplies. You stay here. Ollie nods. Does not argue. That worries her more than anything. Ollie always argues. Lucy moves through the building, room to room, finding nothing. Everything has been picked clean, stripped. The city is a corpse, and all the meat is gone. She returns to Ollie. Nothing. We have nothing. He looks at her. His eyes are clear despite the fever. We have each other. Lucy sits beside him. Yeah, we have that. Outside the city wakes. Birds, wind, the sounds of a world that continues despite everything, despite pain and fever and wounds that might not heal. Lucy takes Ollie's hand, holds it. His skin is hot, dry, the fever climbing. She thinks about the sanctuary, about the radio message, about hope and how it leads you into traps. But what else is there? Without hope, what is left? Just survival, day by day, breath by breath. Lucy watches Ollie, his chest rising and falling, each breath a small victory, a small defiance against the world that wants them gone. She will keep him alive, whatever it takes. They will survive this. They will move north. They will keep looking, because that is what they do. They survive. The morning stretches, long, gray. Lucy keeps watch, keeps vigil, keeps counting breaths, and somewhere out there the city waits, patient, hungry, ready for the next mistake, the next moment of weakness. But not today. Today they hold on. Today they survive. That is enough. For now, that is enough. Chapter 11. Whispers of Betrayal. The library smells like wet paper and time. Ollie leans against a shelf, and the wound in his side pulls tight. Lucy watches him press his hand there. The fabric darkens. You're bleeding through again. He looks at his palm. Just seepage. I'm fine. She doesn't believe him, but she doesn't argue. They move through the stacks, and their footsteps raise dust that hangs in the air like smoke. The windows are broken, and vines grow through them. Green fingers reaching for books nobody reads anymore. Lucy finds a section that still has a roof. She drops her pack, and Ollie sits down slow. His face goes white around the edges. Let me see it. He lifts his shirt. The bandage is red at the center. She peels it back, and the wound weeps clear fluid mixed with something darker. The edges are hot to touch. It's getting worse. Ollie pulls the shirt down. We need antibiotics. Real ones. They have water and 3 cans of food and a box of ammunition with 6 rounds. They have 2 knives, and Ollie's machete and Lucy's club. They have a lighter with fluid running low. They do not have medicine. Lucy walks the aisles while Ollie rests. She finds a journal wedged between fallen books. The cover is warped from moisture. Inside the pages curl and the ink runs, but she can read most of it. Someone lived here. Maybe months, maybe longer. They wrote about traps and water sources and a group that moved through in winter. They wrote about trust and how it breaks. She reads one passage twice. They followed me. I know they did. Someone told them where to look, someone who knew my roots. The one who smiles isn't the one who cares. Watch the quiet one. Lucy closes the journal. She looks back toward where Allie sits with his eyes closed and his breathing shallow. The quiet one. She thinks about the ambush 3 days ago. How the rival group knew exactly where their camp was. How they came at dawn when the light was worst for seeing. How they knew. The thought sits in her chest like cold water. Ali opens his eyes. Find anything? Just old books. She doesn't show him the journal. She puts it in her pack under the spare clothes where he won't see it. The library creaks around them. Somewhere above a board snaps and falls, and they both freeze. We should move. Ali tries to stand and his leg buckles. Lucy catches him and feels how much heat comes off his skin. Fever starting. You can't move like this. I can move. But he sits back down, and this time he doesn't argue. Lucy checks the windows. The street outside grows dark. Shadows pool in doorways and between broken cars. She sees movement 2 blocks down, figures walking slow and searching. They're close. Ali works himself upright using the shelf. We go through the back. Out the service entrance, Lucy helps him walk. His weight presses heavy on her shoulder. They move through narrow halls where books are stacked to the ceiling. Past bathrooms with broken mirrors. Past offices with papers scattered like leaves. The service door opens onto an alley choked with trash and growth. They step out and the evening air hits them, warm and thick and smelling like rot. Which way? Ali points left. There's a sewer access 2 blocks that direction. We can lose them underground. Lucy doesn't want to go underground. The sewers are dark and tight and full of things that move in the wet. But the figures on the street are closer now. She hears voices calling to each other, coordinated, hunting. They stumble down the alley, and Ali's breathing goes rough. His hand stays pressed to his side, and fluid runs between his fingers. Not much, just enough to mark their trail. Lucy sees the access point, a metal grate set in concrete. Ali kneels and hooks his fingers through and pulls. The grate doesn't move, rusted shut or blocked from below. Help me. She grabs the bars and they pull together. Metal groans. Her hands slip. Ali's face goes gray, but he keeps pulling, and finally the grate shifts, lifts, opens. The hole beneath smells like waste and standing water. A ladder descends into black. Ali goes first. He climbs down slow and his boots scrape on metal rungs. Lucy follows and pulls the grate closed above them. Darkness drops like a curtain. They stand in ankle-deep water that moves sluggish around their legs. Ali clicks on the flashlight and the beam cuts thin through the dark. The tunnel stretches both directions, curved walls slick with moisture, things growing in patches that glow faint green. Ali sways. Lucy catches his arm. Which way? He shines the light left. That direction leads toward the old hospital district. Maybe supplies there. Maybe. They walk through the water and it splashes with each step. The sound echoes strange in the confined space. Lucy keeps one hand on the wall. The concrete is cold and wet, and something moves under her palm. She jerks back, just moss. They walk and Ali slows with each step. The flashlight beam dips and rises with his breathing. Lucy takes it from him. She leads and he follows with one hand on her shoulder. His grip tightens when the pain spikes. The tunnel branches. Lucy stops and shines the light both ways. The passages look identical, water flowing from darkness into darkness. Ali, which way? He doesn't answer. She turns, and he's leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. The fever has him now. She can see it in the way he holds himself, the way his skin shines with sweat that isn't just from the heat. She chooses right, because right feels less wrong than left. They walk, and the tunnel narrows. She has to duck in places where pipes cross overhead. Water drips constant from above. Each drop a small percussion against the larger silence. Something moves ahead. Lucy stops and kills the light. In the dark, she hears splashing. Multiple sources coming closer. She pulls Ali into a side passage barely wide enough for one. They press against the wall, and she holds her breath and listens. The splashing grows louder. Footsteps in water. She counts 3 separate rhythms, maybe 4. A light sweeps past their hiding spot. Handheld. Searching. A voice echoes down the tunnel. You see them? Another voice answers. No, but they came this way. I saw them go down. Check the branches. They can't have gone far. The lights move away. Lucy waits until the footsteps fade before she turns the flashlight back on. Allie slides down the wall and sits in the water. His head drops forward. Can't stay here. I know. She helps him stand again. They move deeper into the tunnels. Away from the voices. Away from the light. The water rises to their knees in places. Lucy's legs ache from pushing through it. They find a dry platform where maintenance workers must have stood years ago. Allie collapses onto it and doesn't get up. Lucy sits beside him and turns off the light to save the battery. In the darkness, she listens to his breathing. It comes fast and shallow, the fever burning through him. She thinks about the journal, about trust and how it breaks, about the quiet one. She reaches out and finds his hand in the dark. His fingers are hot and dry. Allie, did you tell anyone about the camp? His voice comes slow. What? Before the ambush. Did you tell anyone where we were staying? No. Why would I? She wants to believe him. She wants to trust that the suspicion growing in her is just fear talking, just paranoia from too many losses, but the journal's words circle in her mind and she can't make them stop. Someone new. Lucy. He squeezes her hand, his grip weak. Someone always knows. That's how it works now. You leave traces. They follow. It's not conspiracy. It's just survival. She doesn't answer. She sits in the dark with his burning hand in hers and listens to water drip and echo and the distant sound of something moving through passages they can't see. Above them, the city breathes and shifts. Below them, the tunnels wait. The fever will peak tonight or tomorrow. She knows this, and when it does, Allie will either break it or burn. Chapter 12. The Weight of Silence. They sit in the dark for hours, maybe longer. Time moves different underground. Lucy counts Allie's breaths to keep herself awake. 20 to the minute, then 22, then 18. When his breathing drops to 16, she turns the flashlight back on. His face is slack, eyes half open and seeing nothing. Allie, no response. She shakes him and his head lolls. The fever has him deep now. She checks the wound and infection spreads from the center in red fingers reaching under his skin. The heat coming off it could warm her hands. She needs antibiotics. Real ones. The kind that come in bottles with labels and expiration dates printed clear. The kind nobody has. Lucy leaves Allie on the platform with the flashlight beside him, and she moves back through the tunnel. The water is cold around her knees. She follows the main passage until she finds a junction with markings scratched into the wall. Arrows and symbols that might mean something to someone who knows the code. She climbs a ladder and pushes against a grate that gives with less resistance than the last one. Opens onto a basement flooded with 3 inches of standing water. She pulls herself up and closes the grate behind her. The basement belongs to what used to be a pharmacy. She sees shelves stripped bare and containers broken open. Someone already searched here. But people miss things. They always miss things when they're desperate. Lucy works through the space methodically, behind counters, under shelves, in ceiling tiles that sag but haven't fallen yet. She finds a bottle of aspirin with 8 pills left, a tube of antibiotic cream, a box of bandages. Not enough. None of it enough. She keeps searching. There's a storage room in back with a door that hangs crooked on broken hinges. Inside the shelves are empty, but she notices scratch marks on the floor. Something heavy dragged recently. She follows the marks to a wall that doesn't quite match the others. Newer drywall over old. She kicks it and her boot goes through. 3 more kicks and she's opened a hole big enough to reach through. Inside she finds a cache. Medicine bottles stacked neat on hidden shelves. Antibiotics, pain medication, antiseptics. Someone's private store. Someone who planned to come back. Lucy fills her pack with bottles. She takes the antibiotics first, then the antiseptics, then whatever else will fit. The pack bulges and pulls heavy on her shoulders, but she doesn't care. This is how Ali lives. This is how they both keep going. She's almost back to the grate when she hears the door above open. Footsteps on stairs. She kills her light and presses flat against the wall in darkness. 2 people descend. Their lights sweep the space. A man's voice speaks first. "I told you someone broke through the wall." A woman answers. "Could have been weeks ago." The man walks to the storage room. Lucy hears him curse. "They took everything, all of it." The woman joins him. "We should have checked sooner. Doesn't matter. It's gone now." They search the basement for another 10 minutes. Lucy stays frozen in shadow and tries not to breathe loud. Her leg cramps from holding still, but she doesn't move. The pack digs into her spine. Finally, they leave. The door closes above, and Lucy counts to 100 before she moves. She goes back to the grate and drops through into the tunnel. Pulls it closed. Wades through water back to where Ali waits. He's sitting up when she returns. The flashlight throws his shadow huge against the curved wall. His eyes focus on her, and something like relief crosses his face. "Thought you left?" "Not yet." She opens the pack and shows him the bottles. His expression doesn't change, but his shoulders drop, and she realizes how much tension he was holding. "How did you find them?" "Got lucky." She doesn't tell him about the hidden cache or the people who came looking. She cleans the wound with antiseptic, and he grits his teeth and doesn't make a sound. She bandages it fresh and gives him 3 antibiotic pills with water from her canteen. "Take all of them." He swallows the pills. They sit together, and Lucy eats half a can of food and gives him the rest. He manages a few bites before he has to stop. His stomach can't hold much with the fever. "We need to move soon. Find somewhere safer. Not tonight. You need the medicine to work first." Ali leans back against the wall. The flashlight battery is dying. The beam fades to yellow. Lucy switches it off to conserve what's left. They sit in darkness and listen to water move through the tunnels. Somewhere distant, something large splashes and goes still. Lucy thinks about the people who came looking for their cache. How quickly they moved when they realized it was gone, how careful they were in their search. Territorial, protective. These tunnels belong to someone, and she doesn't know who. She checks Ali's forehead. Still hot, but maybe not worse. The antibiotics need time. She wonders if she should have left some of the medicine behind, wondered if taking it all marks them as targets now. But survival doesn't trade in courtesy. You take what you can and deal with the consequences after. A sound echoes down the passage. Metallic. Deliberate. Lucy's hand goes to her knife. Ali hears it too. He shifts and reaches for his own blade, but the movement is slow, weakened. The sound comes again, closer. Someone dragging something heavy through water. Lucy helps Ali stand, and they move down a side tunnel, narrow and low. She has to crouch. Ali's head scrapes the ceiling. They find a recess where pipes bundle together. They squeeze behind them, and Lucy kills the flashlight completely. Darkness wraps them, and she can't see her hand in front of her face. The dragging sound passes their hiding spot. Whatever moves through the water is large and methodical. She hears breathing. Labored. Human or human adjacent. It stops, and she stops breathing with it. A voice calls out, echoing strange in the confined space. "I know someone's here. I heard you moving." Silence. Just water dripping and that distant breathing. The voice continues. "You took medicine from the pharmacy. That's mine. I need it back." Lucy's hand tightens on the knife grip. Beside her, Ali is completely still. The fever makes him weak, but it hasn't made him careless. The voice speaks softer now. "I'm not asking for all of it, just some. Fair trade. I can show you safe routes through here. I can tell you where the creatures nest, where the gangs patrol. A negotiation." Lucy considers it. They need the medicine, but they also need information. These tunnels sprawl for miles. Getting lost down here is another way to end. She doesn't answer. The silence stretches. Finally, the voice sighs. Fine, keep it all, but you'll need help eventually. Everyone does down here. I'll be around. The dragging sound resumes. Fades. Gone. Lucy waits another 20 minutes before she moves. They work back to the dry platform and Ali sits with his back against the wall. His breathing easier now. The antibiotics beginning their work. You should have talked to them, maybe. Why didn't you? Because I don't know if trust costs less than betrayal yet. Ali looks at her in the dim light when she finally turns the flashlight back on. The fever still glitters in his eyes, but something else shows through. Understanding, maybe, or just exhaustion. That journal you found. What did it really say? She hesitates. Then she tells him about the passages on trust, about the quiet one, about how suspicion grows in spaces between people when the world falls apart. You think I led them to us. I think someone did. And I'm the convenient answer. Lucy doesn't reply. She checks his bandage and it stays clean. The infection hasn't spread. Small victories. Ali closes his eyes. If I wanted you gone, I'd have left when you sprained your ankle, when you slowed us down, when you were vulnerable. I know. Then stop looking at me like I'm the enemy. I'm trying. They don't speak for a long time after that. They sit in their separate silences, and the weight of distrust settles between them like stone. Above them, the city decays. Below them, those breathe with water and darkness, and the territorial claims of survivors who learned to live in spaces nobody else wanted. Chapter 13, Fever's Cruel Grip. The antibiotics work, but slow. Ali's fever breaks on the second day and comes back on the third. Lucy watches him slip in and out of clarity. Sometimes he knows where they are. Sometimes he calls her by another name. They can't stay in the tunnels. The darkness presses too close, and water erodes stone, and they need real shelter. Lucy helps him walk through passages that branch and merge and branch again. They move toward what she hopes is the factory district. Up there they might find buildings still standing, walls that keep out weather, floors that don't flood. She finds a ladder leading to street level. They climb, and the afternoon light blinds them after so long below. Lucy blinks until shapes resolve. Buildings covered in moss so thick it looks like fur. Streets cracked open with trees growing through concrete. No movement anywhere visible. The factory district spreads before them. Brick structures with broken windows and collapsed sections, smokestacks that rise against the sky like fingers. Ali leans on her and his weight grows heavier with each block. They enter a building through a loading dock. Inside the air smells chemical, sharp and wrong. Lucy covers her nose and mouth with her sleeve. Ali coughs and the sound rattles wet in his chest. We shouldn't be here. Have to rest. They find a room with walls still intact. Office space, maybe. Desk overturned, chair with 3 legs. Lucy lowers Ali to the floor and he slides down the wall and doesn't move. His skin is gray. The wound weeps through the bandage. She changes it with supplies from her pack, uses the last of the antiseptic. The infection has spread less, but it hasn't stopped. The flesh around the wound is hot and swollen. She needs to clean it properly. Needs running water and clean cloth and time they don't have. Ali watches her work. His eyes track but don't focus quite right. How bad? Bad enough. He closes his eyes. Tell me straight. You might lose the wound to infection if we can't stop it, or the infection to your system. Either way, we need better shelter than this. She finishes the bandage and sits back. Through the broken window, she sees clouds building. Rain coming. The chemical smell makes her head hurt. There's a medical station 3 blocks west. Used to be anyway, before. Can you walk that far? I can try. They leave the factory building and move through streets thick with growth. Vines hang from power lines and wrap around poles. Every surface is covered in green or moss or rust. Nature eating what humans left behind. The rain starts, soft at first, then harder. It drums on metal and concrete and fallen things. Lucy feels it soak through her clothes, cold and persistent. Ali's breathing goes rougher. The medical station is a low building with part of its roof caved in. The front entrance is blocked by debris, but they find a window. Lucy helps Ollie through and follows after. They land in what used to be a waiting room, chairs overturned, magazines scattered and pulped by water, a reception desk with its computer monitor shattered. Behind it, a hallway leads deeper. They move through examination rooms. Most have been stripped, as cabinets hanging open and empty, but Lucy finds clean sheets in a closet and unused syringes still wrapped. She finds gauze and tape and a bottle of saline solution. In the last room, she finds something else. A survivor's nest. Blankets folded neat, canned foods stacked in rows, tools arranged by size. Someone lives here and they're not home. We should go. But Allie has already sat down on the blankets. His face is gray and he's shaking. Fever spiking again. Lucy kneels beside him and touches his forehead. Too hot. The fever climbs instead of breaking. She peels back the bandage and the wound looks worse. Fluid leaks from it. The skin around it is tight and angry red. She needs to drain it, but she doesn't have a scalpel, doesn't have proper tools. She uses her knife, sterilizes it with the lighter's flame. Allie watches her and his jaw sets. This is going to hurt. I know. She cuts, and he doesn't make a sound, but his hands grip the blanket until his knuckles go white. Fluid drains thick and discolored. She flushes the wound with saline, and it runs clear after the third time. She packs it with clean gauze and wraps it tight. His breathing steadies. The fever doesn't break, but the pressure from the infection releases, and that's something. Lucy sits back. Her hands shake from adrenaline. The rain outside pounds harder, and water comes through the broken roof in streams. Thunder rolls distant. The storm's settling in. Allie's eyes close, his breathing evens. Sleep or unconsciousness. Both look the same when you're fevered. Lucy explores the medical station while he rests. She finds more supplies and takes what she can fit in her pack. In an office, she finds files, patient records, incident reports, nothing useful until the last drawer. A logbook. Handwritten notes about salvage runs, supply caches, trade routes, and a map. Hand-drawn but detailed, showing the factory district and beyond. With marks for safe zones and danger spots and one location circled heavy in red pen. The sanctuary, or what someone believed was the sanctuary. Coordinates written in the margin. Distances calculated. Notes about required supplies for the journey. Lucy studies the map. The circled location is north, through industrial zones and across the river and into territory marked as hostile. 2 weeks on foot if you're healthy. Maybe 3 weeks injured. Maybe never. She folds the map and puts it in her pack. When she returns to the room, Allie is awake. He's managed to sit up against the wall. His color is better. Marginally. Found something. She shows him the map. He studies it, and something shifts in his expression. Hope or it's ghost. You believe it. I don't know. But it's better than nothing. The storm continues. They stay in the medical station and eat from the mysterious resident's food supply. Lucy feels guilty about it, but not guilty enough to starve. They take what they need and arrange the rest to look undisturbed. Small courtesy that probably means nothing. Night comes. The rain doesn't stop. Lucy keeps watch while Ollie sleeps. She sits by the window and watches water pour from the sky. Watches the streets turn to shallow rivers, watches the city drown in increments. She thinks about the map, about the sanctuary that might not exist, about faith and whether survival requires it or whether survival is just what happens when dying takes too long. Allie's fever breaks in the night. She wakes to find him sitting up and lucid, his eyes clear for the first time in days. How long was I out? 2 days, maybe 3. He touches the wound and winces. Feels like you cut me. I did. He nods. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to walk out of here before whoever lives here comes back. They pack their things, take more supplies, and leave no note, no explanation. Just empty space where resources used to be. Outside the rain has stopped, but the streets run with water. Dawn breaks gray and cold. They move through the factory district. Ollie walks under his own power, but slow. Each step careful. The wound pulls, but it holds. The infection hasn't won. Not yet. They reach the district's edge by midday. Beyond it, the city continues. Buildings and streets and the endless maze of what humans built and abandoned. The map shows the river 3 miles ahead. After that, everything changes. Lucy looks back once, sees the factory smokestacks rising against clouds, sees the medical stations small and unremarkable among the ruins, sees nothing moving, no pursuit, no witnesses. They walk on. The wound drains, the fever stays down, small victories in a world that offers nothing larger. Chapter 14, The Price of Mercy. They find her in the afternoon, lying in an intersection where 3 streets meet. Her leg is caught in a trap, metal jaws with teeth that bite deep. The blood around it is fresh. Ali stops. Lucy stops beside him. Okay. They're 50 feet away, and the woman hasn't seen them yet. She's young, early 20s. Her hands pull at the trap, but it won't open. We should go around. Ali doesn't move. She's going to bleed out. Not our problem. Lucy means it, but she doesn't walk away. They watch the woman struggle, watch her give up and lean back against the pavement. Her face turns skyward and her chest heaves. After a minute, Ali starts walking toward her. Lucy follows because leaving him alone is worse than staying. The woman hears their footsteps and her head snaps around. Her hand goes to a knife on her belt. Don't come closer. Ali raises both hands. We're not here to hurt you. Everyone hurts everyone. It's the only rule left. True. But you're trapped and we're not. That changes the math. The woman's eyes flick between them, calculating. Her leg is mangled where the trap holds it. The blood flow has slowed but not stopped. Shock will take her if infection doesn't. Lucy kneels outside of knife range. What's your name? The woman hesitates. Senna. Ali crouches. We can help, but you have to let us. Why would you? Because it's what people used to do. People used to do a lot of things, but she lowers the knife. Just an inch. Just enough to show she's considering trust as a possibility. Lucy moves closer and examines the trap. Old construction. Spring-loaded. Built to hold something large. Someone set it deliberate in this intersection where sight lines are clear and people have to pass. This is going to hurt. Senna's face sets. Everything hurts. Do it. Lucy and Ali work together. She holds the jaws while he prees them apart. The mechanism resists. Rusted and stubborn. Ali's wound pulls and his face goes white, but he doesn't stop. The trap opens. They pull Senna free and she screams once, short and sharp, and then silent. Her leg is torn. Deep gashes through muscle. Lucy packs the wounds with gauze from her bag. Can you walk? Senna tries. Her leg buckles. No. Ali looks at Lucy. We can't carry her far, I know. They fashion a crutch from a piece of rebar and aluminum siding. Senna leans on it and manages 3 steps before she has to stop. Sweat pours down her face. There's a place close, an old apartment building. I've got supplies there. How close? 3 blocks. They make it in 40 minutes. Each step is negotiation between pain and necessity. The apartment building leans, but hasn't fallen. They climb to the 2nd floor and Senna leads them to a unit with its door barricaded. She moves the boards aside and they enter. Inside is a small camp, sleeping bag, food stores, water jugs, medical supplies more extensive than what Lucy carries. Senna collapses onto the sleeping bag and doesn't move. Lucy cleans the wounds properly. They need stitches, but thread isn't sterile and infection is guaranteed. She does the best she can. Bandages and pressure. Senna will either heal or she won't. While Lucy works, Ali watches the street through the window. His hand stays near his weapon. The trap was deliberate. Someone put it there. Someone who might come back. Who set the trap? Senna's voice is weak. Scavenger group. They control this sector. They trap the intersections and take whatever they catch. How many in the group? 10. Maybe 12. They patrol in 3s. Ali turns from the window. We need to leave. Not yet. Senna looks at Lucy. You helped me. I'll help you. I know things. What kind of things? Movement patterns of the packs, the dog things. They follow cycles. Dawn and dusk. They nest in the old subway stations during the day. Lucy finishes wrapping the leg. Why tell us? Because knowledge is the only currency that matters, and I'm buying future favors. She reaches under her sleeping bag and pulls out a map, marked with routes and danger zones. Similar to the one Lucy found, but with more detail. More recent information, she points to a mark on the eastern edge. The creatures avoid this area. Too much metal. Too many sharp things. If you need to cross safely, you go here. Another mark, western sector. This is scavenger territory. 3 groups fighting over it. Don't go through unless you want to get caught in someone's war. A third mark, north. The river crossing. There's a bridge that still holds, but it's watched. By who I don't know. Nobody comes back who tries to cross. Lucy studies the map. You're giving us a lot. I'm buying a lot. If I need to move and my leg's still bad, I want to know you'll help. No promises. Fair enough. They stay the night, taking shifts watching. Allie's wound stays stable. Senna sleeps or pretends to, her breathing shallow but regular. Lucy sits by the window and watches the intersection where the trap waits. Near midnight, she sees them. 3 figures moving through the street. Checking their traps, they find the sprung one and stop. Examine it. One of them points toward the buildings. They're tracking us. Allie joins her at the window. How long do we have? Not long. They wake Senna. She's groggy and the fever's starting, but she understands. They help her pack what she can carry, food and water and the map. They leave the rest. Outside the building, they move east, away from the scavengers. Skies. Toward the metal sector, Senna marked. The streets change, more debris, more hazards, broken glass and twisted rebar and cars piled 3 high. Senna keeps up better than Lucy expected. The crutch works and her jaw stays set. They reach the metal sector as dawn breaks. The landscape here is hostile, sharp edges and unstable surfaces, a place where falling means cutting. They find shelter in a warehouse with walls of corrugated steel. Inside the temperature drops. Metal holds the cold from night. They rest and Senna checks her leg. The bandages hold. You're better at this than most. Lucy doesn't respond to the compliment. She's checking their supplies. They used more helping Senna than they should have. Gauze and tape and antiseptic. Resources that can't be replaced. Ollie sits beside her. You did the right thing. Did I? Yeah. She wants to believe him, wants to think that mercy is worth something in a world where everything costs. But cost is real, and she's counting it in their depleted supplies. Senna watches them from across the warehouse, her expression unreadable. She owes them, and they own that debt. But debts only matter if both parties survive long enough to collect. Chapter 15. Shattered Safe Haven. The map fragment and Senna's marks converge on a point 5 miles north. They leave Senna in the warehouse. Her leg can't make the journey yet, and she doesn't argue. Just nods and gives Lucy a radio frequency. Check this channel every 3 days at noon. If I'm still alive, I'll answer. Lucy takes the frequency, writes it down. They leave Senna with half their remaining food and enough water for a week. Another cost. Another calculation that might mean nothing. The journey north takes 2 days. They move through sectors marked as clear, but nothing is truly clear. Twice, they see packs in the distance. Once they hear voices and hide until they pass. The city refuses to let them travel unmolested. The safe zone appears on the 3rd day. A former military checkpoint. Guard towers and walls topped with wire. The gate hangs open. No guards. No movement. Allie stops at the perimeter. Something's wrong. Lucy feels it too. The silence is too complete. Too heavy. They approach slow with weapons ready. The gate's interior shows rust and vegetation. Nobody has closed it in months, maybe years. Inside the checkpoint, they find the remains. Not human. Not entirely. Bones scattered and picked clean. Structures damaged like something large pushed through them. Claw marks scored deep in concrete walls. They were overrun. Ollie examines the marks. These are fresh, maybe days old. They move through the checkpoint carefully. Buildings searched and emptied. Supplies gone. Whatever happened here happened fast and thorough. Lucy finds a radio in one guard tower, still functioning. She turns it on. Static. She cycles through frequencies and finds nothing. The safe zone broadcasted once, the looping message that led them here. But the radio is silent now, and the station is gone. In the central command building, they find more evidence. Claw marks, dark stains on walls and floors, empty shell casings by the hundreds. A last stand that wasn't enough. Ali finds a body, partially consumed, the uniform still visible. Military. He kneels and searches pockets, finds dog tags and a notebook. The last entry dated 3 weeks ago. They're coming. We can hear them in the walls. The tunnels beneath us are compromised. If anyone finds this, do not stay here. The facility is not secure. Repeat, not secure. Lucy looks at the walls, looks at the floor, listens to the silence, suddenly feels less empty. We need to leave. The sound starts as they reach the gate. Low and resonant, coming from below, from tunnels they can't see. Ali pulls Lucy toward the exit, and the sound grows, becomes multiple sounds. Creatures moving under the earth, under the checkpoint. Under them, they run, out the gate and down the street. Behind them, something erupts from the ground. Lucy doesn't look back. She runs, and Ali runs beside her, and the sounds multiply. Howls and crashes and breaking things. A building to their left. They veer toward it, through a broken door and upstairs that sway with each step. 3 floors up and they stop. Look back toward the checkpoint. Creatures boil from holes in the ground, large and misshapen. Dogs, but wrong. Hairless in patches, muscle exposed. They tear at the buildings and each other, fighting over nothing, pure aggression without purpose. Ali counts them. 12, 15, 20. They keep coming. We can't stay here. Where do we go? Lucy pulls out the map, studies it in the fading light. The checkpoint was their destination, their hope. Now it's just another ruin. But Senna marked other locations, safe routes, hidden places. There. She points. 3 miles east. Underground parking structure. Might still be sealed. They wait until dark, until the creatures spread out searching for prey. Then they descend and move through shadows. Every sound amplified, every step a risk. The parking structure sits beneath what used to be a shopping complex. The entrance ramp slopes down. Lucy clicks on her flashlight for 3 seconds, enough to see that the gate at the bottom is intact, steel and still locked. Ali works the lock with a piece of wire, his hands steady despite the fever that tried to take him days ago. The lock clicks, opens. They slip through and pull the gate closed behind them. Inside the structure smells like stale air and concrete. Water has pooled in low spots, but most of it is dry. Cars sit in rows, covered in dust. Frozen in the moment when their owners fled or fell, they find an office on the lower level, windowless, secure. Ali wedges a desk against the door, and they sit in darkness, listening to the building breathe around them. Lucy turns on the flashlight. Low setting. Conserving battery. In its glow, Ali's face is drawn. The journey cost him. Cost both of them. The safe zone was supposed to be real. I know. So what now? She unfolds the map. The sanctuary coordinates still marked. Still distant. Still a question with no answer guaranteed. We keep going, because stopping means staying, and staying means something finds us eventually. Ali leans his head back against the wall. His eyes close. Maybe that's all survival is. Postponing the finding. They sleep in shifts. Lucy takes first watch. She sits with her knife across her knees and listens to the structure settle. To distant sounds that might be creatures or wind or the city itself, forgetting what it used to be. Near dawn she finds something, a radio in one of the cars. She pries the door open and the interior light flickers. The battery still holds a charge. She turns the radio on. Cycles frequencies. Static. 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 Then a voice. Sanctuary remains secure. Current population 183. We are accepting refugees, but screening is mandatory. If you can hear this, proceed to coordinates 42.7 north, 73.1 west. Bring proof of immunity if available. Repeat. Sanctuary remains secure. The message loops. Lucy listens 3 times. The coordinates match the map. The sanctuary is real, or someone wants people to believe it's real. She wakes Ali, shows him the radio. He listens to the broadcast and something shifts behind his eyes. Not quite hope, not quite belief, something in between. It could be a trap. Could be. But we're going anyway. We're going anyway. They gather their things, take food from the packs they salvaged, water, the last of the medical supplies. They leave the parking structure as the sun rises. The city stretches before them. Miles of decay between here and the river, between now and whatever waits at those coordinates. Behind them, the checkpoint burns. The creatures set something on fire, or friction did. Smoke rises black against morning sky. Lucy watches it fade as they walk. Another hope consumed, another certainty proven false. The radio stays in her pack, broadcasting its promise, leading them forward because forward is the only direction left that hasn't failed them yet. Chapter 16. The Edge of Sanity. Lucy hears her sister on the third day. The voice comes from behind a wall they're passing, clear and young and exactly how she remembers. Lucy, wait. Don't leave me here. She stops, turns. The wall is solid, brick and vine, no opening, no door, no sister who's been gone for 7 years. Ollie watches her. You okay? Fine. But she isn't. The voice repeats, always behind her, always out of sight. Her sister calling, her mother asking questions, her father telling her to come home. Voices from before threading through the present like smoke through screens. They reach the church by evening. Gothic structure with spires that touch gray sky. The front doors hang open. Inside, the pews are overturned and the altar is bare. Candles melted to stumps. Prayer books scattered and swollen with moisture. Lucy walks the aisle and her footsteps echo. The acoustics bend sound, make it larger than it is. She hears breathing that might be hers or might be something else. Ollie searches the side rooms. Finds a stairwell leading down, the crypt, stone walls and cool air and silence that feels older than the apocalypse. We can stay here tonight. Lucy doesn't answer. She's looking at the stained glass. Fragments of colored light falling through broken windows. Saints and angels, missing faces, figures without identity watching from empty frames. Lucy, she spins. Nobody there, just Ollie coming back from the crypt. Just shadows and light, and her mind unwinding in increments she can't measure. You said something. No, I didn't. She turns away, presses her palms against her temples. The pressure helps, pushes the voices back, but they don't disappear. They wait, patient, knowing she can't press forever. They make camp in the crypt. Allie lights a small fire in a metal bowl. The smoke rises through cracks and disperses. Warmth fills the space. They eat cold food and drink rationed water. Allie watches her across the flames. You're hearing things? It's nothing. It's not nothing. I've seen this before. Exhaustion, stress, the brain trying to cope. My brain is fine. But her hands shake when she reaches for the water. Shake when she tries to write in the margin of the map. Shake when she does nothing at all. Allie moves closer, sits beside her. When did it start? Today, maybe yesterday, I don't know. What are you hearing? Does it matter? Yeah, it does. She doesn't want to tell him, doesn't want to admit that her sister's voice is clearer now than it was when she was alive, that her mother sounds disappointed, that her father keeps asking why she didn't save them. But she tells him anyway, because keeping inside means letting it grow, and she can feel it growing already, taking root in spaces where certainty used. Ollie listens, doesn't interrupt. When she finishes, he nods. It's not real. You know that. I know that. But knowing doesn't make it stop. No, it doesn't. They sit in silence. The fire crackles. Somewhere above them, the church groans, wood and stone settling, the sound too much like breathing. Lucy stands, paces the crypt, counts her steps, counts the stones in the wall, counts anything that's real and solid and present. Counting keeps the voices distant. Near midnight, she hears something new. Not voices, not her family. Something else. Movement above them, in the church proper. Footsteps slow and deliberate. Ollie hears it too. He kills the fire. They stand in darkness with weapons drawn. The footsteps continue. Multiple sets, searching. Lucy moves to the stairs, peers up, Sees light flickering, torches or lanterns, voices speaking low, real voices, present voices. Someone found the smoke. We need another exit. Ali searches the crypt, finds a door hidden behind rubble. They clear it quiet. The door opens onto a tunnel, narrow and low. They crouch and move through it. Behind them, the footsteps descend into the crypt. The tunnel opens into a basement. They climb and emerge in a building adjacent to the church. Through windows, they see figures in the church, 5 of them, armed, searching methodically, scavengers, or worse. They leave through a back door, move through an alley thick with debris. Behind them, shouts rise. The searchers found the crypt empty, found the tunnel, found their trail. Lucy and Ali run through streets and between buildings. The voices behind them real and chasing. Not family, not memory. Just people hunting other people because that's what people do now. They reach a collapsed building, scramble over rubble. Behind them, the pursuers close. Ali turns and fires twice. The shots echo. Someone screams. The pursuit slows but doesn't stop. They find a drainage pipe, large enough to crawl through. They enter and darkness swallows them. Water runs ankle deep. They crawl until their hands go numb, until distance and darkness mean safety. They emerge in a different sector. Lucy doesn't know where. The map is in her pack, but she can't read it in the dark. They find an empty storefront and collapse inside. Ali's breathing is labored. The running reopens something. Lucy checks his wound by moonlight through broken windows, fresh fluid leaking. Not much, but enough to worry. We can't keep running like this. I know. She rebandages the wound, uses the last of their clean gauze. They're running out of everything. Supplies, options, time. Lucy sits against the wall, closes her eyes. Immediately her sister speaks. You're not going to make it. I know. You should stop trying. I know. Lucy, stop. Ali touches her shoulder. She opens her eyes. He's close, his face lined with concern. Stay with me. Stay present. I'm trying. Try harder. She wants to laugh, wants to scream, wants to curl into silence and let the voices have her. But Ali's hand stays on her shoulder, real and warm and present, an anchor in the dissolving world. She counts his breaths, 20 per minute, steady, real, not memory, not hallucination, just breath and flesh and someone who's still here. The night passes slow. Lucy doesn't sleep. Can't risk the voices getting louder when her eyes close. Ali sleeps or pretends to, keeping watch from behind closed lids. Dawn comes gray and cold. They leave the storefront, move through streets where nothing moves. The city feels emptied, like everyone who could leave has left, and only ghosts remain. Lucy checks the map. They're close to the river now, maybe 2 miles. The bridge Senna mentioned sits between them and the Northern Territory. Between here and the sanctuary that may or may not be real, her sister's voice whispers, "It's not real. None of it is." Lucy walks, counts her steps, lets the numbers drown the voice. Let's present motion override past echoes. Let survival be its own kind of answer to questions that have no resolution except to keep moving until moving stops. Chapter 17, Fire in the Night. The church shouldn't burn. Stone doesn't burn. But the interior does. Wood and cloth and accumulated years of dust. They realized their mistake after dark. After they returned, thinking the scavengers had moved on. The fire starts in the nave. Deliberate. Someone lit it to smoke them out. Lucy smells it first. Sees light flickering wrong through the crypt's ceiling cracks. She wakes Ali and they're moving before the smoke reaches them. Up the stairs. The nave is engulfed. Flames climbing walls and wrapping around pillars. The heat pushes them back. They can't go forward. Can't go back. The tunnel behind them is already smoking. Ali looks up. The bell tower. If we can reach it, we can climb out through the roof. They run through side chambers filling with smoke. Find stairs spiraling up, narrow and steep. They climb, and below them the fire roars, feeding on centuries of material, growing with each second. The tower room is small, bell hung silent in its frame, windows on all sides showing the city burning beneath them. Not just the church, the fire has spread. Wind carries embers and everything dry catches. Ali examines the roof access. A hatch rusted shut. He slams his shoulder against it. Once, twice. The wound in his side tears, and he grunts but doesn't stop. Third time the hatch breaks open. They climb onto the roof. Slate tiles slick with evening dew. The spire rises beside them. Below, the fire has surrounded the church. Flames lick at the foundation. Smoke pours from windows. Lucy looks down. 3 stories to the ground, maybe 4. Too far to jump. The adjacent building sits 8 feet away. Flat roof. Lower than where they stand. We have to jump. Ali measures the distance. His face says what his mouth doesn't, that injured and exhausted they might not make it. That falling means the fire wins without touching them. You first. No. You're lighter. If the roof holds for you, it'll hold for me. Lucy backs up, gives herself running space. The tiles are treacherous, but she doesn't have a choice. She runs and jumps, and the gap opens beneath her. For a second, she's in air with nothing below. Then she hits the adjacent roof. Rolls. Comes up on her knees. Your turn. Ali backs up less, his approach shorter. He runs, and his body is heavy and his momentum uncertain. He leaps, and Lucy holds her breath. He clears the gap. Barely. Lands hard, and his leg buckles. She catches him before he slides off the edge. They lie on the roof, breathing smoke and watching the church burn. The spire collapses into itself. The walls follow. In minutes, the structure is gone, reduced to foundation and ash and heat that makes the air shimmer. When the burning subsides, they climb down. Use a fire escape that groans but holds. The street below is lit by flames from a dozen buildings. The embers traveled far, settled on dry surfaces, turned the sector into an inferno. They move through firelight and shadow, looking for safety in a place where everything burns. Lucy's eyes water, her throat raw from smoke. Beside her, Ali moves mechanical, pain evident in how he holds his side. They find a building untouched, brick and concrete with nothing to burn. They enter through a service door. Inside, the temperature drops. The walls keep heat out. Ali sits against the wall and lifts his shirt. The wound is opened, not completely, just enough to leak fresh fluid. Lucy has no gauze left. She tears strips from her own shirt, wraps them around his torso, improvised and inadequate. We need to find more supplies. Tomorrow. Tonight we rest. They move deeper into the building. Find a room with a door that locks. Small office. Desk. Filing cabinets, window overlooking the burning sector. They watch the fires, consume what's left. Lucy sits beside Ali. Their shoulders touch. The contact accidental, but neither moves away. For the first time since the church, they work in sync. No argument, no hesitation, just movement and survival and each other. You saved my life back there. You would have done the same. Yeah, I would have. They sit in silence. The fires outside rage and fade. By midnight, the sector is dark. Ash and ember and smoke rising. The church gone. The safe zone gone. Everything they aimed for turned to nothing. But they're alive. That counts for something. Has to count for something. Near dawn, Lucy finds it. Behind a loose panel in the wall. A cache, bottled water, canned goods, batteries, first aid kit, and explosives. 3 charges with timers. Someone's emergency stash. She shows Ali. He examines the charges. These are military grade. Someone knew what they were doing. Why hide them here? Maybe they planned to come back. Maybe they never got the chance. Lucy takes the supplies, leaves the explosives. They're too dangerous to carry, too unstable after years of storage. But she memorizes the location, just in case. They leave the building as the sun rises. The burned sector smells like ruin. Ash coats everything. Their footprints show clear in the gray dust. Behind them, smoke still rises from collapsed structures. The river is close now. Lucy hears it before she sees it. Water moving over debris and broken things. They reach the bank by mid-morning. The water is dark, polluted, fast-moving. Debris swirls in the current. Trees, furniture, things that might have been bodies once. The bridge sits a quarter-mile upstream, still standing but damaged. Sections missing, cables frayed. They walk to it. The approach is littered with abandoned vehicles. Someone tried to cross here in the early days, tried and failed. The cars sit empty, doors open, belongings scattered. Ali tests the bridge, steps onto it. The surface holds. He walks 20 feet and turns back. It's stable, but we need to be careful where we step. They cross slow. Lucy keeps her eyes forward, not on the water below or the gaps in the structure, just on the far side, on what comes after. On the sanctuary that might be real or might be another burned church waiting to collapse. Halfway across the bridge sways. Wind or current, something shifts underneath. If Ali stops, doesn't move forward or back, just waits for the swaying to stop. It doesn't stop. Gets worse. The cables groan. Somewhere support gives. A section behind them falls into the river, crashes and sends up spray. Run. They run. The bridge shifts and bucks. More sections fall. Lucy doesn't look back. She runs and the far side approaches and her legs burn. Ali runs beside her and together they leap the final gap as the bridge collapses behind them. They land on solid ground. Roll. Come up gasping. Behind them the bridge finishes falling, crashes into the river, cuts off their return. No going back now. Never was. They stand and look north. New territory, new sector. The sanctuary is close. Maybe a day's walk. Maybe less. The radio in Lucy's pack crackles its looping message. Promising safety. Promising something. They walk. The city continues. Always continues. Buildings and streets and the slow reclamation of space humans claimed. Nature doesn't burn. It waits. Patient. Knowing that everything returns eventually. Chapter 18. The Hunt for Truth. The bunker sits beneath a building that used to be an office complex. They find it by accident. Ali leans against a wall and it gives. Behind it, stairs descending. Security door at the bottom. Electronic lock with backup manual override. Lucy works the override. The mechanism is stiff but functional. The door opens on hydraulics. Air rushes out, stale and dry and temperature controlled. Inside the lights flicker on. Motion sensors, battery backup. Someone built this place to last. The bunker is small, one main room, storage along the walls, computer terminal in the center, filing cabinets, corkboard covered in maps and documents and photographs. Ali examines the terminal. It boots when he touches the keyboard. Password protected. He tries common combinations. Fail, fail, fail. Lucy searches the files, folders labeled by date, by project name, by clearance level, and she pulls one at random. Incident reports, lab results, patient zero documentation. She reads. The apocalypse wasn't natural, wasn't accident. It was designed, engineered, released deliberate into 7 cities simultaneously. A bioweapon that evolved faster than projected, that spread wider than models predicted, that ended the world before anyone could stop it. The documents name names, scientists, politicians, corporate board members, people who decided that population control was necessary, that the world couldn't sustain current growth, that controlled reduction was preferable to collapse, except they lost control. The virus mutated, the reduction became extinction, 90% gone in the first year. Infrastructure collapsed in the second. By the third year, the world was what it is now. Ali finds more files, sanctuary protocols. The bunkers were built before release, safe zones established, selected people notified, a chosen few meant to survive and rebuild. The sanctuary they're walking toward was always real. Built with purpose, designed to preserve, but only for those who were selected. Everyone else was expendable. Acceptable loss in the calculation of species survival. Lucy sits against the wall. The documents feel heavy in her hands. Her family died for a plan. Her sister and parents and everyone she knew, reduced to numbers on someone's spreadsheet. Acceptable loss. Ali closes the files. His face is unreadable. You okay? No. Neither am I. They sit in the bunker surrounded by truth. By evidence. By the conspiracy that killed the world. Lucy wants to burn it, wants to destroy every document and file and photograph, wants to erase what she knows because knowing changes nothing, but she can't unknown it, can't forget. The knowledge sits in her now, permanent and heavy and impossible to carry, but impossible to set down. What do we do with this? Ali looks at the terminal, at the files. at the maps showing sanctuary locations and population numbers and resource allocations. We keep going. We reach the sanctuary. We show them what we found, and we make them answer for it. What if they already know? Then we make them admit it. They take everything they can carry, documents, drive storage, photographs, evidence. The bunker becomes their witness, their proof against the people who decided the world was worth ending. They leave through the security door. Up the stairs, out into daylight, the office building looks innocuous, abandoned like every other structure. But underneath it holds truth, holds explanation, holds the why that everyone asks and nobody can answer. The sector they enter is different from before. Industrial, warehouses and factories and processing plants, everything overgrown but still recognizable, still shaped by human purpose, even as nature consumes it. They move through streets empty of life, no movement, no sound, just wind and the rustle of vegetation and their footsteps on cracked pavement. Near evening, they see smoke. Campfire, someone close. Ali motions for quiet. They approach careful. Stay low. A camp. 3 people, armed but relaxed, cooking something over the fire. The smell carries. Meat, real meat, not canned, not preserved, fresh. One of the figures stands, male, young. He stretches and scans the perimeter. His gaze passes over where Lucy and Ali hide. Doesn't stop, doesn't register. They keep watch until dark. The camp settles. 2 sleep while 1 stands guard. Standard rotation, nothing exceptional. Lucy and Ali circle wide. Avoid the camp. Avoid contact. They don't need conflict when the sanctuary is close. Don't need attention when carrying evidence that could threaten whatever power structure exists. They walk through night, using moonlight when clouds clear, using memory and map when they don't. The industrial sector gives way to residential. Suburbs that used to house families, now they house nothing. Windows broken, doors hanging, nature growing through every opening. Near dawn, they find high ground, a hill overlooking the northern valley. From here they see it, the sanctuary, walls 20 feet high, guard towers at intervals, lights behind the walls, real lights, electrical, generated power. 200 people, the radio said. Survivors, selected, saved while the world burned. Ali studies it through his scope. The walls are reinforced concrete. The towers manned. The gate is steel and looks functional. No way in except through that gate. They watch the sanctuary wake. People move on the walls. Patrols. Organized. Disciplined. This place has structure. Has order. Has everything the rest of the world lost. Lucy thinks about the documents in her pack. About what they'll say when she shows them. About whether anyone will care or if survival has made caring obsolete. We need a plan. Ali lowers the scope. We walk to the gate. We ask for entry. We see what happens. That's not a plan. It's the only one we have. They descend the hill, move through the valley. The sanctuary grows larger with each step. The walls more imposing, the sense of exclusion more pronounced. They're 100 yards from the gate when the call comes. Stop where you are. Do not approach further. A voice through speakers, amplified, authoritative. Lucy and Ali stop, raise their hands. We're seeking refuge. The radio said you accept survivors. Silence. Then different voice. What's your status? Are you infected? Are you armed? Ali answers, no infection. We carry weapons for protection. Drop them, all of them. Then step forward slowly. Lucy looks at Ali. He nods. They set their weapons on the ground. Knives, handgun, machete, everything. They step forward with empty hands. The gate opens. Guards emerge, 6 of them, armed with rifles. They surround Lucy and Ali. Efficient, professional. One searches them while others maintain distance and aim. They find the documents, the files, the drive storage. The guard holds them up. What's this? Evidence. Lucy says, about how the world ended, about who decided it should. The guard's expression doesn't change. He signals another guard, take this to Commander Torres, take them to holding. They're separated from their weapons, from their packs, from everything except the clothes they wear. Led through the gate into the sanctuary. Behind them, the walls close. Seal. Lock. Welcome to salvation. The guards The guard says, now we see if you survive it. Chapter 19. Bonds Forged in Blood. Holding is a room with no windows. Concrete walls, single door, 2 cots. Lucy sits on one and Allie paces the space. 5 steps wall to wall, 7 steps long to short. He counts them, marks time and movement. Hours pass, maybe. Time distorts in spaces without reference. Could be 3 hours, could be 6. Nobody comes. Finally, the door opens. A woman enters, older, 50s maybe. Military bearing, the kind of posture that never softens. She wears clean clothes, real clothes, not scavenged, not patched, made for her. Commander Torres, she doesn't offer her hand. You brought documents, explain. Lucy stands. We found a bunker, underground. It contained files about the outbreak, about who created it, about the sanctuaries being built before anyone knew the world would end. Torres' face gives nothing. Those are classified files. Where exactly did you find them? Does it matter? You already know what's in them. Knowing isn't the same as proving, and proving isn't the same as surviving. Her eyes move between them. You understand what you've brought here, what it means. We understand. Do you? Because right now, you're holding evidence against the same people who decide if you eat, if you sleep in shelter, if you live past tonight. Allie stops pacing. We're not here to threaten anyone. We're here because the world ended and this is the only place left standing. Torres considers this. Finally, she nods. You'll be tested. The council requires it. Newcomers go through trials to prove value. If you pass, you can stay. If you fail, you leave. Or you don't leave at all. Lucy crosses her arms. What kind of trials? The kind that show us who you are. Tomorrow morning, be ready. She leaves. The door locks. Lucy and Allie sit in silence. The concrete walls absorb sound. Make the space feel smaller than it is. They're going to use the documents against us. Maybe. Or maybe they'll bury them and pretend we never found them. Either way, we're not in control here. We never were. They sleep in shifts. Lucy takes first watch even though there's nothing to watch. Just walls and door, and Allie sleeping restless on the other cot. She counts his breaths, watches his chest rise and fall, real and alive and still here. Morning comes through sound, footsteps in the hall, voices. The door opens and guards enter. Time to prove yourselves. They're led through the sanctuary. Lucy sees it in daylight for the first time. Clean streets, functioning buildings, people who look fed, healthy, like the apocalypse happens somewhere else. They reach an arena, open space with tiered seating, 50 people watching, maybe more. At the center, a floor cleared for combat. A man waits there, large, muscled, scarred. He holds a club, wooden, functional. He doesn't look concerned. Torres stands at the arena's edge. The trial is simple. Survive 3 minutes with Marcus. Prove you can defend yourselves. Prove you're worth the resources you'll consume. Lucy steps forward. I'll go first. Marcus grins. He swings the club lazy, testing its weight. Lucy has no weapon, no armor, just herself. She doesn't wait. She moves fast. Inside his range, strikes low. Her fist connects with his knee, and he grunts. Shifts weight, swings the club. She ducks, comes up behind him, grabs his arm, uses his momentum against him. He's stronger, but she's faster. She survived 7 years fighting for every meal, every shelter, every dawn. This is just another fight in a long series of fights. The club catches her shoulder. Pain explodes. Her arm goes numb. Marcus grins wider, steps in. She kicks his wounded knee. He stumbles. She doesn't give him space to recover. 2 minutes. Torres calls. Lucy circles, keeps moving. Marcus favors the knee. She works it. Low kicks, sweeps, anything to compromise his base. The club swings and misses. Swings and grazes. Swings and she catches his wrist. Twists. He doesn't let go, but his grip loosens. 3 minutes. Torres again. Marcus steps back, nods once. Lucy releases his wrist. Her shoulder throbs. Her breathing is ragged, but she's standing. Your turn. Torres looks at Allie. Allie steps onto the floor. Marcus rotates his knee, tests it, still functional, still dangerous. He raises the club. They circle each other, both military trained, both understanding range and timing. Marcus swings. Allie blocks with his forearm. The impact's solid. He counters. Quick jab to the solar plexus. Marcus exhales sharp, The fight is different from Lucy's. Slower, more calculated, two people who know how to hurt efficiently. Marcus swings low, Allie jumps, lands, sweeps. Marcus falls, rises, they exchange blows that would drop most people. 1 minute. Taurus, Marcus commits fully, swing after swing, Allie blocks most, takes some light. His side, where the wound is, takes one shot. He gasps, doesn't fall, grabs the club mid-swing, holds it. Marcus pulls, Allie doesn't let go. They struggle for the club. Strength against strength. Marcus is bigger, but Allie is desperate, has more to lose. 3 minutes. Neither lets go. Torres steps forward. Enough. They release the club, step apart. Allie's side bleeds through his shirt. Lucy moves to him, checks the wound. The stitching has torn. Not completely, just enough. Like Marcus extends his hand. Allie takes it. They shake. Mutual respect between people who understand violence. You pass. Torres says, "Welcome to the sanctuary. Now we'll see how long you last. Given quarters, shared room, 2 beds, window overlooking the inner compound. Lucy tends Allie's wound, uses real medical supplies, clean bandages, actual antiseptic, luxuries that feel foreign. We made it. We made it in. Staying is different. That night they eat real food. Cooked meal. Vegetables by protein, more than survival rations. Actual sustenance. Lucy's stomach cramps from the richness. Her body forgot what abundance feels like. In their room, they talk quiet. About the trials, about the documents, about what comes next. Someone will come for the files. Lucy says, I know. What do? We make copies. We hide them. We make sure the truth can't disappear. They work through the night. Allie finds paper. Lucy transcribes key documents, names, details. They hide pages in the mattress, in wall spaces, in places that won't be searched. By dawn, they have insurance, proof scattered, too many pieces to gather, too many copies to destroy. When Taurus comes, she finds them sleeping, innocent, compliant. She searches the room herself, finds the documents in their pack, takes them. Thank you for your cooperation. The council will review these, decide what action is appropriate. After she leaves, Lucy and Allie don't speak. They don't need to. The message is clear. The sanctuary knows what they brought, knows what it means, and now they're watching. Chapter 20. The River's Wrath. They're allowed to work, given assignments. Lucy tends gardens, Allie repairs walls, labor in exchange for food and shelter, the bargain of civilized survival. But civilization has rules, hierarchies, power structures that grow complex in enclosed spaces. Lucy learns this fast. The sanctuary is divided. The council, the selected few, the refugees admitted after. The refugees exist to work, the selected exist to lead. The structure is clear and immutable. Lucy hates it. Hates the clean streets built on inherited privilege. Hates the full stomachs earned by being chosen before the world ended. Hates that survival here comes with strings attached. On the 3rd day, a man approaches her. Older, well-fed. Name badge says Victor Hale. You're the ones who brought files. About the outbreak. We found files. We brought them to the council. Hale smiles, thin, calculated. The council has made a decision. The documents are classified. Discussing them is forbidden. Do you understand? We understand. Good. Because questions disturb order. And order is all we have left. He walks away. Lucy watches him. Sees how others defer. How they step aside when he passes. How power works even when the world has ended. That night, Allie comes back from wall duty with news. There's a river crossing 3 miles south. The council sends supply runs there, trades with another survivor camp. They need people for the next run. Lucy understands. They're being sent away, given a dangerous assignment, a test or a punishment or both. When do we leave? Tomorrow. Dawn. The supply run consists of 6 people. Lucy, Ali, 4 sanctuary guards. They carry trade goods, medicine, seeds, tools. In exchange, they'll receive food stores and ammunition. The journey takes half a day. The river is swollen from recent rain. The crossing is a makeshift bridge, cables and planks unstable. Commander Torres leads. She crosses first, tests each plank. 2 guards follow, then Lucy and Allie, then the final 2 guards. Halfway across the current changes, Lucy feels it through the bridge. The water rises. What was ankle deep becomes knee deep. The planks strain under combined pressure of weight and flow. Keep moving. Taurus calls back. They move, but the bridge shifts, sways. A cable snaps, not the main support. Just one of the guide wires, but the bridge lists sideways. Lucy grabs the remaining cable. Behind her, a guard loses his footing. Falls. The water takes him. His hand reaches up once, then he's gone. Swept downstream into rapids they can't see. Move. Now. They run the remaining distance. The bridge bucks with each step. Another cable frays, breaks. The structure tilts harder. Lucy leaps the final gap, lands on solid ground. Ollie beside her. Taurus and the remaining guards make it across as the bridge collapses behind them. They stand on the far bank, breathing hard. The guard who fell doesn't resurface. The river churns white and violent, taking everything offered, giving nothing back. Taurus counts heads. 5 left. She looks downstream, doesn't say anything about the lost guard, doesn't need to. The river said everything. We continue to the camp, complete the trade, find another way back. The camp sits 2 miles from the crossing. Fortified, walls made from stacked vehicles and sheet metal. Guards at the gate. They recognize Taurus. Open without question. Inside the camp is different from the sanctuary. Dirtier, more desperate. People wear scavenged clothes, sleep in makeshift shelters, but they're alive, surviving on their own terms. A man meets them, Victor Hale, the same man who warned Lucy about questions. He runs this camp too, controls both sides of the river, controls trade, controls access. Commander, welcome. You brought the supplies. Taurus nods toward the packs, everything agreed upon. Excellent. Hale signals workers. They unload the packs, count items methodically. Hale watches Lucy and Allie. His expression says he knows exactly who they are. Lost someone at the crossing? The river took a guard. Unfortunate. The water's been high lately. Dangerous to cross. He pauses. You'll need to wait for it to recede before attempting return. How long? Days. Maybe a week. Taurus's jaw sets. We can't wait a week. Then you'll need to find alternative passage. But, I should warn you, the routes around the river pass through territories I don't control. Dangerous territories. Hale arranges the trade completion, gives them food stores and ammunition. Exactly what was agreed, nothing more. He's precise about obligations, about what's owed and what isn't. That night, they camp within the settlement. Given a space near the wall, Lucy watches people move through the camp, sees the difference between here and the sanctuary. Here people work for themselves. There they work for the council. Different kinds of survival, different costs. Taurus gathers her guards, plans the return route. The river alternatives all pass through hostile sectors, scavenger territories, creature nesting grounds. She's calculating risk against necessity. Her face shows the math isn't favorable. We leave at first light. Whatever route we take, it needs to be fast. Lucy sits with Allie away from the others. They talk quiet. She's not taking us back. What? Taurus, she's not taking us back to the sanctuary. Look at her. She's planning a route for 4, not 6. Allie watches Taurus across the camp, studies her body language, the way she angles away from them in conversation, the way her guards don't include them in planning. You're right. So what do we do? Before Allie can answer, Taurus approaches, stands over them, her expression unreadable in firelight. You too. Stay here tomorrow. Hale has work that needs doing. We'll collect you on the next supply run. When's the next run? 2 weeks. Maybe 3. She walks away, the dismissal clear. Lucy and Allie exchange looks. 2 weeks might as well be never. The sanctuary is cutting them loose, leaving them here where Hale controls everything, where questions can be buried without witnesses. Morning comes gray and cold. Taurus and her guards leave before dawn. They take the food stores, the ammunition, everything except what Hale's people already secured. Lucy watches them disappear into the trees following a route that avoids the river. They don't look back. Hale finds them after breakfast. His smile is practiced, sympathetic in the way that means nothing. Unfortunate situation, but I can use capable people. You prove your value here and you'll eat. You'll have shelter. Simple arrangement. What kind of work? The kind that needs doing. There's a rival outpost 6 miles east. Small operation, maybe 8 people. They've been raiding my supply lines, taking what doesn't belong to them. You want us to raid them. I want you to recover what's mine and remind them that territory has boundaries. Lucy feels Allie tense beside her. This is extortion dressed as opportunity. Work for Hale or starve, fight his wars or face the river alone. What do we get? Hale's smile widens. Food, gear, medicine for your friend's wound, and my gratitude, which in this camp means protection. Means nobody touches you. Means you sleep safe. Ollie speaks. How many people do we take? Hale provides 2 of his fighters. You make 4 total. The outpost has 8, but most are poorly armed. You have surprise. You have motivation. That's enough. When, tomorrow night, I'll have weapons and supplies ready by evening. Hale walks away, leaves them standing in the center of camp with the weight of the choice pressing down. Fight for someone who's using them. Or refuse and face consequences they can't predict. Lucy sits on a crate, her head in her hands. We can't keep doing this, trading one bad situation for another. What's the alternative? Run. Now. Before we're in deeper. Ollie looks at the camp walls, at the guards watching the perimeter, at the river beyond that killed a trained soldier yesterday. Run where we have no supplies, no weapons. The sanctuary won't take us back. The river's impassable, and Hale controls the trade routes. So we're trapped. We're always trapped. We just choose which trap we can live with. That night Lucy can't sleep. She walks the camp perimeter, watches people settle into their routines, sees how Hale's control works, not through force but through necessity. He owns the resources, the trade connections, the safe passage. Everyone here depends on him, and dependency is its own kind of prison. A woman approaches, young, early 20s. She sits without invitation. You're the ones from the sanctuary. Word travels. Hale sent Taurus back without you. That's his way. He finds useful people, gives them impossible choices, makes them complicit. You work for him. Everyone here works for him, directly or not. She looks at the walls, the outpost he wants you to raid. Those people used to work for him too. Until they didn't. Until they tried to strike out on their own. What happened? Hale cut off their trade, blocked their supply routes, forced them to raid or starve. Now he's using their raids as justification to eliminate them. Why tell us this? Because you should know what you're signing up for. She stands, leaves, her warning delivered. Lucy finds Allie by the fire, tells him what the woman said. He listens, nods. His face shows he's not surprised. So we raid people who are just trying to survive, kill them for Hale's territory dispute, become exactly what we've been running from. Or we refuse and see what Hale does to people who say no. They sit in silence. The fire burns low. Around them the camp sleeps. Tomorrow they'll have to decide. Fight or flee, compromise or resist, survive at any cost or draw lines they won't cross. Lucy thinks about the documents they brought, about truth and conspiracy and the selected few who decided the world was worth ending, about how power works in collapsed spaces, how it concentrates, how it corrupts. She thinks about her sister's voice still whispering in quiet moments, about Ollie's wound that keeps tearing open, about 7 years of running and fighting and barely surviving, about whether any of it means anything if survival requires becoming what you hate. The fire dies to embers. Dawn approaches. Lucy and Ollie sit together knowing that morning brings choices, knowing that every choice has consequences, knowing that in a world where everything costs too much, the only question left is what you're willing to pay, and whether paying it leaves anything of yourself behind. Chapter 21, A Deal with Devils. The camp smells like smoke and old meat. Victor Hale sits on a throne made from car seats and rebar. His smile is too wide, too practiced. Lucy stands with Allie at the camp's edge. 30 faces watch them, 40 maybe. Hard to count when everyone looks the same. Hollow. Hungry. Afraid. We need food, says Ollie. Supplies. Victor nods. His teeth are too white for this world. Everything costs, he says. You know this. The wind moves through the camp. Tarps flap, someone coughs. The sound travels like a signal. What do you want? Asks Lucy. Victor leans forward. There's a place 2 miles east. Old warehouse. Scavengers took it from us. We want it back. Allie's jaw tightens. You want us to fight your war. I want you to retrieve what's ours, says Victor. Do that and you get 3 days of rations. Medical supplies, batteries, a map to wherever you're going. Lucy looks at Ollie. His wound is healing, but still tender. She can see him calculating, weighing odds. How many scavengers? She asks. 8, maybe 10s. Victor shrugs. Enough. The camp watches. A child cries somewhere. The sound stops abruptly. We do this, says Allie, and we walk away. No strings. Victor spreads his hands. Of course, Lucy knows the shape of lies. She's heard them before, but her stomach is empty. Allie needs antibiotics. The world doesn't care about principles. They leave at dawn. The warehouse squats in the industrial district. Rust climbs the walls, windows broken like missing teeth, 3 guards on the roof, 2 at the door. Allie crouches beside her. Wait for the shift change, he says. When? Hour, maybe 2. Lucy's legs cramp. The ground is cold, damp. She watches the guards smoke. They laugh about something. The sound carries. You think Victor's lying? She asks. Yes, but we're doing it anyway. Allie doesn't answer. That's answer enough. The guards change. 4 become 3. Allie moves first, low, fast. Lucy follows. They enter through a side door. The warehouse is divided into sections, crates stacked high, tarps covering shapes, somewhere water drips. Voices ahead. Allie signals. They split. Lucy moves along the wall. Her knife feels small in her hand. Useless. But the gun has 3 bullets, maybe 4. She's saving them. She's saving them. A scavenger appears. Young. Couldn't be 20. He doesn't see her until it's too late. She's fast. Efficient. He goes down quiet. His eyes ask questions she doesn't answer. Allie's already deeper in. She hears the sound of a body hitting concrete. Then another. They meet in the center. 5 down. 3 left somewhere. Movement above. The roof guards heard something. Go, says Ollie. They run. Footsteps behind them. A shot rings out. The bullet sparks off rebar. Lucy's ears ring. The exit is close. 20 feet. 15. Ollie stumbles. His side. The wound. Lucy grabs him. Pulls. They burst into daylight. Behind them, the warehouse erupts, shouting. More shots. But their running and running becomes the only thing. The only truth. They don't stop until the camp appears. Victor meets them at the gate. His smile is gone. You failed, he says. We cleared 5, says Lucy. Maybe 6. Not good enough. The deal was all of them. Allie steps forward. His breathing is rough, uneven. That wasn't the deal. Victor's guards move closer. 10 of them. Rifles up. The deal was whatever I say it was. Lucy's hand finds her knife. Allie's gun. But the math is wrong. Has always been wrong. Victor watches them. Then he laughs. But you tried. That's worth something. He signals. A woman brings forward a pack. Small, ratty, 2 days of food, he says. Some bandages, no map, no batteries. That's what effort earns. Lucy wants to fight, wants to scream, but Allie takes the pack. They walk. Behind them, the camp grows smaller. Victor's voice carries. Remember, he calls. This is mercy. Next time won't be. When they're far enough, Lucy stops. Her hands shake. We should go back, she says. Allie shakes his head. Not worth it. He's lying. Cheating. Everyone lies. Everyone cheats. That's the world now. Lucy looks at him. His side is seeping. Dark patches on his shirt. You're bleeding. I'm fine. You're not. They find shelter in a gutted building. 3rd floor. The walls are mostly there. A mattress someone abandoned. Lucy tears cloth. Makes bandages. Allie sits. Lets her work. His jaw is tight. Victor's not worth your anger, he says. Then why am I angry? Because you still think fair matters. Does it? Ollie looks at her. His eyes are tired, old. No, he says, not anymore. Night comes. They eat half the food, save the rest. Outside the wind picks up. Rain threatens. Lucy lies beside Allie, not touching, but close. The pack has something else, she says. What? Papers. Folded. Hidden in the lining. She pulls them out. Crude drawings. Maps. Notes in tight handwriting. What is it? Asks Allie. Lucy studies them. Her heart speeds up, coordinates directions, and a name. The sanctuary, she says. He gave us the map after all. Why? Maybe he's not all liar, or maybe he wants us gone, says Ali. Does it matter? Ali takes the papers, studies them in the dim light. No, he says finally. I guess it doesn't. They sleep. Lucy dreams of Victor's smile, his white teeth, the way the camp watched them leave like witnesses to something inevitable. When morning comes, they're gone, heading north, following lines on paper that may lead nowhere or everywhere. In this world, the difference is semantic. The rain starts at noon. Chapter 22, Shadows of the Past. The bridge spans the river like a broken promise, concrete and steel, cables hanging loose. The water below is brown, fast, angry. We have to cross, says Lucy. Ali studies the structure. Half the deck is missing. Support beams exposed, rusted. There has to be another way, he says. Lucy checks the map, traces the route with one finger. This is the only bridge for 10 miles. Going around adds 3 days. Ali's side is worse. She can see him favoring it. The fever's coming back. We don't have 3 days, she says. He knows. They both know. The bridge groans in the wind, metal grinding metal, the sound of things coming apart. They start across. Lucy goes first. Each step is a negotiation. The concrete crumbles. She tests weight before committing. Behind her, Ali moves slower, careful. Halfway across, the wind picks up. The bridge sways. Not much, just enough to remind them. Keep moving, says Ali. Lucy reaches a gap, 3 feet wide, maybe 4. The water below is waiting. She jumps, lands hard. Her ankle screams. The old injury, never fully healed. She gasps. Ali's eyes narrow. You okay? Fine. You're limping. I'm fine. The bridge shudders. Something deep in the structure groans. A crack appears. Spreads. Move, says Ali. They run. The bridge is collapsing. Behind them, the deck drops away. Section by section, the river swallows concrete. Steel screams. Lucy's ankle gives out. She falls. Ali grabs her, pulls. The far side is close. 10 feet. 5. They jump together, land in a heap on solid ground. Behind them, the bridge folds. Crashes. The sound is huge. Final. Water sprays up in columns. When the noise settles, they lie there. Breathing, alive. We can't go back, says Lucy. No, says Ali. We can't. They sit. Rest. Lucy's ankle is swelling. Ali's side is seeping again. The bandages are red, wet. We need to keep moving, she says. He doesn't argue. The district beyond the bridge is residential. Houses collapsing into themselves, trees growing through roofs, vines covering everything. Lucy leads them through yards, past swing sets rusted solid, toys scattered, faded, evidence of lives that stopped. She finds a house less destroyed than others. The door hangs open. Inside, the air is stale, thick with mold. They clear the rooms. Kitchen, living room. Upstairs are bedrooms. In one room, Lucy stops. There's a photo on the floor. Glass broken, frame bent, but the image is clear. A family, mother, father, 2 daughters. The older one has Lucy's eyes. The younger one is smiling, gap-toothed, happy. Lucy picks it up. Her hands shake. Ali appears behind her. What is it? Nothing, she says. Just a picture, but she's lying, and he knows. She studies the photo. The younger girl is wearing a necklace. A silver bird, same as the one hanging beneath Lucy's shirt. This was their house, she says quietly. Ali waits. This is where they were, when it happened. The room is small. Pink walls faded, posters peeling, a bed stripped bare, closet open, empty. Lucy walks to the window, looks out at the overgrown yard. She remembers running through that grass, her sister chasing, their mother calling them for dinner. All of it gone. I couldn't save them, she says. Right, I was out getting supplies. When I came back, the house was... She doesn't finish, doesn't need to. Ali moves closer, not touching, just present. You survived, he says. That's what you could do. It's not enough. It's all there is. Lucy turns. Her face is hard. Empty. Is it enough for you? Your wife, your child. Is surviving enough? Ali's jaw tightens. No, he says. It's not. Then what are we doing? Trying, he says. That's all. Just trying. Outside, the wind picks up. Clouds gather, and the storm that's been threatening finally arrives. Rain hits the roof. Steady. Relentless. They can't leave now. Not until it passes. Lucy sits on the bare floor, the photo in her lap. Ali sits across from her. Tell me about her, he says. Who? Your sister. Lucy looks at the photo, her sister's smile. Why? Because she was real. Because she mattered. Lucy's throat tightens. Her name was Emma. She was 8. She loved birds, wanted to be a veterinarian. What else? She was fearless, would climb anything, talk to anyone, made friends everywhere. Allie nods, listening. She believed people were good, says Lucy. Even at the end, she believed someone would help. Did they? No. The rain intensifies. Thunder rolls. The house creaks. My wife's name was Sarah, says Allie. She was pregnant, 6 months. We were going to name the baby Claire. Lucy looks up. She was a teacher, 3rd grade. She believed in systems, in rules. She thought if we followed protocols, we'd be fine. What happened? Protocols don't stop the world from ending. The storm rages. They sit in the darkness, 2 people carrying ghosts, trying to outrun memories that can't be outrun. Lucy sets the photo down carefully, leans it against the wall. We should go, she says. When the rain stops. Allie agrees. But for now they're here, in this house, this room, with shadows that belong to someone else but feel like their own. When the rain finally eases, it's almost dark. They eat, sleep briefly. Lucy dreams of Emma running, always just ahead, always out of reach. Morning comes gray, cold. They leave the photo where it is. Some things stay behind, have to. The map leads north, into denser ruins, towards something called sanctuary. Whether it exists or not doesn't matter. The moving matters, the trying. They walk, chapter 23, The Cost of Freedom. The district is different here. Denser, buildings taller, vines thick as cables wrapping everything. Lucy's ankle throbs. She doesn't mention it. Allie's breathing is shallow, uneven. He doesn't mention that either. The map shows the sanctuary is close, 2 days, maybe 3. But first there's the bridge, or what's left of it. They stand at the edge. The structure is partially collapsed. The center section is gone completely, just cables hanging, swaying. Below the ground drops away. 50 feet maybe. The bottom is concrete, rebar, things that make falling fatal. We can't cross this, says Allie. Lucy studies it. There's a service walkway, narrow, running beneath the main deck. It's intact, mostly. There, she says, pointing. That's a maintenance access. It's not meant for crossing. It's all we have. Allie looks at her, then at the walkway, then at the map. He's calculating again, weighing options that don't exist. I'll go first, he says. No. Your side. If you fall, I'm heavier, says Allie. If it holds me, it'll hold you. Lucy wants to argue, but he's already moving. The walkway is 3 feet wide, rusted mesh, holes big enough to see through. Allie steps onto it. The metal groans. He moves slow, each step tested. The wind picks up. The structure sways. Lucy watches. Her heart in her throat. Allie reaches the middle. Stops. Something's wrong. What is it, she calls. The cable. It's loose. Can you make it? He doesn't answer. Just moves. Faster now. Less careful. The cable snaps. The walkway drops. One end. Allie grabs the rail. Hangs. His feet swinging over nothing. Lucy runs onto the walkway. It's tilting now, unstable. She slides toward him. Grab my hand, she shouts. Ollie's face is tight, pain, effort. His side is ripping open again. Lucy reaches him, grabs his wrist, pulls. He's too heavy. She can't get the angle. Let go, he says. No. Lucy, you can't. I'm not letting go. She braces, uses her legs, her back. Everything. Ollie swings, grabs the rail with his other hand, pulls himself up. They collapse onto the walkway. Breathing hard, the structure groans, shifts, they scramble, move fast, the walkway is dropping. Piece by piece, they reach the other side as it falls away completely. The crash echoes, metal on concrete, final. Allie lies on solid ground, his side is open, blood spreading. Lucy tears cloth, packs the wound, her hands are shaking. You should have let go, he says. Shut up. I'm serious. If we'd both fallen... We didn't. Lucy, next time. There won't be a next time. She ties the bandage tight, too tight. He gasps but doesn't complain. They rest. Minutes, hours. Time is fluid, meaningless. When Allie can stand, they move slow, Lucy supporting him, his arm across her shoulders, his weight heavy. The district narrows, buildings closer, street barely visible. The vines here are thick, almost impenetrable. They cut through. Lucy using Allie's machete, her arms burn. Sweat stings her eyes. Behind them something moves. Lucy stops, listens, footsteps, multiple, getting closer. We have to run, she says. Allie shakes his head. Can't. You have to. The footsteps grow louder, voices now calling. It's the scavengers from the warehouse they followed. Lucy's mind races. Options. Exits, none good. There's a building, 20 feet, partially collapsed, but the ground floor is intact. There, she says, they move, fast as Ollie can manage. The scavengers appear. 6 of them. Armed. The leader is young, scarred, angry. You took our people, he says. They were in our way, says Lucy. Now you're in ours. The scavengers spread out, surrounding. Lucy's gun has maybe 3 bullets. Allie can barely stand. The math is clear. Go, says Allie quietly. What? Run. I'll hold them. Lucy looks at him. His eyes are serious, resolved. No, she says. The sanctuary. You can... I'm not leaving you. Lucy, this is the only way. Allie pulls the gun from his belt, hands it to her. 3 bullets, he says. Make them count. The scavengers are close now. 10 feet. 5. Allie steps forward. Between them and Lucy, run, he says. And don't look back. Lucy's legs won't move. Her body refuses. The first scavenger lunges. Allie meets him. They go down. The others close in. Lucy runs. She hears the fight behind her, sounds that make her stomach turn. She doesn't look back. Can't. She crashes through vines, through debris, her ankles screaming, her chest burning. When she finally stops, she's alone. The silence is huge, heavy. Lucy looks back. The district is dark, quiet, no sign of Allie, no sign of anyone. She opens her hand. The gun is there. 3 bullets. She wants to go back, wants to fight, but Allie's voice is in her head. Run. Don't look back. So she runs into the darkening ruins, into whatever comes next. Alone. Chapter 24. Alone in the ruins. The city is different when you're alone. Lucy moves through streets she doesn't know. Buildings lean together, touching, whispering. Her ankle is bad. Each step is glass in the joint. But stopping means thinking. Thinking means remembering. Allie's face, his voice. Run. She runs. Night comes fast. The ruins swallow light. Lucy finds shelter in a collapsed parking garage. 3rd level, concrete ceiling mostly intact. Corners dark enough to hide in. She sits with her back to a pillar, the gun in her lap. 3 bullets. Her breathing is too loud. Her heart too fast. She makes herself slow down. Breathe. Think. The map is gone. Lost in the escape. The supplies too. She has the gun, a knife, the clothes on her back, and Allie's dog tags. She doesn't remember grabbing them, but they're in her pocket. Lucy closes her fist around them. The metal is warm from her body heat. She should sleep, should rest, but every time she closes her eyes, she sees it. Allie fighting. 6 against 1. The odds impossible. He's gone. She knows this. Knows it with the certainty of math, of survival, of the world as it is. But knowing doesn't help. Lucy opens her hand, studies the dog tags, his name stamped in the metal, numbers, blood type, information that means nothing now, that meant nothing even before. She puts them back in her pocket. The night stretches somewhere animals call, not birds, not dogs, something else, something the world made after everything broke. Lucy doesn't sleep. When morning comes, it comes gray, weak, like the sun forgot what it's supposed to do. Lucy stands. Her body is stiff, sore, the ankle swollen. She has to move, find food, water, keep going. Why? The question surprises her. She's never asked it before, never needed to. Now it's the only question. Why keep going when everything ends, when everyone leaves, when the world is just ruins and hunger and being alone? Lucy doesn't have an answer, but she moves anyway. The district is residential, houses caved in. Trees growing where living rooms used to be. Mailboxes rusted, names faded. She checks them anyway, looking for what? Supplies. Weapons. Evidence someone lived here once and maybe their things survived. Most houses are empty, stripped, some show signs of fire, others just rot. In one she finds a can, unlabeled, dented. She opens it with her knife. Beans. Maybe. The smell is off, but not deadly. She eats half, saves half. Licks the can, her tongue scrapes metal. In another house she finds clothes, rotted mostly, but a jacket that's intact, thick. She takes it. In the bathroom, a mirror, cracked. The reflection shows someone she doesn't recognize, dark circles. Hollowed cheeks, eyes too bright, feverish. She looks away. Outside the wind picks up, clouds building, another storm. Lucy needs shelter, real shelter, not a parking garage, not a ruined house. She follows streets, avoids open spaces, stays low. That's when she sees it, a wall. Spray painted, the paint is fresh, recent, words in blocky letters. Alive's Ridgeware HSE, East. Lucy stops, reads it again. ALE. Her heart does something painful, complicated. It could be someone else, any A. The world had millions of them, but the handwriting, crude, uneven, like someone injured, hurrying. Lucy touches the paint. Still tacky, maybe a day old, 2 at most. East. She looks. The sun is breaking through, giving direction. East. Lucy runs. Chapter 25, Reunion Under Fire. The warehouse squats in the industrial district. Ridge. The name half gone. Faded paint on rusted metal. Lucy circles it, looking for entry, looking for signs. 2 guards on the roof, 3 at the front. Scavengers, the same group that took Allie. She counts windows, exits, weighs options. The gun has 3 bullets. Not enough. Will never be enough. But she goes anyway. Around back there's a loading dock. Door bent, partially open. She slips through. Inside the warehouse is divided. Crates, tarps, shadows, voices ahead. Lucy moves toward them. The scavengers are gathered in the center, playing cards, eating, laughing about something. In the corner there's a cage, chain link, makeshift. Ollie is inside. He's sitting, hunched. His side is bandaged, but the fabric is dark, wet. His face is pale, too pale, but he's breathing. Lucy's relief is physical, chemical. Her knees almost give. She watches, counts. 5 scavengers inside, 2 on the roof, 7 total. The gun has 3 bullets. She needs a plan, needs to think. One of the scavengers stands, walks to the cage, keys hanging from his belt. Hey, military, he calls. You hungry? Ollie doesn't respond. The scavenger laughs, kicks the cage, still playing tough. He turns away. Lucy moves, fast, silent. Her knife finds his back. He drops. The keys jangle but don't fall. Lucy catches them. The others haven't noticed yet. She reaches the cage. Ollie's eyes open, widen. Lucy, he breathes. She puts a finger to her lips, unlocks the cage. Ollie stands, unsteady. Lucy supports him. They move toward the loading dock. 10 feet. Someone shouts. The alarm goes up. Lucy runs. Ollie beside her. They burst into daylight. Behind them the warehouse explodes with noise. Footsteps, shouting, the scavengers pouring out. The district is a maze. Lucy pulls Ollie through alleys, between buildings over rubble. Shots ring out. Bullets spark off metal, concrete. Ollie stumbles. Lucy catches him, pulls harder. There's a gap, narrow between 2 collapsed buildings. They squeeze through. The scavengers are bigger, slower. It buys seconds. They emerge in a courtyard, overgrown, vines thick as trees. Lucy spots a service tunnel, storm drain. The grate is loose. Inside she hisses. Ollie drops into darkness. Lucy follows. Pulls the grate closed. Above the scavengers thunder past, their voices fading. The tunnel is dark, wet. It smells like rot, like the earth reclaiming pipes. Lucy and Ollie move deeper, blind, hands on walls, following the flow. After what feels like hours, they stop, sit. The sounds above are gone. Lucy's hands shake, adrenaline leaving. Ollie leans against the tunnel wall, his breathing rough. You came back, he says. Of course I came back. I told you to run. I don't follow orders well. Ollie almost smiles. I noticed. Lucy checks his side. The bandage is soaked. She has nothing to replace it with. We need to get you help, she says. Later. Now. Lucy, he reaches out, touches her hand. I'm okay, you and I will be. His hand is cold, clammy, fever. Lucy wants to argue, wants to scream, but his eyes are soft, grateful. Thank you, he says. For what? Coming back. You didn't have to. Yes, I did. Why? Lucy looks at him. In the darkness, she can barely see his face. But she knows it, knows every line, every scar. Because, says Lucy, and the words are harder than anything she's done. Because you matter. Because we're not done yet. Allie's hand tightens around hers. Okay, he says. Okay. They sit in the tunnel, water dripping, the world above still trying to end them, but for now they're here, together, alive. Lucy pulls out the dog tags, hands them to Ollie, his fingers close around them. Where did you... I grabbed them. Before I ran. Ollie looks at her. Something in his expression shifts, softens. We need to keep moving, says Lucy. The sanctuary, it's close. How do you know? I don't. But we're going anyway. Ali nods, stands with effort. Lucy supports him. They move through the tunnel, following water, following instinct, following whatever force keeps people trying when trying makes no sense. Behind them, the scavengers search, hunt, but the tunnel is long, dark, full of branches and turns. Friaged, by the time they emerge into daylight, they're miles away. The scavengers are ghosts, memories. Lucy helps Ali into a shell of a building. They rest, drink from a puddle. The water tastes like metal, but it's wet. The sanctuary, she says, how far? Ali checks the sun, his internal compass still working. 2 days, maybe less. Can you make it? Have to, that's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Lucy looks at him. His face is gray, his side is seeping. 2 days, she says. We can do 2 days. Yeah, says Ali, we can. Neither of them believes it, but belief is optional. Moving isn't. They walk. Chapter 26, The Final Clue. The lab is underground, hidden beneath a collapsed hospital. They almost miss it. Lucy spots the entrance by accident. A vent shaft, broken open, stairs descending. Ali leans against her. His fever is worse. He's shaking despite the heat. We need to stop, she says. Not yet. Ali, you can barely stand. Just a little further. Lucy wants to hit him, wants to scream, but she helps him down the stairs instead. The lab is intact, surprisingly so. Emergency lights still functioning, dim, flickering, but enough to see. Rows of equipment, computers, desks, papers scattered everywhere. In the corner there's a spill, green liquid, pooled. The smell is chemical. Wrong. Lucy steers them around it, finds a clear area, lowers Ali to the floor. His breathing is shallow, rapid. She needs medicine. Water. Something. She searches the lab, finds cabinets, most empty, picked clean, but one in the back is locked, intact. Lucy breaks it open with a fire extinguisher. Inside are supplies, antiseptic, bandages, pills and bottles, labels faded. She grabs everything. Returns to Ali. His eyes are closed. For a moment, Lucy's heart stops. Then he breathes, opens his eyes. Found supplies, she says, trying to sound confident. She cleans his wound. The infection is bad, spreading. The pills might help, might not. She makes him swallow 3. Ali grimaces, swallows. Thanks. Lucy sits beside him, her own exhaustion catching up. The lab hums, machines on standby, waiting for power that won't come. There's a computer at the nearest desk, screen dark, but something about it draws Lucy. She presses the power button. Nothing. She checks cables, traces them, finds a generator. Manual start. She pulls the cord. It catches, coughs, runs. The computer flickers, boots. The screen glows blue. Lucy navigates menus, files. Most are corrupted, but one folder is intact. She opens it. Documents, research notes, and coordinates. Her pulse quickens. She reads. The sanctuary, location verified, grid references, detailed, and something else. Files about the collapse. The virus, the ecological failure. It wasn't natural, wasn't random. Lucy reads faster, her stomach turning. The sanctuary's founders, their names, their roles. They engineered it. Not the whole collapse, but they knew. They prepared. They let it happen. Lucy's hands shake. She copies the coordinates, prints them on a dying printer. The paper spits out slow, incomplete. But enough. She takes it. Turns back to Ali. He's watching her. What is it, he asks. The sanctuary. I found it. Good. Ali, there's more. The people who run it, they knew about the collapse. They were part of it. Ali's eyes darken, harden. Then they're not a sanctuary. Maybe, maybe not. But they have answers. What do we do with answers? Lucy looks at the coordinates, at the files, at the truth printed on fragile paper. I don't know, she says. The generator coughs, sputters, dies. The lights go out. The computer screen fades. But Lucy has what she needs. She helps Ali stand. They move toward the stairs. That's when she smells it. Stronger now. The spill. She looks back. The green liquid is spreading, eating through concrete, through metal. They need to go. Now. Lucy pulls Ali up the stairs. Behind them, the lab groans. The spill is corrosive, toxic. It's dissolving everything. They reach the surface, collapse in the hospital ruins. Lucy's hands are tingling. So are her arms. The smell is on her, in her. Ali notices. Your skin. Lucy looks. Red patches, spreading, burning. The spill, I touched it. Did it get on me? Lucy checks. His clothes. His skin. No. You're clean, but Lucy's not. The toxin is working fast. Her vision blurs, clears, blurs again. We need to keep moving, she says. You need help. The sanctuary. They'll have medicine, antidote, something. Lucy, that's 2 days away. Then we better hurry. She stands, sways. Ollie catches her. Together they walk. Lucy's body is failing, shutting down. But her mind is clear. Focused. 2 days. Just 2 more days. The coordinates are in her pocket. The truth, the lies, all of it. They walk. Chapter 27, Poisoned Hope. Lucy's skin is on fire. Every step is acid. Every breath. Allie supports her, his own fever breaking, the pills working. But Lucy is getting worse. They've been walking for a day, maybe less. Time is slipping. The landscape changes. Less urban, more wild. Trees that weren't there before, growing tall, taking back the world. Allie stops. Ahead there's a structure. Small. Made of scavenged metal and wood, smoke rising from a chimney. Someone lives here, he says. Lucy's vision is doubling. She sees 2 chimneys, 4. Back to 1. We should go around, she says. You need help. They'll probably shoot us. Maybe. Ollie approaches anyway, Lucy leaning heavy on him. The door opens before they reach it. An old woman stands there, 60 maybe. Gray hair pulled tight, eyes sharp. She looks at them, at Lucy's skin. The red spreading. Toxin, she says. Not a question. Yes, says Ollie. How long? 1.5 days. The woman steps aside, inside. Ollie hesitates. You want her to live, the woman asks, or you want to keep walking? They go inside. The structure is 1 room, sparse, clean, medical equipment on shelves, more than there should be. The woman is Dr. Ava Chen. She doesn't offer first names, doesn't ask theirs. She examines Lucy, touches the red patches. Lucy gasps. The pain is sharp, electric. Industrial corrosive, says Dr. Chen, probably from one of the old labs. You're lucky. Another day and your organs shut down. Can you help her, asks Allie. Dr. Chen moves to her shelves, pulls down bottles. Vials. Maybe isn't good enough. The woman turns, her eyes are cold, then finds someone who can give you better odds. Allie's jaw tightens. What do you need? Dr. Chen mixes something, clear liquid, yellow powder. The smell is bitter, medicinal. There's a facility, she says, 2 miles west. Old pharmaceutical plant. I need compounds from there, specific ones. Without them, I can't make the antidote. What compounds? She writes on paper. Chemical formulas. Names Lucy doesn't recognize. This could be anything, says Allie. It's what I need. Take it or leave. Allie looks at Lucy. Her breathing is getting shallow. The red is spreading to her chest, her neck. I'll go, he says. No. The woman points at Lucy. She comes to. She can barely stand. Then she crawls. The plant has security. Automated, motion sensors, turrets. 1 person can't disable it. Needs 2. Allie's face hardens. She's not going anywhere. Dr. Chen shrugs. Then she's gone by morning. Lucy's hand finds Allie's arm. I can do it, she says. Lucy, I can do it. The woman watches them. No emotion, just waiting. Fine, says Ollie. But I carry the weight. Dr. Chen nods. You have 4 hours. After that, her kidneys fail. Then her heart. They leave. The pharmaceutical plant rises from the forest. Concrete and glass, vines covering everything, but the fence is intact, electrified. The hum audible. There, says Dr. Chen, pointing to a gap. Maintenance tunnel. Goes under the fence, but inside there are sensors. You trip them and the turrets activate. What kind of turrets, asks Ollie. The kind that don't miss. She hands Ollie a device. Crude. Wires and circuits. EMP. Homemade. You get 1 shot. Use it when you're inside. It'll kill the sensors for maybe 90 seconds. Get what you need and get out. What if it doesn't work? Then you're gone. Lucy's legs shake. Ollie steadies her. They enter the tunnel. Crawl. The space is tight, dark, smells like rust and earth. They emerge inside the fence. The plant looms. Ollie activates the EMP. There's a pulse. Invisible, but Lucy feels it in her teeth. Go, says Ollie. They run, through doors hanging open, down corridors. The plant is massive. Rooms branch everywhere. Ollie checks the list. Building C, Lab 7. They find it. The door is locked, electronic. The EMP killed it, but the manual backup is engaged. Ollie kicks it. Once. Twice. The door cracks, gives. Inside the lab is pristine. Sealed. The air is filtered, clean. Shelves line the walls, bottles, vials, thousands of them. Ollie reads labels, searches. Lucy leans against the wall. Her vision is fading, coming back, fading again. Found it, says Ali. He grabs 3 bottles, pockets them. A sound. Mechanical. Whirring. The sensors, they're rebooting. Run. They sprint, back through corridors, through doors. Behind them, turrets activate. Spinning. Targeting. Bullets tear through walls, through air. Ali shoves Lucy ahead. A round catches his shoulder. He staggers but keeps moving. The tunnel. They dive into it. Bullets spark off concrete above them. They crawl. Fast. Desperate. Emerge on the other side. Dr. Chen is waiting. She takes the bottles, checks them, nods. Back to the shelter. Ali's shoulder is seeping. Lucy is gray, barely conscious. Dr. Chen works fast, mixing, heating. The liquid turns amber, then clear. She fills a syringe, injects Lucy's arm. Lucy gasps, her back arches. Pain floods every nerve. Then nothing. She sleeps. When Lucy wakes, the shelter is quiet. Her skin still burns but less. The red is fading. Slowly. Ali sits beside her, his shoulder bandaged, his eyes tired. "You're awake," he says. "What happened?" "Dr. Chen gave you the antidote. You've been out for 12 hours. Did it work? You're breathing." "That's working." Lucy tries to sit. Her body protests. Ali helps her. Across the room, Dr. Chen is sleeping, or pretending to. "Why did she help us?" asks Lucy. Ali shrugs. "Maybe she's not as cold as she seems, or maybe she needed guinea pigs. Maybe." Lucy looks at him. His shoulder. "You're hurt. It's shallow." Already stopped. They sit in silence. The fire in the stove burns low. Outside, the wind moves through trees. The sanctuary, says Lucy. "How far?" "Day and a half." "If we move slow, can we?" "Have to." Lucy's hand finds his, squeezes. "Thank you for the plant, for carrying me." Ali's expression softens. "You'd have done the same." "Yeah, but still." Morning comes cold. Dr. Chen gives them supplies, food, water, extra bandages. "Why?" asks Lucy. The woman doesn't answer, just opens the door, points north. "That way. Follow the ridge. You'll see it." "See what?" "The sanctuary, if it's real." Lucy and Ali walk. The forest is thick, ancient. The trees remember the world before. Lucy's body is weak, but healing. The antidote is working. Each hour she feels stronger. Ali's shoulder is stiff, but he moves well. Capable. They don't talk much, don't need to. The silence between them is comfortable, known. By evening the ridge appears, rocky, rising above the trees. They climb, at the top they stop. Below them, spread out in a valley, is a compound. Walls, buildings, lights glowing in windows. "The sanctuary, it's real," says Lucy. "Yes," says Ali, "it's real." They stand there. 2 survivors on a ridge, looking down at something that might be hope, or might be another lie. Either way they're going. They descend. Chapter 28, The Sanctuary's Gates. The gates are steel, 20 feet high, guards on towers, rifles visible. Lucy and Ali approach, hands up. Visible, empty. A voice calls down, "State your business." Ali steps forward. "We're survivors, looking for shelter." The guard disappears. Minutes pass, then the gates open. Crack! Just enough. 2 guards emerge, a woman and a man, both armed, both watching. The woman is Commander Isabel Torres. Military bearing, sharp eyes. She studies them. "Where did you come from?" she asks. "South," says Lucy. "The city. Just the 2 of you." "Yes." Commander Torres circles them, looking for weapons, for threats, for lies. "You're injured," she says, pointing to Ali's shoulder. Lucy's skin. "We had some trouble," says Ali. "What kind?" "The surviving kind." Torres almost smiles. Almost. She signals. The gates open wider. Inside, the compound is organized, clean. People move with purpose, gardens growing, children playing, evidence of systems that work. Lucy's chest tightens. It looks normal, safe, like the world didn't end. Torres leads them to a building. Medical center. A man in a white coat examines them, treats Ali's shoulder. "Lucy's skin, you'll heal," he says. "Both of you, give it time." They're taken to another building. Meeting hall, inside 3 people wait. Commander Torres, a man in his 60s. Glasses, white coat, a woman, younger, dark skin, kind eyes. The man is Dr. Raymond Foster. The woman is Maya Okonkwo. "Welcome," says Maya. To the sanctuary. Lucy looks around. "Where's the catch?" The 3 exchange glances. Torres speaks. "There's a process. For new arrivals, we need to ensure you're not a threat." "We're not," says Ali. "Everyone says that." "We have a trial. You pass and you stay. You fail and you leave." "What kind of trial?" asks Lucy. Torres stands. Follow me, they're led outside, to an arena, makeshift, wire fence, dirt floor. People gathered around, watching. In the center is a man, tall, scarred, Marcus Thorne. He's the trial overseer, Taurus explains. You'll face challenges, 3 of them, physical, mental, survival. Complete them and you're one of us. And if we refuse, ask Lucy, then you leave. Now, Allie looks at Lucy. She nods. We'll do it, she says. The first trial is combat, hand to hand. Against Thorne, Allie steps forward, his shoulder still tender, but his stance is solid, trained. Thorne circles, attacks, fast, brutal. Allie blocks, counters. They exchange blows. The crowd watches, silent. Allie's shoulder gives, he stumbles. Thorne presses, but Allie adapts, uses his legs, his weight, sweeps Thorne's feet. Thorne goes down, Allie's knee on his chest. Enough, calls Taurus. The crowd murmurs, impressed. The second trial is problem-solving, a locked room, puzzles, clues. They have 10 minutes to escape. Lucy and Allie work together. She spots patterns. He finds tools. They combine efforts. With seconds left, they crack the code. The door opens. The crowd applauds. The third trial is trust. They're separated, put in different rooms, each given a choice, a voice explains. Your partner is in danger. You can save them by pressing this button, but if you both press it, you both fail. If neither presses it, you both fail. If one presses it, that person fails, but the other passes. The prisoner's dilemma. Updated. Lucy stares at the button. Her hand hovers. She thinks of Allie, on the bridge, in the tunnel, bleeding, fighting. Always. She presses the button. In the other room, Allie does the same. They're brought back together. Taurus is waiting. You both press, she says. Yes, says Lucy. You both fail. Lucy's stomach drops. But the trial is about trust, says Taurus, but also about selflessness. You both chose to fail so the other could pass. That's the answer. The crowd erupts, cheering. Taurus nods. Welcome to the sanctuary. They're given quarters, small, clean, 2 beds, running water, food. Lucy sits on a bed. It's soft. She's forgotten what soft feels like. Allie explores, checking windows, exits, old habits. This is strange, says Lucy. What, all of it? The trial, the welcome, it feels wrong. Allie agrees. Too organized. Too prepared. Lucy pulls out the papers from the lab. The coordinates. The files. We need to investigate, she says. Find out what's really happening here. Allie sits beside her, studies the papers. Tomorrow. Tonight we rest. Lucy wants to argue, but her body is exhausted. The bed is soft. Allie is here. She sleeps, dreams of walls, of gates closing, of children playing in a compound that might be a cage. When she wakes, it's dawn. Allie is already up, watching the window. What is it, she asks. Movement, guards, more than necessary. Lucy joins him. Below, the compound is waking, but there's something, a tension, a wrongness. We need to find Dr. Foster, says Lucy. Ask questions, carefully, says Allie. We don't know who we can trust. They dress, head outside, the compound is busy, people working, smiling. But Lucy sees the guards, the cameras, the control. This isn't a sanctuary, she says quietly. It's a prison with better walls. Allie nods. Let's find out why. Chapter 29, Truth at the End. Dr. Foster's lab is in the compound's center, research facility, security tight. Lucy and Allie approach. A guard stops them. Restricted area, he says. We need to speak with Dr. Foster, says Allie. He's busy. It's urgent. The guard's hand moves to his weapon, not casually. A message. Lucy steps back, pulls Allie with her. We'll come back later, she says, smiling. They retreat. Circle the building, looking for another way. There's a service entrance. Locked. Lucy picks it. The mechanism is modern, harder, but she's patient. It clicks. Opens. Inside the hallway is white, clinical, doors on both sides, most locked. They move quiet, checking rooms, most are empty, equipment, computers. Then they find it. Foster's office. Inside are files, physical, digital, decades of research. Lucy searches. Allie keeps watch. She finds documents, marked confidential, dated before the collapse. Her hands shake as she reads. The virus. The ecological failure. It wasn't natural, wasn't random. It was engineered, tested, released. And the sanctuary founders, Foster, Taurus, 3 others now gone. They were part of it, not the architects, but participants. They knew, they prepared, they let it happen. Why, asks Allie. Reading over her shoulder, Lucy finds more files. The answer is worse. Population control, resource management. They believed the world was ending anyway. Too many people, not enough resources, so they accelerated it, made it controlled. The sanctuary was always the plan. Save a few thousand, the best, the brightest, the most useful, let the rest go. Lucy's vision blurs. Anger, disgust, horror. They're monsters, she says. They're survivors, says Allie, same as us. No, we didn't choose this. They did. Footsteps in the hall. Close. Fast. They're coming, says Ali. Lucy grabs files, stuffs them in her jacket. They move to the window. It's locked. Reinforced glass. Ali breaks it with a chair. The alarm screams. They climb through, drop into a courtyard. Guards appear, shouting, running. Lucy and Ali sprint through gardens, between buildings. The compound is a maze, but they're learning it. They reach the meeting hall, burst inside. Taurus is there. Foster. Maya. Others. The guards behind them surrounding. Taurus stands. Her face is hard. You broke into restricted areas. Lucy throws the files on the table. Papers scatter. Evidence. You knew, she says, about the collapse. You helped cause it. The room goes silent. The guards uncertain. The leaders frozen. Foster steps forward. His voice is calm. You don't understand. I understand enough. The world was ending, says Foster. Climate collapse. Resource wars. Nuclear tensions. We were at the brink. What we did was mercy. A controlled descent instead of total chaos. You let billions go, says Ali. To save thousands, says Taurus. That's triage. That's survival. Lucy's fists clench. You don't get to decide who lives, who goes. That's not survival. That's playing God. Someone had to, says Maya. Her voice is soft, sad. If we'd done nothing, everyone would be gone. Now, there's this. There's a future. Built on corpses, says Lucy. Built on reality, says Taurus. This is the world. We didn't make it. We adapted to it. The guards are listening. Some faces show doubt. Others agreement. The compound is splitting. Right here. Right now. What do you want, asks Foster. Revenge. Justice. What? Truth, says Lucy. Everyone here deserves to know what you did, what this place is built on, and then what? You destroy the only functional society left. You tear down these walls, release everyone into the wasteland. How many survive that? Lucy falters. She doesn't have an answer. Ali steps forward. We don't have to destroy it, but we can change it, make it honest. Give people a choice. There is no choice, says Taurus. There's only here or there, safety or death. Then let people choose death if they want, says Lucy. That's freedom is a luxury we can't afford. The standoff holds. Guards, leaders, Lucy, Ali. The compound's future hanging on what happens next. Maya speaks. What if we told them the truth? Let them decide if they stay. They'll panic, says Taurus, or they'll understand, says Maya. We've been lying to them, protecting them from hard truths, but maybe they're stronger than we think. Foster considers. His face is weathered, tired, maybe he says. Maybe. Taurus shakes her head. This is a mistake. But she doesn't give orders, doesn't call the guards. The compound gathers, evening, the meeting hall, 200 people, more. Maya speaks, tells them everything, the virus, the plan, the founder's roles, the lies. The crowd is silent, absorbing, processing. Then the questions, the anger, the fear. Some want to leave, some want to stay. Some want justice, trials, punishment. Lucy watches. It's messy, chaotic, human. This is what freedom looks like, says Ali quietly. Yeah, says Lucy. It is. The compound doesn't collapse, doesn't fall. It fractures, reforms, changes. Taurus steps down. Foster and Maya stay, but with oversight, with counsels, with voice. Some people leave, take supplies, risk the wasteland. They believe in something else. Most stay, but different now. Eyes open, informed. It's not perfect, but it's honest. Lucy and Ali stand at the gates, watching the compound reorganize. What now, asks Ali. Lucy looks at him, his face, his scars, everything they've survived. I don't know, she says, but whatever it is, we do it together. Ali nods. Together. They could stay, could help build this new version, or they could leave, find somewhere else, make their own sanctuary. The choice is theirs. For the first time in years, the choice is actually theirs. Chapter 30. Dawn of a new world. Lucy wakes to birdsong. Real birds. Not mutated, not wrong, just birds. She's in the quarters, the bed. Ali is already up, standing at the window. You're watching again, she says. Always says Ali. She joins him. Below, the compound is stirring. People moving, working, arguing, living. It's been 3 weeks since the truth, since everything changed. The compound is smaller now. 40 people left, went into the wasteland, their choice, their right. Those who stayed are building something new. Councils, rules, systems that include everyone. It's slow, it's hard, but it's happening. Taurus is gone. She left with a group, headed west, maybe to find other compounds, maybe to disappear. Foster stayed. His knowledge is valuable, but he works under supervision, under judgment. Maya leads now, with others. A collective, imperfect but trying. Lucy and Ali have been helping, teaching. Lucy shows people how to trap, how to hunt, how to survive outside the walls. Ali trains security, but different now, protective, not controlling, defense, not dominance. It's exhausting, frustrating, arguments daily, but it's real. This morning there's a meeting, the council. Lucy and Ali are part of it now, voices among voices. The topic is expansion, whether to search for other survivors, bring them in, or stay isolated. Opinions vary, split, passionate. Lucy argues for outreach, for connection. The world is bigger than these walls. Others disagree, say it's too dangerous, too risky. Resources are limited. The debate goes for hours. No resolution, just more talking. Afterwards, Lucy is drained. She finds Ali outside by the gardens. He's watching a child plant seeds. The kid is careful, focused, hopeful. Think they'll grow, asks Lucy. Maybe, says Ali. World's changing. Maybe things can grow again. Lucy sits beside him. Her hand finds his. They've been closer lately. Not just partners, something more, something they don't name but both know. You ever think about before she asks? Sometimes. What do you miss? Ali considers. Coffee. Real coffee, not the burnt acorn stuff we make, and quiet, not silence, just quiet. Peace. Lucy nods. I miss music. Radio that wasn't screaming, and my sister, always my sister. They sit, the compound around them. Alive, messy, human. A runner appears, breathless, excited. There's someone at the gate who, survivors, a group, maybe 20. They heard about us, want to join. The council gathers, the gates open, the survivors enter. Gaunt, tired, hopeful. Among them is a familiar face. Senna, the wounded scavenger from before. She sees Lucy, nods. Respect. The new survivors are processed. Fed, given quarters, the compound adjusts, makes room. That evening, Lucy and Ali walk the walls, looking out at the forest, the mountains, the world. You think this will last, asks Lucy. No, says Ali. Nothing lasts, but we can make it matter while it's here. Philosophical, I'm learning. Lucy smiles, her first real smile in weeks, maybe months. Below the compound is lit. Fires burning, voices rising, people talking, laughing, arguing, living. It's not the world before. Will never be that world. But it's something, a start, a possibility. Lucy leans against Ali, his arm around her, solid, present. What do you want, she asks, for the future? Ali thinks, to see what grows, to help where I can, to be here with you. Lucy's chest tightens. Good, she says. That's good. They stand there, two survivors, two people, watching the darkness and the light, the compound and the wild, the past and the future. Tomorrow there will be more work, more arguments, more challenges. The world is still harsh, still broken, still trying to erase them. But tonight there's this. There's warmth. There's connection. There's hope, fragile and fierce. Lucy pulls out her sister's necklace, the silver bird. She's worn it every day since the beginning. It's tarnished, bent, but intact. She remembers Emma, her laugh, her fearlessness, her belief in goodness. Maybe she was right, not about the world, but about trying, about believing, about holding on to something when everything else is gone. Lucy closes her hand around the necklace, then lets it hang. Visible, a reminder. Ali notices. That's new, he says. What? You never showed it before. Always kept it hidden. Things change. Yeah, they do. The night deepens, stars appear more than before, the sky is clearer now, less pollution, less interference, just stars. Lucy counts them. Loses count, starts again. You think there are other places, asks Lucy. Other sanctuaries. Probably, says Ali. World's big, people survive, they find ways. Should we look for them? Maybe. When we're ready. When will that be? Allie shrugs. Don't know, but not yet. Lucy agrees. Not yet. They turn back, walk toward the compound, toward warmth, toward people, toward tomorrow. Behind them the forest whispers, the mountains stand, the world continues, breaking, healing, becoming something else. Lucy and Ollie cross the threshold. The gates close behind them, not locking them in, just sheltering them. For now. Inside there's food, there's fire, there's work to do, there's a future uncertain and terrifying and possible. They move through the compound, greeting people, helping where needed, being present. When they finally return to their quarters, it's late. Exhausted, they collapse, side by side. Lucy's hand finds Allie's in the darkness. Thank you, she says. For what? Everything. Ollie squeezes her hand. Back at you. They sleep. And for the first time in years, Lucy doesn't dream of running, doesn't dream of loss, doesn't dream of endings. She dreams of seeds, growing, breaking through ash, reaching toward light. She dreams of morning. And when morning comes, when the sun rises over the compound, over the forest, over the world still learning how to be, Lucy and Ollie wake together, alive, changed. They step outside, into the dawn, into whatever comes next. The story doesn't end. Stories never end. They just pause, transform, continue. Two survivors became partners. Partners became something more. Something more became a chance. A chance became a choice. A choice became a life. Not the life they planned, not the life they lost, but a life nonetheless. In the ashes of tomorrow they found today. And today is enough. For now. Today is enough. Still awake? That story's over. But the world hasn't stopped ending. Another tale begins in a moment. Breathe deep. You're safe here. You're searching through the skeletal remains of a city, your breath visible in the frigid air, when you hear footsteps crunching through the snow behind you. In the post-apocalyptic world of raiders in the snow, this moment could mean salvation, or it could mean death. You're about to follow Ylva and Behahiok through exactly these kinds of heart-stopping encounters, where every decision carries the weight of survival, and every alliance could be your last. Chapter 1, The Last Cigarette. The snow falls through holes in the roof. It lands on her shoulders and melts. The water runs down her back like fingers. Cold fingers. Dead fingers that remember what warmth used to feel like, before warmth became luxury, and luxury became memory, and memory became the only wealth left worth counting. Ylva watches the cigarette burn between her lips. The paper crackles like fire in dry leaves, like childhood campfires when childhood existed and fires were for stories instead of survival. The tobacco glows orange in the dark cabin, and she counts the remaining drags. 3. Maybe 4 if she pulls shallow and savors each molecule of smoke like communion wine. The filter tastes like ash already. Like the inside of her mouth after sleeping in cold so deep it freezes saliva. Like the accumulated residue of too many cigarettes rationed too carefully over too many weeks, when weeks meant the difference between having something to look forward to and having nothing at all. You want some. She can tell by how you sit, how you breathe, how your eyes follow the smoke as it rises and spreads against the rotting beams above like ghosts ascending to heaven. The smoke finds the holes in the roof and escapes into the white sky, where it dissipates and becomes nothing, and joins all the other nothing that used to be something. Everything escapes eventually. Heat through broken windows. Hope through broken promises. Life through broken bodies that forget how to keep blood inside where blood belongs. She passes it over without words. Your fingers brush hers. Still warm, still human. Still carrying the pulse that proves you're alive, even when alive feels like nothing more than postponed death. You take a drag and hold it deep in your lungs like you're trying to keep something alive inside your chest. The ember brightens and dims. Brightens and dims. Breathing made visible. Outside, the wind moves through the trees. The branches scrape against the cabin walls like fingernails on a coffin lid, like something trying to get in, like something trying to get out. The generator hums in the basement, but the sound is getting weaker. Diesel fuel burns slower when mixed with winter air, but it still burns, still disappears, still counts down to silence. Oil runs low, everything runs low. Food, fuel, hope. The accumulated supplies that used to feel like security when security meant having enough rather than having anything at all. You hand the cigarette back, 2 drags left. Maybe 3 if she's careful. If she treats each breath of smoke like prayer, like medicine, like the closest thing to peace available in a world where peace went extinct before people realized peace was endangered. The meat hangs from hooks in the corner, dark strips that used to walk and breathe and have names like deer and rabbit and sometimes things with 2 legs instead of 4. Now they're just protein, just fuel for bodies that burn calories faster in cold. The salt preserves them, but not forever. Nothing lasts forever except winter and hunger and the sound of wind through broken places. Not the meat. Not the generator, not the cigarettes that represent small moments when breathing becomes pleasure instead of just necessity. Not you. Not her. Not the partnership that formed when partnership meant survival instead of sentiment, and sentiment became luxury for people who could afford to feel things beyond cold and hungry and afraid. She takes another drag and the paper burns closer to the filter. The taste changes. Gets bitter. Gets real, gets honest about what's left when everything else burns away and only the essentials remain. We should go into town, you say. Your voice cuts through the silence like a blade through skin. Clean. Necessary. Final. The words hang in the air between you like a contract waiting to be signed in blood and desperation. She nods. The cigarette burns between her fingers now. Almost gone, like everything else that matters. Like the assumption that tomorrow will provide solutions for today's problems, when today's problems keep getting bigger and tomorrow keeps getting smaller. The town sits 5 miles through the forest, 5 miles of snow and silence and things that might not be animals anymore. Might be people who forgot how to be people, when being people became harder than being something else. The convenience store stands on the corner of what used to be Main Street back when streets had names and names had meaning, might still have supplies, might still have cigarettes stacked behind the counter where honest people used to ask permission to buy their own slow death. Might still have soju behind the counter where the old man kept his private stock for customers who paid cash and didn't ask questions about where goods came from when supply chains broke and goods became rumors. Might be empty, might be full of things worse than emptiness. Might be occupied by people who learned that sharing resources means having less resources, and having less means dying faster when dying becomes the default outcome. She takes the last drag and lets the smoke fill her lungs, holds it, savors it, treats it like the last breath of something precious dying inside her chest, then breathes it out slow and watches it rise toward the broken ceiling where it spreads and thins and becomes nothing like everything else that used to matter. The filter burns her fingers, but she doesn't drop it. Not yet. Not until every molecule of tobacco has given up its ghost and joined the air and the snow and the accumulated emptiness that fills spaces where comfort used to live. You're already moving, already pulling on your coat, already checking your knife like ritual, like prayer. Like the kind of preparation that becomes automatic, when preparation means the difference between coming home and becoming part of the landscape. The blade slides from its sheath with a whisper, steel on leather, steel on bone if it comes to that. When it comes to that, when choices narrow down to who lives and who dies, and someone has to be the one who decides which is which. She drops the filter into the coffee can by the door. It joins the others, a graveyard of burnt paper and regret and small moments when pleasure was possible, despite everything else being. The can is almost full. Like everything else that matters, it's running out of space for new additions. The backpack weighs nothing, carries nothing, will carry everything if they're lucky. If luck still exists in a world where snow falls through broken roofs and the last cigarette tastes like endings, and luck became something that happens to other people in other places where other rules apply, she slings the pack over her shoulder and feels the emptiness settle against her spine. The weight of having nothing, the weight of needing everything, the weight of carrying hope when hope weighs more than supplies and supplies weigh more than the strength required to carry them. Your breath fogs in the cold air when you speak. The words hang like smoke between you, like promises. Like the kind of conversation that changes everything by acknowledging what everyone already knows, but nobody wants to say out loud. Ready? She looks at the coffee can full of dead cigarettes, at the meat hanging in the corner like flags of surrender to necessity, at the generator humming its swan song in the basement where mechanical things go to die slowly, at you standing by the door with your knife and your fog breath and your eyes that still hold something like hope, even when hope has become the most dangerous luxury. The snow keeps falling through the holes in the roof. Keep accumulating on the floor where it melts and refreezes and creates ice that makes walking treacherous. The holes keep getting bigger. The roof keeps forgetting how to be roof when roof means keeping weather outside where weather belongs. Everything breaks eventually. Everything wears down. Everything surrenders to forces larger than human maintenance and smaller than human hope. But not today. Today they walk to town. Today they look for cigarettes and soju and reasons to believe that walking somewhere means arriving somewhere better than where they started. The door waits, the forest waits, the town waits, ready or not. Chapter 2. Smoke and Shadows. The forest waits beyond the door, white and patient and hungry like something that has learned to survive by consuming everything that enters without permission. Every tree a sentinel with bark-covered eyes that watch and remember and judge whether travelers deserve passage or deserve to become fertilizer for spring growth that may never come. Every shadow a question mark shaped like death, shaped like the spaces between certainty and doubt, where people disappear and become stories told by wind through empty branches. You push the door open and the cold rushes in like water through a broken dam. It fills the cabin and steals the warmth from the corners where warmth used to hide during the long nights when night meant safety instead of danger and hiding meant resting instead of surviving until dawn. The hinges scream metal against metal. Everything screams when it's dying. Everything makes noise when the mechanisms that hold it together finally admit defeat and surrender to forces stronger than human maintenance. Ylva steps into the snow and her boots sink 6 inches deep, maybe 8. The powder reaches her knees and each step forward is a negotiation with gravity and ground that doesn't want to hold her anymore, doesn't want to support human ambition or human need or human refusal to accept that some journeys end before they begin. Nothing wants to hold anything anymore, not the earth, not the sky. Not the promises people make to each other when promises cost nothing to make and everything to keep. The path exists only in memory. 3 weeks since the last storm covered the trail markers with snow deep enough to bury the evidence that people once walked this way regularly. 3 weeks since anyone walked this way and lived to walk back and tell others that walking back was possible. The trees lean inward like gossips sharing secrets about the bones buried beneath their roots. About the travelers who miscalculated distance or weather or their own capacity for suffering through cold that turns blood thick and thoughts slow and hope into something too expensive to maintain. You move ahead. Test each step. Feel for the solid earth hiding under the deception of snow that looks harmless but conceals roots and rocks and holes deep enough to break ankles and end journeys before journeys reach their destinations. Your breath comes in short puffs that hang in the air for exactly 3 seconds before the cold unlives them. She counts. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Gone. Like everything else that seems permanent until impermanence proves more permanent than anything else. Like everything else that matters. The forest holds its breath around them. No birds singing songs that once meant territory and mating and the simple joy of being alive when being alive was simple. No squirrels chattering complaints about weather and food and the general unfairness of winter when winter was just season instead of permanent condition. No sound except boots breaking through crust and the whisper of snow falling on snow, falling on snow, falling on snow until the accumulation becomes weight and weight becomes pressure and pressure becomes the force that breaks whatever tries to resist it. Even the wind has learned silence here. Even the trees have stopped confessing their sins to each other in the language of rustling leaves and creaking wood, and the slow conversations that forests hold about time and change and the persistence of growing when growing becomes impossible. Ylva's lungs burn with each breath. The air cuts like broken glass all the way down to her chest, where it spreads cold through her ribs and into her heart, and makes her wonder if hearts can freeze while still beating. If circulation can stop while still circulating, she imagines ice crystals forming in her throat, growing larger with each exhale like geometric flowers blooming in the wrong season. Imagines them blocking her airway until she drowns in frozen air 6 inches from her next breath and becomes part of the silence that fills spaces between living and dead. Imagination kills more people than bullets do. Imagination and fear and the tendency to project current problems into future disasters until the future becomes too heavy to carry and carrying becomes impossible. She knows this. Keeps walking anyway, keeps breathing anyway, keeps imagining anyway, because imagination also creates the scenarios where survival becomes possible. The trail slopes downward now, toward the valley where the town waits like a promise that might be kept or might be broken, depending on what promises mean when meaning becomes negotiable. Toward buildings that might still contain what people need to keep being people when being people costs more than most people can afford. The slope makes walking easier, but easier doesn't mean safe. Easier just means you die faster when you slip, and falling becomes sliding, and sliding becomes tumbling, and tumbling becomes the kind of physics lesson that ends with broken bones and slow death, and joining the silence that accumulates in forests like snow. You pause at a fallen tree. The trunk stretches across the path like a sleeping giant that decided to nap across the only route forward and dreams too deeply to notice travelers stepping around its bulk. Bark stripped away by winter and wind and time and the accumulated patience of decay. The wood underneath gleams white as bone, as tooth, as the inside of a skull picked clean by patience and hunger and small creatures that understand nutrition better than they understand sentiment. Over or around, you ask. Voice quiet, economical. Shaped by the understanding that noise travels farther in cold air and carries information to listeners who might not be friendly, might not be human, might not care about the difference between travelers and prey when prey becomes available. She studies the tree, studies the snow piled against its sides like burial shrouds, studies the dark space underneath where anything could be waiting, where anything probably is waiting. Things that used to be dear but learned new ways to be dear when old ways stopped working. Things that used to be people but gave up on humanity when humanity gave up on them, and adaptation meant forgetting what human used to mean when meaning was luxury instead of necessity. Around, she says. You nod. Choose left. Always choose left when you don't know what right might bring, and right might bring things that end conversations permanently. Left leads them through deeper snow, but away from the hollow spaces where darkness pools like black water and reflects nothing. The detour costs them 20 minutes, maybe 30. Time moves differently in the forest, slower, thicker, like walking through honey that's learned to hate and resists forward motion, because forward motion means progress, and progress threatens the status quo of everything staying exactly as it is forever. Each minute stretches until it becomes an hour. Each hour becomes a lifetime, measured in heartbeats and breaths, and the steps that carry them farther from safety and closer to whatever waits in town. Each lifetime becomes the space between one footstep and the next, and the decision to keep walking when walking becomes the only choice left. Ylva's stomach gnaws at itself. Empty since morning. Empty since yesterday morning. If she's honest about what eating means, when eating requires having food, and having food requires finding food, and finding food requires risking everything to look in places where looking might cost more than finding pays. The meat back at the cabin rations out to maybe a week, maybe 5 days if they're careful about portions and careful about wastage and careful about the difference between what the body wants and what the body needs to keep functioning. Maybe three days if they're honest about what careful means, when careful means staying alive, and staying alive means making choices that would have been unthinkable when thinking was luxury instead of survival skill. The hunger sits in her belly like a stone, cold and hard, and getting heavier with each step like gravity, specifically designed to make walking harder when walking is already hard enough without additional complications. It radiates outward through her ribs and into her spine and toward her brain, where it will set up permanent residence and start making decisions for her when her own decision-making proves insufficient for the complexity of staying alive. Soon it will reach her brain, and then the real problems start. Hunger makes people do things, makes them forget what used to matter, makes them remember what always mattered more than the things they thought mattered when thinking was possible. You stop at the ridge overlooking the valley. The town spreads below like a broken smile, like teeth knocked out by violence, like the remains of something that used to work before. Working became impossible, and impossible became the new normal. Buildings gap-toothed and leaning toward each other like old friends, sharing secrets about better days when days were measured in accomplishments instead of survival. Streets that curve around nothing and lead nowhere, because the destinations they used to connect no longer exist in forms that matter. The convenience store sits exactly where memory promised it would sit, corner of Main and nowhere, windows dark as closed eyes, as the spaces behind eyelids where dreams used to live before dreams became too dangerous to maintain. But there's smoke, thin gray line rising from the store's chimney, rising into the white sky where it spreads and dissipates and becomes nothing like everything else that starts with purpose and ends with entropy. Someone lit a fire. Someone is warm. Someone is alive. Or someone was alive when they lit the fire, and the fire continues burning while they cool and stiffen and learn what death feels like when death feels like nothing at all. Ylva counts the windows facing their direction. 6. All dark. All watching. All reflecting snow and sky, and the two figures standing on the ridge like paper dolls against the white, like targets against a sheet, like problems waiting to be solved by whatever lives behind those dark windows. Glass reflects without revealing what hides behind reflection, shows surface without depth, shows the world the way the world wants to see itself instead of the way the world actually is when honesty costs more than illusion. We're not alone, you say. The smoke rises straight up in the still air. No wind to bend it toward confession. No weather to hide it among clouds. No natural camouflage for the evidence that someone inside that building has fuel and matches and the knowledge of how to combine them into warmth. It climbs toward heaven like a prayer from someone who still believes prayers get answered by something other than coincidence and wishful thinking, and the tendency of people to call luck divine intervention when luck arrives wearing clothes that look like hope. She adjusts the empty backpack on her shoulders, feels the weight of nothing pressing against her spine, the weight of needing everything, the weight of knowing that smoke means people, and people mean choices, and choices mean someone ends up gone and someone ends up with what the gone person used to have. The cigarettes wait somewhere in that store. The soju waits. The warmth waits. The people wait too. And people are the most dangerous thing in any equation that involves survival, because people understand strategy and tools and the difference between killing for food and killing for sport, when sport becomes the only entertainment available in a world where entertainment died with electricity. Chapter 3. Empty Bottles, Full Graves. The slope down into town tests every muscle, tests every joint, tests the theory that walking downhill should be easier than walking up. Theory dies when it meets practice. Theory dies when it meets snow that hides roots and rocks and holes deep enough to break an ankle. Break an ankle. Die alone. Simple equation. You test each step before committing weight to it. Feel through your boot for the solid truth hiding beneath the soft lies of powder snow. The process takes forever. Takes exactly as long as staying alive requires. Ylva watches the smoke rise from the convenience store chimney. Still straight. Still thin. Still there. Whoever lit that fire isn't conserving fuel. Isn't worried about making the wood last through winter. Either they have plenty or they don't plan to need it much longer. Neither option feels good. The first houses sit empty and watching, windows blown out or boarded up, doors hanging open like mouths mid-scream. Snow drifts against porches where families used to sit and drink lemonade and complain about property taxes. Property taxes. The phrase tastes like archaeology in her mouth, like a language spoken by a species that went extinct so long ago, their bones have turned to powder. A swing set stands in one yard, chains rusted orange, seats covered in snow. The swings move back and forth in wind that doesn't exist. Back and forth, pushed by invisible children who learn to play different games now. You pause at the corner of Elm and Main, look both ways out of habit, learned in a world where looking both ways mattered, where cars moved down streets and stopping meant injury instead of safety. Old reflexes die hard. Old reflexes die last. The convenience store waits 2 blocks ahead. Windows still dark. Smoke still rising. A neon beer sign hangs in the front window, but the neon died years ago. Now it's just shaped glass holding memories of light. Main Street stretches empty in both directions. No footprints in the snow. No tire tracks. No sign that anyone has used this street since the last storm buried whatever signs came before. The snow lies virgin and patient and 3 feet deep, but someone lit that fire. Ylva's breath fogs and dissipates. Fogs and dissipates. Each exhale a small death. Each inhale a small resurrection. The cycle continues because the cycle must continue. Because stopping the cycle means joining the silence that fills the empty houses and the empty streets and the empty spaces where laughter used to live. A dog barks somewhere in the distance. The sound carries across the snow and echoes off the empty buildings. Bark, echo, bark, echo. Then silence again. Deeper silence, the kind of silence that makes you wonder if you imagined the sound. If your brain is starting to create the company it needs to keep from cracking. Dogs die without people to feed them. Dogs learn to hunt, or they learn to starve. Dogs learn new songs to sing when the old songs stop working. You move forward down Main Street. Each step breaks through the crust with a soft crunch that seems to echo for miles. Seems to announce your presence to every empty window and every dark doorway and everything that might be listening from the spaces between spaces. The convenience store grows larger with each step, more real, more possible, more dangerous. Ylva can see the door now. Closed, but not broken. The handle still attached, the glass still intact. Someone has been taking care of this place. Someone has been keeping it whole, keeping it ready. The smoke continues rising from the chimney. A fire needs feeding, needs attention, needs someone to keep it alive. Fire doesn't tend itself. Fire doesn't burn for days without help. Someone is in there. Someone is warm. Someone has what they need. Someone has what everyone needs. You stop at the edge of the parking lot. The asphalt lies buried under 3 feet of snow, but the parking spaces are still visible. Painted lines showing through the white like scars on pale skin, like evidence of organization in a world that forgot how to organize anything except survival. 3 cars sit buried to their windows, humps of metal and glass and rust wearing snow like burial shrouds. The cars died where they stopped. Owners walked away or crawled away or got carried away. The cars stayed. Cars always stay. The front door of the store faces them across 50 feet of snow, 50 feet of open ground, 50 feet of being visible to whatever watches from the dark windows. Ylva shifts the empty backpack on her shoulders. Soon it might be full. Soon it might be heavy with cigarettes and soju and hope. Soon it might be heavy with disappointment and blood and the kind of choices that haunt people until people stop being people. The smoke rises straight and true into the white sky. Someone is home. Chapter 4. The Watchers in White. The parking lot snow shows no footprints, no paths worn by boots or paws or anything else that moves on legs, just smooth white surface stretching from the buried cars to the front door like a sheet pulled tight over a sleeping face. No one has left the store recently. No one has entered recently. But the smoke keeps rising. You kneel and study the snow around the nearest car. Look for disturbances, for signs, for proof that the world still follows rules that make sense. The snow lies undisturbed except for wind patterns that form natural drifts and valleys. Nature making art from frozen water while civilization dies around it. Still someone lit that fire. Ylva watches the store windows, counts them again, 6 facing the parking lot, all dark, all reflecting snow and sky, and 2 figures kneeling in snow like supplicants before an altar made of convenience and commerce and the promise of nicotine. Movement in the 3rd window from the left. Quick, maybe imagined, maybe wishful thinking. Maybe threat assessment masquerading as hope. She blinks, looks again. Nothing moves in the window now. Just darkness and reflection and the accumulated weight of her own expectations pressing against glass that might hold answers or might hold nothing at all. You stand and brush snow from your knees. The gesture looks normal, looks human. Looks like something someone might do in a world where brushing snow from your knees mattered for reasons other than keeping the cold from seeping through fabric and into bone. Normal is a luxury now. Normal is a memory. Normal is a ghost that haunts the movements of people who remember what normal used to feel like. We go in, you say. Simple words. Simple plan. Simple way to die if simple goes wrong. The front door waits 50 feet away. 50 feet of snow and exposure and trust that whatever waits inside will be better than whatever waits out here. Trust is expensive. Trust costs everything. Trust is the down payment on disappointment. But cigarettes wait inside. Soju waits. Warmth waits. Death waits everywhere anyway. Ylva takes the first step into the parking lot. Her boot sinks deep and the snow fills the space around her ankle like cold fingers grasping, holding, claiming. Each step forward becomes a small escape from the earth trying to pull her down and bury her among the cars and the memories and the bones of better days. You follow. Your steps fall exactly where hers fell. Single file, shared path, shared risk. The way partners move when partnership means survival instead of sentiment. Halfway across the lot, the wind picks up. Not much. Just enough to move the smoke from the chimney. Just enough to bend it eastward and make it waver like a flag surrendering to forces beyond its control. The smoke disperses faster now, spreads thinner, becomes nothing sooner. Fire needs feeding, needs tending, needs someone to care whether it lives or dies. The store door grows larger with each step. Glass reflects their approach like a movie played backward. Two figures emerging from white nothing and walking toward their own reflections, walking toward themselves, walking toward whatever waits behind the glass. 20 feet away, Ylva can see the door handle. Brass-colored. Maybe brass. Maybe brass-colored metal that learned to pretend it was valuable when valuable stopped meaning anything except still alive. 15 feet away, she can see inside through the glass. Aisles running parallel to the front windows. Shelves mostly empty. A few scattered items that nobody wanted enough to steal. Things too heavy or too useless or too familiar with disappointment. 10 feet away, she can see the counter where the register used to sit, where the old man used to count money and sell cigarettes and complain about young people not respecting their elders. The counter sits empty now. Clean. Waiting. 5 feet away, she can see the back room door standing open. Darkness beyond. Firelight flickering somewhere deeper inside. Orange light dancing against walls she cannot see. Dancing like shadows, dancing like flames, dancing like hope. You reach for the door handle, brass-colored metal that feels cold even through gloves, cold enough to burn, cold enough to brand your palm with the memory of this moment. This choice, this step across the line between outside and inside, the handle turns, the door opens, heat rushes out like breath from a dying animal. Heat and the smell of wood smoke and something else. Something underneath the smoke. Something sweet, something rotten, something that used to be alive and now serves different purposes. Welcome, says a voice from the darkness. The voice comes from nowhere, or everywhere. It echoes off bare shelves and glass windows that no longer look out on anything worth seeing. It hangs in the silence between heartbeats, shaped like a word, shaped like a welcome, shaped like a trap. Welcome. The sound lingers in the air like smoke. Breath held too long, released too slow. Ylva steps through the doorway. Heat brushes her face. Not imagined warmth, not the thin illusion of body heat trapped in furs, but fire. Real fire. Wood split and stacked by hands. Someone here has tended it, fed it, cared enough to keep it alive. You follow close behind. The rhythm of your breath catches in the stale air. Cold clings to your coat. Cold that doesn't wash away with movement. Cold that sinks into the fibers and refuses to leave. Close enough that if shots are fired, you will both fall together. Close enough that her tail twitches when you shift your weight. Close enough to remind you that together is the last comfort left. The store stinks. Smoke, dust, and meat. Meat that once moved, once talked, once complained about the weather. Now gone. The smell sharpens in the nostrils, bitter, undeniable. Nothing teaches honesty like rot. Behind the counter sits a figure, still, hunched. The fire behind him flickers, casting restless shadows. His face is hidden, his hands folded in his lap like prayer. He waits, the way people wait when waiting has become their only occupation. The silence thickens. You drift left. Toward the pharmacy. Toward shelves that used to hold bandages, antibiotics, cough syrup. Now only dust and empty boxes remain. Plastic bottles lie scattered on the floor, the labels faded, the insides rattling with nothing. Dice rolled by gamblers who already lost. Ylva drifts right. Toward the alcohol aisle. Shelves mostly bare. A few bottles of cooking wine remain. Vanilla extract in brown glass. Not enough to celebrate with, only enough to pretend. The figure doesn't move, doesn't speak again, just sits. The air feels heavier the deeper you go. The walls listen, the firelight shifts. Ylva crouches, lifts a dusty bottle, tilts it against the light. Too weak, not worth the risk. She lowers it with a grunt. Her silver eyes cut back to the counter. Her tail flicks once, twice. You find nothing. Nothing that heals. Nothing that numbs. The shelves have been stripped for years. Then the man lifts his head. His face comes into view like a bad dream surfacing from the dark. Middle-aged, maybe? Or maybe centuries old, carved down into decades. His skin pale as snow that refuses to melt. His eyes black as the 20-hour nights outside. And then he smiles, too wide, too many teeth. Teeth filed to points. Looking for something, his voice is soft, local accent, like a boy who never left when everyone else did. Ylva's voice is sharper than glass. Cigarettes. The man's smile grows wider. Teeth gleam in the firelight. Wet and wrong. Fresh out, he says. But I got something better. His hand drops below the counter. Slow. Deliberate. Practiced. He knows what sudden movements earn. He's done this before. You shift your stance. Muscles coil. The shotgun rises smooth. The barrel levels. The safety clicks off. Sharp as a period. Now we can talk business, he says. The moment stretches thin, pulled taut like wire. Ylva doesn't move, her eyes hold his. The fire crackles. A log pops, shadows reach across the walls like hands. You breathe once, twice. The smell of smoke and rot presses down, heavy as a blanket. The store was never meant for this. It was built for cheap snacks and cigarettes behind glass counters. For late-night runs and bored clerks with name tags. Now it's a theater. The shelves are seats for ghosts. The man is master of ceremonies, and you, with Ylva at your side, are the entertainment. Outside, snow drifts against the door, sealing you in. Chapter 6. Fever Dreams and Frostbite. The shotgun speaks first, speaks loudest, speaks the only language that matters when conversation dies and negotiation becomes archaeology, and diplomacy joins the list of extinct concepts. You move left. Fast. Behind the pharmacy counter where pill bottles crunch under boots and broken dreams scatter like confetti from a celebration that ended before it started. Ylva dives right. Behind a display rack that used to hold candy and now holds air and expectation, and the possibility of stopping buckshot with cardboard and hope. The blast echoes off walls and windows and empty spaces where sound goes to die. Deafening. Final. Absolute. The kind of sound that ends conversations permanently. Pellets chew through cardboard and plastic, and dreams of finding cigarettes and soju and enough supplies to make winter bearable instead of just survivable. The man behind the counter laughs, high-pitched, hysterical, happy. The laugh of someone who has been alone too long and now has entertainment, has purpose, has something to do with the long hours between sunrise and sunrise again. You rise from behind the pharmacy counter, knife in hand, blade reflecting firelight like a mirror made of violence, made of necessity, made of the simple equation that says him or us and us wins because us has to win. The man swings the shotgun toward you, movement jerky, unpracticed, excited, forgotten how to handle pressure, forgotten how to fight people who fight back instead of just begging or running or dying quietly. Ylva circles left while he tracks right. Predator behavior. Pack hunting. Tactics learned from wolves and necessity and the kind of partnership that forms when partnership means survival instead of sentiment. The knife flies end over end through air, thick with smoke and tension and the smell of gunpowder and fear. Spins like a silver bird, like hope made metal, like prayer with a point. Hits center mass, handle first, wrong end, bad throw, stupid mistake that costs everything. The man staggers but doesn't fall. Knife bounces off his chest and clatters to the floor behind the counter. He brings the shotgun around toward Ylva, finger tightening on trigger, eyes bright with victory and madness and the joy of finally winning something after losing everything else. You vault the pharmacy counter, move like water, like smoke, like someone who learned to flow around obstacles instead of through them. Hands reach for the man's throat before he can complete his turn. The shotgun fires wild. Blast takes out the front window. Glass explodes outward into snow and wind, and the kind of silence that follows violence like a faithful dog. Your hands find his throat. Find the soft space between jaw and collar. Find the place where pressure becomes unconsciousness, becomes death, if held long enough with enough conviction. The man drops the shotgun, claws at your hands, makes sounds that aren't words, aren't human. Aren't anything except the noise mammals make when they realize they've become prey instead of predator. Ylva retrieves the knife from behind the counter, blade unmarked, handle warm from her palm, ready to finish what started when they walked through that door and stepped across the line between visitor and victim. The man's eyes roll back. Show white. show surrender. Show the moment when consciousness becomes memory, becomes nothing at all. You release pressure. Let him breathe. Let him live. Let him learn that mercy exists even in places where mercy shouldn't survive. He gasps, coughs, brings shaking hands to his throat where finger-shaped bruises are already forming, bruises that will remind him for days to come that he chose poorly when choosing became life or death. Where are the cigarettes? You ask. Back room, he whispers. Voice broken, hoarse, honest. The soju? Same place. Why the teeth? Ylva asks. Why filed to points? Why modified for violence when violence finds everyone eventually without invitation? The man touches his lips. Fingers shake against sharpened enamel. Against choices made in loneliness and desperation and the kind of boredom that drives people to become things they never planned to become. Scared animals, he says, kept them away, kept me safe. From what? From everything. Chapter 7, The Weight of Words. The back room burns with firelight, wood stacked neat against one wall, enough fuel for weeks, maybe months. Someone planned ahead. Someone prepared for winter, like winter was a war they intended to win. Ylva finds the cigarettes stacked in boxes behind bags of flour that will never become bread. Cartons of various brands, some foreign, some domestic, some so old the packaging looks like archaeology from when people bought things instead of taking them. She tears open a pack of Marlboros, filters intact. Tobacco still fresh enough to matter. The first cigarette tastes like victory, like salvation, like proof that sometimes looking for things actually leads to finding them. You discover the soju hidden in a cooler that no longer cools anything, bottles wrapped in newspaper from before news stopped happening, before information became rumor, became myth, became silence. The clear liquid sloshes when you lift a bottle, promises warmth, promises forgetting, promises sleep without dreams of pointed teeth and empty stores and smoke rising from chimneys tended by ghosts. The man sits tied to a chair with rope that used to secure tarps over supplies that used to matter when supplies were currency instead of survival itself. His throat shows purple fingerprints. His teeth catch firelight and reflect it back like tiny mirrors made of bone and bad choices. Why stay? Ylva asks, why here? Why alone? Why modify yourself for scaring when scaring only works if there's something left to be scared of? The man watches the fire burn in the makeshift hearth, watches flames consume wood that used to be trees that used to grow in forests where families had picnics and children learned to climb, and lovers carved initials into bark that outlasted love. Nowhere else to go, he says. This was home. This was familiar. This was the place where I knew where everything was supposed to be. Home is a luxury now. Familiar is a memory. Knowing where things belong stopped mattering when things stopped belonging anywhere. You open the soju and taste winter filtered through grain and time and human need for something stronger than hope. The alcohol burns going down, burns like truth, burns like the moment when pretending stops working and reality becomes the only option left. How long, you ask? How long alone? How long filing teeth and talking to empty shelves and keeping fires burning for nobody except the silence that fills spaces where conversation used to live? 2 years, maybe 3. Time stops meaning much when every day looks exactly like the day before and the day before that, stretching back to when days had names instead of just numbers counted in meals and sleep and trips to the woodpile. Ylva lights another cigarette from the first. Chain smoking, nicotine stacking in her bloodstream like comfort, like warmth, like the closest thing to home available in a world where home became wherever you can close your eyes without dying. The smoke tastes like before, like when cigarettes meant relaxation instead of desperation, when smoking was choice instead of necessity, when addiction was luxury instead of the only reliable source of pleasure left in a world that forgot how to manufacture joy. What happened to everyone else, she asks. Left, died, became something else. The man's voice carries no emotion, no judgment, No surprise that a species capable of building convenience stores and organizing traffic and creating systems of currency could disappear so completely so quickly. Evolution happens fast when pressure increases, when environment changes faster than adaptation can follow, when survival becomes the only skill that matters and all other skills become archaeological evidence of a time when specialists could afford to specialize. You pass the soju bottle to Ylva. She drinks and passes it back. Sharing warmth, sharing forgetfulness, sharing the kind of moment that feels normal, even though normal died with traffic lights and tax returns and the assumption that tomorrow will resemble today. The fire burns lower, wood becoming ash, becoming heat, becoming memory. The man watches his fuel disappear and says nothing about conservation or planning or making winter supplies last until spring returns with its promise of renewal. Maybe he knows something they don't know. Maybe he's decided winter doesn't need to be survived. Maybe he's made peace with endings while they still fight for beginnings. The cigarette burns down to the filter. Ylva lights another from the dying ember. The flame jumps from old tobacco to new, from ending to beginning, from what was to what might be if luck and skill and stubbornness prove stronger than cold and hunger and the weight of being the last people who remember what people used to be. Outside, the wind picks up and snow begins falling harder. Chapter 8. Hunting the Hunters. Morning comes gray and cold and honest. The fire has died to embers that glow like tiny red eyes in the ash, like hope buried under the remains of hope, like memory wrapped in silence and waiting for someone to remember how to remember. The man still sits tied to his chair, asleep now, head tilted back, mouth open, snoring softly like a child who never learned that sleep is dangerous when danger never sleeps. Ylva counts cigarettes. 3 packs missing from the carton. 3 packs worth of warmth and pleasure, and small moments when breathing means more than just staying alive. The math works out to maybe 2 weeks if they ration carefully, maybe 10 days if they don't. Rationing requires discipline. Discipline requires hope. Hope requires believing that 10 days from now will exist and matter enough to justify sacrifice today. You reload the shotgun with shells found in a box behind bottles of aspirin that expired when expiration dates still meant something. The shells fit the chamber perfectly. Still deadly. Still capable of stopping whatever needs stopping when stopping becomes necessary. Outside, the wind moves through broken windows and empty buildings and spaces where people used to live and laugh and argue about things that seemed important when important had meaning beyond still breathing. The man wakes slowly, blinks in the dim light, filtering through glass clouded with age and neglect, and the accumulated weight of watching a world die one day at a time. You're leaving, he says. Statement, not question. He knows the look of people who have somewhere else to be, something else to do, someone else to become before becoming becomes impossible. Soon, you tell him. Soon as we decide which direction offers the best chance of finding what we need without finding what we don't need. Need is a simple word for a complex equation. Food plus shelter plus safety plus purpose equals survival. Survival equals another day to solve the equation again. The math never gets easier. The variables keep changing. The answer remains the same. Temporary, yes, that might become permanent, no, without warning. What's out there? Ylva asks. What waits beyond this town? What moves in the forests and the fields and the spaces between spaces where maps used to mark here be dragons, but now mark here be everything? The man tests the ropes around his wrists, not trying to escape, just checking, just confirming that freedom is still theoretical, still abstract, still something that happens to other people in other places where other possibilities exist. Others like me, he says. Others like you. Others like what we all used to be before we became what we are now. The difference is choice. The difference is direction. The difference is whether you hunt or get hunted. Hunting requires purpose. Purpose requires believing that success is possible. Success requires skill and luck and the kind of persistence that survives disappointment and tries again tomorrow. How many others, you ask? Enough, he says. Too many. Not enough. The numbers change depending on whether they've eaten recently or not. Hunger makes people do things, makes them forget what they used to believe about right and wrong, and the difference between survival and murder. The difference gets smaller every day, gets thinner every choice, gets invisible every time choosing means someone lives and someone doesn't, and you have to be the one who decides which is which. Ylva loads cigarettes and soju into the backpack. Weight, that means warmth. Weight, that means pleasure. Weight, that means carrying hope instead of carrying nothing. The pack feels substantial now, feels real. Feels like reason to keep walking when walking becomes the only choice left. You untie the man's hands but leave his feet bound to the chair. Freedom, partial, conditional, temporary. Enough to prove mercy exists, but not enough to prove mercy is stupid. We're taking the gun, you tell him. We're taking the shells. We're taking what we need to stay alive long enough to find somewhere else to need things. The man nods, understands, accepts. Shows the kind of resignation that comes from watching the world change faster than people can change with it. Shows the patience of someone who has already lost everything worth losing. Thank you, he says, for not killing me, for not taking everything, for proving that people can still choose to be people even when being people costs more than it pays. Outside, the snow has stopped falling, but the wind keeps blowing, keeps moving the snow that already fell, keeps redistributing cold and emptiness and the accumulated weight of winter that stretches ahead like a promise of nothing. The door closes behind them with a sound like finality, like ending, like the last word in a conversation that should have happened differently, but happened the only way it could happen, given who they are and what they need and how much the world has changed since changing became the only constant. Chapter 9. The Dead Radio. The radio station sits on a hill outside town like a monument to communication, to connection, to the idea that human voices could travel through air and reach other humans who needed to hear that they weren't alone in the silence. The tower stretches up into gray sky, metal and wire and purpose reaching toward clouds that carry snow instead of signals, red lights that used to warn aircraft now dark. Dead, forgotten by a sky that no longer holds anything worth warning about. Ylva and you climb the hill through snow that reaches your thighs, each step forward earned through effort and momentum and the stubborn refusal to let gravity win this particular argument. The shotgun weighs heavy across your back, heavy with shells and possibility and the promise of stopping whatever needs stopping. The backpack carries cigarettes and soju and hope measured in small units. In individual pleasures, in moments when forgetting becomes possible and reality becomes negotiable, and the future becomes something other than an extension of today's problems. The station building squats low and concrete at the base of the tower, windows boarded, door hanging open like a mouth mid-scream. Snow has drifted inside through the opening, has claimed the lobby and the hallways and the spaces where people used to work and talk and believe their voices mattered to someone somewhere listening. Generator building sits separate, smaller, diesel tanks empty, fuel lines disconnected. Someone stripped the valuable parts when valuable still meant something other than food and warmth and ammunition, when salvage was business instead of survival. But the studio might still have equipment, might still have microphones and transmitters and the machinery that turns human voices into signals that travel through emptiness to reach other humans trapped in their own emptiness. You push through the broken door. Snow crunches under boots in the lobby where magazines still sit on tables. Magazines about music and celebrities and politics from when those concepts existed in forms people could recognize. When entertainment was luxury instead of memory. The hallway leads deeper into the building, Emergency lighting died long ago when emergency became permanent and lighting became archaeological. Flashlight beams cut through darkness that smells like dust and abandonment, and the slow decay of places where purpose used to live. Studio door stands open, mixing board covered in snow and dust, and the accumulated weight of silence. Microphones hanging like metal flowers that bloomed in the wrong season and never learned to die properly. Everything intact, everything useless, everything waiting for someone to remember how to make it matter again. Ylva finds the main power switch, flips it up and down and up again like prayer, like superstition, like the gesture people make when they need magic but don't believe in magic anymore. Nothing happens. No lights. No hum of electricity flowing through circuits designed to amplify human voices until they could travel farther than throats could throw them. No sign that power exists anywhere in the building or ever will again. But you find something else, something better, something that doesn't need electricity to work. Battery-powered radio sitting on the engineer's desk. Commercial grade. Professional equipment designed to work when everything else stops working. When reliability matters more than convenience. When communication becomes the difference between survival and disappearance. The batteries are dead. Of course. Batteries die faster than hope, faster than love, faster than the illusion that tomorrow will provide solutions for today's problems. But battery compartments can be refilled. Battery power can be restored. Dead things can sometimes become alive again if someone cares enough to remember how things used to work before working became impossible. Ylva searches drawers and cabinets and the spaces where people keep things they might need someday when someday arrives wearing different clothes than expected. Finds batteries in the emergency kit, heavy duty, professional grade. Still sealed in packaging that promises reliability and performance, and the kind of power that outlasts the need for power. The radio accepts the batteries like communion, like sacrament, like the moment when faith becomes function and possibility becomes reality. The display lights up green, numbers appear, frequencies waiting to be selected from the spectrum of possibility. Static fills the studio, white noise that sounds like snow falling, like wind through empty buildings, like the accumulated silence of a world that forgot how to talk to itself. You scan frequencies slowly, methodically, searching for voices in the static, for proof that humans still exist somewhere beyond the range of walking, beyond the horizon, beyond the assumption that they are the last people who remember what people used to sound like. Most frequencies carry nothing. Dead air, empty spectrum. Radio waves traveling through space that no longer holds anyone interested in receiving them. The universe talking to itself in languages no one remembers how to understand. But frequency 42.8 carries something else. Something that sounds almost like voices, almost like words, almost like people trying to reach other people across distances measured in hope instead of miles. Military frequency. Official band. Government channel. The transmission comes through broken and fragmented, words scattered by distance and interference and the accumulated noise of a world where communication has become archaeology. But some words survive the journey. Some meaning penetrates the static. Sanctuary, northern facility, coordinates follow, repeat, sanctuary, numbers follow the words. Longitude and latitude expressed in degrees and minutes and seconds that might lead somewhere real, somewhere safe. Somewhere that remembers what safety used to mean when safety was possible instead of theoretical. The transmission repeats. Same words, same numbers, same promise delivered in a voice that sounds human but might be recording. Might be automatic. Might be signal broadcast by machines that outlived the people who programmed them to keep promising things they can no longer deliver. Ylva writes down the coordinates on paper that used to be invoice forms from when invoices mattered, when business existed, when people bought and sold things for reasons other than staying alive until tomorrow. You study the numbers. Calculate distance. Estimate travel time through snow and cold and terrain that doesn't care whether humans reach their destinations or become part of the landscape they tried to cross. 40 miles north, maybe 50. Hard to tell without better maps, without reference points, without the kind of navigation tools that worked when technology served people instead of being served by them. 40 miles might as well be 400 when travel means walking through snow that swallows legs and wind that steals breath and cold that turns moisture into ice inside lungs, not designed for breathing winter. But sanctuary means shelter, means warmth, means other people who might remember what civilization felt like when civilization was more than just word archaeology. The radio continues broadcasting its promise, repeating coordinates like a prayer, like hope, like the last message from a world that might still exist somewhere beyond the reach of walking, but within the range of dreams. Chapter 10, Point of No Return. The coordinates lead north through forests that remember what they used to be before they became obstacles, before they became graveyards for travelers who miscalculated distance or weather or their own capacity for suffering through cold that turns blood thick and thoughts slow. Ylva folds the paper with the numbers written in pencil that might smear if the paper gets wet, might become illegible if moisture finds the words, and washes away the only direction they have towards something that might be better than this. Better is relative. Better is assumption. Better is the promise that somewhere else offers more than here, when here offers nothing except the certainty of knowing what nothing feels like. You adjust the shotgun strap across your shoulder, check the shells in your pocket, count ammunition like prayer beads, like talismans, like proof that preparation matters when everything else stops mattering and only stopping matters. The radio station fades behind them as they walk north through snow that tells no lies about how difficult the next 40 miles will be. Each step sinks 6 inches deep, maybe 8. The math adds up to twice the effort for half the distance when distance is measured in energy spent rather than ground covered. Snow begins falling again. Light at first, gentle. Almost apologetic for adding to the burden of existing in a world where existing has become the only skill worth mastering. And mastery means making it through another day without joining the silence. But gentle snow becomes serious snow. Serious snow becomes the kind of weather that buries landmarks and erases trails and turns familiar territory into blank pages, where getting lost means getting dead, and getting dead means becoming part of the landscape that swallows mistakes. The forest closes around them like a fist, like gravity. Like the accumulated weight of trees that have been watching humans make poor choices for decades and have learned not to interfere with natural selection when selection becomes obvious. Pine branches heavy with snow, oak trees stripped bare by winter and wind, and the kind of honesty that comes when pretending becomes impossible, and truth becomes the only thing strong enough to survive the stripping away of everything else. Ylva stops to light a cigarette. Cupping the flame against wind that wants to steal fire the same way it steals warmth and breath and hope from people foolish enough to believe they can walk 40 miles through winter and arrive somewhere better than where they started. The tobacco tastes like decision, like commitment, like the moment when choices become irreversible, and turning back becomes impossible, and forward becomes the only direction worth considering, even when considering becomes too expensive for what it pays. You study the compass that might be accurate or might be affected by magnetic interference from power lines that no longer carry power, or metal deposits that care nothing about human navigation or the accumulated metal of a dead civilization pulling the needle away from true north. True north is theoretical now. True north is the direction towards something that might exist or might be broadcast by machines programmed to lie to people desperate enough to believe lies when truth offers nothing except the promise of more truth. The snow falls harder, accumulates faster, erases their footprints within minutes of making them. Soon there will be no evidence they passed this way, no proof they existed. No trace of their journey through landscape that absorbs travelers like water absorbs salt. 5 miles into the forest, the path disappears completely, not buried under snow, just gone. Ended. Stopped being a path and became suggestion, became memory, became the kind of route that exists only in the minds of people who used to walk it when walking it led somewhere worth reaching. Navigation becomes guesswork, becomes hope. Becomes the art of choosing which direction offers the best chance of not dying before reaching the place that might not exist but represents the only alternative to definitely dying here. Trees grow thicker, closer together, more like walls than forest, more like maze than nature, more like the kind of obstacle that tests commitment and punishes hesitation and rewards only the kind of stubbornness that refuses to acknowledge when impossible becomes accurate instead of challenging. But between the trees, something moves. Something that might be animal or might be human, or might be what humans become when adaptation means forgetting what human used to mean when meaning mattered more than surviving. Ylva drops the cigarette in snow where it hisses and dies like hope meeting reality, like promises meeting weather, like the sound small things make when they realize they are smaller than they thought and the world is larger than they planned to handle. You raise the shotgun, not pointing at anything specific, just ready. Just prepared for the moment when preparation becomes the difference between continuing the journey and becoming part of the landscape that witnesses journeys. The movement stops. Whatever caused it either moved away or learned to be more careful about being seen. Either way, the forest returns to the kind of silence that makes travelers understand why ancient peoples invented gods to explain why some places feel like they're watching. But watching suggests intelligence, suggests purpose, suggests something that cares about outcomes instead of just observing them with the patience of organisms that measure time in centuries instead of heartbeats. Forward becomes the only choice. Forward through snow that reaches knees now. Forward through trees that grow closer together like fingers closing around something they don't intend to release. Forward toward coordinates that might lead to sanctuary, or might lead to the kind of place where coordinates go to die. The radio transmission repeats in memory, same words, same numbers, same promise delivered in voice that sounded human but might have been programming, might have been recording, might have been the last message from people who learned too late that promises are easier to broadcast than to keep. Sanctuary. Northern facility. Coordinates follow. The coordinates lead deeper into forest that remembers when it was home to people who knew how to live with trees instead of despite them, who understood seasons and weather and the difference between taking what you need and taking what you want, when what you want can include everything. But those people are gone now. Gone or changed or adapted into something that moves between trees and watches travelers and decides whether travelers deserve to reach their destination or deserve to learn that some destinations exist only to teach people about the difference between hoping and arriving. The snow keeps falling. The forest keeps watching. The coordinates keep pulling them north towards something that might be salvation, or might be the kind of education that costs everything to receive and teaches only one lesson worth learning. Some distances cannot be walked. Some promises cannot be kept. Some sanctuaries exist only in the frequencies between radio stations, where hope travels through static and reaches people desperate enough to believe that somewhere else equals better, when better stopped being possible the day the world forgot how to organize anything except ending. Chapters 11 to 20, Behind the Wire. Chapter 11, Behind the Wire. The gates close behind them with the sound metal makes when it knows its purpose. Heavy, final, the kind of sound that changes things. Ylva's ears twitch at every footstep on gravel. Hahyok counts faces in the compound. 37 people moving like they have places to be. Like purpose still exists in the world. A woman approaches. Clean clothes, clean face, clean hands that have never dug graves in frozen ground. "I'm Sarah," she says. "We'll get you processed." Processed. Like meat, like refugees, like problems that need solutions. They walk past rows of prefab buildings. Everything painted the same shade of green that armies love. The color of order imposed on chaos. The color of systems that work until they don't. Hayek notices the cameras first. Small black eyes mounted high, watching everything. Ylva notices how people move in the compound. Quick steps, heads down, the body language of prey pretending to be safe. "We have rules here," Sarah says. "Simple ones. Work, contribute, follow the schedule, don't cause problems. Rules. The first brick in every wall that keeps people caged. They pass a group of men sorting ammunition, counting bullets like rosary beads, each one a prayer for violence deferred. The men don't look up. They know better." "What kind of work?" Hayok asks. "Whatever needs doing, maintenance, security, supply runs, we all pull our weight." Supply runs. The compound's way of saying someone has to go outside where things can unlive you, someone expendable, someone new. Ylva's tail stays still, too still, the kind of stillness that comes before movement, before teeth and claws and the wet sound of survival. They stop at Building C, gray door, gray walls, gray existence painted over with military efficiency. "Your quarters," Sarah says. "You'll share for now, until we see how you fit." Fit, like puzzle pieces, like parts in a machine, like problems that need the right shaped hole. The room holds 2 cots, one window facing the fence. Beyond the fence, the world continues its slow death. Trees stand like monuments to better times. The sky hangs low and patient, waiting for the next snow to bury what remains. "Dinner's at 1800, Sarah says. "Don't be late." She leaves them alone with their new reality. 4 walls, 2 beds, 1 window showing them what they've left behind. Hahyok sits on the nearest cot. The springs complain about his weight, about the weight of everything he carries that can't be seen. Ylva moves to the window. Her reflection overlays the view outside. 2 worlds occupying the same space. The safety inside, the honesty outside. "Feels wrong," she says. Hayek nods. "Safety always feels wrong when you've learned to live without it. Like a coat that doesn't fit. Like food that tastes too good to trust. They have showers here, hot water, soap that smells like civilization, clean towels stacked in neat piles, everything the outside world has forgotten how to provide. But comfort has a price. It always does. At dinner they sit at long tables with people who have learned to be grateful. Grateful for walls, for rules, for someone else making the hard choices. The food tastes like surrender, warm, filling, safe. A man across from them chews quietly. His eyes hold the blankness of someone who has traded his sharp edges for smooth corners, who has given up the weight of freedom for the lightness of following orders. "How long have you been here?" Hahyok asks. 6 months, maybe 7. Time moves different when someone else counts it for you. The man's name is Robert. Was Robert. Now he's just another face at dinner, another grateful mouth accepting what's given. After dinner they walk the compound, learn the layout, the mess hall, the armory, the workshop where people fix things that break, the medical tent where Dr. Kim tends to bodies that remember the outside world's teeth. They pass the punishment block, a building with no windows. No one talks about what happens inside. No one needs to. The silence explains everything. The fence runs along the perimeter, 12 feet high, razor wire on top twisted into flowers of steel. Beyond it, the wasteland stretches to the horizon, empty, honest, free. A guard walks the fence line, young face, old eyes, the kind that have seen too much too soon. He nods at them, friendly, professional, the nod of someone who has learned that everyone eventually needs watching. Back in their room, they lie on separate cots. The darkness between them fills with unspoken questions. about tomorrow, about the price of safety, about what they've traded for walls and warm food. Ylva stares at the ceiling. Hahyok counts his breaths. Outside, the wind tests the fence, looking for weak spots, for places where freedom might slip through. The compound sleeps around them, 39 people dreaming behind locked doors, dreaming of the world that was, of the world that might be, of anything except the world that is. In the morning, they'll learn about work details, about earning their keep, about fitting into the shape the compound needs them to be. Tonight, they lie awake listening to safety's lullaby, the hum of generators, the footsteps of guards, the sound of order maintained at the cost of everything that makes life worth maintaining. Chapter 12, The Broken Chain. Morning comes with bells, electric bells that ring at precise intervals. Wake up. Eat. Work. Sleep. The rhythm of control disguised as routine. Ylva's ears flatten against the sound. Hahyok reaches for weapons that aren't there. Reflexes from the outside world don't die easy, they just learn to hide. In the mess hall, breakfast tastes like compliance. Oatmeal, coffee that's mostly chicory, bread baked from flour that costs more than bullets. Everything measured, rationed, controlled. Sarah finds them at their table. Clean uniform, clean smile, clean authority that never gets dirty. Time for assignments, she says. We need to see what you're good at. They follow her to the administrative building. More gray walls, more cameras, more eyes that never blink. Inside, a man sits behind a metal desk. Charts on the walls show work schedules, supply lists, the mathematics of survival reduced to spreadsheets. I'm Commander Walsh, he says. I run this place. Keep it safe, keep it functional, keep it alive. Walsh has the kind of voice that expects to be obeyed. Military training carved into vocal cords, authority made audible. You two came in together. That's fine. But here, everyone earns their place individually. No packages, no teams, no special arrangements. Hahyok's hands stay flat on his knees, Ylva's tail coils tight around her waist, both learning the first lesson of the compound. Dependence breeds compliance. The woman goes to laundry duty, Walsh says. We have protocols about her condition, medical concerns, contamination risks. Condition. Like being different is a disease, like survival adaptations are symptoms that need treatment. Ylva's lips pull back from her teeth. Not quite a snarl, not quite a smile, something between warning and promise. I stay with him, she says. Walsh shakes his head. Rules are rules. No exceptions, no negotiations. The man goes to perimeter duty, the woman goes to laundry. End of discussion, end of discussion. The phrase that ends all phrases. The full stop that doesn't allow for questions, for objections, for the messy business of individual choice. Ylva stands, slow, deliberate, every movement broadcasting the violence she's learned to carry. The compound has walls to keep danger out, but danger has already walked through the gates. We stay together, she says, or we leave. Walsh's hand moves toward his sidearm, not quite drawing, not quite threatening, just reminding everyone in the room who holds the power to unlive problems. Nobody leaves without my permission. That's how this works, how it has to work. One decision maker, one chain of command. No chaos. Chaos, their word for freedom, for choice, for the right to decide which mistakes to make. Hahyok stands beside Ylva, close enough to feel her heat, to smell the wildness the compound wants to wash away with soap and rules and separate work assignments. Then we have a problem, he says. Problems get solved here, Walsh says, one way or another. The room fills with the kind of silence that precedes violence, the kind that makes smart people find reasons to be elsewhere. Sarah takes a step back. The guards by the door take a step forward. But violence in the compound has rules, procedures, forms to fill out afterward. It's messy, inefficient, bad for morale. Walsh chooses compromise, the bitter taste every dictator learns to swallow. Fine. Perimeter duty, both of you, together. But any problems, any disruption, any failure to follow orders, and we revisit this conversation with different options on the table. Different options. Compounds speak for the punishment block. for making examples, for reminding everyone what happens when the chain of command breaks. They get uniforms, gray clothing that matches gray buildings. Gray thinking for gray people, living gray lives. The fabric smells like industrial detergent and other people's surrendered dreams. The perimeter assignment comes with weapons. Old rifles that have forgotten how to jam, ammunition counted and logged, every bullet accounted for like the precious things they are. Their sector covers the north fence, where the wasteland stretches toward mountains that hold snow like grudges, where the wind carries stories of everything the compound has excluded. Death, freedom, truth. The guard they replace is tired, the kind of tired that sleep doesn't fix. He hands over a clipboard with patrol schedules, times to check in, procedures for everything that might go wrong. It's quiet out there, he says. Mostly. Just watch the tree line. Look for movement. Anything that doesn't belong. Anything that doesn't belong. In a world where nothing belongs anymore. Where existence itself has become an act of trespass. They walk the fence line. 12 feet of steel mesh topped with razor wire twisted into aggressive sculptures. The wire catches sunlight and throws it back in sharp fragments. Beauty designed to cut. Beyond the fence, tracks in the snow tell stories. Rabbit. Deer. The long drag marks of something that doesn't walk anymore. The world continues its business without asking permission from the compound. Hahyuk tests the fence posts. Solid. Professional. Built by people who understand that walls only work if they're stronger than what they're keeping out, or in. Ylva sniffs the air, reading messages the wind carries, information the compound's cameras can't capture, knowledge that comes through senses instead of sensors. Something's wrong with this place, she says. Everything's wrong with this place. But wrong in organized ways, wrong with purpose. Wrong with the best intentions that pave roads to the kinds of hells that smell like hot meals and clean sheets. They reach the northeast corner, where the fence turns and heads back toward the main gate, where sightlines open up and secrets become harder to hide. In the distance, smoke rises from the wasteland, not campfire smoke, not the clean burn of heating fires, industrial smoke, the kind that comes from burning things that shouldn't burn. Hahyuk stops, counts the smoke columns. 3, maybe 4. Too regular to be random, too purposeful to be accidental. Ylva's ears swivel toward the smoke. Tracking sounds too distant for human hearing. Her face changes, hardens, recognizes something the compound doesn't want them to know. That's not debris, she says. That's bodies. Bodies. The compound's final export, their ultimate solution to overcrowding, to dissent. To the messy problems that can't be solved with work assignments and hot meals. They stand at the fence looking out at the truth. The compound isn't just a shelter. It's a machine, with inputs and outputs, with waste products that need disposal, with people who eventually learn too much, who ask too many questions, who remember too clearly what freedom tastes like. The radio on Hahyuk's belt crackles. Time for check-in, time to report that everything is normal, that the perimeter is secure, that the compound's secrets remain buried under their prescribed ignorance. He lifts the radio, thumb over the transmit button, one word away from becoming complicit, from trading truth for safety, from learning to love the cage. The smoke continues rising in the distance. Patient, persistent, honest about what the compound really is. Chapter 13, Whispers in the Dark Night. Shift means different rules. Fewer eyes watching, more shadows to hide questions in. The compound sleeps, but sleep here isn't rest. It's just darkness with protocols. Ylva moves through the dormitory like fog. Her feet know how to find silence between floorboards, how to navigate around sleepers without disturbing dreams that might be better than waking. She finds Dr. Kim in the medical tent. Bent over paperwork that glows under the harsh white light, forms and charts and the bureaucracy of keeping bodies functional, medical records that tell stories the compound doesn't want told. Doctor, she says, soft as breathing. He looks up, old eyes and a young face, The kind of aging that comes from seeing too much truth too fast, from knowing things that make sleep a stranger. You shouldn't be here, he says, not during shift change. Not when the guards get lazy and start ignoring procedures. Procedures. Another word for the walls people build around inconvenient truths. The smoke, she says. The burning. How long has it been happening? Dr. Kim's hands stop moving across the paperwork. His pen hovers over forms that suddenly seem less important than the question she's asked. You saw it, he says. From the fence line. I wondered when someone would notice. When someone would ask. Questions are dangerous in the compound. They multiply. They spread. They infect comfortable certainties with uncomfortable possibilities. What are they burning? She asks. He closes the folder he's been working on. Label reads, Deceased, Monthly Report, Numbers that should be names, Statistics that used to be people with stories and dreams and reasons for staying alive. Medical waste, he says. That's the official answer, the one that goes in reports, the one that keeps everyone sleeping peacefully behind the fence. Medical waste, clean words for unclean realities, bureaucratic language designed to make horror sound reasonable. And the unofficial answer, Dr. Kim stands, walks to the tent flap, looks out at the compound where 37 people dream of safety, where order maintains itself through willful blindness. People get sick here, he says. Strange sicknesses. Things that don't respond to medicine, things that spread through contact, through breathing the same air. Sickness. The kind that comes from eating the wrong food, from trusting the wrong people, from believing that safety doesn't have a price. What kind of sickness? The kind that starts with asking too many questions, with remembering too much about the outside world, with wanting things the compound can't provide. She understands now. The compound isn't fighting a disease, it's creating one, diagnosing resistance as illness, treating independence as infection. How many? She asks. This month? 7. Last month? 12. The numbers keep going up, like the sickness is learning, adapting, getting better at finding people who don't fit. 7 people who asked the wrong questions, who looked too long at the fence, who remembered what freedom felt like and couldn't forget. Where does it end? She asks. Dr. Kim turns back to his paperwork. His pen finds its place again. The bureaucracy of death requires careful documentation. It doesn't end, he says. It just gets more efficient. Efficient, like a machine that's learned to run smoothly, like a system that's perfected its methods, like genocide with proper filing procedures. Ylva leaves the medical tent carrying knowledge that weighs more than her pack ever did, information that changes the shape of everything she thought she understood about the compound. She finds Ha-hyuk at the northeast fence, standing watch over the wasteland, over the smoke that rises like prayers from the burning ground beyond the wire. Talk to the doctor, she says. He nods. He's been thinking too, adding up details that don't balance, noticing things that don't fit the compound's carefully constructed narrative. They call it medical waste, he says. But medical waste doesn't scream when it burns. Screaming, the sound that carries on the wind when the smoke rises, the sound the compound explains away as settling debris, as steam escaping from hot metal, as anything except what it really is. They stand together at the fence, looking out at truth that the compound tries to burn away, at evidence that keeps regenerating no matter how many times they try to destroy it. We have to tell people, she says. Tell them what? That safety has a price? That the compound is a meat grinder with clean sheets and hot meals? That everyone here is either complicit or next? People know, he says. Deep down, they know. They just choose not to see, not to ask, not to risk losing what little they have. Willful blindness, the compound's greatest asset, the ability to make people complicit in their own imprisonment, to make them grateful for walls that keep them trapped. Then we leave, she says. And go where? Back to the wasteland? Back to scrounging for food and sleeping in the cold? Back to being hunted by things that want to unlive us? The choices are simple, terrible, but simple. complicity or exile, comfort or truth, the cage or the wild. We find others, she says, people who still remember what they're pretending to forget, people who still have sharp edges the compound hasn't filed smooth, others, the possibility that resistance still exists, that some people haven't traded their humanity for 3 meals a day and a warm bed. They make their plans in whispers, in gestures, in the language of people who have learned that walls have ears and safety has eyes. They identify targets, people who still look toward the fence with longing, who still flinch when the bells ring, who still remember that freedom once meant something. The janitor who cleans the punishment block, who knows what sounds come from inside, who carries the weight of other people's screams. The cook who portions out meals, who knows exactly how much food the compound receives and how much gets distributed, who can count the difference between supply and demand, the mechanic who maintains the generators, who knows which systems are essential and which ones just monitor compliance, who could make the lights go out at exactly the right moment. One by one, they approach these people, carefully, quietly, testing the waters for resistance that hasn't been drowned in comfort and routine. Some turn away, some report the conversations to their supervisors, some choose the safety of ignorance over the danger of truth. But others listen, others nod, others remember that they used to be human beings instead of just grateful prisoners. The resistance grows in the spaces between shifts, in the moments when surveillance lapses, in the darkness where whispers can't be recorded and dreams can't be regulated. It grows like infection, like the sickness Dr. Kim described, like something the compound created but can't control. By dawn, they have 7 people, 7 who remember that survival doesn't require surrendering everything worth surviving for, 7 who choose the risk of freedom over the certainty of servitude, 7 people who are about to learn what happens when the compound's immune system detects a threat it can't treat with paperwork and procedures, 7 people who still believe that being human is worth the price humanity demands. Chapter 14. The Underground. The laundry room becomes their meeting place. Steam from the washers provides cover for conversations. The noise of machinery drowns out words that shouldn't be spoken. Industrial soap masks the scent of fear and desperation. Marcus the janitor speaks first. His voice carries the weight of too many nights mopping floors that should stay dirty. Too many mornings cleaning up evidence that shouldn't exist. Building 7, he says. That's where they take the troublemakers, the ones who ask questions, who remember too much, who forget to be grateful. Building 7, the punishment block with no windows, where sounds go to die, where the compound's patience runs out and other methods take over. What happens inside? Ylva asks. Marcus's hands shake as he folds laundry. Clean clothes for people who have learned to stay clean, who have washed away their sharp edges along with the dirt. Re-education, he says. That's what they call it. Teaching people to think correctly, to want the right things, to be grateful for what they have instead of remembering what they've lost. Re-education. The compound's word for breaking spirits, for grinding down resistance until it fits the shape they need, for turning people into grateful prisoners. How long does it take? Hayok asks. Depends on the person. Some break fast, some take weeks. Some never come out. Never come out. The compound's final solution for problems that can't be solved with meals and work assignments, for people who refuse to forget that they used to be free. Sarah the cook adds her voice to the conspiracy. Her access to the kitchen provides intelligence about food supplies, about who eats and who doesn't, about the arithmetic of survival that doesn't add up. They're not feeding everyone equally, she says. The people in Building 7 get less, weaker portions, like they're trying to make them more compliant. Hunger as a weapon, starvation as therapy. The compound using basic needs to reshape basic humanity. Elena, the mechanic, knows about the systems that keep the compound running, the generators that power the lights, the cameras that watch everything, the electronic locks that keep people safely trapped. I can take down the surveillance grid, she says, for maybe 20 minutes, long enough to get people organized, to get moving, to reach the fence before they know what's happening. 20 minutes, not long enough to think, only long enough to act, to commit to choices that can't be undone. They plan in shifts, in whispered conversations between the sound of washing machines and folding clothes. Each person contributing pieces of a puzzle that spells escape. The fence has weak points, places where the posts have shifted in the frozen ground, where the wire doesn't quite meet the standards of military perfection. The guards have patterns, predictable routes, moments when their attention turns inward instead of outward. Windows of opportunity that open and close like breathing. The main gate has backup power, manual overrides that require 2 keys turned simultaneously, keys that hang on hooks in the security office during shift changes. Piece by piece, the plan takes shape, like a map drawn in steam and whispered words, like a blueprint for returning to the world they left outside the fence. But escape plans need more than blueprints. They need courage, the kind that comes from remembering that some things are worth dying for, that freedom doesn't ask permission from its captors. They meet again 3 nights later, same place, same steam cover, same industrial noise to hide industrial rebellion. But the number has grown, 9 people now, word spreading through the compound like infection, like the sickness Dr. Kim described. People remembering that they used to make their own choices. Tom from maintenance, Angela from communications, David from supply inventory, each carrying pieces of the compound's structure, each knowing which parts are essential and which parts just look important. Tom knows about the vehicles, where they park the trucks, how much fuel they keep, which ones start in winter and which ones just pretend to be transportation. Angela knows about the radio systems, the frequencies they monitor, the communications protocols that keep the compound connected to the outside world, the emergency channels that might carry news of escape. David knows about weapons, where they store the ammunition, how they count bullets like rosary beads, which guards have access and which ones just carry empty magazines for show. Knowledge becomes power. Power becomes possibility. Possibility becomes the kind of hope that keeps people warm when winter tries to freeze their dreams. But the compound has its own immune system, its own way of detecting threats that grow too large, too organized, too dangerous to ignore. Dr. Kim appears at their 4th meeting, face drawn tight with worry, hands shaking with information he doesn't want to deliver. They know, he says, not everything. Not yet, but they know something's happening, something that doesn't fit their neat little reports and carefully controlled statistics. The compound surveillance reaches deeper than cameras, into meal portions that get adjusted, into work assignments that separate troublemakers, into medical exams that find new diseases in healthy bodies. They're planning another round of re-education, he says, bigger this time, more comprehensive. They want to clean house before winter gets worse. Clean house. Compounds speak for removing problems, for burning medical waste that used to be people with names and dreams and reasons for wanting freedom. How long do we have? Elena asks. Days, he says. Maybe a week. They're making lists, checking records, looking for patterns that connect resistance to faces, that turn whispers into evidence. A week, not long enough to perfect their plan, only long enough to execute it, to choose between the certainty of re-education and the uncertainty of escape. The meeting ends without words. Just nods. Just understanding that passes between people who have chosen the same impossible path, who have decided that dying free is better than living as grateful prisoners. They scatter back to their assignments, their quarters, their carefully maintained facade of compliance, each carrying the weight of shared secrets, of collective resistance, of hope that cuts like wire and burns like shame. In the darkness between buildings, shadows move with purpose. People who have remembered that they used to be human, who have decided that humanity is worth the price it demands. The compound sleeps around them. 30 people dreaming of safety. 9 people planning to wake up free. 9 people who have chosen to remember that the cage is never the answer, no matter how clean the bars or how regular the meals. 9 people who still believe that being human means making choices, even when all the choices lead through darkness toward an uncertain dawn. Chapter 15, Breaking Point. The alarm starts at dawn. Sharp electronic screaming that cuts through dreams and drags people from sleep into nightmare. The sound of order disrupted, of carefully maintained control slipping through authoritarian fingers. Ha-hyuk wakes to boots in the hallway. Heavy steps that don't ask permission, that know where they're going and why. The sound of decisions being implemented, of resistance being answered with force. Ylva's cot is empty, still warm, still holding the shape of her body, but not the body itself. Gone. Taken. Disappeared into the compound's digestive system that processes troublemakers into statistics. The door opens without knocking. 6 guards with the kind of faces that have learned to follow orders without asking questions. Professional violence wearing clean uniforms. Get up, the lead guard says. Hands visible, no sudden movements. You're coming with us. Coming with us. The phrase that erases choice, that turns people into cargo, that begins the journey from person to problem to solution. Ha-hyuk dresses slowly, each movement deliberate, each button and lace a small act of defiance against the urgency of armed men. If these are his last moments of choice, he'll make them last. They walk him through the compound, past buildings where people peer through windows with the careful blindness of those who have learned not to see, not to know, not to care about things that don't directly threaten their 3 meals and warm bed. Building 7 has no windows, but it has sounds. Sounds that seep through concrete and steel, through the industrial materials that muffle screams but can't quite eliminate them. The architecture of torture, disguised as rehabilitation. Inside, fluorescent lights flicker like nervous eyes. Clean white walls that hide stains. Stains that get scrubbed away but leave memories in the concrete. Memories of what happens when the compound's patience runs out. They put him in a room with 1 chair, 1 table, 1 door that locks from the outside. The furniture of interrogation. The essential tools for extracting truth from people who have learned to hide it. Commander Walsh enters with the confidence of a man who has never doubted his authority, who has never questioned the righteousness of breaking people for their own good, for the greater good, for the good of order and safety and all the other words that justify the unjustifiable. Sit down, he says. Ha-hyuk remains standing. Small rebellion, tiny defiance, the kind of resistance that costs nothing but means everything. I said sit down, the chair stays empty. The defiance stays visible. The power struggle plays out in posture and position, in who commands space and who surrenders it. Walsh nods to the guards. They move with practiced efficiency, trained motions that turn resistance into compliance, that make sitting down involuntary instead of voluntary. Now Walsh says, let's talk about your friends, about their plans, about what you thought you were going to accomplish. Friends, plans, accomplishment, words that assume too much, that presuppose guilt before establishing facts. The compound's version of justice that starts with punishment and works backward toward crime. I don't know what you mean, Ha-hyuk says. You don't know. Of course you don't. Nobody ever knows anything in here. Nobody sees. Nobody hears. Nobody participates in activities that threaten compound security. Compound security. The phrase that justifies everything. That makes any action necessary. That turns people into threats simply by existing outside approved parameters. Walsh produces a folder. Photographs, surveillance images from cameras that see everything, that watch constantly, that record conversations held in steam and whispered words. You know, Marcus, he says. Sarah, Elena, Tom, Angela, David, Dr. Kim. Your little conspiracy. reducing resistance to something small, something manageable, something that can be dealt with using standard procedures and approved methods. The photographs show faces, meetings, gestures captured and interpreted, evidence that proves guilt before trial, that makes innocence irrelevant and defense impossible. Where's Ylva? Ha-hyuk asks. Your friend? She's receiving treatment, medical treatment for her condition, her antisocial tendencies. Treatment, the compound's word for breaking, for grinding down resistance until it fits the shape they need, for teaching people to love their cage. What condition? The same one you have. The inability to accept reality, to appreciate safety, to be grateful for what you've been given instead of demanding what you can never have. Reality, safety, gratitude, words that mean their opposite in the compound's vocabulary, that transform freedom into illness and resistance into symptom. The door opens. Doctor, Kim enters flanked by guards. His face carries the expression of someone who has been given choices that aren't choices, who has learned what happens when resistance meets superior force. Dr. Walsh says, please explain to our friend here about the treatment options available. Dr. Kim's hands shake, his voice comes out thin and careful, the voice of someone who has seen what happens when words are chosen poorly. There are medications, he says, treatments that help with adjustment, with accepting circumstances, with finding peace in situations that can't be changed. Medications, chemical compliance, pharmaceutical surrender, the compound's technology for transforming rebels into grateful prisoners. What kind of medications? The kind that help you sleep better. Think more clearly. Appreciate the good things in your life instead of focusing on problems that don't exist. Problems that don't exist, like freedom, like choice, like the right to refuse medical waste incineration disguised as security. And if I refuse treatment, Walsh smiles, the kind of smile that wolves wear when they've cornered prey, when resistance becomes entertainment, when power meets powerlessness and knows which one will win. Nobody refuses treatment, he says. Eventually, everyone learns to appreciate the compound's generosity. Everyone learns to be grateful for safety and security and 3 meals a day. Everyone learns, or everyone disappears. The compound's binary choice, compliance or incineration, gratitude or ash. The interrogation continues through the day, questions about plans, about meetings, about intentions that threaten the compound's careful order, each question accompanied by offers of cooperation, of leniency, of medical treatment that makes thinking easier. But thinking is exactly what Ha-hyuk refuses to surrender. The sharp edges of consciousness that cut through comfort, that remind him what freedom feels like, what choice means, what humanity costs. Evening comes with different guards, fresh energy for breaking down resistance, new faces for implementing old methods, the compound's efficiency in grinding people down to manageable components. They bring news about the others, about arrests and treatments and adjustments, about resistance neutralized and order restored, about the compound's victory over chaos. Marcus is adjusting well to his medication. Sarah has found peace with her circumstances. Elena no longer asks about the fence. Tom Ham has stopped maintaining unauthorized equipment. Angela doesn't monitor emergency frequencies. David counts bullets without wondering who they're meant for. One by one, the conspiracy becomes history. The resistance becomes compliance. The rebellion becomes gratitude for the compound's patience and understanding. Except for Ylva, who remains unbroken, whose treatment requires more specialized attention, whose condition resists conventional therapy. They're bringing her to see you, Walsh says, so you can watch her receive the help she needs, so you can understand what happens when people refuse to accept reality. Help, reality, acceptance, words that lose their meaning in the compound's vocabulary, that become threats disguised as assistance. The door opens. They bring her in. Ylva, changed, diminished, reduced to something that resembles the person she used to be but isn't quite the same, something that wears her face but not her fire, the compound's medicine working, turning wolves into dogs, wild things into tame things, free creatures into grateful pets who have learned to love their leash. She looks at him without recognition, without the sharp intelligence that made her dangerous, without the fierce independence that made her human. This is what treatment accomplishes, Walsh says. This is what acceptance looks like. This is what peace feels like when you stop fighting reality. Peace, the compound's final victory. The silence that comes after all the screaming stops, after all the resistance breaks, after all the sharp edges get filed smooth. Ha-hyuk looks at what Ylva has become, what they want him to become, what everyone in the compound becomes if they live long enough, if they accept treatment long enough, if they surrender everything that makes life worth living. He makes his choice, the kind of choice that can't be unmade, that commits him to consequences he can't control, that chooses uncertainty over certainty and freedom over safety. He stands, moves, acts, while thinking is still possible, while choice still exists, while resistance still has meaning. Chapter 16, Revolution in Winter. The chair becomes a weapon, simple physics. Wood and metal applied to flesh and bone with the kind of precision that comes from desperation. The guard drops. Clean, quick, professional violence wearing civilian clothes. Ha-hyuk takes the guard's weapon, his radio, his keys, the tools of authority that transfer loyalty to whoever holds them. Power changing hands in the space between heartbeats. Ylva stares at the unconscious guard without comprehension. The medication has built walls in her mind, barriers between thought and action, between memory and recognition, between who she was and who they've made her become. Come on, he says, we're leaving. She doesn't move, doesn't understand. The compound's medicine has taught as choice, as the price freedom demands. Elena remembers her promise about the surveillance grid, finds her way to the electrical building while bullets fly and order collapses. Her hands remember their purpose. Remember that some promises are worth keeping, even when keeping them costs everything. The lights go out, cameras stop recording, electronic locks fail open, the compound's nervous system shutting down, its ability to see and control and monitor reduced to darkness and guesswork. Marcus finds the armory. His keys still work. His access still valid. Authorities' failure to revoke privileges becoming rebellion's unexpected advantage. The compound's bureaucracy too slow for its own security. Weapons distribute, ammunition finds purpose, tools of control becoming instruments of liberation. The compound's own arsenal turned against its creators. Revolution wearing the enemy's uniform. Tom reaches the motor pool, engines turn over in the cold, mechanical systems that don't care about political philosophy, that serve whoever holds the keys, that choose function over loyalty. Trucks start, headlights pierce the darkness, transportation from slavery to uncertainty, from safety to possibility, from the compound's certainty to the wasteland's honest danger. The fence comes down, not cut, not climbed, driven through, 12 feet of steel mesh and razor wire reduced to obstacles overcome, to barriers broken, to the difference between inside and outside eliminated. Angela broadcasts on emergency frequencies, her voice carrying news of compound failure to anyone listening, to other survivors, to other compounds, to the world beyond the fence that still remembers what freedom means. Compound 7 has fallen, she says. Repeat. Compound 7 has fallen. Prisoners escaped. Command structure eliminated. Authority transferred to the people. The people. The phrase that makes dictators nervous. That suggests power might belong to those who live under it instead of those who impose it. That democracy might survive even in wasteland conditions. But revolution has costs. Blood costs, the price paid in bodies that don't get up, that don't walk away, that become statistics in someone else's victory calculation. David falls defending the armory, bullets finding flesh despite good intentions and righteous cause, death not caring about political justification, about moral authority, about who deserves to survive. Sarah dies at the fence. cut down by guards who still believe in order, who still think authority matters more than freedom, who shoot first and count bodies afterward. Tom makes it to the trucks but doesn't make it out. Engine running, door open, freedom just out of reach, distance measured in seconds that stretch into eternity. The compound burns, ammunition cooking off in the fire, explosions that light the sky, that announce to the wasteland that order has failed, that safety is temporary, that walls can't keep out everything forever. Survivors load into vehicles, wounded and whole, medicated and clear, people who have chosen uncertainty over comfort, who have traded safety for the possibility of freedom. Ha-hyuk carries Ylva to the lead truck. She still doesn't understand, still can't process what's happening. The compound's met in building barriers between perception and reality, between stimulus and response. But bodies remember what minds forget. Her hands find the rifle without conscious thought. Her eyes track movement in the darkness, her survival instincts operating below the level of medication and conditioning. The convoy moves out, headlights cutting through wasteland darkness, through the honest danger that doesn't pretend to be safety, that doesn't offer comfort in exchange for compliance. Behind them, the compound burns, smoke rising like prayers, like offerings to gods who measure freedom in bodies and democracy in blood. Like messages that carry news of authorities' failure to anyone willing to read the sky. 11 survivors from 37 residents, from a community that promised safety in exchange for freedom, that offered comfort in exchange for choice, that provided security in exchange for humanity. 11 people who chose uncertainty over certainty, who picked freedom over safety, who decided that being human was worth the price humanity demands. The trucks drive through winter darkness, toward mountains that hold snow like grudges, toward a wasteland that doesn't promise anything except the right to make choices, to fail, to succeed, to live free or die trying. Behind them, the compound's smoke continues rising, patient, persistent, honest about what order costs when order fails. Chapter 17, Exodus. The trucks drink fuel like thirsty animals, gas gauges dropping toward empty, while the wasteland stretches endless in all directions, distance measured in miles they can't afford, in fuel they don't have, in time that runs out faster than hope. Ylva sits in the passenger seat, staring out at nothing, the compound's medicine still building walls in her mind, still separating her from the world, from herself, from the person she used to be before treatment taught her to be grateful for cages. Ha-hyuk drives, hands steady on the wheel, eyes watching the road that isn't really a road, just tire tracks and snow, suggestions of direction in a world that has forgotten about destinations. Behind them, 2 more trucks follow, headlights in the darkness, proof that they're not alone, that revolution succeeded enough to create refugees, that 11 people chose freedom over safety and now have to live with the consequences. The radio crackles, Angela's voice from the second truck, static and distance making words hard to catch, making communication a struggle against physics and time. Fuel problem, she says. Jenkins's truck is burning oil, won't make it much farther without repairs. Repairs, the luxury of time they don't have, of tools they don't carry, of expertise that died with the people who didn't make it out of the compound. How far can he go? Ha-hyuk asks. Maybe 10 miles, maybe 5. The engine's making sounds engines shouldn't make. Sounds engines shouldn't make. The mechanical equivalent of death rattles, of systems failing under stress, of machines learning what people already know about mortality. They find a place to stop. Abandoned gas station. Pumps that haven't worked since the world ended, buildings that shelter wind but not hope, not certainty, not the promise that tomorrow will be better than today. The trucks form a defensive circle, headlights pointed outward, creating a bubble of light in the endless darkness, a temporary fortress made of vehicles and determination and the shared understanding that staying together improves survival odds. Elena crawls under Jenkins' truck, Her hands know machines better than she knows people, better than she knows herself sometimes. Mechanical problems have solutions. Human problems just have complications. Cracked block, she says. Coolant leak. Oil pressure dropping. This truck isn't going anywhere except broke down. Broke down. The mechanical truth that doesn't care about human needs, about escape plans, about 11 people who need transportation to nowhere in particular. Just away, just elsewhere, just not here. They salvage what they can, fuel from the broken truck, ammunition, food, water, medical supplies that might keep bodies functional when everything else fails. The arithmetic of survival reduced to what fits in 2 vehicles instead of 3. Dr. Kim tends to the wounded, bullet holes and burns, and the kind of injuries that come from choosing violence over submission, from deciding that freedom costs blood and paying the price in flesh. Marcus has a bullet in his shoulder. Clean entry, cleaner exit, the kind of wound that hurts but doesn't unlive. That teaches lessons about the difference between cover and concealment. Jenkins has internal bleeding, the kind that can't be fixed with bandages and hope, that requires surgery and hospitals and the kind of medical infrastructure the world used to provide. Before the compound, before the wasteland, before survival became the only career option. We leave him here, Elena says. He's not going to make it anyway. Why waste fuel and space on someone who's already gone? Already gone. The harsh mathematics of survival, the calculation that reduces people to resources, that measures worth in functionality instead of humanity. We take him with us, Ha-hyuk says, until he dies or we find help. We don't leave people behind just because they're inconvenient. Inconvenient. Elena's word for caring about others, for maintaining humanity when humanity becomes expensive, for choosing principle over pragmatism. The argument plays out in whispers, in the space between trucks where wounded people can't hear their fate being decided by committee, by democracy, by the messy process of group decision-making. Some vote for efficiency, for leaving the wounded behind, for traveling light and fast toward uncertain safety, for choosing the living over the dying. Others vote for principle, for maintaining humanity despite cost, for refusing to become the kind of people who calculate worth in fuel consumption and space requirements. The vote splits, 5 for leaving, 5 for carrying. One abstention from someone who can't choose between survival and decency, between pragmatism and principle. Ylva breaks the tie, her voice still thick with medication, still slow with the compound's chemistry, but clear enough to choose humanity over efficiency. We take him, she says. We don't leave people to die alone. Alone, the word that decides everything, that makes the choice clear, that reminds everyone what they're fighting against, what they've escaped from, what they refuse to become. They load Jenkins into the lead truck, careful, gentle, treating him like a person instead of a problem, like someone worth saving instead of cargo worth abandoning. The convoy moves again. 2 trucks now, fewer headlights in the darkness, less redundancy if something breaks, if someone makes a mistake, if the wasteland decides to test their resolve. The fuel gauges continue dropping. Mathematics that don't care about good intentions, about moral choices, about the difference between right and wrong when wrong means more fuel per mile. 20 miles from the compound, 30, 40. Distance measured in freedom gained and safety lost, in choices that can't be unmade and consequences that can't be avoided. Jenkins dies during the night, quietly, without complaint. The kind of death that respects other people's sleep, that doesn't demand attention, that accepts the inevitable with dignity. They bury him at dawn, shallow grave in frozen ground, no marker except stones arranged in a pattern that means someone cared enough to make the effort, to waste time and energy on respect for the dead. Dr. Kim says words over the grave, not religious words, just human words, recognition that Jenkins had a name, a story. Reasons for wanting freedom, for choosing uncertainty over the compound's comfortable certainty. The convoy continues. One truck carrying 10 people. The arithmetic of survival simplified, streamlined, reduced to essential components and necessary choices. But 10 people make decisions differently than 11. Create different dynamics, different power structures, different ways of choosing between competing needs and limited resources. Arguments start over small things: food distribution, water rations, who sleeps when during rest stops, the kind of conflicts that grow larger when stress increases and options decrease. Elena wants to head north, toward mountains that might provide shelter, toward terrain that favors defense over offense, toward places where small groups can hide from larger ones. Marcus votes for south, toward warmer weather, toward areas where fuel might be more available, toward regions that supported larger populations before the world ended. Angela argues for east, toward other compounds that might provide sanctuary, toward civilized areas that might still exist, toward the possibility that order survives somewhere else. Dr. Kim suggests west, toward the coast, toward ports that might still function, toward escape routes that lead away from land-based problems. 4 directions, 4 opinions, 4 different definitions of safety and survival, and the best path toward uncertain futures. Ha-hyuk drives straight ahead, through the wasteland that doesn't care about their debates. That offers equal danger in all directions, that provides honest threat instead of false promise. The truck eats fuel, the engine burns oil, the tires wear down on roads that aren't really roads. Mechanical reality imposing deadlines on political discussions. By evening they need to choose direction, before the fuel runs out, before the truck stops running, before mechanical failure makes choice irrelevant. Democracy in action, survival by committee, freedom expressed through argument and compromise, and the messy process of group decision-making. The vote comes down to personal preference, to individual assessments of risk and opportunity, to the fundamental differences between people who want different things from uncertain futures. They choose north, toward mountains, toward terrain that favors the small and clever over the large and powerful, toward places where winter provides protection along with hardship. The truck turns, headlights swinging toward new horizons, toward possibilities that might be better or worse than alternatives, toward freedom's promise that choice matters even when all choices lead through darkness. Chapter 18, The Frozen Dead. The shopping mall stands like a monument to dead civilization, glass and steel, and the architectural optimism of people who believed tomorrow would be better than today, who planned for growth instead of collapse, for prosperity instead of survival. The parking lot holds cars under snow, vehicles that remember their last drive, that waited for owners who never returned from errands that became permanent absences. Metal and plastic tombstones marking the spots where normal life ended. Ha-hyuk parks the truck near the main entrance. Close enough for quick escape, far enough to avoid being trapped by debris if the building decides to finish falling down. Distance calculated in fear and hope and practical experience with things that collapse. The mall has power, emergency lighting that flickers like dying eyes, backup generators that still remember their purpose. Electrical systems maintained by someone or something that cares about illumination in dark places, which means occupants. Current or recent. People who know how to keep machines running, who understand the difference between maintenance and neglect, who have reasons for staying in abandoned places that should be empty. Ylva's nose twitches, reading sense that human senses can't detect, information carried on air currents and temperature variations, intelligence gathered through biology instead of technology. Death, she says. Old death. Lots of it. Old death. The kind that has had time to settle. To reach accommodation with the environment. To become part of the landscape instead of disruption of it. They approach the entrance weapons ready, expecting resistance, expecting challenge, expecting anything except what they find. Silence, complete, the kind that comes after all the screaming stops, After all the arguments end, after all the problems get solved permanently, the doors are unlocked, glass panels smeared with handprints, with the marks of fingers that pressed against barriers, that sought escape or entry or just contact with something solid in a world gone liquid with uncertainty. Inside, the mall remembers its purpose. Stores with empty shelves, food courts with empty tables, fountains with empty pools that echo footsteps like accusations, like reminders of what abundance used to mean. But the emptiness has been arranged, organized, made purposeful instead of random. Someone has imposed order on abandoned space, has created meaning from meaninglessness. Bodies sit at tables in the food court, arranged in conversation postures, positioned like they're sharing meals that aren't there, discussing topics that ended when their breath stopped, the frozen dead maintaining social conventions in their absence from life. Dr. Kim examines the nearest corpse, professional interest overcoming personal revulsion. Medical curiosity surviving moral shock. The scientists need to understand what killed something, regardless of whether understanding helps anyone. No obvious wounds, he says, no trauma, no signs of violence. They just stopped, like machines running out of power, like processes completing their functions, like biological systems reaching the end of programmed sequences. Poison? Elena asks. No symptoms of toxicity, no discoloration, no indication of chemical interference. They look like they just decided to quit breathing. The ultimate choice. The final exercise of free will, the last decision that can't be overruled by authority or circumstance or other people's opinions. Marcus counts bodies. 43 in the food court, more in stores, more sitting on benches throughout the mall, all positioned like they're waiting for something, for someone. For events that never happened. Suicide pact, he says. Had to be. Group decision to end things together instead of alone. Easier that way. Less frightening. Death as social activity, as shared experience instead of solitary journey. The final exercise of human connection in a world that has forgotten how to connect. But suicide requires method, requires means, requires access to tools that can unlive 43 people simultaneously, without struggle or resistance or change of mind. Angela finds the pharmacy, shelves stripped of everything useful, everything except sleeping pills. Hundreds of bottles, thousands of pills, enough chemical sleep for everyone who wanted permanent rest. The method becomes clear. Pills distributed, water provided, group decision implemented through individual choice, democracy applied to the final vote anyone gets to cast. They explore further, map the mall's geography, learn its layout, understand how 43 people lived in a space designed for thousands, how they organized survival in a monument to consumption, living areas in former store spaces, sleeping quarters in back rooms, workshop areas where people maintained equipment and repaired tools and created the infrastructure necessary for group survival, kitchen facilities in the food court, cooking equipment that still works, food storage areas with empty shelves, the apparatus of communal living maintained until the end, until the final meal was shared and the final decision made. Dr. Kim finds medical records, handwritten notes about health problems, about declining conditions, about bodies failing faster than spirits, about the mathematics of suffering reaching unacceptable levels. Cancer, he says, multiple cases, no treatment options, no pain management, no hope for recovery, just increasing discomfort and inevitable decline. Inevitable decline. The arithmetic that makes death seem reasonable, that transforms survival from goal to burden, that changes the question from how to live to whether living is worth the cost. Elena discovers the generator room, diesel engines maintained with professional care, fuel supplies managed with military precision, electrical systems that could run for months without intervention. They planned this, she says. The timing, the method, the cleanup afterward, everything organized, everything prepared, everything ready for the end. ready for the end, the final expression of human agency, the last exercise of choice in a world that offers fewer choices every day, the ultimate refusal to surrender control to circumstances. But planning requires time, requires discussion, requires consensus building among 43 people with different opinions about death and dignity, and the proper time to surrender. Ylva finds the meeting room, chairs arranged in a circle, notebooks filled with handwriting, records of discussions about final choices, about group decisions, about democracy applied to the ultimate question. They voted, she says, multiple times, over weeks, about whether to continue, whether the cost of survival exceeded the value of living, whether death was preferable to prolonged suffering. Preferable to prolonged suffering. The calculation that transforms suicide from pathology to rational choice. That makes death seem reasonable compared to alternatives. That changes the question from whether to die to when. The final vote was unanimous. 43 people agreeing that Tuesday would be the last day, that Tuesday evening would be the final meal, that Tuesday night would become permanent. But unanimous votes require persuasion, require some people changing their minds, require holdouts accepting group wisdom, require individual will surrendering to collective decision. Marcus finds the dissent records, notes from people who wanted to continue, who believed survival was possible, who thought death was premature, who voted against the final solution. But democracy means majority rule, means individual preferences surrendering to group wisdom, means minority opinions accepting majority decisions. Even when the decision is permanent, even when the vote can't be reconsidered, the mall becomes their shelter, temporary residence in a monument to group suicide. They occupy space where 43 people chose death over continued suffering, where democracy was applied to the ultimate question. They sleep in empty stores, cook in the abandoned kitchen, use facilities maintained by people who knew they wouldn't need them much longer, who prepared infrastructure for successors they would never meet. But sleeping in suicide sites changes people, affects dreams, influences thoughts about survival and suffering and the proper response to impossible circumstances, about whether continuing is always better than stopping. Dr. Kim studies the medical records. Marcus counts supplies. Elena maintains equipment. Angela monitors radio frequencies. Everyone finding purpose in activity, in motion, in anything except thinking about the choice 43 people made. Ylva sits with the bodies, still affected by the compound's medication, still processing reality through chemical barriers, but understanding something about choice, about dignity, about the right to decide when enough is enough. Ha-hyuk watches her, worried about medication effects, about the influence of suicide sites on damaged minds, about whether survival instincts can overcome pharmaceutical interference. But the mall teaches lessons about human dignity, about the right to choose, about democracy applied to personal decisions instead of just political ones, about individual agency exercised in the face of impossible circumstances. They stay 3 days, long enough to rest, to repair equipment, to process the experience of living with the frozen dead, to understand what 43 people chose and why their choice made sense. On the 4th day they leave, carrying supplies from people who planned for successors, who prepared resources for survivors they would never meet, who exercised final generosity along with final choice. The mall watches them go, empty windows like closed eyes, frozen bodies maintaining their positions, democracy preserved in death posture, group decision implemented through individual choice. Behind them, the generators continue running, maintaining light for the dead, preserving dignity for people who chose their exit, honoring final decisions with electrical respect. Chapter 19, Hunger. The mountains eat fuel. Steep grades that make engines work harder. Thin air that burns gas faster. Mechanical stress that turns transportation into expensive proposition. Distance measured in gallons consumed instead of miles traveled. The gauge reads empty. has read empty for 20 miles. Runs on hope and prayer and the mathematical possibility that instruments lie sometimes. That empty doesn't always mean empty. That mechanical systems sometimes provide generosity along with service. Hahyuk steers toward level ground, toward a place where the truck can coast, where momentum might carry them farther than fuel allows, where physics becomes more important than petroleum. The engine coughs, stammers, makes the sounds engines make when they're learning to die, when fuel systems discover the meaning of empty, when mechanical faith meets physical reality. They coast to a stop. Engine silent. Gauge honest. Empty, meaning empty after all. The truck becoming monument instead of transportation. Shelter instead of escape vehicle. 10 people. No transportation. Mountains that stretch in all directions. Snow that falls with the persistence of gravity. Temperature that measures survival in hours instead of days. The wind carries information. Sense of pine and stone and distance. No smoke. No signs of habitation. No indication that rescue waits just over the next ridge or around the next bend. Marcus checks the maps. Paper records of roads that might still exist. Of towns that might still have people. Of possibilities that might become realities if walking becomes an option. 15 miles to the next town. 20 to the one after that. 30 to the place that used to be called civilization. Distance that means everything when travel requires feet instead of wheels. Angela monitors radio frequencies, static and silence, empty airwaves that carry no messages, no communications from rescue services that don't exist, from governments that don't function, from civilization that doesn't remember its purpose. Elena inventories supplies, food for 3 days, water for 2, medical supplies for 1 emergency. The arithmetic of survival reduced to simple mathematics, to addition and subtraction and the numbers that don't lie. 3 days of food, 10 people, mathematics that divide badly, that create fractions, that transform sharing into starving, that make generosity expensive and selfishness practical. Dr. Kim suggests rationing, measured portions, calculated nutrition, scientific approach to starvation that makes dying systematic instead of random, organized instead of chaotic. Half rations, he says. Stretch 3 days into 6, maybe 7 if we're careful, if we don't waste energy on unnecessary activity, like walking toward towns that might be empty, like searching for help that might not exist, like maintaining hope when hope costs calories. But half rations mean half strength, mean bodies learning to function on inadequate fuel, mean biological systems shutting down non-essential operations, like thinking clearly, like making good decisions, like caring about other people's welfare. Ylva stares at the food, canned goods and dried rations, military surplus that tastes like survival, like giving up on pleasure, like accepting that nutrition is functional instead of enjoyable. The compound's medication still affects her thinking, still builds barriers between stimulus and response, between hunger and eating, between need and fulfillment. Chemistry creating confusion where biology demands clarity. I'm not hungry, she says. Not hungry. The medication's gift, the pharmaceutical removal of appetite, of desire, of the biological drives that keep people alive when living becomes expensive. But her body tells different stories. Weight loss, muscle wasting, the physical evidence of starvation proceeding despite psychological denial, despite chemical intervention, despite the mind's refusal to acknowledge biological reality. Marcus opens the first can. Peaches and syrup. Sweetness that tastes like luxury, like abundance, like the world that used to exist before survival became everyone's full-time occupation. He divides the contents, mathematical precision, equal portions measured with scientific accuracy, democracy applied to nutrition, fairness implemented through careful measurement, but equal portions mean inadequate portions, mean everyone getting less than enough, mean shared insufficiency instead of individual adequacy. Socialism applied to starvation. They eat in silence, tasting sweetness that costs too much, enjoying flavor that might be their last. processing nutrition that won't last long enough, won't sustain bodies that need more than they're getting. After the meal, hunger remains, present, persistent, the biological reminder that bodies require fuel, that survival costs energy, that living demands continuous investment in staying alive. The second day brings snow, heavy flakes that accumulate fast, that insulate sound and obscure vision, that transform landscape into white uniformity, into sameness that confuses direction and distance and hope. They stay in the truck, conserving body heat, conserving energy, conserving resources for decisions that haven't been made yet, for actions that might become necessary, for movement that might become inevitable. Angela finds weak radio signals, distant voices discussing weather and supplies, and the ongoing business of survival. Proof that other people still exist, still communicate, still maintain the pretense that civilization functions. But distance makes communication theoretical, makes contact impossible, makes other people's existence irrelevant to immediate problems, to present hunger, to current cold, to the mathematics of survival that don't care about distant voices. The food divides again, smaller portions, hungrier people. Bodies begin to understand that supplies won't last, that generosity has limits, that sharing becomes more expensive every day. Dr. Kim explains the physiology of starvation, how bodies prioritize functions, how muscles provide fuel when food doesn't, how biological systems shut down operations to preserve essential processes. First you lose strength, he says, then coordination, then judgment, then the ability to make decisions, then the will to continue making decisions, the will to continue. The final casualty of starvation, when biology gives up on survival, when bodies decide that continuation costs more than it's worth, when living becomes too expensive for biological budgets. Elena suggests hunting, tracking animals through snow, finding protein that doesn't come from cans, creating food through violence instead of receiving it through charity. But hunting requires energy, requires movement through snow, requires biological investment with uncertain return, requires gambling calories on possibility instead of conserving them for certainty. And hunting requires weapons, skills, knowledge about animal behavior and weather patterns and the difference between tracks that lead to food and tracks that lead to disappointment. Marcus votes for walking, for leaving the truck behind, for carrying minimal supplies toward towns that might provide salvation, for movement instead of waiting, for action instead of patience. But walking means choosing direction, means committing to destinations that might be empty, means spending energy on travel instead of conserving it for survival, means gambling on hope instead of managing despair. The arguments continue. Democracy applied to starvation, group decision-making when all decisions lead through hunger toward uncertain outcomes, when choice becomes expensive and options become scarce. Ylva doesn't participate in discussions, sits apart from group decisions. The medication creating barriers between her and collective responsibility, between individual need and group welfare, between self and others. But her silence affects group dynamics, changes voting patterns, influences decisions through absence instead of presence, through withdrawal instead of engagement. The third day brings empty cans, empty stomachs, empty hope that food will somehow multiply, that mathematics will become generous, that survival will become easier instead of harder. They inventory everything again, searching for calories they missed, for nutrition they overlooked, for sustenance that might exist in spaces they haven't checked, in possibilities they haven't considered. Nothing. No hidden food, no secret supplies, no miracle provision waiting for discovery, just hunger. Present, persistent, growing stronger while they grow weaker, and choices about walking, about hunting, about rationing what doesn't exist, about sharing nothing among 10 people who need something, about group survival when group survival becomes impossible. Democracy becomes expensive when resources disappear, when sharing means starving, when collective welfare conflicts with individual survival, when the group becomes threat instead of protection. The voting begins about direction, about method, about who gets the last of everything when everything runs out, about survival strategies that require some people accepting less so others can have more, or require some people accepting nothing so others can have something. The kind of mathematics that democracy wasn't designed to solve, that majority rule can't address, that collective decision-making can't resolve because resolution requires someone losing everything so others can win something. Chapter 20, The Trial Morning brings discovery. Marcus found Elena's private cache, food hidden beneath the truck's spare tire, supplies hoarded while others went hungry, personal provisions secured through individual planning and group deception, 3 cans of meat, 2 packages of crackers, 1 jar of peanut butter, enough nutrition for 1 person for 2 days, enough calories to make the difference between strength and weakness, between survival and surrender. Elena stands beside her exposed secret, no explanation, no apology, no justification for private abundance in the context of public starvation. Just the stubborn silence of someone caught choosing self over others. The group forms a circle, unconscious geometry of judgment, of democracy applied to moral failure, of collective decision-making when individual choice threatens collective survival. Accusations begin, voices raised despite energy conservation, anger overcoming hunger long enough to address betrayal, to process the mathematics of selfishness in survival situations. You took food from dying people, Angela says, from children who needed nutrition, from bodies that can't afford to lose more weight. Children, the group's youngest members, 16-year-old refugees from the compound, bodies still growing despite starvation, biological systems that require fuel for development as well as survival. Elena's hoarding took calories from growing bones, from developing brains, from biological processes that can't be postponed, that can't wait for better circumstances, that happen now or never. I planned ahead, Elena says. I prepared for scarcity. I thought about individual survival instead of group suicide. I chose practicality over sentiment. Practicality, her word for selfishness, for choosing personal survival over collective welfare, for treating other people like expendable resources, like acceptable losses in personal survival calculations. But planning ahead requires information others don't have, requires knowledge about resource scarcity, requires understanding that sharing leads to collective starvation, that individual hoarding might be rational even when group morality condemns it. Marcus counts the hidden supplies, calculates their impact on group nutrition, on individual survival prospects, on the mathematics of distribution that affect everyone's survival calculations. 3 days of individual nutrition, half a day of group nutrition. The difference between one person continuing and everyone dying slightly later, between concentrated survival and distributed death. Dr. Kim examines the group's physical condition, professional assessment of starvation's progress, of biological systems under stress, of bodies learning to function on inadequate fuel. We're all malnourished, he says, all losing muscle mass, all experiencing cognitive impairment from insufficient calories, but the children are failing faster. The clinical description of young people dying, of biological systems shutting down operations they can't afford, of bodies choosing between growth and survival and discovering they can't maintain both. Angela demands justice, punishment for betrayal, consequences for choosing self over others, for treating group welfare like individual problem instead of collective responsibility. But justice requires authority, requires someone with power to impose consequences, requires structure that exists above individual choice, that can override personal preference with collective decision. They have no authority except democracy, no power except consensus, no structure except what they create through argument and compromise in the messy process of group decision-making. But democracy becomes complicated when survival is at stake, when moral choices have biological consequences, when justice requires choosing between competing definitions of fairness. Hahayok watches the discussion, listens to arguments about punishment and forgiveness, about individual responsibility and collective welfare, about the kind of people they want to be when being human becomes expensive. Ylva sits apart from the circle, still affected by medication, still processing reality through chemical barriers, but understanding something about choice, about consequences, about the weight of decisions in survival situations. The trial begins without formality, without procedures. Democracy improvised in real time by people who have never been judges, who have never been jury, who have never been responsible for other people's fate. Elena defends her actions, claims rational planning, individual responsibility, the right to prepare for personal survival instead of depending on group charity, the mathematics of scarcity that make hoarding reasonable. I saved myself, she says. I planned for failure. I prepared for the moment when sharing becomes suicide. When group welfare conflicts with individual survival. The biological imperative that overrides social conventions, that makes selfishness rational and sharing dangerous, that transforms morality into luxury that starving people can't afford. But survival in groups requires trust, requires shared sacrifice, requires individual choice serving collective welfare, requires people choosing others over self when choice becomes binary. Marcus argues for exile, for removing Elena from the group, for protecting collective welfare by eliminating individual threat, for choosing group survival over individual forgiveness. She can't be trusted, he says. If she hoards food, she'll hoard other things: water, medicine, information, anything that serves personal survival at group expense. Personal survival at group expense. The fundamental conflict in survival situations, when helping yourself means hurting others, when individual success requires collective failure. But exile means death, means sending someone into winter mountains without supplies, without support, without hope for survival. Means group decision to unlive individual member. Angela argues for redemption, for giving Elena another chance, for forgiveness that serves group cohesion over individual punishment, for mercy that preserves humanity even when humanity becomes expensive. We're not murderers, she says. We don't unlive people for making mistakes. We forgive, we teach, we maintain standards that separate about direction, about method, about survival strategies that might work when individual choice serves collective welfare, when democracy functions despite resource scarcity. The radio crackles, distant voice carrying information about weather patterns, about storm systems moving toward the mountains, about time running out for decisions that can't be postponed. 24 hours until the next blizzard. 72 hours until temperatures drop below survival thresholds. Time measured in decisions that must be made, in actions that can't be delayed, in choices that determine who lives and who doesn't. Democracy accelerates, decisions made quickly instead of carefully. Consensus building abbreviated by necessity, by biology, by the mathematics of survival that don't wait for perfect solutions. They choose direction. Walking toward the nearest town, carrying minimal supplies, gambling energy on hope instead of conserving it for certainty, choosing movement over waiting, action over patience. The trial taught lessons about trust, about the cost of betrayal in survival situations, about democracy applied to moral failure, about forgiveness that serves practical purposes as well as ethical principles. But the real test lies ahead, in the mountains that don't care about human justice, in the weather that doesn't respect moral choices, in the distance that must be covered before time runs out. 10 people walking toward uncertainty, carrying the weight of shared decisions, of collective responsibility, of trust rebuilt through necessity and maintained through choice. Behind them, the empty truck holds memories of transportation, of easier movement, of mechanical solutions to biological problems, of the world that used to exist before survival became everyone's primary occupation. Ahead, the mountains wait. Patient, persistent, honest about what survival costs when survival becomes individual choice, when democracy meets biology, when human justice encounters natural law. The trial ends with walking, with movement toward uncertain destinations, with choices that can't be unmade and consequences that can't be avoided, with trust that must be earned through action instead of promised through words. 10 people who chose forgiveness over revenge, who chose collective welfare over individual justice, who chose to remain human despite circumstances that make humanity expensive. Walking toward whatever waits beyond the next ridge, beyond the next storm, beyond the next test of democracy applied to survival, of trust maintained through necessity, of humanity preserved despite cost. Chapter 21, Spring Awakening. The snow melts with the persistence of time, water finding gravity, ice surrendering to warmth, winter releasing its grip on the world 1 degree at a time. The mountains exhale moisture like held breath finally freed. They descend toward valleys that remember green, toward elevations where trees grow leaves instead of just enduring cold, where the air tastes of possibility instead of survival, where spring means more than just warmer dying. 10 people, reduced to 8 after the mountain took Marcus and Elena during the storm. Took them quietly, without ceremony, bodies claimed by cold and distance, and the mathematics of endurance that don't negotiate with human determination. Marcus fell into a crevasse hidden by fresh snow, gone between one step and the next, disappeared into geological honesty that doesn't warn before it swallows. Elena froze during the night when her body heat became insufficient for biological requirements, when her metabolism chose shutdown over continuation. They buried her in snow that would melt come spring, temporary grave for permanent absence, marker that would disappear with the weather that created it, monument to the democracy of death that treats everyone equally. 8 people walking toward lower ground, toward places where survival becomes easier, where fuel might exist, where other humans might maintain the pretense that civilization functions. That order persists. That meaning survives despite evidence. Hahayok leads because someone must lead, because group movement requires direction, because democracy needs someone to break ties when votes split evenly between competing uncertainties, between different definitions of hope. Ylva follows close behind. The compound's medication finally wearing off, chemical barriers dissolving, her mind clearing like snow melting from glass, thoughts becoming sharp again, dangerous again, human again. Behind them, Dr. Kim tends to Angela's frostbite, professional attention applied to tissue damage, medical care that might preserve fingers, toes, extremities that serve function beyond mere biological decoration. Tom carries the radio, monitors frequencies for signs of civilization, for proof that other people survive, that communities function, that the world beyond their immediate experience maintains structure and purpose and the kind of organization that broadcasts information. The radio crackles, static and distance and electromagnetic interference, but underneath the noise, voices, human communication across space, proof that technology serves social function, that people maintain contact despite geography and hardship. Beacon Valley Community, the voice says. Operating sustainable agriculture. Trading post established. Seeking skilled refugees, medical personnel especially needed, medical personnel. Dr. Kim's expertise becoming valuable again. Knowledge that serves community function instead of just individual survival. Skills that create worth beyond personal utility. 20 miles southeast, the voice continues. Follow Highway 40 to mile marker 73. Look for solar panel arrays. Green buildings. Signs of intentional habitation, communities built on purpose instead of accident. Settlements created through planning instead of desperation. Places where people choose to live together instead of just accepting proximity as survival necessity. They adjust course, 8 people turning toward possibility, toward destinations that might provide answers to questions about rebuilding, about creating structure from chaos, about transforming survival into something resembling life. The highway exists in pieces, sections washed out by floods, portions buried under rock slides, segments that remember their purpose but can't fulfill their function, infrastructure surrendering to entropy and weather and time, but sections remain, enough pavement to suggest direction, to provide guidance towards civilized destinations, to offer hope that engineering survives despite evidence of engineering failure. Mile markers count down distance to possibility, to communities that might function, to places where people work together instead of just surviving together, where cooperation serves creation instead of just preservation. 68, 69, 70. Numbers that measure progress toward uncertain futures, toward destinations that might be empty, might be hostile, might be exactly what they need or exactly what they fear. 73. The marker stands beside solar panels that catch sunlight and convert it to electrical possibility. Technology serving human purpose. Engineering applied to hope instead of just survival. Buildings rise from valley floor. Green structures that blend with landscape instead of dominating it. Architecture that suggests permanence. Planning. Investment in futures that extend beyond immediate necessity. Gardens grow in organized rows, plants chosen for nutrition instead of just aesthetics. Agriculture applied to community welfare. Farming that serves function beyond individual subsistence. People work the fields. Actual people, not refugees, not survivors, not desperate individuals clinging to biological persistence. Workers. Citizens. Community members who serve collective purpose. They approach with weapons visible but not threatening. Ready for violence, but hoping for peace. Prepared for hostility, but expecting hospitality. The careful balance of people who have learned that trust requires verification. A woman meets them at the settlement perimeter. Clean clothes, healthy appearance. The kind of physical condition that comes from adequate nutrition and medical care and community support. From living instead of just surviving. I'm Sarah, she says, community coordinator. We heard your radio contact, Dr. Kim, right? We can definitely use medical expertise. Medical expertise, skills that create value in functioning communities. Knowledge that serves collective welfare instead of just individual survival. Professional purpose beyond biological persistence. She leads them through the settlement. Past workshops where people create tools instead of just scavenging them. Past educational areas where children learn subjects beyond survival skills. Past the infrastructure of intentional community. 47 residents, Sarah explains. Mixed backgrounds, engineers, farmers, teachers, craftspeople, people who chose to build something instead of just maintaining something, who decided that creation serves hope better than preservation. Creation serves hope, the philosophy that transforms survival into purpose, that makes community more than just shared resources, that treats civilization like goal instead of memory. They meet the settlement council, 5 people who make decisions through discussion instead of authority, who lead through consensus instead of command. Democracy applied to community function instead of just crisis management. We need medical care, says Robert, the council head, pediatric knowledge, especially child development, prenatal care, the medical requirements of community growth instead of just community maintenance. Community growth. Planning for futures that include children, reproduction, education, the long-term thinking that treats survival like beginning instead of end. That assumes tomorrow will be better than today. Dr. Kim nods. Professional interest overcoming personal exhaustion, medical purpose reasserting itself after months of treating injury instead of promoting health, of reacting to crisis instead of preventing it. What about the others? Ha-hyuk asks. Do we all stay? Do we all contribute? Do we all become community members instead of just refugees seeking temporary shelter? Community members. Identity that transcends survival. Purpose that extends beyond individual persistence. Belonging that serves function beyond mere proximity. Everyone contributes, Sarah says. Everyone works. Everyone participates in community decisions. Everyone benefits from collective welfare. Democracy applied to daily life instead of just crisis situations. But integration requires adaptation, requires accepting community standards, requires individual choice serving collective welfare, requires people learning to be citizens instead of just survivors. They meet other residents, former refugees who became community members, people who chose belonging over independence, who traded individual autonomy for collective security and shared purpose. Maria the engineer, who designs solar installations and water treatment systems, who applies technical knowledge to community infrastructure, who builds tomorrow instead of just maintaining today. James the teacher, who educates children in mathematics and literature and history, who preserves knowledge for future generations, who treats learning like investment instead of luxury. Patricia the farmer, who manages crop rotation and soil development and seed preservation, who creates food instead of just finding it, who plans harvests instead of just hoping for scavenging success. Each person has purpose beyond survival, function beyond biological persistence, identity that serves community welfare instead of just individual need, citizenship instead of refugeehood. But citizenship requires commitment, requires accepting responsibility for collective welfare, requires individual choice serving community function, requires democracy as way of life instead of just crisis management technique. The council meeting convenes that evening, 8 refugees requesting membership, community deciding about integration, democracy applied to questions of belonging and contribution, and the mathematics of shared resources, arguments for acceptance, medical expertise, additional labor, diverse skills that strengthen community capacity, evidence that growth serves community function better than isolation, arguments for caution, resource strain, cultural integration challenges, unknown backgrounds and uncertain loyalties, questions about commitment to community welfare over individual preference. The debate continues past sunset, past the time when decisions should be simple, past the point where answers seem obvious. Democracy taking time to process complex questions about belonging and contribution and trust. Ylva listens without participating, still processing freedom from medication, still rediscovering the connection between thought and choice, between individual will and collective responsibility. Hahyok speaks for the group, promises contribution, commitment, acceptance of community standards and democratic process, willingness to trade individual autonomy for collective belonging. The vote is close. 4 in favor, 3 opposed. 1 abstention from someone who can't choose between community growth and community stability, between opportunity and risk, conditional acceptance, trial membership, probationary period to assess integration, to measure contribution, to evaluate commitment to community welfare over individual preference. They sleep in community housing, real beds, clean sheets, electrical power that serves comfort instead of just necessity, the infrastructure of intentional civilization. But acceptance comes with expectations, with responsibilities, with the requirement that individual choice serve collective welfare, that freedom function within community constraints. Outside, the settlement sleeps. 47 people dreaming of futures that extend beyond survival, of communities that grow instead of just persist, of democracy applied to hope instead of just crisis. 8 refugees becoming citizens, learning that survival can evolve into purpose, that crisis can transform into opportunity, that communities can create meaning from chaos when people choose creation over preservation. Tomorrow they begin integration, learning community function, contributing to collective welfare, discovering that civilization means more than just survival with better organization. Chapter 22, The New Normal Work Begins Before Sunrise, community schedule that treats productivity like responsibility, like citizenship expressed through contribution, like democracy implemented through shared labor instead of just shared decision-making. Ha-hyuk reports to agricultural detail, soil preparation for spring planting, seeds that require ground broken and prepared and organized for growth, earth transformed from random geography into purposeful agriculture. The work connects him to soil and season, and the long-term thinking that assumes tomorrow will provide harvest opportunities. That treats planting like investment instead of just hope. That applies effort to uncertain futures. Ylva joins security patrol, perimeter monitoring that protects community assets from external threats, from scavengers and raiders and the kind of desperate people who take instead of trade, who choose violence over negotiation. Her senses serve community function. Hearing that detects approach before eyes confirm presence. Smell that identifies strangers before they announce themselves. Biological capability applied to collective security. Dr. Kim establishes medical clinic. Real medical practice instead of just trauma response. Preventive care and health maintenance and the kind of professional service that assumes patients will survive long enough to benefit from treatment. Angela works communications, radio contact with other settlements, information exchange that creates networks instead of just isolated communities, knowledge sharing that serves regional development instead of just local survival. Tom joins engineering detail, solar panel maintenance and electrical system development, technology that serves community function instead of just individual convenience. Infrastructure investment in permanent settlement instead of temporary shelter. Everyone contributes, everyone works, everyone participates in community maintenance and development and growth. Democracy expressed through shared responsibility instead of just shared authority. But integration requires adjustment. Learning community rhythm instead of survival rhythm. Thinking weeks ahead instead of hours ahead. Planning for futures that extend beyond immediate necessity. The settlement operates on abundance thinking, resource management that assumes growth instead of just conservation, planning that treats scarcity like temporary condition instead of permanent reality. Food production exceeds consumption, agricultural output that creates surplus instead of just adequacy. Nutrition security that allows people to think about flavor instead of just calories. Energy generation exceeds demand. Solar capacity that powers development instead of just maintenance. Electrical abundance that supports growth instead of just survival. Medical capability exceeds immediate need. Healthcare infrastructure that promotes wellness instead of just treating injury. Professional service that assumes long-term patient relationships. Abundance thinking changes behavior, encourages investment instead of just conservation, supports planning instead of just reaction, enables growth instead of just persistence. But abundance requires protection. Community assets attract external threats. Wealth creates targeting. Success generates envy from those who choose scavenging over building. The perimeter alarm sounds during afternoon shift. Electronic warning that announces unwelcome presence. Technology detecting approach before human senses confirm threat. Ylva responds first. Movement through settlement toward perimeter contact. Speed that comes from biological capability enhanced by community purpose. Individual skill serving collective security. 5 vehicles approach from the north. Military style. Organized formation. Professional movement that suggests training instead of just desperation. Authority instead of just need. They fly compound flags, medical crosses on white backgrounds, international symbols that claim humanitarian purpose. Authority dressed as assistance, power disguised as help. Commander Reynolds exits the lead vehicle, clean uniform, military bearing, professional authority that expects automatic compliance. Power that assumes submission without negotiation. We're conducting regional assessment, he announces, evaluating community capability, determining resource allocation and security requirements. Official business that doesn't ask permission. Official business. Authority that doesn't recognize community autonomy. power that treats settlements like assets to be managed instead of communities to be respected. Administration applied to people who didn't request administration. Sarah meets them at the gate, community coordinator facing external authority, local democracy confronting regional administration, settlement autonomy challenging centralized control. We're self-sufficient, she says. We don't require assessment. We don't need resource allocation. We provide our own security. We function independently. Independent function. The claim that challenges external authority, that asserts community autonomy over administrative control, that treats democracy like legitimate governance instead of just temporary arrangement. Reynolds surveys the settlement. Professional evaluation of assets and capabilities, military assessment that treats community resources like strategic materials, people like human capital instead of autonomous citizens. Impressive development, he says. Solar infrastructure, agricultural capacity, medical facilities, resources that could serve broader regional requirements, assets that could support larger organizational purposes. The language that transforms community assets into strategic resources, that treats local development like regional property, that assumes authority over autonomous achievement. We trade with other settlements, Sarah explains. We participate in regional networks. We contribute to broader development, but we maintain local autonomy, local decision-making, local control over local resources, local control, the principle that challenges centralized authority, that asserts community right to self-determination, that treats democracy like legitimate governance structure instead of just temporary emergency measure. Reynolds nods. Professional acknowledgement that doesn't indicate agreement. Authority processing information for decisions that won't include community input. Administration that informs rather than consults. We'll be establishing regional coordination center, he says. Centralizing resource allocation. Standardizing security protocols. Improving efficiency through unified command structure. Military solution to civilian organization. Authority applied to communities that function through consensus instead of command. Administration imposed on democracy. The Settlement Council convenes emergency meeting. Community leadership responding to external threat. Democracy processing challenge to autonomous function. Citizens deciding about resistance versus compliance. Arguments for cooperation. Avoiding conflict with superior force, accepting regional coordination in exchange for continued local function, compromise that preserves essential autonomy while acknowledging external authority, arguments for resistance, maintaining community independence, rejecting external control over local resources, preserving democratic function against administrative authority. The debate continues through evening, past the time when decisions should be clear, past the point where answers seem obvious. Democracy taking time to process complex questions about autonomy and authority and the cost of independence. Ha-hyuk speaks for integration perspective. Recent refugees advocating for cooperation with authority, for accepting external coordination rather than risking community destruction through resistance. Others argue for independence. Long-term residents who built community through autonomous effort, who created settlement through democratic process, who resist surrendering self-determination to external administration. Ylva listens without participating, still learning community dynamics, still understanding the difference between survival group democracy and settlement citizen democracy, between crisis decision-making and long-term governance. The vote splits evenly, half favoring cooperation, half demanding resistance. Tie that requires additional discussion, more debate, further consideration of options that don't seem satisfactory. Reynolds returns next morning with additional personnel, more vehicles, increased presence that suggests decreased patience with community autonomy, authority that implements decision without waiting for consent. We're establishing coordination center in your community center. he announces. Temporary administrative presence to facilitate regional integration. Minimal disruption to local function. Minimal disruption. The language that minimizes maximization, that treats occupation like cooperation, that frames authority imposition as voluntary integration. But occupation has its own logic, its own requirements, its own tendency to expand beyond stated limitations, to transform temporary presence into permanent authority, coordination into control. The community center becomes administrative headquarters, local democracy displaced by external authority, community meeting space converted to regional command center, citizen space becoming official space. Reynolds assigns community liaisons, local residents who interface with regional authority, who translate community information for administrative purposes, who serve dual loyalty to local democracy and external command. Integration proceeds through small steps, minor adjustments, gradual changes that accumulate into structural transformation. Democracy evolving into administration through incremental modification instead of dramatic revolution. But incremental change changes everything. Community rhythm disrupted by administrative schedule, local priority superseded by regional requirement, democratic process supplemented by official procedure. Citizens become residents, contributors become assets, community members become administrative subjects. Democracy transforming into something that resembles democracy but functions like authority. The settlement continues operating. People work, contribute, participate in community function, but participation occurs within administrative framework instead of autonomous structure. Evening meetings continue but with official observers, community decision-making that operates under external oversight, democracy that functions within authority constraints instead of autonomous operation. The new normal feels familiar, organized, efficient, similar to compound structure but with better food and less obvious coercion. Authority that persuades instead of forces, control that suggests instead of demands, but suggestion becomes requirement, persuasion becomes pressure, cooperation becomes compliance. The slow transformation of democracy into administration through accumulated small compromises. Citizens begin accepting new reality, adjusted expectations, modified understanding of community autonomy, democracy that functions within authority framework instead of democratic autonomy. But some remember, some resist, some maintain commitment to community self-determination despite external pressure, despite administrative convenience, despite authorities' patient transformation of democracy into administration. Late at night, informal meetings continue, whispered discussions about resistance, about community autonomy, about the difference between democracy and administration, about the cost of accepting authority over autonomous function, the choice approaches between accepting administrative integration and maintaining community independence, between cooperation with authority and preservation of democratic autonomy, between survival with comfort and freedom with risk, between security through submission and autonomy through resistance, between new normal and old values. The settlement sleeps around them, 55 people dreaming of futures that might include continued prosperity under external administration or uncertain autonomy through resistance to authority. Democracy preparing for its final test, choice between survival and principle, between comfort and freedom, between administrative efficiency and autonomous self-determination. Chapter 23, Ghosts of the Past. The morning brings recognition, face from another life, another world, another time when survival meant more than just biological persistence, when identity connected to profession instead of just function. Lieutenant Park stands in Reynolds Command Center, military bearing, clean uniform, professional authority that remembers Hahayuk from before the collapse, from when they served together, when they wore matching uniforms and followed matching orders. Sergeant Kim, Park says, didn't expect to find you here. Playing farmer, playing citizen, playing democracy when we both know what democracy costs. Military perspective on civilian governance. Professional soldiers' assessment of political process. Authorities' evaluation of autonomous function. Ha-hyuk stares at his former commanding officer, at authority that knew him when he accepted orders instead of making choices, when he served system instead of community, when identity connected to rank instead of citizenship. Sir, he says. Automatic response. Military conditioning asserting itself despite civilian experience, despite community integration, despite months of democratic participation. Drop the formality, Park says. We're both professionals here, both people who understand how systems work, how authority functions, how order maintains itself against chaos, order against chaos. Military framework applied to civilian organization. Professional soldiers' perspective on community function. Authority evaluating democracy as chaos management technique. Park surveys the command center. Administrative space carved from community area. Authority establishing presence in democratic territory. Military efficiency imposed on civilian process. Impressive setup, he says. Solar power. Communication systems, medical facilities, agricultural capacity, everything organized, everything functional, everything ready for proper administration. Proper administration. Military definition of civilian governance. Professional soldiers' solution to democratic inefficiency. Authorities' assessment of community function. We function autonomously, Ha-hyuk says. Community decision-making. Shared responsibility. Democratic process. We don't require external administration. External administration. The challenge to authority. The assertion of community autonomy over military control. The claim that democracy functions without administrative oversight. Park laughs. Professional amusement at civilian naivety. Military understanding of political reality. Authorities' experience with democratic failure. Democracy, he says. Noble idea. Works fine when resources are abundant, when threats are distant, when people agree about priorities. But survival requires efficiency, requires command structure, requires authority. Authority. Military solution to civilian problems. Professional soldiers' answer to democratic complexity. Administrative efficiency applied to community function. But authority requires submission, requires citizens accepting orders instead of making choices. Requires democracy surrendering autonomy to administrative control. You were good soldier, Park continues. Followed orders, understood hierarchy, accepted responsibility without questioning authority. You could be good soldier again. Good soldier again. The offer of returning to military identity, to professional purpose beyond community contribution, to authority structure instead of democratic participation. The offer includes rank, responsibility, authority over civilian population, professional identity that transcends community membership, military purpose that supersedes democratic function. But military identity requires loyalty to authority over community, orders over consensus, efficiency over democracy, professional obligation over citizen responsibility. I'm community member now, Ha-hyuk says. Citizen, contributor, participant in democratic process. I serve community welfare instead of external authority. Community welfare, the priority that challenges military authority. The commitment that asserts democratic values over administrative efficiency. The choice that prioritizes autonomy over order. Park nods, professional acknowledgement of position stated. Military understanding of civilian perspective. Authority processing resistance for administrative purposes. Community welfare requires protection, he says, requires security, requires authority capable of maintaining order against external threats, against chaos that democracy can't address, external threats, military justification for authority, professional soldiers' argument for administrative control, security requirement that supersedes democratic autonomy. But external threats include authority itself, administrative control that threatens community autonomy, military efficiency that challenges democratic function, order that destroys what it claims to protect. The conversation continues through morning. Professional soldier engaging civilian citizen, military authority confronting democratic resistance, administrative efficiency, challenging autonomous function. Park explains regional situation, multiple settlements accepting coordination, administrative efficiency improving resource allocation, security integration providing protection against external threats. But coordination requires submission, integration demands compliance, protection costs autonomy. Administrative efficiency achieved through democratic surrender. Other settlements chose cooperation, Park says. Recognized benefits of regional coordination, accepted authority for improved function, traded autonomy for security and prosperity, traded autonomy for security, the exchange that defines administrative relationship, the bargain that sacrifices democracy for protection, the compromise that preserves comfort through freedom surrender. But some settlements chose resistance, maintained autonomy despite administrative pressure, preserved democratic function despite efficiency costs, protected self-determination despite security risks. And those settlements? Hahyok asks. Park's expression hardens. Military professionalism acknowledging unpleasant necessity. Authority accepting responsibility for order maintenance. Administration implementing decisions that democratic process can't make. Administrative requirements, he says. Security necessities. Regional stability demands. Order maintenance through appropriate intervention. Professional responsibility for broader welfare. Professional responsibility. Military justification for authority imposition. Administrative necessity that supersedes community autonomy. Order maintenance that requires democratic sacrifice, but professional responsibility serves authority instead of community. Administrative necessity benefits administration instead of citizens. Order maintenance preserves system instead of people. The offer remains open. Military commission. Professional identity. Authority over civilian population. Rank that transcends community membership. Responsibility that supersedes democratic participation. Think about it, Park says. Consider your options. Evaluate community welfare against individual opportunity. Democratic participation against professional authority. Individual opportunity. The temptation that challenges community commitment. The choice between personal advancement and collective loyalty. Between military identity and citizen responsibility. Hahyok returns to agricultural detail, soil and seeds, and the long-term thinking that assumes democratic futures. Work that serves community welfare instead of external authority. Contribution that expresses citizenship instead of profession. But Park's offer follows him. Military identity remembered, professional purpose beyond survival function, authority that transcends community limitation. Rank that provides individual significance beyond collective membership. The other workers notice change. Distraction during labor. Attention divided between present activity and past identity. Community contribution competing with professional memory. Ilva finds him during evening break. Community member recognizing individual struggle. Democratic participant understanding personal conflict. Citizen supporting citizen through identity crisis. Military background, she asks. Former life, he says. Different world, different values, different understanding of authority and responsibility and the proper relationship between individual and system. Different understanding. The conflict between military and civilian perspective, between professional and democratic identity, between authority and autonomy as organizing principles. But identity evolves, changes with circumstance, adapts to community requirement instead of just preserving individual history, serves present function instead of past role. Park represents temptation, professional identity, individual significance, authority over others instead of participation with others, military hierarchy instead of democratic equality. But authority isolates, creates distance between command and community, between professional identity and citizen membership, between individual significance and collective belonging. The choice clarifies between military profession and community citizenship, between individual authority and democratic participation, between external identity and local belonging, between past self and present community, between professional memory and citizen responsibility, between who he was and who he chooses to become. Evening meeting convenes, community council addressing administrative pressure, democratic process confronting authority challenge, citizens deciding about autonomy versus submission. Reynolds increases pressure, administrative requirements expanding, regional coordination becoming mandatory, community autonomy becoming administrative obstacle, but pressure creates resistance. Administrative demand generates democratic response. Authority assertion produces autonomy protection. External control motivating internal unity. The vote approaches about cooperation versus resistance, about administrative integration versus community independence, about sacrificing autonomy for security versus preserving democracy despite risk. Ha-hyuk must choose between military offer and community commitment, between professional identity and citizen responsibility, between individual opportunity and collective loyalty, between who he was and who he chooses to be, between past authority and present democracy, between external profession and local belonging. The ghosts of past identity compete with present citizenship. Military memory challenges democratic commitment. Professional opportunity confronts community responsibility. But choice defines identity. Decision creates character. Selection between alternatives determines who someone becomes instead of just who they were. The meeting continues past midnight. Democracy processing complex decisions about autonomy and authority. Citizens determining community future through collective choice instead of external imposition. Ha-hyuk speaks for community independence, for democratic autonomy over administrative efficiency, for citizen responsibility over professional opportunity, for present commitment over past identity. The vote will determine community future. Whether democracy survives authority challenge, whether autonomy persists despite administrative pressure, whether citizens choose freedom over security, whether Ha-hyuk becomes soldier again or remains citizen, whether identity serves community or authority, whether past defines present or present creates future. Chapter 24, The Reckoning. Dawn brings vehicles. Military convoy approaching from multiple directions. Professional deployment that suggests planning instead of just presence. Authority implementing decision instead of just announcing intention. The perimeter alarm screams across the settlement. Electronic warning that announces systematic threat. Technology detecting organized approach before human senses confirm danger. Ylva responds to northeast lookout. Movement through settlement toward contact point. Speed that combines biological capability with community purpose. Individual skill serving collective defense. 12 vehicles, military pattern, armed personnel, professional formation that indicates serious intention instead of just administrative visit, force prepared for resistance instead of expecting cooperation. Reynolds broadcasts from the lead vehicle. Amplified voice carrying ultimatum across settlement space, authority announcing final terms instead of continuing negotiation. Beacon Valley community, he says. By regional authority, you are required to integrate into administrative coordination. Resistance constitutes security threat requiring intervention. Security threat. Language that transforms community autonomy into criminal activity. That makes democratic independence illegal. That justifies authority through invented necessity. Compliance deadline, 1 hour. Administrative personnel will assume coordination responsibilities. Local autonomy will be restructured for regional efficiency. Resistance will be addressed through appropriate intervention. Appropriate intervention. Military euphemism for violence. Professional soldiers' language for force application. Authorities' solution to democratic resistance. The settlement mobilizes. 55 people choosing response to ultimatum. Democracy facing authorities' final demand. Community deciding between submission and resistance. But mobilization reveals preparation. Defensive positions established during previous weeks. weapons distributed, communication systems activated. Evidence that democracy prepared for authorities' inevitable violence. Community Council convenes emergency session, 5 minutes for decision that determines settlement future. Democracy processing choice between survival and principle, between safety and autonomy, arguments for compliance, avoiding bloodshed, preserving lives over preserving principles, accepting administrative coordination rather than facing military intervention, arguments for resistance, maintaining community independence, defending democratic autonomy, refusing to surrender self-determination to external authority. The vote, unanimous resistance, community choosing principle over safety, democracy selecting autonomy over survival, citizens deciding that freedom justifies fighting, but fighting requires weapons, strategy, coordination against superior force, military capability applied to political purpose, violence serving democratic values instead of authoritarian goals. Hahyuk coordinates defense, military experience serving community purpose, professional knowledge applied to democratic protection, former soldier fighting authority instead of serving it. Positions established, firing lanes cleared, communication systems activated, settlement transformed from community into fortress, democracy preparing to defend itself through violence. But violence changes everything. Community becoming military unit, citizens becoming soldiers, democratic process becoming command structure, peace sacrificed for principle, the deadline expires, authorities' patience ending, administrative convenience yielding to military necessity, professional solution to civilian resistance. Loudspeakers announce final warning, surrender now or face intervention, submit to authority or accept consequences, choose administrative coordination or military resolution. The settlement responds with silence, democratic refusal expressed through absence of submission, community determination communicated through prepared resistance. Reynolds advances with armored vehicles, professional deployment against civilian resistance, military capability applied to political problem, authority implementing solution through superior force. The first shots come from settlement perimeter, defensive fire against advancing authority, community weapons engaging military vehicles, democracy fighting for survival through violence. But settlement weapons target equipment instead of personnel, disable vehicles instead of unliving soldiers. Community violence aimed at capability rather than people, democratic resistance minimizing human cost, military response follows protocol, suppression fire, movement to contact, professional violence applied to civilian resistance, authority demonstrating superior capability through measured force. The engagement develops across settlement perimeter, military units advancing against prepared positions, professional soldiers confronting citizen defenders, authority meeting resistance with appropriate response, but authority underestimated community preparation, democratic planning that anticipated military solution, citizen defenders who prepared for professional attack, settlement resistance that matches military capability. Solar panels become defensive positions, agricultural terraces become firing positions, community infrastructure adapted for military function, settlement geography serving defensive purpose, engineering knowledge applied to combat engineering, agricultural expertise converted to defensive advantage, medical capability supporting combat operations, community skills serving military purpose. Dr. Kim establishes aid station, medical expertise treating combat casualties, professional health care applied to violence consequences, community medical capability serving defensive requirements. Angela coordinates communications, radio contact with other settlements, information sharing about military intervention, community network supporting collective resistance. Tom disables enemy vehicles, engineering knowledge applied to military targets, technical expertise serving defensive purpose, community capability degrading authority advantage. Settlement defense succeeds through preparation and determination. Community resistance matching military capability. Democratic commitment overcoming professional advantage, but success costs blood. Settlement casualties from military fire. Community members wounded defending autonomy. Democratic resistance paying violence price. Marcus dies defending Northeast perimeter. Community member choosing death over submission. Citizen soldier falling for democratic principle. Individual sacrifice serving collective freedom. Angela takes shrapnel from artillery strike. Communications specialist wounded maintaining contact. Community coordinator injured preserving network function. Professional skill serving democratic resistance. Tom falls disabling enemy armor. Engineer dying to preserve community defense. Technical expert paying ultimate price for democratic protection. Individual sacrifice enabling collective survival. But authority takes heavier casualties. Military units discovering citizen resistance. Professional soldiers meeting determined opposition. Authority learning cost of imposing administration on democracy. Reynolds calls halt to advance. Military commander recognizing stalemate. Professional assessment of cost versus benefit. Authority discovering that democratic resistance carries price. Negotiation replaces violence. Communication substituting for combat. Diplomatic solution attempted after military solution fails. Authority accepting that force alone cannot resolve political resistance. Settlement council meets under ceasefire. Community leadership processing military success. Democratic representatives determining negotiation position. Citizens deciding terms for autonomy protection. Demands for military withdrawal, recognition of community autonomy, respect for democratic self-determination, authority acceptance of settlement independence, regional coordination through cooperation instead of control. But authority demands concessions. Administrative oversight, security coordination, resource sharing agreements, regional integration through compromise instead of submission. Negotiation continues through the night, democracy and authority seeking compromise. Community autonomy and administrative efficiency finding accommodation. Citizen independence and regional coordination discovering balance. Agreement emerges from exhaustion and blood and mutual recognition of stalemate. Community autonomy preserved through defensive success. Authority accepting democratic independence through military respect. Settlement maintains self-governance. Community decision-making preserved. Democratic process protected. Citizens retaining control over local affairs. Autonomy secured through successful resistance. But regional coordination continues, resource sharing through negotiation, security cooperation through agreement, administrative efficiency through voluntary participation instead of mandatory submission, military withdraws to respectful distance, authority maintaining presence without imposing control, professional force respecting community independence, administrative coordination through cooperation instead of command. The settlement counts cost, 3 dead, 7 wounded. Infrastructure damaged, community transformed by violence experience. Democracy preserved through successful defense. But preservation requires vigilance. Authority will return. Administrative efficiency will reassert demands. Military force will test democratic resistance. Community independence requires permanent protection. Citizens become veterans. Community members transformed by combat experience. Democratic participants understanding violence, cost of autonomy protection. Settlement defenders knowing price of independence. The victory celebration mixes grief with joy. Community success shadowed by individual loss. Democratic preservation costing citizen sacrifice. Freedom secured through bloodshed, but democracy survives. Community autonomy preserved. Settlement independence protected. Citizens maintaining control over collective future. Self-determination secured through successful resistance. Authority respects strength. Military recognizes capability. Administration acknowledges autonomous function. Regional coordination proceeds through negotiation instead of imposition. The settlement rebuilds. Community infrastructure repaired. Democratic institutions strengthened. Citizen identity reinforced through shared struggle. Settlement unity forged through common defense. Tomorrow brings new challenges, different threats, varied tests of democratic resilience. But today brings victory, community success, settlement independence, democracy preserved through citizen courage and collective determination. Chapter 25, Scorched Earth. The attack comes 3 weeks later, not military vehicles this time. Not professional soldiers in clean uniforms, not authority seeking administrative control through negotiated submission. Raiders, scavengers, the desperate and violent who learned that community wealth creates targeting opportunity, who choose taking over building, who prefer violence to cooperation as resource acquisition strategy. 40 vehicles, mixed types, civilian cars converted to combat vehicles. Military surplus adapted to raider requirements. Transportation that prioritizes mobility over protection. Speed over armor. They strike at dawn. Multiple directions. Coordinated assault that suggests planning instead of opportunistic attack. Organization that indicates leadership. Strategy that implies intelligence gathering. The perimeter alarms fail to sound. Cut wires. Disabled sensors. The attack comes 3 weeks later. Not military vehicles this time. Not professional soldiers in clean uniforms. Not authority seeking administrative control through negotiated submission. Raiders. Scavengers. The desperate and violent who learn that community wealth creates targeting opportunity, who choose taking over building, who prefer violence to cooperation as resource acquisition strategy. 40 vehicles. Mixed types. Civilian cars converted to combat vehicles. Military surplus adapted to raider requirements. Transportation that prioritizes mobility over protection. Speed over armor. They strike at dawn, multiple directions, coordinated assault that suggests planning instead of opportunistic attack. Organization that indicates leadership. Strategy that implies intelligence gathering. The perimeter alarms fail to sound. Cut wires. Disabled sensors. Electronic security compromised by insider knowledge. Information that could only come from community member, from citizen turned traitor, betrayal from within. The wound that cuts deeper than external attack. Community trust violated by individual choice. Democratic vulnerability exploited by personal greed or fear or corruption. Hahiok wakes to gunfire. Automatic weapons. Explosions. The sound of violence applied to civilian targets. Of war brought to peaceful settlement. Of combat imposed on community. Yulva moves before consciousness fully returns. Biological reflexes responding to threat. Survival instincts activated by danger sounds. Body preparing for violence while mind processes reality. The raiders penetrate deep into settlement before resistance organizes. Professional timing, coordinated movement. Attack pattern that suggests military experience adapted to criminal purpose. Buildings burn, solar panels shattered. Infrastructure destroyed not for strategic purpose but for psychological effect. Destruction applied to community symbols. Violence targeting hope along with resources. Citizens scramble for defensive positions. Community members becoming soldiers again. Democratic participants transforming into combat units. Settlement defenders responding to existential threat. But raiders fight differently than military units. No rules of engagement, no restraint for civilian casualties, no distinction between combatants and non-combatants. Violence applied without discrimination or mercy. They target medical facility first. Dr. Kim's clinic, attacked by people who understand that community capability begins with healthcare, who know that destroying medical infrastructure weakens settlement function. Dr. Kim falls defending his patients, medical professional choosing death over abandoning responsibility, community healer dying while protecting community health, individual sacrifice for collective welfare. The clinic burns, medical supplies consumed by fire, healthcare capability destroyed by violence, community resilience damaged through targeted destruction. Agricultural areas suffer systematic destruction, crops burned, irrigation systems demolished, food production capacity eliminated through deliberate targeting. Settlement self-sufficiency attacked through agricultural destruction, Workshops burn, tools destroyed, manufacturing capability eliminated, community industry targeted for systematic destruction. Settlement independence undermined through infrastructure loss. But raiders face unexpected resistance. Community members who learned violence through defensive necessity. Citizens who understand that democratic survival requires fighting capability. Settlement defenders who choose death over submission. Yulva leads counterattack. Biological capability applied to community defense. Individual skill serving collective survival. Citizen soldier fighting for settlement preservation. Her movement through combat zone demonstrates predator capability adapted to defensive purpose. Speed and lethality serving community protection instead of individual hunting. Violence applied to defensive necessity. She eliminates raider leadership. Targeted killing that disrupts attack coordination. Individual action serving collective defense. Personal capability defending community survival. Ha-hyok coordinates defensive response. Military experience serving civilian protection. Professional knowledge applied to community defense. Former soldier fighting for democratic preservation. But defense comes too late. Settlement infrastructure burns. Community capability destroyed. Settlement independence undermined through systematic destruction. Solar power fails. Electrical grid damaged beyond immediate repair. Energy independence lost. Community forced to depend on external resources for basic function. Communication systems destroyed. Radio equipment targeted for elimination. Settlement isolation imposed through infrastructure destruction. Community networks severed. Food stores burn. Agricultural output destroyed. Nutritional independence eliminated. Settlement forced to depend on external sources for survival requirements. Medical capability destroyed. Healthcare infrastructure eliminated. Community resilience degraded through systematic targeting. Settlement vulnerability increased through medical destruction. The raiders withdraw after 2 hours. Combat mission accomplished. Community capability degraded. Settlement independence undermined through infrastructure destruction. But withdrawal doesn't mean victory. Doesn't restore destroyed capability. Doesn't repair damaged infrastructure. Doesn't revive unlived citizens. Doesn't heal wounded community. 12 dead, 23 wounded. Infrastructure destroyed. Community capability eliminated. Settlement independence lost through systematic violence. Angela died defending communication center. Radio operator choosing death over losing contact capability. Community coordinator falling while maintaining network function. Tom died protecting workshop area. Engineer choosing death over surrendering manufacturing capability. Technical expert falling while defending community industry. Sarah died organizing civilian evacuation. Community coordinator choosing death over abandoning leadership responsibility. Democratic representative falling while serving citizen welfare. But death's purchase time, sacrifice enables partial evacuation. Individual loss serving collective survival. Citizen soldiers dying for community preservation. Survivors evacuate to mountain caves, temporary shelter and natural fortifications. Community reduced to refugee status. Settlement transformed from permanent civilization to temporary survival. 55 people reduced to 31. Community capability eliminated. Settlement infrastructure destroyed. Democratic experiment transformed into survival situation. But survival includes determination, includes commitment to rebuilding, includes refusal to surrender community vision despite temporary defeat, democratic persistence despite current catastrophe. Mountain caves provide shelter, but not solution. Temporary protection, but not permanent residence. Survival accommodation, but not community infrastructure. Winter approaches. Temperature dropping towards survival thresholds. Weather that threatens individual persistence. Natural challenge added to human-created problems. Food supplies limited to what evacuation carried. Nutrition for days instead of seasons. Survival resources instead of community reserves. Emergency supplies instead of agricultural abundance. Medical capability reduced to first aid. healthcare limited to trauma response, professional medicine replaced by survival medicine, community health infrastructure lost, but community spirit survives infrastructure destruction. Democratic commitment persists despite physical loss. Settlement vision maintains despite temporary defeat. Citizens organize refugee committees. Democratic structure adapted to survival situation. Community governance modified for emergency circumstances. Settlement leadership functioning despite disaster. Resource allocation through democratic process. Survival supplies distributed through community decision. Citizens maintaining collective welfare despite individual hardship. Work assignments determined through consensus. Labor organized for survival necessity. Community effort directed toward immediate requirements. Settlement cooperation serving refugee survival. But refugee status requires change, adaptation to reduced circumstances, acceptance of survival priorities over development goals. Community vision modified for immediate necessity. Planning begins for reconstruction. Community rebuilding organized through democratic process. Settlement restoration planned through collective effort. Infrastructure recovery designed for improved security. But reconstruction requires resources, materials for building, tools for construction, energy for operation, resources that refugees don't possess, that community can't generate, that settlement must acquire. Trade becomes necessity, exchange with other communities, resource sharing through negotiation, settlement diplomacy serving reconstruction requirements. Contact with other settlements reveals regional situation. Multiple communities attacked, infrastructure destroyed, capability degraded through systematic violence. Regional raider campaign, coordinated destruction of community independence, systematic elimination of settlement capability, organized violence targeting civilian infrastructure. But coordination implies planning. Organization suggests leadership. Systematic destruction indicates strategic purpose. Regional campaigns serving political goal instead of just criminal opportunity. Authority denial of responsibility. Military forces claiming no involvement. Administrative personnel asserting non-participation. Official innocence despite circumstantial evidence. But raider capability suggests professional training. Attack coordination indicates military experience. Strategic targeting implies official knowledge. Evidence suggesting authority involvement despite official denial. The pattern becomes clear. Raiders eliminating community independence. Violence destroying settlement capability. Systematic destruction preparing for administrative intervention. Communities weakened through violence become dependent on authority protection. Settlements damaged through destruction require administrative assistance. Independence eliminated through systematic assault. Authority solutions offered for authority-created problems. Military protection from military-trained raiders. Administrative assistance for administratively convenient destruction. But recognition creates resistance. Understanding generates opposition. Knowledge motivates defensive preparation. Community awareness serving collective protection. Refugee councils coordinate information sharing. Settlement networks exchanging intelligence. Community communication serving defensive preparation. Democratic cooperation organizing resistance. Regional resistance network emerges from raider destruction. Community coordination through shared threat. Settlement cooperation serving collective defense. Democratic alliance opposing systematic violence. But resistance requires capability, resources for defense, weapons for protection, organization for coordination, community assets for collective security. Winter months provide preparation time, season for planning, weather that delays military operations, natural protection enabling defensive organization. Survivors plan return to settlement, community reconstruction through collective effort, settlement restoration serving democratic renewal, infrastructure rebuilding enabling community independence. But return requires security, protection from repeated attack, defense against systematic violence, community capability for settlement preservation. Spring will bring decision, return to settlement or permanent refugee status, community reconstruction or democratic abandonment, settlement restoration or civilization surrender. The choice approaches through winter months, decision delayed but not avoided, community future determined by collective commitment to democratic persistence despite systematic opposition. Chapter 26, The Long Hunt. Spring melts the snow but not the anger, water running clear while purpose runs dark, season changing but not the settlement's choice, not the decision carved from loss and betrayal and the mathematics of justice deferred. They returned to Beacon Valley in April. 31 people walking through ruins, community members surveying destruction, citizens measuring the cost of civilized life in an uncivilized world. The solar panels lie shattered like broken promises. Technology destroyed by people who never learned to build. Infrastructure eliminated by those who choose taking over making. Progress undone by regression, armed with stolen weapons. Ha-hyuk stands in the medical clinic's ashes. Concrete foundation marking where Dr. Kim died defending community health. Memorial site where professional service met criminal violence. Ground sanctified by sacrifice. The workshop's twisted metal tells stories about Tom's final stand. Engineering tools melted into sculptures of resistance. Technology transformed from creative purpose to defensive necessity. Industry becoming monument to individual courage. Ylva reads tracks in hardened mud. Footprints and tire marks that survived winter's cleansing. Evidence that endures seasonal change. Information that connects destruction to responsible parties. 43 distinct boot patterns, 27 different tire types, vehicle weights estimated through soil compression, data that creates profiles, intelligence that identifies targets, professional tracking applied to criminal investigation, biological capability serving justice purpose, predator skills adapted to prey identification, hunt methodology directed toward moral targets. The tracks lead northeast, toward mountainous territory, toward regions that provide concealment for organized violence, toward geographic areas that shelter systematic criminality. But tracking requires resources, weapons for confrontation, supplies for pursuit, transportation for distance coverage, community assets applied to justice mission. The Settlement Council convenes among ruins, democratic process functioning despite infrastructure destruction, community leadership operating in damaged space, governance continuing despite physical loss, arguments for rebuilding, reconstruction instead of revenge, community restoration over criminal pursuit, settlement regeneration rather than violence mission, arguments for justice, pursuit before rebuilding, criminal accountability before community restoration, violence response to violence initiation. The debate reveals philosophical division between forgiveness and accountability, between restoration and retribution, between turning away from violence or embracing violence for moral purpose. But division weakens democratic function. Disagreement reduces community capability. Philosophical differences undermining collective action. Democracy paralyzed by competing definitions of proper response. Ha-hyuk breaks the deadlock. Military experience informing civilian leadership, professional understanding applied to community decision, individual choice serving collective direction. We hunt them down, he says. We find them. We stop them. We prevent future attacks on other communities. We accept responsibility for regional security. Regional security, community responsibility extending beyond settlement boundaries. Democratic obligation serving broader civilian protection, local action addressing systemic threat, but hunting requires transformation, community members becoming pursuit team, citizens becoming soldiers, settlement defenders becoming active combatants, 12 volunteers for pursuit mission, community members choosing violence over safety, citizens accepting danger for justice purpose, settlement defenders becoming justice seekers. Ylva leads tracking team. Biological capability serving investigation function. Predator skills applied to criminal pursuit. Individual expertise serving community justice. HAHAYOP coordinates tactical planning, military experience serving civilian protection, professional knowledge applied to justice mission, combat capability directed toward moral purpose. The pursuit begins in late April. 12 people following tracks that lead toward mountain territory. Community justice seeking criminal accountability. Democratic action addressing systematic violence. The trail leads through abandoned settlements, through communities destroyed by raider attacks, through infrastructure ruins that tell stories of systematic destruction. Mill Creek community, 30 buildings reduced to ash, solar installations demolished, agricultural systems destroyed, community capability eliminated through targeted violence. Pine Ridge settlement, 47 residents unlived or disappeared, medical facilities burned, workshop areas destroyed, settlement independence eliminated through comprehensive destruction. Valley View community, infrastructure intact but population missing. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no evidence of resistance. Community that disappeared without violence traces. The pattern reveals systematic campaign, coordinated destruction of civilian infrastructure, regional elimination of community independence, strategic violence serving political purpose. But political purpose requires organization, requires leadership, requires resources beyond criminal capability, requires support from authority sources. Evidence accumulates through pursuit, professional equipment among raider supplies, military weapons beyond civilian access, communication systems requiring official authorization. Authority involvement becomes undeniable. Military support for criminal operations, administrative assistance for systematic destruction, official resources serving unofficial violence. The trail leads to Blackstone Canyon, natural fortress in mountain territory, geographic position that provides defensive advantage, terrain that favors prepared defense over mobile attack. Reconnaissance reveals major installation, military-grade fortifications, professional defensive positions, infrastructure that requires significant resources, organization that suggests official support, 200 personnel, mixed military and civilian, professional soldiers alongside criminal elements, authority resources combined with criminal capability, equipment beyond raider capacity, heavy weapons, communication systems, transportation assets, military supplies serving criminal operations, command structure that indicates professional leadership, organization that suggests military training, coordination that requires official resources, authority operating through criminal proxies. But reconnaissance also reveals opportunity, defensive positions focused outward, limited internal security, confidence that creates vulnerability, assumption that eliminates preparation. Tactical planning begins in mountain caves, military experience designing assault operation, professional knowledge applied to justice mission, combat capability directed toward criminal elimination, 12 attackers against 200 defenders, mathematics that favor prepared defense over mobile assault, numbers that suggest mission impossibility, odds that require tactical innovation. But innovation emerges from necessity, creative solutions from desperate circumstances, tactical advantage through strategic surprise, professional capability applied to moral purpose, night assault planned for maximum effect, darkness providing concealment, timing creating confusion, coordination generating tactical advantage, objectives beyond personnel elimination, infrastructure destruction, communication disruption, resource denial, operations designed to eliminate criminal capability. But assault requires commitment, acceptance of casualties, willingness to trade lives for justice, individual sacrifice serving community protection. The team prepares through Mountain Spring, training for assault operation, rehearsing tactical procedures, coordinating individual actions for collective purpose, weapons maintenance, equipment preparation, supply organization, assault readiness through professional preparation, military methodology serving civilian protection. But preparation includes emotional readiness, psychological preparation for violence, mental conditioning for killing, Individual adaptation for necessary brutality. Community members becoming soldiers. Citizens accepting warrior responsibility. Settlement defenders transforming into justice agents. Democracy preparing for violent action. The assault date approaches. Mission preparation nearing completion. Tactical readiness achieving operational standard. Community justice approaching criminal accountability. But accountability requires success. Mission completion, objective achievement, criminal elimination through violent intervention. Justice implemented through controlled brutality. 12 people preparing to attack 200. Community members accepting impossible odds. Citizens choosing justice over safety. Settlement defenders selecting moral action over personal survival. The choice defines community character. Democratic commitment to justice despite cost. Civilian willingness to accept military responsibility. Community decision to fight evil despite overwhelming disadvantage. Mountain Spring provides final preparation time, season enabling tactical planning, weather permitting assault operations, natural timing serving moral purpose. But timing also creates pressure, seasonal window for operation, weather limitations for mission success, natural constraints requiring prompt action. The pursuit transforms from investigation to combat operation, from tracking to assault, from evidence gathering to violence implementation, from justice seeking to justice delivering. 12 people who chose accountability over acceptance, community over safety, justice over survival, democracy over submission to systematic violence. The hunt nears its conclusion, pursuit reaching target destination, investigation becoming intervention, justice mission approaching violent resolution. Chapter 27. The Resistance. The network grows in darkness. Whispered contacts between destroyed settlements, radio frequencies that carry more than weather reports, coordination that operates below authorities' awareness threshold. 15 communities, attacked by raiders, infrastructure destroyed, capability eliminated, independence undermined through systematic violence, regional campaign achieving strategic objectives, but destruction creates connection, shared threat generating cooperation, common enemy producing alliance. Systematic violence motivating collective resistance. Messages travel through mountain frequencies. Information sharing between settlement survivors. Intelligence coordination among refugee communities. Communication network serving resistance organization. Hahyok monitors frequencies from mountain hideout. Military communication training applied to civilian coordination. Professional signal knowledge serving democratic resistance, technical capability supporting political opposition. The signals tell stories, community after community reporting raider attacks. Settlement after settlement describing infrastructure destruction. Voice after voice recounting systematic violence, but voices also report authority response. Military units arriving after destruction. Administrative personnel offering assistance after capability elimination. Official help following convenient timing. Pattern recognition reveals coordination. Authority presence correlating with raider absence. Military assistance following criminal violence. Administrative convenience emerging from systematic destruction. The conspiracy becomes undeniable. Authority creating problems requiring authority solutions. Military generating threats requiring military protection. Administration producing chaos requiring administrative control. Resistance coordination begins through secure channels, communication between settlement survivors, planning among refugee communities, organization emerging from shared understanding of systematic deception. Central Valley Resistance, 43 survivors from 3 destroyed settlements. Coordination through shared leadership. Resources pooled for collective action. Democratic Alliance serving anti-authority purpose. Mountain Ridge Coalition, 67 refugees from 4 eliminated communities. Organization through consensus decision-making. Leadership selected for tactical capability. Democratic structure adapted for military resistance. Eastern Territory Alliance, 91 survivors from 7 destroyed settlements, coordination through representative governance, resources shared for collective defense, democratic confederations serving resistance objectives. But resistance requires more than organization, requires weapons, training, intelligence, capability for military action against professional opponents, democratic preparation for authoritarian confrontation, weapons acquisition through raider elimination, arms captured from criminal forces, equipment liberated from systematic destroyers, military supplies obtained through justice operations, training programs established in mountain territories, combat instruction for civilian refugees, military. Authority response escalates with resistance growth. Military sweeps of mountain territories, administrative pressure on neutral communities, official crackdown on unauthorized organization, regional coordination centers established, military command posts in strategic locations, administrative control points monitoring civilian movement, authority infrastructure serving surveillance function, but increased pressure generates increased resistance, official crackdown motivating civilian opposition, authority presence creating resistance recruitment, military action producing democratic reaction, recruitment accelerates among targeted populations, authority oppression creating resistance motivation, official violence generating civilian opposition, administrative control motivating democratic resistance, combat training programs expand rapidly, military instruction for civilian combatants, professional education for community defenders, tactical preparation for resistance fighters, weapons stockpiling increases dramatically, arms accumulation for resistance operations, equipment preparation for military confrontation, supply building for sustained conflict. Intelligence gathering becomes systematic. Authority surveillance of official activities, military monitoring of professional operations, administrative tracking of bureaucratic procedures. But systematic resistance requires systematic organization. Command structure for military coordination. Leadership hierarchy for operational effectiveness. Professional organization for combat capability. Democratic resistance confronts authoritarian challenge. Civilian organization opposing military efficiency. Community coordination challenging professional capability. Political opposition requiring tactical excellence. Hahiok accepts regional command position. Military experience serving resistance coordination. Professional knowledge supporting democratic opposition. Combat capability directing civilian resistance. But command requires authority. Leadership demands decision-making. Coordination necessitates hierarchy. Democratic resistance adopting authoritarian methodology. The contradiction challenges resistance philosophy. Democratic values requiring undemocratic organization. Civilian principles necessitating military structure. Political freedom demanding tactical discipline. Command structure emerges from practical necessity. Military organizations serving political purpose. Professional hierarchy supporting democratic objectives. Tactical efficiency enabling strategic success. Regional resistance coordination through professional command. Military methodology serving civilian protection. Combat organization supporting community restoration. Tactical structure enabling political victory. But victory requires sacrifice, individual loss for collective success. Resistance fighters accepting military reality. Civilian combatants understanding combat cost. Community defenders acknowledging tactical necessity. Democratic warriors preparing for violent victory. The offensive date approaches through spring planning. Strategic preparation nearing completion. Tactical readiness achieving operational standard. Resistance coordination approaching maximum effectiveness. Regional resistance network ready for decisive action. Community alliance prepared for comprehensive offensive. Democratic opposition organized for authoritarian confrontation. Civilian resistance equipped for military victory. But victory requires execution. Planning transformation into action. Preparation becoming operation. Coordination achieving tactical reality. Democratic resistance implementing strategic offensive. The spring offensive will determine regional future, community independence or administrative control, democratic autonomy or authoritarian submission, civilian freedom or official domination. Resistance network approaching moment of truth. Community alliance facing decisive tests, democratic opposition confronting authoritarian challenge. Regional future depending on civilian courage and military capability. Chapter 28, The Final Stand. The assault begins at dawn across 7 fronts, coordinated strikes against authority installations, simultaneous attacks on military positions. Regional offensive implementing months of democratic planning. 300 resistance fighters attacking strategic targets. Community combatants engaging professional military forces. Civilian warriors confronting authoritarian power. Democratic resistance implementing violent liberation. Ha-Hayok coordinates northern sector assault. Military experience directing civilian combatants. Professional knowledge serving democratic objectives. Combat leadership enabling community liberation. Targets selected for strategic impact. Communication centers that coordinate authority response, supply depots that enable military operations, command posts that direct administrative control. But authority prepared for resistance action. Professional forces positioned for defensive operations, military equipment deployed for civilian suppression, official capability organized for democratic defeat. The battle develops across mountain territory, professional soldiers engaging civilian combatants, military organization confronting democratic resistance, authoritarian power opposing community liberation. Northern sector achieves tactical surprise. Authority positions compromised through intelligence preparation. Military installations penetrated by civilian fighters. Official control disrupted by democratic action. Communication center falls to resistance assault. Authority coordination eliminated through tactical victory. Military command interrupted by civilian success. Administrative control severed by democratic action. But victory costs blood, resistance casualties accumulating rapidly, community fighters falling to professional fire, civilian combatants dying for democratic objectives. Martinez dies, destroying communication equipment. Electronic specialist, choosing death over mission failure. Technical expert falling while eliminating authority capability. Rodriguez falls, defending captured position. Infantry fighter accepting death for tactical advantage. Combat veteran dying while protecting resistance achievement. Johnson unlives while assaulting command bunker. Assault leader choosing death over objective abandonment. Military specialist falling while achieving strategic success. But sacrifice achieves objectives. Individual death enabling collective victory. Personal cost producing political success. Community loss creating democratic achievement. Authority response mobilizes across region. Military reinforcements deployed for resistance suppression. Professional forces organized for civilian defeat. Official capability directed toward democratic elimination. Air support appears over battlefields. Military aircraft engaging ground targets. Professional aviation confronting civilian positions. Technological advantage applied to tactical dominance. Artillery support coordinates with airstrikes. Military firepower concentrating on resistance positions. Professional capability overwhelming civilian defenses. Technological superiority, achieving tactical victory. But resistance fighters adapt to superior firepower. Civilian combatants modifying tactics for survival. Community warriors adjusting strategy for professional opposition. Democratic resistance evolving for authoritarian confrontation. Dispersal prevents concentrated targeting. Individual movement avoiding mass casualties. Small unit tactics reducing artillery effectiveness. Adaptive methodology countering technological advantage. Close combat negates air superiority. Personal engagement limiting aviation effectiveness. Individual confrontation reducing technological dominance. Tactical adaptation achieving strategic equality. Urban warfare favors motivated defenders. Community fighters utilizing local knowledge. Civilian combatants exploiting geographic familiarity. Resistance advantage through territorial understanding. Southern sector achieves major breakthrough. Authority positions overrun by civilian assault. Military installations captured through community coordination. Official control eliminated by democratic action. Supply depot captured with equipment intact. Military stores liberated for resistance use. Professional weapons obtained for civilian employment. Authority resources serving democratic objectives. Vehicle park secured with transportation functional. Military mobility captured for resistance operation. Professional logistics serving community requirements. Official capability supporting democratic action. Ammunition stockpile acquired for resistance supply. Military ordnance obtained for civilian use. Professional weapons serving democratic objectives. Authority firepower supporting community liberation. But breakthrough creates vulnerability. Extended positions difficult to defend. Advanced units exposed to counterattack. Tactical success generating strategic risk. Authority counteroffensive targets exposed positions. Military capability concentrating on resistance breakthrough. Professional forces exploiting civilian vulnerability. Official power attacking democratic success. Heavy casualties result from counterattack. Resistance fighters falling to concentrated fire. Community combatants dying under professional assault. Civilian warriors eliminated by military superiority. But resistance reinforcement prevents collapse. Community reserves supporting threatened positions. Democratic fighters replacing fallen combatants. Resistance depth maintaining tactical stability. Eastern sector encounters strongest resistance. Professional forces concentrated for civilian suppression. Military capability focused on democratic defeat. Authority power organized for resistance elimination. Assault stalls against prepared defenses. Civilian fighters unable to penetrate military positions. Community combatants confronting professional fortifications. Democratic resistance meeting authoritarian strength. Casualties mount without tactical progress. Resistance fighters dying without objective achievement. Community combatants falling without strategic success. Civilian warriors eliminated without political advancement. But sacrifice maintains pressure. Individual death enabling continued assault. Personal cost producing tactical persistence. Community loss creating strategic determination. Central coordination maintains offensive momentum. Command structure directing multi-sector operations. Leadership hierarchy coordinating tactical actions. Professional organization enabling strategic success. Intelligence coordination provides tactical advantage. Information sharing between resistance sectors. Communication networking among civilian combatants. Knowledge distribution serving democratic objectives. Logistics support sustains combat operations. Supply coordination maintaining fighter capability. Resource distribution enabling continued assault. Material support serving tactical requirements. Medical support treats combat casualties. Field medicine preserving fighter capability. Trauma care enabling continued resistance. Health support serving democratic objectives, but coordination requires communication. Command structure demanding information exchange. Leadership hierarchy necessitating tactical reporting. Professional organization requiring strategic intelligence. Authority jamming disrupts resistance communication. Electronic warfare degrading civilian coordination. Technical interference reducing democratic effectiveness. Official capability undermining community organization. But resistance adapts to communication disruption. Civilian fighters maintaining tactical coordination. Community combatants preserving operational capability. Democratic resistance sustaining strategic momentum. Predetermined objectives enable autonomous action. Mission planning reducing communication requirements. Tactical preparation enabling independent operation. Strategic coordination supporting decentralized execution. Local leadership maintains sector effectiveness. Community command preserving tactical capability. Civilian leadership sustaining operational momentum. Democratic organization enabling strategic success. Individual initiative compensates for communication loss. Personal judgment replacing command direction. Individual decision-making serving tactical requirements. Autonomous action supporting strategic objectives. The battle continues through the day. Professional forces engaging civilian combatants. Military capability confronting democratic resistance. Authoritarian power opposing community liberation. But resistance demonstrates tactical competence. Civilian fighters matching professional capability. Community combatants achieving military effectiveness. Democratic resistance proving strategic viability. Victory emerges from determination. Individual commitment enabling collective success. Personal courage producing political achievement. Community sacrifice creating democratic liberation. Authority positions fall throughout region. Military installations captured by civilian assault. Professional forces defeated by community coordination. Official control eliminated by democratic action. Regional administration collapses under resistance pressure. Authority structure dismantled by civilian victory. Military control eliminated by community success. Administrative power destroyed by democratic achievement. But victory costs everything. Resistance casualties exceeding 50%, community fighters paying ultimate price, civilian combatants dying for democratic freedom. Regional liberation purchased through individual sacrifice. Ha-hyuk surveys battlefield aftermath. Military professional witnessing civilian courage. Combat veteran recognizing community determination. Democratic leader understanding liberation cost. Freedom requires blood. Democracy demands sacrifice. Community costs individual life. Liberation purchased through personal death. But sacrifice creates meaning. Individual death enabling collective liberty. Personal cost producing political success. Community loss achieving democratic victory. The region belongs to resistance. Authority eliminated through civilian action. Military control destroyed by community coordination. Administrative power defeated by democratic determination. But victory requires reconstruction. Liberation demanding organization. Freedom necessitating structure. Democracy requiring institutional development. The battle ends with beginning. Military victory enabling political construction. Tactical success producing strategic opportunity. Community liberation creating democratic responsibility. Chapter 29. After the storm. The hospital rises from battlefield ash. Medical facility constructed where command bunker stood. Healing infrastructure replacing military control. Community health serving democratic restoration. Dr. Sarah Chen tends to the wounded. Medical professional replacing Dr. Kim's sacrifice. Healthcare practitioner serving community needs. Professional service supporting civilian recovery. 43 beds filled with resistance veterans. Combat casualties receiving professional treatment. Civilian fighters healing from battle wounds. Community heroes recovering from liberation cost. But healing requires more than medical treatment. Requires psychological support for trauma processing. Mental health care for combat experience. Emotional assistance for violence memories. Marcus Wilson counsels resistance fighters. Mental health professional treating combat trauma. Psychological support helping violence recovery. Therapeutic intervention enabling civilian reintegration. Combat changes people. Violence alters perspective. Military experience modifies civilian identity. War memories affecting peacetime adjustment. Community members who became soldiers struggling to become citizens again. Civilian combatants readjusting to democratic participation. Resistance fighters learning peacetime purpose. But adjustment requires time. Healing demanding patience. Recovery necessitating gradual progress. Reintegration enabling community restoration. Construction crews rebuild destroyed infrastructure. Engineers replacing military destruction with civilian development. Builders creating community facilities from battlefield ruins. Solar installations providing electrical power. Energy independence restored through technical expertise. professional capability serving community requirements, engineering knowledge enabling democratic function, communication systems connecting resistance territories, information networks linking liberated communities, electronic coordination serving regional cooperation, technical infrastructure supporting democratic alliance, agricultural development replacing military installations, food production utilizing former administrative facilities, farming operations transforming authority sites, community sustenance replacing official control, water treatment facilities ensuring public health, sanitation systems supporting community welfare, infrastructure development serving civilian requirements, technical capability enabling democratic function. But reconstruction requires resources. Materials for building projects, equipment for infrastructure development, supplies for community restoration. Trade networks emerge between liberated territories, economic cooperation replacing military confrontation, commercial exchange serving community development, business relationships supporting democratic prosperity, transportation systems connecting resistance communities, road networks linking liberated territories, vehicle movement enabling commercial cooperation, infrastructure development serving economic integration. Manufacturing capability produces community necessities, industrial development replacing military production, civilian manufacturing serving democratic requirements, technical capabilities supporting community independence, education systems training next generation, schools replacing military installations, learning facilities serving community development, knowledge transfer ensuring democratic continuity, children learning mathematics and literature, science and history and arts, academic subjects beyond survival skills, educational development enabling cultural advancement, teachers who survived authority occupation, educational professionals serving community development, academic experts supporting intellectual growth, knowledge specialists enabling democratic sophistication. But education requires security, learning demanding peaceful environment, academic development necessitating stable conditions, cultural advancement requiring community protection, security forces provide community defense, civilian police replacing military occupation, democratic law enforcement serving community safety, professional protection supporting civilian development. Hahyuk commands regional security coordination, military experience serving civilian protection, professional knowledge supporting democratic safety, combat capability ensuring community independence. But civilian security differs from military control. Democratic protection versus authoritarian domination, community safety versus official control, law enforcement versus military occupation, police accountability to civilian authority, security forces serving democratic government, law enforcement supporting community welfare, professional protection enabling citizen autonomy, judicial systems ensuring legal justice, courts providing dispute resolution, legal processes serving community fairness, justice systems supporting democratic order, but justice requires law, legal frameworks governing community behavior, judicial systems ensuring fair treatment, court processes supporting democratic values, constitutional convention drafts governing documents, political assembly creating legal framework, democratic process establishing governmental structure, community organization enabling regional governance, representation based on population, democratic participation through electoral process, citizen involvement in governmental decision-making, political equality supporting community welfare, individual rights protected through legal guarantee, personal freedom ensured by constitutional provision, citizen liberty supported by governmental limitation, democratic values enabling community development. But democracy requires practice, citizen participation in political process, community involvement in governmental function, democratic engagement supporting regional prosperity, town meetings discussing community issues, citizen assemblies addressing local problems, Democratic gatherings enabling collective decision-making, political participation supporting community welfare, electoral processes selecting governmental leadership, democratic campaigns enabling citizen choice, political competition supporting community representation, electoral participation ensuring governmental accountability, policy debates addressing community challenges, political discussion enabling informed decision-making, democratic dialogue supporting collective problem-solving, community engagement ensuring responsive governance, regional confederation emerges from community alliance, political cooperation between liberated territories, governmental coordination serving democratic development, administrative integration supporting regional prosperity. But confederation requires consensus, political cooperation demanding agreement, governmental coordination necessitating compromise, administrative integration requiring democratic negotiation. Economic integration creates regional prosperity, commercial cooperation between community territories, business development serving democratic advancement, economic growth supporting community welfare, cultural exchange enriches community development, educational cooperation between territorial systems, knowledge sharing serving democratic sophistication, intellectual advancement supporting community prosperity, environmental restoration replaces military destruction, ecological development serving community health, natural resource management supporting sustainable development, environmental protection ensuring democratic continuity, agricultural advancement provides food security, farming development ensuring community nutrition, food production supporting regional independence, agricultural prosperity enabling democratic stability. But prosperity requires protection, economic development demanding security provision, commercial advancement necessitating stability maintenance, community welfare requiring defensive capability. Military alliance provides regional defense, security cooperation between liberated territories, defensive coordination serving community protection, military collaboration ensuring democratic independence, professional training for civilian forces, military education supporting community defense, combat instruction ensuring security capability, tactical preparation enabling regional protection, intelligence coordination preventing authority resurgence, information sharing serving democratic security, knowledge cooperation ensuring community protection, intelligence collaboration supporting regional independence. But defense requires vigilance, security demanding constant attention, protection necessitating continued preparation, military capability requiring sustained development. Yelva leads intelligence operations, biological capability serving security function, predator skills supporting community protection, individual expertise ensuring democratic defense, surveillance networks monitoring external threats, information systems tracking potential dangers, intelligence capability serving community security, knowledge gathering ensuring regional protection, communication interception preventing surprise attacks, electronic surveillance serving defensive requirements, technical capability supporting community safety, intelligence gathering ensuring democratic security. But security without freedom becomes tyranny. Protection without liberty creates oppression. Defense without democracy enables authoritarianism. Military capability requiring civilian control, constitutional limits on security authority, legal constraints ensuring democratic protection, governmental oversight maintaining civilian supremacy, political control preventing military domination, citizen participation in security decisions, democratic involvement in defense planning, community engagement ensuring responsive protection, political participation preventing authoritarian resurgence. The region stabilizes through democratic development, community prosperity through constitutional governance, regional advancement through cooperative federation, democratic success through citizen participation. But success requires maintenance, democracy demanding continued engagement, freedom necessitating eternal vigilance, community welfare requiring sustained commitment, 5 years after liberation, regional prosperity replacing military occupation, democratic governance serving community welfare, constitutional federation enabling territorial cooperation, but success creates new challenges, prosperity attracting external attention, development generating resource competition, democratic achievement threatening authoritarian neighbors, border tensions with remaining authority territories, military pressure from unconquered regions, economic competition from administrative zones, political opposition from authoritarian systems, trade disputes over resource allocation, commercial conflicts between economic systems, business competition serving political purposes, economic warfare replacing military confrontation. But regional alliance maintains independence, democratic cooperation countering authoritarian pressure, community solidarity supporting territorial autonomy, political unity ensuring continued freedom. The resistance becomes government, military victory enabling civilian administration, combat success producing political responsibility, liberation achievement creating democratic obligation. Citizens who fought becoming citizens who govern, resistance fighters transforming into democratic representatives, military veterans serving civilian government, combat experience informing political service. But governance requires different skills: political administration versus military command, civilian leadership versus combat direction, democratic service versus tactical authority, learning curves for political leadership, educational development for governmental service, training programs for democratic administration, skill development enabling civilian governance, leadership rotation ensuring democratic participation, term limits preventing authority concentration, electoral competition maintaining governmental accountability. Political change supporting community representation, but change requires stability. Democratic development demanding consistent policy, governmental effectiveness necessitating administrative continuity, political progress requiring institutional reliability, constitutional framework providing governmental structure, legal foundation ensuring democratic operation, judicial system supporting political stability, institutional development enabling community prosperity, checks and balances preventing authority abuse, governmental limitation ensuring democratic protection, constitutional constraint maintaining citizen freedom, political structure supporting community welfare, but structure requires function, constitutional theory demanding practical application, legal framework necessitating administrative implementation, political system requiring operational effectiveness, economic development committee plans regional growth, commercial advancement through democratic process, business development serving community prosperity, economic planning enabling territorial advancement, educational commission organizes learning systems, academic development through citizen participation, knowledge advancement serving democratic sophistication, educational planning enabling cultural prosperity, healthcare alliance coordinates medical services, health development through professional cooperation, medical advancement serving community welfare, healthcare planning enabling population prosperity. But planning requires resources, development demanding material investment, advancement necessitating financial capability, progress requiring economic foundation, taxation system funding governmental operation, revenue collection supporting democratic function, financial contribution enabling community service, economic participation supporting political development, but taxation requires consent, revenue collection demanding citizen approval, financial contribution necessitating democratic authorization, taxation with representation ensuring political legitimacy, budget process involving citizen participation, financial planning through democratic engagement, resource allocation serving community priorities, economic decision-making supporting territorial welfare, public debate addressing spending priorities, democratic discussion enabling informed choice, community dialogue supporting collective decision-making, Political engagement ensuring responsive governance. But democracy requires compromise, political cooperation demanding mutual accommodation, governmental function necessitating negotiated agreement, democratic process requiring collaborative solution. Regional confederation evolves toward federal union, political integration between territorial governments, administrative cooperation serving community advancement, governmental coordination enabling democratic prosperity. But union requires constitutional convention, federal framework demanding citizen ratification, political integration necessitating democratic approval, governmental cooperation requiring popular consent. Debate continues through summer months, political discussion addressing federal structure, constitutional argument examining governmental power, democratic dialogue considering union benefits, representation questions dominating convention proceedings, electoral systems ensuring territorial equality, political participation protecting community interests, democratic engagement supporting federal legitimacy, individual rights requiring constitutional protection, personal freedom demanding legal guarantee, citizen liberty necessitating federal recognition, human dignity requiring political respect. But federal union promises enhanced capability, combined resources enabling major development, coordinated action supporting regional advancement, political integration creating economic opportunity, continental expansion requiring unified response, geographic development demanding coordinated planning, territorial advancement necessitating combined capability, regional growth enabling democratic prosperity, military coordination providing enhanced security, defense cooperation countering external threats, strategic planning ensuring territorial protection, security integration supporting democratic independence. But integration costs autonomy, federal authority reducing local control, central government limiting community independence, political union requiring territorial compromise. The vote approaches through autumn deliberation, constitutional decision demanding citizen choice, federal union requiring democratic approval, political future depending on popular consent. Campaign season energizing political participation, electoral competition addressing federal questions, democratic debate examining union benefits, political engagement ensuring informed decision. But decision requires courage, political choice demanding uncertain commitment, constitutional future necessitating democratic faith, federal union requiring collective trust, citizens who fought for freedom deciding about union, resistance veterans choosing political future, combat survivors selecting governmental structure, democratic heroes determining community destiny. The choice embodies democratic principle, popular sovereignty through electoral process, citizen authority over governmental structure, democratic legitimacy through political participation. But principle requires practice, democratic theory demanding practical application, political ideal necessitating operational reality, constitutional framework requiring governmental function. Chapter 30, New Dawn. The cigarette burns between their fingers, tobacco leaf and rolling paper. Simple chemistry creating complex meaning. Shared smoke carrying memories across 5 years of change. Hayok and Yulva sit on the settlement's eastern wall. Stone foundation where electric fence used to separate inside from outside. Barrier that became border that became meaningless division. Below them, the valley spreads green with cultivation. Agricultural development replacing military installations. Food production where command bunkers stood. Life growing from death's geography. Children play in streets where vehicles burned. Young voices where explosions echoed. Laughter replacing screams. Hope inhabiting spaces that held despair. The school occupies former administrative building. Learning replacing authority. Knowledge developing where control operated. Education growing in bureaucracy's ruins. Maria teaches mathematics to 37 students. Numbers that solve problems instead of counting bodies. Equations that build bridges instead of calculating destruction. Academic subjects serving creative purposes. The library fills former weapons storage, books replacing ammunition, knowledge stored where violence lived, information serving enlightenment instead of elimination. David maintains community workshop, tools creating instead of destroying, hands building rather than breaking, skills serving construction over elimination. The medical center operates from expanded facility, Dr. Chen treating illness instead of just trauma, healthcare promoting wellness versus merely preventing death, professional service supporting life enhancement, but memory preserves lessons, experience teaching vigilance, history informing present choices, past wisdom guiding future decisions. The memorial wall lists names, citizens who died defending democracy, community members who chose death over submission, individuals who paid freedom's price. Dr. Kim's name carved in granite, medical professional who died protecting patients, community healer who chose service over safety, individual who embodied democratic values, Tom's inscription remembering engineering sacrifice, technical expert who died defending workshop, community builder who chose creation over preservation, individual who served collective welfare, Sarah's memorial honoring leadership sacrifice, community coordinator who died organizing evacuation, democratic representative who chose service over survival, individual who embodied citizen responsibility, Marcus, Elena, Rodriguez, Johnson, names that represent choices, decisions that cost everything, sacrifices that created possibility. But memory includes victory, remembrance, honoring achievement, history celebrating democratic success, past recognizing freedom's triumph. The regional confederation operates effectively, 5 territories cooperating through constitutional framework, democratic governance serving community welfare, political union enabling territorial prosperity, economic development creates abundance, agricultural surplus feeding regional population, industrial capability producing community necessities, commercial activities supporting democratic advancement, educational systems training next generation, children learning democratic values alongside academic subjects, civic education ensuring constitutional continuity, knowledge transfer supporting political stability. But stability requires maintenance, democracy demanding continued engagement, freedom necessitating eternal vigilance, community welfare requiring sustained commitment. Border tensions persist with authority territories, military pressure from unconquered regions, economic competition from administrative zones, political opposition from authoritarian neighbors, but democratic alliance maintains independence, regional cooperation countering external pressure. Constitutional union supporting territorial autonomy, political solidarity ensuring continued freedom. The cigarette reaches its filter, tobacco consumed by conversation, smoke dissipating into evening air. Shared ritual ending with natural completion. Yulva's medication effects long disappeared, chemical barriers dissolved through time and determination, mind cleared of pharmaceutical fog, consciousness restored to natural function, her senses red, evening information, wind carrying agricultural scents, bird sounds indicating peaceful territory, atmospheric data suggesting stable conditions, no threat signatures, no danger indicators, no survival requirements beyond normal caution, peace maintained through democratic strength. Hahyok surveys territory defended, land purchased through blood and determination, geography secured through citizen sacrifice, territory owned through democratic choice, military experience informing civilian perspective, combat knowledge serving peaceful purposes, professional skills supporting community welfare, warrior wisdom enabling citizen leadership, but leadership requires humility, authority demanding service orientation, power necessitating responsibility acceptance, command requiring citizen accountability. The sunset paints valley golden, agricultural abundance reflecting celestial light, community prosperity illuminated by natural beauty, democratic achievement blessed by environmental harmony, solar installations catching final light, technology serving community requirements, engineering capability supporting territorial independence, infrastructure development, enabling democratic function, communication towers connecting regional territories, information networks linking democratic communities, electronic coordination serving constitutional federation, technical capability supporting political union, transportation systems enabling commercial cooperation, road networks connecting productive territories, vehicle movement supporting economic development, infrastructure investment serving community advancement, but advancement requires wisdom, progress demanding careful consideration, development necessitating environmental responsibility, growth requiring sustainable methodology, ecological restoration replacing military destruction, natural resource management supporting community health, environmental protection ensuring democratic continuity, conservation serving future generations, agricultural planning maintaining soil fertility, farming methods preserving land capability, food production ensuring long-term sustainability, cultivation serving ecological responsibility, water management protecting natural resources, conservation systems maintaining supply reliability, resource protection serving community requirements, environmental stewardship supporting territorial prosperity. But stewardship requires commitment, environmental protection demanding citizen participation, conservation necessitating community engagement, ecological responsibility requiring democratic involvement, education systems teaching environmental values, academic programs emphasizing conservation importance, knowledge transfer supporting ecological awareness, learning development enabling environmental responsibility, policy development addressing ecological challenges, governmental planning supporting environmental protection, political process serving conservation requirements, democratic engagement ensuring ecological prosperity. But policy requires enforcement, environmental protection demanding legal authority, conservation necessitating regulatory capability, ecological responsibility requiring governmental support, constitutional framework protecting natural resources, legal foundation ensuring environmental conservation, judicial system supporting ecological responsibility, institutional development enabling environmental prosperity, international cooperation addressing global challenges, regional alliance supporting planetary welfare, political coordination serving environmental requirements, democratic participation enabling ecological responsibility. But cooperation requires leadership, environmental stewardship demanding political courage, conservation necessitating democratic commitment, ecological responsibility requiring citizen engagement. The stars appear in darkening sky, celestial navigation providing directional guidance, natural positioning supporting territorial orientation, astronomical reference enabling geographic confidence. But navigation requires destination, direction demanding purposeful travel, guidance necessitating chosen objective, leadership requiring defined goals, community vision extending beyond current achievement, democratic aspiration supporting continued development, political imagination enabling territorial advancement, citizen dreams creating possible futures, educational excellence producing knowledgeable citizens, academic development enabling democratic sophistication, learning advancement supporting political wisdom, knowledge transfer ensuring constitutional continuity, economic prosperity creating community opportunity, commercial development enabling individual advancement, business success supporting territorial prosperity, financial achievement serving democratic welfare, cultural advancement enriching community life, artistic development expressing democratic values, creative achievement celebrating constitutional freedom, cultural prosperity supporting territorial identity. But identity requires preservation, cultural continuity demanding conscious effort, community memory necessitating institutional support, democratic heritage requiring educational maintenance, historical documentation preserving resistance story, written record maintaining liberation memory, archival development supporting community heritage, knowledge preservation ensuring democratic continuity, memorial sites honoring sacrifice significance, physical commemoration maintaining citizen memory, geographic remembrance supporting democratic values, territorial recognition ensuring constitutional respect, cultural traditions celebrating democratic achievement, community practices expressing constitutional values, social customs supporting territorial identity, cultural development enabling democratic prosperity. But prosperity requires sharing, community welfare demanding individual contribution, democratic advancement necessitating citizen participation, territorial development requiring collective engagement, volunteer service supporting community welfare, citizen contribution enabling democratic function, individual participation serving collective advancement, personal service supporting territorial prosperity, political engagement ensuring responsive governance, democratic participation maintaining constitutional legitimacy, citizen involvement supporting representative function, political service enabling community advancement, educational contribution supporting knowledge transfer, academic service ensuring cultural continuity, learning participation supporting democratic sophistication, educational engagement enabling constitutional prosperity. The evening deepens around them, darkness emphasizing light sources, natural transition supporting technological illumination, environmental change highlighting human achievement, settlement lights indicating community activity, electrical illumination supporting citizen life, technological capability enabling democratic function, infrastructure development serving territorial prosperity. But technology requires wisdom, capability demanding responsible application, innovation necessitating ethical consideration, development requiring democratic oversight, scientific advancement serving community welfare, research development supporting territorial prosperity, knowledge creation enabling democratic sophistication, technical achievement serving constitutional values, medical research improving healthcare, scientific development supporting citizen welfare, innovation serving community health, research advancement enabling territorial prosperity, agricultural research enhancing food production, scientific development supporting nutritional security, innovation serving community sustenance, research advancement enabling territorial independence. But research requires support, scientific development demanding community investment, innovation necessitating democratic commitment, advancement requiring citizen participation, educational investment supporting research capability, academic development enabling scientific advancement, learning investment serving innovation requirements, knowledge development supporting technological prosperity, economic investment supporting research infrastructure, commercial development enabling scientific capability, business investment serving innovation requirements, financial commitment supporting technological advancement, political investment supporting research freedom, governmental development enabling scientific independence, constitutional protection serving innovation requirements, democratic commitment supporting technological prosperity. The conversation continues through evening progression, shared reflection on democratic achievement, common consideration of constitutional success, mutual recognition of territorial prosperity. But achievement requires vigilance, success demanding continued effort, prosperity necessitating sustained commitment, democratic advancement requiring eternal engagement, future challenges requiring present preparation, potential threats demanding current readiness, possible difficulties necessitating immediate planning, democratic responsibility requiring continuous anticipation, but anticipation includes hope. Preparation enabling opportunity, readiness supporting achievement, planning creating possibility. Children who will inherit democratic achievement, future citizens receiving constitutional legacy, next generation continuing territorial prosperity, young people maintaining community welfare, educational preparation ensuring democratic continuity, academic development supporting constitutional knowledge, learning advancement enabling citizen capability. knowledge transfer, ensuring political prosperity, cultural transmission, maintaining community values, heritage preservation, supporting territorial identity, traditional continuation, enabling democratic authenticity, memory maintenance, ensuring constitutional respect, but transmission requires recipients, heritage demanding acceptance, culture necessitating participation, memory requiring engagement. The cigarette stub finds the ashtray. Tobacco consumption completed through conversation, smoke memories joining evening air, shared ritual concluding with natural satisfaction, 5 years since compound escape, since authority resistance, since democratic choice, since freedom's purchased through blood and determination, but time measures progress, years marking achievement, history recording success, duration celebrating democratic prosperity, community development exceeding original vision. Territorial advancement, surpassing resistance dreams, democratic achievement, creating unexpected prosperity, constitutional success, enabling unimaginable opportunity, regional confederation providing enhanced capability, political unions serving community advancement, governmental cooperation enabling territorial prosperity, democratic federation supporting citizen welfare, international recognition acknowledging constitutional legitimacy, external respect honoring democratic achievement, global awareness supporting territorial independence, worldwide recognition enabling political prosperity. But recognition requires maintenance, respect demanding continued demonstration, awareness necessitating sustained performance, recognition requiring perpetual achievement. The settlement sleeps around them, community resting in democratic security. Citizens dreaming constitutional dreams, territory peaceful through citizen sacrifice, but peace requires protection, security demanding vigilant maintenance, safety necessitating continued preparation, tranquility requiring perpetual readiness. Tomorrow brings new challenges, future demanding present preparation, opportunity requiring current readiness, possibility necessitating immediate engagement, democratic responsibility requiring citizen participation, constitutional obligation demanding individual contribution, community welfare necessitating personal commitment, territorial prosperity requiring collective engagement, but engagement creates meaning, participation producing purpose, contribution enabling significance, commitment generating satisfaction, the stars wheel overhead, celestial progression marking time passage, natural movement indicating eternal continuation, astronomical reference providing cosmic perspective, but perspective requires wisdom, understanding demanding contemplation, knowledge necessitating reflection, wisdom requiring thoughtful consideration, 5 years teaching democratic lessons, experience providing constitutional education, history offering political instruction, time enabling governmental wisdom, freedom costs blood, democracy demands sacrifice, community requires individual contribution, territory necessitates collective commitment, but cost creates value. Sacrifice produces meaning, contribution enables significance, commitment generates satisfaction. The conversation ends with sunrise approach. Eastern light indicating daily renewal, natural illumination supporting community awakening, dawn promising continued opportunity. But opportunity requires engagement, promise demanding fulfillment, potential necessitating realization, possibility requiring actualization. They rise from evening positions. Movement indicating conversation conclusion. Physical transition marking temporal passage. Bodily action enabling spatial change. Settlement life beginning daily rhythm. Community activity supporting democratic function. Citizen engagement enabling constitutional operation. Territorial prosperity requiring individual contribution. But contribution creates legacy, individual action producing community memory, personal service enabling collective achievement, citizen commitment supporting democratic continuity. The new dawn illuminates possibilities, morning light revealing opportunities, daily renewal supporting constitutional advancement, temporal progression enabling democratic prosperity, children waking in freedom, citizens rising in security, community beginning in hope, territory starting in prosperity. But prosperity requires maintenance, hope demanding cultivation, security necessitating protection, freedom requiring vigilance. The cigarette memory joins morning air, tobacco recollection dissipating naturally, shared experience becoming community history, personal moment creating collective memory. But memory enables future, history supporting advancement, experience providing guidance, knowledge creating possibility. Democracy survives through citizen choice, freedom continues through individual commitment, community prospers through personal contribution. Territory advances through collective engagement, the settlement awakens around them, daily rhythm beginning constitutional cycle, community activity supporting democratic function, citizen participation enabling territorial prosperity. Morning light reveals achievement. Dawn illuminates success. Daily renewal celebrates victory. Temporal progression honors sacrifice. 5 years since freedom's purchase, since democracy's choice, since community's commitment, since citizen courage created territorial prosperity. But achievement requires continuation. Success demanding maintenance. Victory necessitating vigilance. Prosperity requiring protection. The new dawn promises opportunity. Morning light suggests possibility. Daily renewal offers advancement. Temporal progression creates hope. Citizens who chose freedom continuing democratic journey. Community members maintaining constitutional commitment. Territory residents supporting collective prosperity. Regional inhabitants enabling continued advancement. The moment Aaron's gun clicked empty, he knew they were both dead. Standing in knee-deep snow, with mutant wolves closing in from all sides, their roars drowning out even the howling blizzard, he had maybe 3 seconds before teeth and claws would tear through flesh. But what happened next in that locked cabin would prove that sometimes the real monsters aren't the ones scratching at your door. I'm about to take you through the complete story of The Howling Pack, a journey of survival horror that will leave you questioning everything you think you know about trust and betrayal. You'll witness desperate firefights, uneasy alliances, and the kind of moral choices that separate the living from the dead in this unforgiving wasteland. Chapter 1, Relentless Pursuit. The handgun clicks empty, and Aaron knows. He knows the way a man knows his last breath, the way winter knows spring will not come. 3 shells left in his pocket, and the magazine slides out slick with ice, and the wolves circle tighter now through the pines. Snow falls. Always snow falls. The woman at the cabin door has silver eyes and orange hair matted with frost. She moves like something born to this cold, like something that remembers when the world was green. Her breath makes clouds in the air between them, and she does not let him in. Not yet. The wolves howl and the sound cuts through the storm, through bone, through the last warm places a man keeps hidden from winter. Aaron's fingers work the shells into the magazine, numb, clumsy, the way a child learns to write before knowing words. 1 shell drops in the snow, gone. The woman watches him scrabble for it in the drifts. Her coat is military green with fur around the collar, and her boots are heavy and scarred. She does not help. She waits, the way winter waits for everything to die. 3 wolves emerge from the tree line, then 5. Then more than counting matters. Their fur is wrong, patchy. Bone shows through in places where mutation carved away what nature intended. Their eyes catch the weak light filtering through the storm and throw it back hungry. Aaron finds the shell, slides it home, chambers around and aims at the largest wolf and squeezes the trigger, and the shot goes wide. Bark explodes from a pine trunk. The wolves scatter and regroup and come closer, always closer. His hands shake, not from cold, from knowing that winter has teeth, and winter has been following him for 2 years now, since the world ended, since the cold came and stayed and turned everything he knew into something else, something harder. The woman speaks. Her voice is deep, gravelly, like stones grinding in a riverbed that forgot how to flow. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a lighter, military grade. the kind that remembers what it was made for. Clicks it once, twice. No cigarette between her lips, but the motion is habit, ritual. The way some people pray. You cannot shoot. Aaron aims again. The wolves pace back and forth beyond the trees. Patient. They have learned patience the way men learn to suffer, the way the world learned to die slowly instead of all at once. I can shoot. You cannot shoot well. She clicks the lighter again. Empty motion. Her silver eyes narrow with the kind of irritation that comes from wanting something that is not there, from needing something that winter took away along with everything else. The truth of it sits between them like another kind of cold. Aaron lowers the gun. The wolves sense weakness the way water finds cracks in stone. They pad closer through the snow. Silent now. No more howls. Just the whisper of paws on powder and the sound of breath meeting air. The woman steps back from the door. Not invitation, just space. The smallest kindness winter allows. Aaron runs, 3 steps to the door, and the wolves break from cover. Their claws find purchase on ice. Their breath steams in the air behind him, and their shadows stretch long across the snow. Hungry shadows, patient shadows, shadows that have waited 2 years for this moment. He hits the door with his shoulder, and it holds. Locked. The woman is inside, and he can hear her moving, hear boots on floorboards and the scrape of something heavy being moved. The wolves are 10 feet away, then 5, then close enough to smell their wrongness, their sickness, their need. Aaron turns and fires. Once, twice. The first shot takes a wolf in the shoulder and spins it sideways into the snow. The second catches another in the leg, and it stumbles but does not fall, does not stop. The third shot clicks empty and the magazine falls from numb fingers, and Aaron knows the way a man knows winter. The door opens. The woman grabs his coat and pulls him inside and slams the door and throws the bolt. Outside, the wolves hit the wood. Again. Their claws scrape against the frame and their weight tests the hinges, and the whole cabin shudders like something learning to breathe. Aaron slides down the door until he sits on the floor. The woman stands above him. She is tall, taller than he expected. Her silver eyes reflect the firelight from across the room, and her face is angular, sharp. Beautiful in the way winter is beautiful, cold and clean and unforgiving. You are bleeding. Aaron looks at his hands. Red marks where the slide bit his palm, small wounds, nothing that matters, nothing that winter cares about. You are in my cabin. Yes. The wolves test the windows. Their shadows move past the covered glass like clouds across a dead sun. The woman walks to the fireplace and adds wood to the flames. The light dances across her face, and Aaron sees scars. Old ones. Deep ones. The kind that come from surviving things that should not be survived. What is your name, human? Aaron. I am Ylva. She removes a cigarette from her coat. Broken. Bent. Half the tobacco spilled out during the chase through snow. She stares at it with the kind of disgust that comes from small disappointments becoming large ones, from wanting something simple in a world that makes simple things impossible. Worthless. She throws the broken cigarette into the fire where it hisses and burns and becomes smoke that carries away what little comfort it might have offered. Her irritation fills the space between them like another kind of cold. Outside, the storm grows stronger. The wind finds every gap in the walls and reminds them that shelter is temporary. That warmth is borrowed. That winter is patient, and winter always wins. The wolves settle down to wait. Aaron can hear them breathing, hear their claws clicking on the porch, hear the sound they make when they dream of meat and bone and the taste of fear. Ylva moves through the cabin like she owns it, like she has always owned it. Her boots make no sound on the floor, and her hands know where everything belongs. This is her place, her territory. Aaron is the intruder here. She stops at the window, lifts one corner of the board that covers it, peers out into the storm. They will wait until morning. How do you know? Because I know wolves. She lets the board fall back into place, turns to face him. In the firelight, she looks less human, more wild. Something that belongs to winter instead of fighting it. You have ammunition, some. You have food, some. You have something I need. Aaron waits. Outside the wolves shift and settle. Patient as stone, patient as winter, patient as everything that waits for man to make his last mistake. What do you need? Another gun, the fire crackles and pops. Sparks rise up the chimney and disappear into the storm. Aaron thinks of all the fires that have gone out, all the warm places that winter has claimed, all the people who thought shelter meant safety. I need shelter. Ylva nods. Not agreement, just understanding. The way winter understands that everything dies eventually. The way wolves understand that hunger always wins. We will see. She moves to the kitchen, opens cabinets with doors that do not creak. Everything here is maintained, cared for, loved in the way a person loves the last warm thing in a cold world. Aaron watches her move, watches the way her coat hangs on her frame, the way her hair catches the light, the way she holds her head like something listening for sounds only she can hear. Outside, the wolves begin to howl again. One voice, then another. Then a chorus that rises through the storm and fills the spaces between snowflakes. A sound older than civilization, older than fire, older than the illusion that man is anything more than meat walking around on bones, the sound of winter singing itself to sleep. Chapter 2, Fractured Alliance. Morning comes gray and thin through the storm. Aaron wakes on the floor near the door with his hand on his gun and frost in his beard. The fire has burned low. Ylva sits in a chair across the room watching him. She has not slept. Her silver eyes track his movements like something that remembers when men were prey. The wolves are quiet now. Aaron sits up and his shoulder aches where he hit the door. Small pain. Nothing that matters. Everything hurts after 2 years of winter. Everything learns to accept pain as the price of still breathing. Are they gone? No. Ylva stands and moves to the window, lifts the board again, peeks out at the world that waits beyond the glass. Snow still falls. Always snow falls. But lighter now. The storm is dying the way storms die. Slowly. Reluctantly. Like everything that gives up its hold on the world. They circle the cabin, mark territory, learn our scent. She lets the board drop, turns back to Aaron. In the morning light he can see her better. See the scars that cross her left eye. See the way her coat fits too large around her frame. See the tiredness that lives in the spaces behind her eyes. You missed. What? Last night, you missed. Aaron checks his gun. 2 bullets left. Not enough. Never enough. He has been carrying not enough for 2 years now, since the world ended and ammunition became more valuable than hope. I hit 2 of them. You missed the kill shots. The truth sits between them like the cold, like the space where warmth used to live. Aaron has been alone too long to lie about his limits, too long to pretend he is something more than a man with shaky hands and dwindling supplies. I am not a sniper. You are not a survivor. Maybe not, but I am still here. Ylva moves to the kitchen, opens a cabinet and removes a can of something. The label is faded, but the metal is intact. Good metal. Clean metal. The kind that keeps winter on the outside where it belongs. She sets the can on the counter, does not open it. Not yet. Everything must be earned here. Everything must prove its worth before winter allows it to continue. You have 3 bullets. 2. You dropped 1 in the snow, Aaron remembers. The shell falling into the white. Gone. Another small piece of hope fed to winter's endless hunger. Another reason to lie awake counting the sounds outside the door. I have more ammunition in my pack. How much more? Enough. The lie tastes bitter, like metal, like the air after gunshots. Like the space between breathing and not breathing. Aaron has 17 rounds left. Not enough for a siege. Not enough for what winter has planned. Ylva opens a drawer. Inside are knives. Clean knives. Sharp knives. Knives that remember what they are for. She selects one and tests its edge against her thumb. A small line of red appears. Disappears when she licks it away. Her other hand searches her coat pockets. Empty. Always empty now. She makes a sound in her throat. Half growl. half sigh. The kind of sound someone makes when small wants become large disappointments, when the things that used to help do not help anymore. Damn winter. Damn everything. I know wolves. You said that. I know what they want. What do they want? Everything. She opens the can with a tool that clicks and whirs. Inside is meat, gray meat floating in clear juice, not fresh. Nothing is fresh anymore, but preserved, safe. The kind of food that winter allows to exist because winter needs something to corrupt. Ylva pauses, stares into the can with the expression of someone who wants something else. Something that used to help with meals like this. Something that made bad food tolerable. Her fingers tap against the metal rim. Restless, wanting. Damn cravings never go away, even when everything else does. We share this. Aaron nods. Sharing is survival. Sharing is the difference between dying alone and dying with company, between accepting winter's terms and fighting them for one more day. They sit at a small table, 2 chairs, 2 bowls, 2 spoons that click against metal as they eat. The meat tastes like salt and thyme, like everything that used to matter before the world learned to be cold. Outside, something moves, a shadow across the covered window, patient, watching, learning the rhythm of the people inside, learning when they sleep, when they wake, when they make the small mistakes that winter feeds on. You cannot stay. I know, this is my cabin. I know, but you cannot leave. The paradox hangs in the air between them, like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and disappears into cold that waits for all warm things to surrender. The wolves will follow you. Yes, they will follow you here. They are already here. Ylva sets down her spoon. The sound echoes in the small space. Outside, the wind picks up. Always the wind picks up. Always winter finds new ways to remind the world who is in charge. We kill them or they kill us. Aaron looks at his hands, at the small cuts where metal bit flesh, at the lines that cold has carved around his knuckles, at the way his fingers shake when he thinks about ammunition running out. I cannot kill them all. Neither can I. But together, maybe. The word sits between them like warmth, like the first suggestion that winter might not win everything, that patience might work both ways, that 2 people with knives and 17 bullets might find a way to make the cold wait a little longer. Ylva stands and moves to a closet, opens it and reveals supplies. Canned goods, rope, tools, ammunition boxes stacked neat and careful, the kind of preparation that comes from understanding winter's rules, from accepting that everything ends but trying to make the ending count. I have a rifle. Aaron waits. Outside the shadows move. Circle. Test for weakness the way water tests for cracks, the way winter tests every warm thing it finds. I have ammunition. How much? Enough. This time the word carries weight. Promise. The kind of truth that builds bridges across spaces where trust used to live. Aaron studies her face, studies the scars and the silver eyes and the way she holds her head like something listening for sounds only she can hear. What do you need from me? Another gun. Another pair of eyes. Another person who understands that winter has rules and breaking them means dying alone in the snow. I can do that. Ylva nods, not acceptance. Not yet, but acknowledgement. The first step toward something that might survive longer than either of them alone. The first word in a conversation that winter will try to end. They will test us today. How? They will probe, attack in small groups, learn our weapons, our response time, our fears. Aaron checks his gun again. 2 bullets, 17 more in his pack, 19 chances to make winter wait. 19 opportunities to prove that warm things can fight back. We scout at dawn. The plan forms between them like smoke, like breath, like everything fragile that rises up and refuses to disappear. 2 people, 2 guns, 1 small cabin surrounded by wolves and winter and the patient hunger that waits for all things to end. Outside the wind howls, but inside the fire burns, and warmth makes its own rules. Chapter 3. Scavenge Secrets. The cabin holds more than Aaron expected. He discovers this in pieces, like light through dirty glass, like warmth through layers of wool, Ylva moves through the space like something that knows every board, every nail, every place where winter might find a way inside. Behind the kitchen cabinet, canned goods stacked 3 deep, behind the loose floorboard near the door, ammunition boxes wrapped in oiled cloth, behind the false back in the bedroom closet, medical supplies, rope, tools, batteries wrapped in plastic. Aaron watches her reveal each cache, each small victory against winter's hunger. Each proof that preparation matters more than luck, more than hope, more than anything except the will to keep breathing when breathing becomes work. You have been here long. 2 years since the beginning, since before the beginning. She opens another hidden panel, this one behind the fireplace. Inside are weapons, knives, arrows, parts for traps, things that cut and pierce and hold, things that remember what they are for even when the world forgets. Aaron understands now why the wolves wait, why they circle but do not attack. This is not just shelter, this is fortress. This is the place where winter comes to learn patience. How many others? What? How many others tried to take this place? Ylva closes the panel. Her hands are steady, sure, the hands of someone who has answered this question before, with actions instead of words. Enough. The morning light grows stronger through the storm, not warm. Nothing is warm anymore, but bright enough to see by, bright enough to count shadows, to measure the space between safety and everything else. Outside a howl rises, not close, but close enough. The sound of something that remembers when men were afraid of the dark, when fire was the only thing standing between civilization and teeth. They are calling to what? Each other. Aaron moves to the window, lifts the board just enough to see out. Snow covers everything in white that has never been clean. Trees stand like black bones against the gray sky, and between them shapes move, patient shapes, hungry shapes. Shapes that know how to wait. How many? 12, maybe 15. Too many. Not for what I have planned. Ylva moves to the kitchen, begins preparing, opening cans, filling canteens with snow water, making the small calculations that keep warm things alive when winter wants them gone. We cannot stay here. This is my place, and they know it. They will starve us out. Wait until we run out of food, out of ammunition, out of the will to keep fighting. Aaron watches her work, watches the way her hands move efficient and sure. No wasted motion, no energy spent on things that do not matter. Everything here serves survival. Everything has earned its place through usefulness. Where would we go? There is a town, 2 days' walk, supplies there, ammunition, food that winter has not claimed yet. What makes you think the wolves will not follow? They will follow. Then why go? Because running is surviving, because staying still is dying slow, because winter gives you 2 choices and both of them end badly, but one ends later. Ylva stops working, turns to face him. In the kitchen light, her scars are deeper, her eyes more silver, her face more like something carved from winter itself. You know something. What? About the wolves. About why they hunt. About what made them this way. The truth hangs between them like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and refuses to stay hidden. Aaron has seen the mutations, has tracked the signs, has followed the trail of wrongness that leads back to something no one wants to name. I know enough. Tell me. The world ended 2 years ago. But the wolves changed before the cold came, before the storms, before winter learned to stay. Ylva nods. Not surprise. Confirmation. The way someone nods when a long-suspected truth finally finds words, when the pieces of a puzzle click into place and reveal a picture no one wanted to see. Something made them, yes. Something that is still making them. Aaron studies her face. Studies the scars and the silver eyes and the way she stands like something ready to fight or run depending on what winter demands. She knows more than she says, knows secrets that could get them both gone if spoken in the wrong place, at the wrong time. What are you? Ylva moves back to the supplies, begins packing, food, ammunition, water, tools, everything necessary people to survive 2 days in winter that wants them gone. I am someone who understands wolves. That is not an answer. It is the only answer you get. Outside, the howling starts again. Closer now. Multiple voices weaving together into something that sounds almost like language, almost like communication, almost like intelligence that learns from watching, from waiting, from counting the mistakes that warm things make. Aaron checks his gun. 2 bullets, 17 more in his pack. Not enough for 15 wolves, not enough for what Winter has planned, but enough to make the dying count. Enough to teach Winter that warm things fight back. They are moving. Where? Toward the town. Ylva stops packing. Her hands freeze halfway to another can. Outside, the howling changes pitch, becomes something urgent, something that tastes like hunger and smells like snow and sounds like every nightmare Winter has ever had. They know. Know what? Where we want to go. The realization sits between them like cold, like the space where warmth used to live. The wolves are not just hunting, they are herding, driving their prey towards something, towards some purpose that Winter has planned from the beginning. Aaron moves to the back window, lifts the board, peers out at the white world that waits beyond the glass. Shapes move between the trees, patient shapes, coordinated shapes, shapes that know how to work together to bring down things larger than themselves. We are trapped, not trapped, tested. What is the difference? Trapped means no choices. Tested means bad choices. Ylva shoulders her pack, checks her rifle, loads rounds into the chamber with motion smooth and sure. The way someone loads rounds when loading rounds is the difference between breathing and not breathing. Which choice? We go to the town, but not the way they expect. How? Through the forest, through the deep woods where the snow is soft and the trees grow thick, where Winter hides its secrets and wolves lose the advantage of numbers. Aaron shoulders his own pack, lighter than hers, less prepared, but enough to keep him alive for 2 days if Winter allows it, if the wolves allow it, if luck remembers his name one more time, and if they follow, they will follow, and if we cannot outrun them, then we turn and fight. The plan forms between them like frost on glass, fragile, temporary, but clear enough to see through, clear enough to follow. Clear enough to bet 2 lives on the chance that Winter might wait a little longer. Outside, the howling stops. The sudden silence is worse than sound, worse than hunger, worse than anything except the knowledge that silence means something is about to begin, something that Winter has been planning all along. Chapter 4. Echoes of the Past. Aaron remembers the time before wolves, before mutation, before Winter learned to stay. He remembers warm places and the sound of laughter, and the way hope felt when hope was something other than ammunition counted in single digits. He remembers Sarah. The memory comes unbidden as he and Ylva move through the deep woods, snow up to their knees, breath making clouds that disappear into air too cold to hold warmth, trees standing like monuments to everything that died when the world learned to be different. Sarah had green eyes, green like summer. Green like grass before grass became a memory. Green like everything Winter took away and refuses to give back. Stop. Ylva raises her hand. Aaron freezes mid-step. Around them the forest waits, patient, watching, full of shadows that might be trees or might be something else. Something that remembers when men were prey. What they are close. How close? Close enough. Aaron listens. Hears wind through branches. Hears snow falling on snow. Hears his own heartbeat counting time that might be running out. But no howls, no sound of paws on powder, no breath that is not his own or Ylva's. Where? Behind us. 50 meters. 2 of them. How do you know? I know. The certainty in her voice is absolute. Like Winter. Like hunger. Like everything that cannot be argued with or reasoned away. Aaron trusts it because trust is cheaper than doubt, and doubt gets you gone when gone is forever. They move deeper into the trees. Away from the cabin that was shelter, away from the fire that was warmth, away from everything that made survival feel possible, and towards something that feels like running toward an ending. Erin thinks about Sarah again, about the way she used to stand at the kitchen window watching birds, about the way she hummed while making coffee, about the morning when winter came and stayed and changed everything forever. She went first, in the initial chaos, before the mutations, before the wolves learned to hunt in coordinated packs, before winter became permanent and hope became rationed. A tree branch snaps behind them. They run. Not fast. Fast means noise, and noise means attracting everything that winter has made hungry. But steady, sure-footed. The way two people run when running is the difference between seeing another sunrise and becoming something that feeds the wolves. Behind them, the sounds grow closer. Paws on snow, breath meeting air. The patient padding of things that know how to follow, how to track, how to turn pursuit into art. Aaron's shoulder aches where he hit the door. Small pain, nothing that matters. Everything hurts after 2 years of winter, but hurt is just another fact. Like cold, like hunger, like the way hope tastes when hope runs out. This way. Yulva leads them left, toward a cluster of evergreens that stand closer together, toward shade that might hide them, toward anything that offers cover from eyes that see too well and noses that smell too much. They slide between the trees, bark rough against their coats, branches catching and releasing, the forest accepting them the way forest accepts everything. Without judgment, without care, with the indifference that comes from watching species rise and fall and rise again. Aaron's pack catches on a low branch. He tugs it free and something falls out, a can of food. It hits the snow with a soft thump, too soft to carry far. But sound travels in winter. Sound finds ears that know how to listen. Leave it, but leave it. The can disappears into white that has never been clean. Another small piece of survival lost to winter's hunger. Another reason to count supplies more carefully, to ration hope more precisely. Behind them, the sounds stop. They found the cabin. Yilvad. Not surprise, not relief, just acknowledgement that one phase has ended and another has begun. That winter has rules and following them means staying alive long enough to learn new rules. How long until they pick up our trail? Not long. They move deeper into the trees, away from paths, away from anything that looks like direction, into the deep woods where winter keeps its secrets and wolves lose the advantage of familiar territory. Aaron remembers the first week after winter came, before the mutations, before the wolves learned to work together, when people still believed that someone would fix things, that warmth would return, that hope was something other than a luxury no one could afford. He had barricaded himself in the apartment, with Sarah, with enough food for 3 days, with a cell phone that got no signal and a radio that played only static, with the belief that civilization was stronger than weather. The first night they played cards by candlelight. The second night they told stories. The third night, Sarah stopped talking, stopped eating, stopped looking out the window at the world that had become something else. By the end of the first week, the apartment was cold as the outside. The food was gone. Sarah was gone. And Aaron understood that winter had rules and breaking them meant dying alone. How long have you been alone? Yilva glances back at him. Her silver eyes catch the weak light filtering through the canopy. Reflect it back changed, colder, more distant, like light from stars that died before Earth learned to be warm. Since the beginning. No family. No family. No friends. No friends. No one. The admission hangs between them like breath, like smoke, like everything that rises up and disappears into air too cold to hold it. Aaron understands the weight of being the only warm thing in a world that has learned to be cold. She reaches for her coat pocket again. Automatic motion. Muscle memory that her mind has not caught up with yet. Fingers finding emptiness where comfort used to wait. Her jaw tightens. 2 years since the world ended, and some habits refuse to die even when what they reach for is gone. 2 years. 2 years since civilization forgot how to be civilized. Behind them a howl rises, not close but not far. The sound of something that has found a trail, found a direction, found a purpose worth following into the deep woods where winter keeps its oldest secrets. They are coming. Yes. How many? More than we can fight. Aaron checks his gun. 2 bullets in the chamber, 17 more in his pack. 19 chances to make winter wait. 19 opportunities to prove that warm things remember how to bite back. What happened to your family? Ylva stops walking, turns to face him. In the forest light, her scars are deeper, her eyes more silver, her face more like something carved from winter itself. She studies his face, studies the lines that cold has drawn around his eyes, studies the way hope looks when hope is something carefully rationed. Same thing that happened to yours. Winter. Winter. The truth sits between them like everything they have lost, like everyone who went before them into the cold, like the space where warmth used to live before winter learned to stay. Behind them, the howling grows closer. Multiple voices now, a chorus that rises through the trees and fills the spaces between snowflakes. The sound of winter singing to itself, the sound of hunger that knows how to wait, the sound of everything that remembers when men were afraid of the dark. We need shelter. Where? Ylva looks around, studies the trees, studies the way the land slopes toward a distant valley, studies the patterns that winter makes when winter wants to hide something. There, an old hunting blind. 1/2 kilometer north. Will it hold? It will have to. They move toward hope measured in 1/2 kilometers, toward shelter that might buy them time, toward anything that stands between them and the patient hunger that follows their footprints through snow that never melts. Behind them, the pack grows closer, but ahead lies possibility, the kind that comes from 2 people who understand winter's rules and refuse to surrender everything all at once, the kind that makes winter wait. Chapter 5. Frozen Crossroads. The hunting blind sits in a clearing like a prayer that winter forgot to answer. 3 walls, a roof with holes, boards gray with age and moisture and the kind of neglect that comes from everyone going away and staying away. But it stands. Aaron and Ylva approach it from the tree line. Moving slow, watching for signs that something else found it first. That winter claimed it for purposes other than shelter. That the hope was just another word for delayed disappointment. Clear. Ylva moves first, across the open ground where snow lies deep and unmarked, where her boots sink through crust into powder that remembers everything that walked here before. Aaron follows, his pack heavier now, his breath coming harder. 2 days of running from wolves and winter and the knowledge that ammunition runs out. Inside the blind, the air smells like wood and time. Like everything that used to matter before the world learned to be cold. A bench runs along one wall. Hunting magazines from before the collapse lie scattered on the floor, their pages brittle with frost, their promises of easy game and simple rules meaningless now. Aaron sits on the bench, removes his pack, checks the contents with hands that shake from cold and exhaustion, and the kind of fear that comes from counting bullets while wolves count heartbeats. 17 rounds left, plus the 2 in the chamber. 19 chances to make winter pause, to make the wolves reconsider, to buy time measured in moments between trigger pulls. They will find us here. Ylva nods, removes her own pack. Inside are supplies that speak of preparation, of understanding winter's rules before winter made them clear. Ammunition, food, tools, medical supplies wrapped in plastic that still remembers how to keep things dry. How long? An hour. Maybe 2. Not enough time to rest. Not enough time to plan. Not enough time for anything except the small calculations that determine whether you see another sunrise or become something that feeds the wolves. Aaron examines the blind. 3 walls good. 1 wall missing. The roof solid enough to stop snow, but full of holes that let wind through, let cold through, let the sounds of everything that hunts in winter through. We can fortify this. With what? Ylva removes rope from her pack, begins examining the trees that border the clearing, looking for branches, for angles, for anything that might slow down teeth and claws and the patient hunger that follows footprints through snow. We make what we have work, the philosophy of winter, of survival, of everything that lasts longer than hope. Erin helps her gather branches, dead wood, anything that might fill the gap where the fourth wall should be. Anything that might buy seconds when seconds are the difference between breathing and not breathing. They work without talking. Two people who understand that words are energy and energy is rationed now, that everything must earn its place through usefulness, that survival is mathematics and mathematics does not care about comfort. The branches stack against each other, create gaps, create spaces where winter gets through, where wolves might get through. But better than nothing, better than open space where hunters see prey silhouetted against snow. Behind them in the forest, a howl rises. Closer now, close enough to taste, close enough to smell their fear and their exhaustion and their growing certainty that winter always wins eventually. They found our trail. Yes. How long until they arrive? Soon. Aaron checks his gun again. Habit now. The ritual of counting possibilities, of measuring hope in brass casings and lead, of pretending that 19 bullets matter when winter sends 15 wolves. Do you have a plan? Kill them. All of them. As many as we can. The truth of it sits between them like everything else they cannot change. Like cold. Like hunger. Like the way hope feels when hope becomes a luxury no one can afford. Ylva positions herself behind the makeshift wall, her rifle ready, her movements sure and practiced, the way someone moves when movement is the difference between survival and becoming something that winter claims. Aaron takes position near the entrance where he can watch the tree line, where he can count shadows and measure the space between safety and everything else, where he can make 19 bullets count for as much as 19 bullets can count. They wait. Outside, the wind picks up. Always the wind picks up. Winter's way of reminding the world who makes the rules, who decides when warm things get to stop being warm, who determines whether hope is something worth betting ammunition on. Movement in the trees. Aaron sees it first. A shadow that moves wrong, too fluid, too purposeful, too much like something that knows how to hunt in packs, how to coordinate, how to turn individual weakness into collective strength. 3 of them. Where? Left side. Moving toward the blind. Ylva shifts position, her rifle tracking movement that might be wind in branches, or might be something that remembers when men were prey. Her finger finds the trigger, rests there, ready to turn possibility into certainty. More movement. Right side now, multiple shadows flowing between trees like water finding cracks in stone, like winter finding spaces where warmth used to live, like wolves finding weaknesses in fortifications built from desperation and rope. We are surrounded. Aaron counts muzzle flashes that have not happened yet, counts wolves that move like smoke between trees, counts the mathematics of 17 bullets divided by 15 targets, and arrives at numbers that winter likes. They are learning what? Our positions, our weapons, our fear. The pack circles the clearing. Patient, professional. The way wolves circle when wolves have learned from watching, from waiting, from counting the mistakes that warm things make when warm things run out of choices. First wolf breaks cover, crosses open ground in bounds that eat distance, that close space between safety and teeth. Aaron aims, leads the target, squeezes trigger and misses and chambers another round, and the wolf disappears into trees on the far side. 17 bullets left, more wolves emerge, 2 from the left, 1 from the right, moving coordinated, moving planned, moving like something that understands tactics and terrain and the psychology of prey that counts bullets while predators count heartbeats. Ylva fires, her rifle barks once and a wolf stumbles, falls, tries to rise and falls again. Gone. The first victory that feels like victory. The first proof that winter does not always win immediately. The pack retreats, regroups, learns from watching one of their own go still in snow that accepts everything winter feeds it, red seeping into white, hope measured in corpses. They will come again. When? Soon. Aaron moves to the gap where the fourth wall should be, where winter gets in, where wolves might get in, where everything that hunts in darkness finds its way to warm things that count bullets. His shoulder burns where old injury meets new strain. Small pain. Nothing that matters. Everything hurts after 2 years of winter, but hurt is just another fact that must be accepted. Like cold, like hunger, like the way ammunition runs out just when you need it most. The wolves test different angles now, probing, learning, understanding that frontal assault means casualties. That patience costs less than speed. That winter has time, and winter can wait for warm things to make mistakes. They are smarter than before. Ylva reloads her rifle, her movements economical, practiced. The way someone reloads when reloading has meant the difference between seeing another sunrise and becoming something that feeds the forest. The mutations, they changed more than size. What else? Intelligence, coordination, the ability to learn from watching others die. The truth hangs between them like everything they cannot change, like winter, like the mathematics of bullets divided by wolves, like the certainty that evolution never stops just because humanity wants it to. Another wolf appears at the tree line, this one different, larger. Scars across its muzzle where something fought back and lost. Its eyes reflect light that has no source. Intelligence that should not exist in something with 4 legs and teeth. That one is the leader. How do you know? The others wait for its signal. Aaron tracks the alpha with his gun sight, measures the distance, calculates wind and cold and the way fear makes hands shake when hands need to be steady. 200 meters, long shot for a handgun. Longer for someone whose marksmanship peaked before winter learned to stay. Can you hit it? Maybe. Maybe is not good enough. Maybe is all we have. The alpha studies the blind, studies the fortifications built from desperation and rope, studies the angles where bullets might come from, where prey might hide, where warm things make their last stand against winter's patient hunger. It howls. The sound cuts through wind and snow and the last illusions that shelter means safety. Other wolves answer from positions around the clearing, a circle that tightens with each response, a noose made of teeth and patience and the kind of hunger that learns from experience. Aaron counts the voices. 8, maybe 9, not 15, but enough. More than enough for 2 people with limited ammunition and unlimited fear. They are coming, all of them. Yes. The first wave breaks from cover, 3 wolves moving coordinated, bounding across open ground in patterns that eat space, that close distance between safety and everything else. Aaron fires, misses, chambers another round, fires again, hits nothing but air and hope. 16 bullets left. Ylva's rifle speaks. Once. Twice. 2 wolves stumble, 1 falls. 1 keeps coming with red streaming from its shoulder where lead found meat. Pain making it faster, anger making it deadly. The wounded wolf reaches the blind. Hits the makeshift wall with force that shakes the entire structure. Boards crack. Rope stretches. The barrier between warm things and teeth holds. Barely. Aaron puts his gun to the gap where boards meet, where wolf breath meets human breath. Pulls trigger and watches the wolf go still against wood that remembers what it was built for. 15 bullets left. The second wave comes from different angles, learning from the first wave's mistakes, using terrain and timing and the kind of tactical thinking that should not exist in animals that remember when humans were alpha. 4 wolves this time, moving like water around stone, like winter around everything that tries to stay warm, finding weaknesses in fortifications, finding spaces where desperation meets reality. Ylva shifts position, her rifle tracking multiple targets, choosing, calculating, making the mathematics of ammunition mean something when meaning is the difference between survival and becoming food. She fires, misses, chambers another round, fires again. A wolf spins sideways into snow that accepts everything winter offers. Pain, fear. The last breath of things that used to run free before mutation taught them new ways to hunt. Aaron covers the entrance, where wolves might pour through like water through broken dam, where two people with guns try to hold back winter's tide. His hands shake, but his aim is true enough. True enough for close range, for targets that fill the space between safety and teeth. A wolf appears in the entrance. Aaron fires, point-blank range, cannot miss at point-blank range. The wolf stumbles backward, falls, tries to rise and falls again. Gone. 14 bullets left. Behind them, something crashes through the roof. Wood splinters, rope snaps. Winter finds a new way inside where warm things thought they were safe, where shelter becomes trap. Ylva spins, her rifle rising toward the hole where sky shows through, where something that learned to climb waits to drop down onto prey that counted on walls for protection. The wolf falls through, lands hard on wooden floor that groans under weight it was never meant to hold. Scrambles for footing, for position, for the angle that lets teeth find throat. Aaron turns. Fires. Close range again. Cannot miss when missing means dying. The bullet takes the wolf center mass, spins it against the wall where it slides down, leaving red marks on wood that has seen red marks before. 13 bullets left. Silence falls over the clearing. Not peace. Not victory. Just the temporary absence of immediate threat. The space between waves where prey counts ammunition and predators count casualties, and winter calculates whether patience or pressure serves better. How many left? Too many. Aaron moves to the window, peers out through gap between boards, counts shadows that might be trees or might be wolves waiting for the next opportunity. The next weakness, the next mistake that warm things make when warm things run out of choices. 5, maybe 6. Enough. Enough to finish what winter started. Enough to prove that shelter is temporary, that ammunition runs out, that hope is just another word for delayed disappointment. But not yet. Not while 13 bullets remain. Not while 2 people remember how to make winter wait, how to make teeth pay for every inch of ground, every breath, every heartbeat counted in the space between trigger pulls. The alpha appears again. At the edge of the clearing where trees meet snow, meet the mathematics of survival, it studies the blind, studies the bodies of its pack scattered in white that accepts everything. Studies the cost of underestimating prey that remembers how to bite back. It turns and disappears into trees. Where is it going? To get the others. What others? The rest of the pack. Aaron checks his ammunition again. 13 bullets. Not enough for the rest of the pack. Not enough for winter's final lesson. Not enough for anything except making the ending count. We cannot stay here. Where can we go? Away from here. Before they return with numbers that bullets cannot answer. They gather their packs, leave the dead wolves for winter to claim, leave the blind that bought them time measured in heartbeats, leave everything except the hope that 13 bullets and 2 people might find a way to make winter wait a little longer. Outside, the snow continues falling. Always the snow continues falling. Covering tracks, covering hope, covering everything that warm things leave behind when warm things learn to run again. Behind them, the forest grows quiet, patient, full of eyes that watch and count and calculate the mathematics of pursuit, the arithmetic of hunger, the algebra of survival in a world where winter makes the rules, and breaking them means becoming something that feeds the wolves. Chapter 6. Ruins of Civilization. The town appears through trees like a memory that winter tried to erase. Buildings stand at angles that gravity never intended. Roofs collapsed under snow that learned to stay. Windows dark as the space where hope used to live before hope became rationed. Aaron and Ylva approach from the north, moving slow, watching for signs that something else claimed the ruins first. That winter made the empty places home for things that hunt in darkness. That survival is just another word for delayed disappointment. 2,000 people lived here once, before the cold came, before winter learned to stay. Before civilization discovered that warmth was temporary and cold was patient, and patience always wins eventually. Now the silence holds weight. The kind of weight that comes from voices that stopped speaking, from doors that stopped opening, from the accumulated mass of everything that used to matter before the world learned to be different. Movement. Where? Main Street. Between the pharmacy and what used to be a diner. Aaron squints through falling snow, sees shadows that might be wind-blown debris or might be something that remembers when humans were prey, when warm things gathered in groups larger than two, when safety was something other than ammunition counted in single digits. People. How many? 3, maybe 4. Survivors or something else. Ylva chambers around in her rifle. The sound echoes between empty buildings like a prayer that winter forgot to answer. Like hope making noise in places where hope learned to whisper. We find out. They move into the town proper, past houses where families used to wake up warm, past driveways where cars sat under snow that accumulated for 2 years, past mailboxes that still wait for letters from a world that stopped writing. The main street stretches before them like a question that has no good answers, storefronts with doors that hang open, windows that frame darkness instead of light. The skeleton of commerce picked clean by scavengers and time and winter's patient appetite. Aaron's shoulder aches where old injury meets new strain. 13 bullets left in his pack, 2 in the chamber. 15 chances to make winter pause, to make other survivors negotiate instead of take, to buy time measured in moments between trigger pulls. The pharmacy draws them first. Glass doors intact but unlocked. Inside, the shelves are picked over but not empty. Bottles of medicine that someone thought they might need later, bandages still in packages, antiseptic that remembers what it was made for. Ylva moves through the aisles like someone who knows what to look for. What will keep infection from turning small wounds into death sentences? What will make pain manageable when pain becomes the only constant? Aaron watches the street through windows that frame winter like portraits of everything that went wrong. The other survivors have not shown themselves again, but that means nothing. In winter, showing yourself first means dying first. Means becoming something that feeds the patient hunger that waits between buildings. Antibiotics. Aaron turns. Ylva holds up a bottle, half full. Expiration date from before the world ended, but medicine is medicine, and winter does not care about dates printed on labels. Pain relievers too. Bandages, antiseptic. She fills her pack with survival measured in milligrams, in chemical solutions to problems that bullets cannot solve, in the small victories that make the difference between infection and healing, between dying slow and dying fast. Outside, something moves. Not wind, not snow. Something that remembers how to be quiet when quiet means staying alive. How to watch without being seen. How to count bullets while others count heartbeats. We need to go. Aaron helps her finish gathering supplies, medicine that might matter, bandages that might stop red from becoming rivers, tools that might keep warm things warm when winter wants them cold. They leave through the back door into an alley where garbage cans stand like monuments to abundance that nobody remembers, where dumpsters hold snow instead of waste, where civilization's detritus waits under white that covers everything equally. The general store squats across the street like a promise that commerce might matter again someday, like hope built from brick and mortar and the belief that people will always need things that other people sell. Inside, the shelves tell stories, canned goods taken but not all. Batteries gone, flashlights gone, ammunition gone first and fastest. The hierarchy of need written in empty spaces where essentials used to wait for customers who stopped coming. Aaron finds food, canned meat, vegetables preserved in solutions that remember what fresh used to taste like, enough for 3 days if they ration, 4 days if they accept hunger as another fact that must be endured. Behind them, glass breaks. Not an accident, not wind, not anything innocent. The sound of entry where entry was not invited, of taking what belongs to someone else, of winter teaching its lessons about ownership and possession and the illusion that finders means keepers. Multiple voices now, low, urgent. The sound of people who learn to whisper when whispering means staying hidden, when noise attracts attention from things that hunt by sound, supplies here, tracks in the snow, fresh tracks. Aaron and Ylva freeze, between aisles that hold emptiness instead of abundance, between choices that all lead to confrontation or retreat, between the mathematics of 15 bullets divided by unknown numbers of other survivors who learned the same lessons about winter and want the same things for the same reasons. How many? Ylva holds up 3 fingers, then 4, then shrugs. Numbers matter, but not as much as intent. Not as much as whether the voices belong to people who still remember how to share, or people who learn that taking is easier than asking. Somebody's been through here recently, might still be close. The voices move deeper into the store, toward the back where survival supplies wait for whoever finds them first, where food becomes currency and ammunition becomes law, and medicine becomes the difference between seeing another sunrise and becoming something that winter claims. Aaron counts his bullets again. 15 chances to negotiate or fight or run. 15 opportunities to prove that warm things remember how to bite back. 15 answers to questions that nobody wants to ask. We go. Out the back. Through doors that lead to alley where snow covers everything equally. Where footprints tell stories about who went where and when and why. Where winter reads the book that every step writes in white that remembers everything. But the alley is not empty. 2 more survivors wait by the dumpsters. A man and a woman dressed in layers that speak of preparation, of understanding winter's rules before winter made them clear. They hold weapons with familiarity that comes from using them, often, going somewhere. The man's voice carries weight, authority, the kind that comes from being the one who makes decisions when decisions mean the difference between group survival and individual death. When leadership is measured in who stays alive longest. Aaron keeps his gun low but ready. 15 bullets against 4 people with weapons and experience and the desperate mathematics of scarcity. Numbers that winter likes. Odds that favor the patient and the prepared. Just passing through. No such thing anymore. The woman speaks now, her voice carries different weight. Hunger. The kind that comes from taking what belongs to others because taking is easier than finding. Because winter teaches that there is not enough for everyone and everyone knows it. Everything belongs to someone. Question is who gets to keep it. Ylva shifts position, her rifle ready but not aimed, yet. The space between negotiation and violence measured in seconds, in heartbeats, in the small calculations that determine whether you see another sunrise or become something that feeds the ruins. We do not want trouble. Trouble wants you. The truth hangs in the air between them like everything else they cannot change, like winter, like hunger, like the way hope feels when hope runs out and desperation makes the rules that civilization used to make. What do you want? Your supplies, your weapons, your warm clothes. Aaron studies their faces, studies the lines that winter carved around their eyes, studies the way hope looks when hope becomes something that must be taken from others. When sharing means dying, and dying means everything, and if we say no, then you say yes anyway. The mathematics are simple, brutal, absolute, 4 against 2, experience against luck, preparation against desperation. Winter's final lesson about ownership and possession and the illusion that might does not make right. But winter also teaches patience. Aaron and Ylva have learned patience. Have learned to count heartbeats and measure breathing and watch for the small signs that reveal when violence becomes inevitable, when negotiation ends and survival begins. The moment arrives without announcement. The man moves first, raising his weapon toward Aaron's chest, toward the space where heart meets hope meets the end of everything that matters. But movement takes time, and time is what Aaron has been counting. He fires twice. Center mass. Cannot miss at this range. Cannot afford to wound when wounding means dying. The man stumbles backward into snow that accepts everything winter offers. Gone. 13 bullets left. Ylva's rifle speaks. Once. The woman spins sideways into the dumpster where she slides down, leaving red marks on metal that has seen red marks before. Also gone. The other 2 survivors disappear, into buildings, into alleys, into the spaces between civilization where winter teaches its lessons about courage and cowardice, and the difference between fighting and running, when running means staying alive. Aaron checks the man's pockets, finds ammunition, food, medicine, the currency of survival freely given by someone who no longer needs currency, who learned winter's final lesson about possession and ownership. We take what we need, all of it. No, what we need. The distinction matters. Taking everything means becoming the thing they just fought. Taking what they need means staying human when human becomes harder than animal, when winter offers easier choices that lead to harder endings. They gather supplies, food for a week, ammunition for emergencies, medicine for wounds that have not happened yet. The mathematics of survival, written in brass and bandages and cans, that remember what abundance used to mean. Behind them, the town settles back into silence. The kind of silence that comes from voices that stopped speaking, from doors that stopped opening, from the accumulated weight of everything that used to matter before winter made new rules about what matters. Aaron's shoulder throbs where old injury meets new strain. 13 bullets left, plus what they took from people who no longer need bullets, plus the growing certainty that winter has more lessons to teach, and all of them end the same way. But not today. Today they have supplies. Today they have ammunition. Today they have each other, and the hope that tomorrow might offer choices other than take or be taken, fight or be fought, survive or become something that feeds the ruins of civilization. Outside, the snow continues falling. Always the snow continues falling, covering tracks, covering hope, covering everything that warm things leave behind when warm things learn that civilization was just another word for temporary shelter from winter's patient hunger. Chapter 7. Whispered Warnings. Back at the cabin that was shelter before shelter became memory, before winter taught its lessons about possession and territory and the illusion that walls mean safety. Aaron and Ylva sort their gathered supplies on the floor where firelight makes shadows dance like everything that might be watching from outside. Medicine in one pile, ammunition in another, food enough for 10 days if they ration, 12 days if they accept hunger as another fact to be endured. The mathematics of survival spread across wooden planks that remember when warmth was something other than firelight and hope. Aaron's shoulder burns where old muscle meets new strain, where the weight of survival measures itself in pain that becomes background noise. Like cold, like hunger, like the way fear tastes when fear becomes the only reliable constant. Ylva examines the medicine bottles with hands that know their purpose, that understand the difference between infection and healing, between dying slow and dying fast, between wounds that mend and wounds that become something winter feeds on. These antibiotics are old. How old? Old enough to matter, not old enough to worry about. She sets aside pills in quantities that speak of experience, of understanding that medicine is rationed now, that health is temporary, and sickness is patient, and patience always wins when warm things run out of choices. The wolves outside have been quiet since they returned. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that comes from watching and learning and counting the mistakes that prey makes when prey thinks it has won something. They are planning. Aaron moves to the window, lifts the board that separates inside from everything else, peers out at snow that covers tracks and hope and the evidence of everything that happened in town where civilization used to live. Planning what? An assault. Coordinated. Using what they learned from watching us fight. The truth sits between them like everything they cannot change, like winter. like the mathematics of bullets divided by wolves, like the growing certainty that evolution never stops just because humanity wants it to. How do you know? Because I know wolves. Ylva's voice carries weight that comes from somewhere deeper than knowledge, somewhere older than experience, from the place where understanding lives when understanding costs more than learning should cost. Erin studies her face in the firelight, studies the scars that cross her left eye, studies the way she holds her head like something listening for sounds only she can hear, like something that remembers when the world was different but not necessarily better. What are you? The question hangs in the air like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and disappears into cold that waits for all warm things to surrender their secrets. I told you, someone who understands wolves. That is not an answer. It is the only answer that matters. Outside something howls. Not close, not far. The sound of communication that should not exist in animals that remember when humans were apex predators. When warm things made the rules and cold things followed them, they are calling the others. What others? The rest of the pack, the ones we have not seen yet. Aaron checks his ammunition again. 13 bullets in his pack, 2 in the chamber, plus what they took from the survivors who learned Winter's final lesson about taking and being taken. 23 bullets total, still not enough. How many others? Enough. The word sits between them like winter itself, like everything that cannot be argued with or reasoned away, like the patient mathematics of hunger divided by hope and multiplied by time that runs out. Ylva moves to her hidden cache behind the fireplace, removes items that speak of preparation, of understanding that survival requires tools that civilization never taught anyone to use. Rope, knives, things that cut and hold and remember what they were made for. We set traps. Where? Around the cabin, in the places where they will come, where winter funnels them toward doors and windows and the spaces between safety and everything else. The work begins without discussion. 2 people who understand that talking is energy and energy is rationed now. That survival is action, and action is the difference between seeing another sunrise and becoming something that feeds the patient hunger outside. Aaron digs pits in snow that accepts everything, that swallows effort and hope, and the small illusions that preparation means control. The ground beneath is frozen, hard as winter itself. But tools remember what they were made for, and persistence counts for more than strength when strength runs out. Ylva weaves snares from rope that remembers how to hold, how to catch, how to turn movement into stillness, into the space between running and being caught, between freedom and everything that waits for freedom to make mistakes. The traps take shape around the cabin like prayers that winter might answer, like hope built from rope and steel, and the desperate mathematics of 2 people who understand that 23 bullets will not be enough for what winter has planned. Behind them, the fire burns low. Always the fire burns low. Always warmth requires feeding. Always the choice between heat and light becomes the choice between comfort and seeing what approaches through darkness that remembers when humans were afraid. How long until they come? Soon. Tonight, before dawn, when darkness serves them better than us, when cold makes our fingers numb and their hunger sharp. Aaron adds wood to the fire. Not much, just enough to keep the flames alive without creating light that shows through windows. Without announcing that warm things wait inside for cold things to test the strength of walls and hope, and 23 bullets divided by unknown numbers. The howling starts again. Closer now, multiple voices weaving together into something that sounds like language, like communication, like intelligence that learns from experience and applies lessons to new situations. They are coordinating. Yes, like a military unit, better than a military unit. They do not second-guess their orders. The truth hangs between them, like everything else that cannot be changed, like winter. like the way evolution works, when evolution has time and pressure and the kind of motivation that comes from empty bellies and endless cold. Aaron positions himself at the front window, where he can watch approaches from the north, where 23 bullets might buy time measured in heartbeats, where hope meets mathematics and usually loses. Ylva takes the back, her rifle ready, her movements sure and practiced. The way someone moves, when movement has meant the difference between survival and becoming food for things that hunt in darkness. They wait. Outside, the wind picks up. Always the wind picks up. Winter's way of covering sounds that might warn prey, of masking approaches that might otherwise be heard, of reminding the world that patience and cold make rules that warm things follow. Movement in the trees, multiple shadows flowing like water between trunks that stand like monuments to everything that died when winter learned to stay, like markers for the boundary between civilization and everything that civilization pretended did not exist. Aaron counts shapes that might be wolves or might be trees swaying in wind that brings news from places where winter keeps its secrets, where mutation teaches new lessons about survival and adaptation and the cost of being too successful for your own good. 8, maybe 10, too many. But they will come in waves. Test our defenses, learn our capabilities, probe for weaknesses before committing to full assault. The military terminology sits strangely in air that smells of wood smoke and fear, and the accumulated weight of everything that has gone wrong since winter learned to make rules instead of follow them. How do you know so much about tactics? Experience. What kind of experience? The kind that keeps you alive when staying alive becomes work. Erin studies her profile in the firelight. Studies the way shadows play across scars that tell stories about survival and cost and the price of understanding things that civilization never wanted to name. The first wolf appears at the edge of effective range, testing, watching, learning the geometry of approach and retreat, the mathematics of cover and concealment, the physics of bullets and distance, and the way fear affects accuracy when accuracy means everything. It disappears before Aaron can aim. They are learning our range, learning our timing, our response patterns, everything the military training teaches about knowing your enemy. But we are learning them too. What are we learning? That they are smart enough to be dangerous, smart enough to plan, smart enough to understand that 23 bullets cannot answer infinite patience. The truth settles over them like winter itself, like the growing certainty that survival is mathematics, and mathematics rarely favors the outnumbered, the undersupplied, the warm things that count bullets while cold things count time. But mathematics is not everything. Outside the pack settles into position, patient shadows in patient snow under patient stars that remember when Earth was warm, when hope was something other than ammunition and medicine and the space between one heartbeat and the next. The assault will come before dawn, when darkness serves teeth better than guns, when cold serves patience better than desperation. When winter teaches its final lesson about territory and possession and the illusion that walls mean anything to hunger that has learned to think. But not yet. For now there is firelight and warmth and the small space where two people count their remaining chances and find them fewer than hoped, but more than despair. Where hope is rationed but not exhausted. Where winter waits but has not yet won. Chapter 8. Night of Shadows. Darkness falls like a judgment that winter waited 2 years to deliver. Like the final answer to questions that warm things stopped asking when asking became dangerous. Aaron watches through gaps in boards that separate inside from everything else. Everything that waits. Everything that counts heartbeats and measures breath and calculates the mathematics of patience divided by desperation. The fire burns lower now. Barely flames. Just embers that remember what heat used to mean before heat became a luxury that announces location to things that hunt by warmth, by light, by the small signatures that life leaves in places where death has learned to be patient. Ylva moves through the cabin like Shadow herself, checking windows, testing locks, examining the places where walls meet hope, and hope meets the growing certainty that walls are temporary and hope is rationed and patience always wins when warm things run out of time. They are moving. Where? Everywhere. Aaron sees them now, shapes flowing between trees like water, finding cracks in stone, like winter finding spaces where warmth used to live. Coordinated movement, planned approach, the kind of tactics that evolution teaches when evolution has time and pressure and empty bellies to motivate learning. How many? More than we can count, more than we can fight. But they have to come through the traps, through rope and steel and the small spaces where preparation meets desperation, where 23 bullets might make winter pause long enough for hope to find new answers to old problems. The first wolf reaches the perimeter. Aaron watches it test the ground where snow covers rope that remembers how to catch, how to hold, how to turn movement into stillness. The wolf steps careful, deliberate, testing each footfall like something that understands consequences. It avoids the trap. They learn fast, too fast. The wolf signals to others, not howls, something quieter, something that sounds like communication between intelligence that should not exist in things with 4 legs and teeth, and the patient hunger that waits for warm things to make mistakes. More wolves approach, each one testing different angles, different approaches, probing the defensive perimeter like water probing a dam for weaknesses, for cracks, for the small spaces where pressure finds release and everything held back comes flooding through. Aaron checks his rifle, 23 bullets, not enough for a siege, not enough for what winter has planned, but enough to make the dying count. To teach winter that warm things remember how to bite back even when biting back means dying in the process. Second wolf attempts the eastern approach, where Ylva sets snares between trees that stand like monuments to everything that died when the world learned to be cold. This wolf is smaller, faster, more willing to test the spaces where caution meets necessity. The snare catches its hind leg, rope tightens, holds. The wolf spins and thrashes and makes sounds that cut through darkness like everything that remembers pain, like everything that understands that freedom is temporary, and capture is patient, and patience always wins. The pack abandons stealth. They rush the cabin from multiple directions, shadows flowing across snow that accepts everything winter offers, teeth and claws and the accumulated hunger of things that learn to hunt in coordination, that learn to think before attacking, that learned patience costs less than speed. Aaron fires through the window. Once, twice. Muzzle flash lighting up targets that move like smoke between heartbeats, like hope between trigger pulls. The first shot misses. The second catches a wolf center mass and spins it sideways into snow that has seen red before. 21 bullets left. Ylva's rifle barks from the back window. Methodical. Precise. Each shot buying time measured in moments between breathing and not breathing. Between wolves dead and wolves still coming. Between mathematics that favor the prepared and reality that favors the numerous. Claws scrape against the front door, against wood that remembers what it was built for, against barriers that separate warm things from cold things, and hope from the growing certainty that hope runs out when ammunition runs out. Something hits the roof. Hard. Testing the strength of boards that have held winter out for 2 years, that have kept warm things warm when warmth became work, when shelter became the difference between survival and becoming something that feeds the patient hunger outside. They are on the roof. Aaron aims upward, toward sounds that speak of weight and movement and intelligence that understands that prey expects attack from ground level. That understands surprise comes from directions that desperation does not anticipate. Wood splinters above his head, claws finding purchase, finding weaknesses in construction that was never meant to withstand siege by things that learned to think before attacking. That learned coordination costs less than individual courage. Aaron fires through the ceiling, 3 shots in rapid succession. Wood chips and plaster fall like snow that brings news from places where winter keeps its secrets. Above them, something heavy hits the roof and rolls. Goes still. 18 bullets left. More claws on wood. More testing of barriers that separate inside from everything else. The door shudders under impacts that speak of weight and determination, and the kind of hunger that makes patience cost less than waiting. The first board on the front window cracks, splits, allows winter inside through gaps that grow wider with each impact, with each test of strength against need, of preparation against the accumulated weight of everything that wants what warm things have. A claw reaches through the gap, probing, searching, looking for the angle that lets teeth follow claws, follow the patient mathematics of hunger that has learned to think. Aaron puts his gun to the gap. Point-blank range. Cannot miss at point-blank range. Cannot afford to wound when wounding means dying. The gunshot echoes in the small space like thunder, like judgment, like everything that refuses to surrender quietly. 17 bullets left. Behind them, something crashes through the kitchen window. Glass and wood and the sudden introduction of winter into spaces where winter was not invited, where warmth tried to make rules that cold things ignore. Ylva spins, her rifle tracking movement that flows like water across floor that was never meant to support things with teeth and claws and the kind of intelligence that learns from watching others die. She fires. Once. The wolf stumbles but does not fall, does not stop. Blood streams from its shoulder where lead found meat, but meat continues moving when moving means survival, when stopping means becoming something that feeds other predators. The wounded wolf leaps, covers distance between window and warmth in bounds that eat space, that close gaps between hunter and prey, between teeth and everything that teeth want to taste. Aaron turns. Fires. Center mass. Cannot miss when missing means watching winter claim everything that matters. The wolf spins in midair, hits the floor hard, tries to rise and falls again. Goes still and spreading red that wooden planks accept without judgment. 16 bullets left. Outside the howling starts again. Not communication now. Something else. Something that sounds like mourning, like the accumulated grief of things that learn to care about pack members while learning to hunt pack prey. They are retreating. For now. Why? Because they learned what they came to learn. What did they learn? That we fight back, that bullets still work, that warm things remember how to make cold things bleed. Aaron checks the traps through windows that frame winter like portraits of everything that went wrong. 2 wolves caught in snares, 1 dead from rifle shots, 1 dead from falling off the roof. 4 casualties from a pack that started with numbers they could not count. But the lesson cost more than bullets. It cost anonymity, cost the illusion that they could hide from winter's attention. Cost the belief that walls mean safety when safety becomes relative and relative becomes academic, when winter decides to teach new lessons about territory and possession. They know our capabilities now, our weapons, our positions, our resolve. They know we will fight, but they also know we cannot fight forever. That bullets run out, that warm things tire, that 16 bullets cannot answer infinite patience backed by intelligence that learns from experience. Aaron examines the dead wolf in the kitchen. Up close, the mutations are more visible. Bone plates beneath patchy fur, muscle mass that exceeds normal parameters, eyes that reflect light even in death, intelligence that should not exist in animals that remember when humans made the rules. This is not natural evolution. Ylva kneels beside the corpse. Her hands move over bone plates that protrude through skin like armor that grew from inside out, like protection that cost more than protection should cost. Her face shows recognition, understanding, the kind that comes from seeing similar things before. What made them this way? She does not answer immediately, studies the bone structure, the muscle development, the way mutation carved new purposes from old forms, the way winter teaches lessons about adaptation and survival and the price of being too successful for your own good, something that wanted soldiers. Aaron waits for more, for explanation that makes sense of teeth and intelligence and coordination that should not exist in pack animals that learn to think tactically. That learned patience costs less than speed. What kind of soldiers? The kind that do not question orders, that do not retreat, that do not stop hunting until prey stops breathing. The truth sits between them like everything they cannot change. Like winter. Like the mathematics of 16 bullets divided by unknown numbers of enemies that learn from watching others die. Outside the pack settles back into patient waiting. The kind of waiting that comes from understanding that siege is more effective than assault. That time serves hunters better than urgency. That 16 bullets cannot answer infinite patience backed by intelligence that never gets tired. They will be back. When? Tomorrow night. With more of them. With better tactics. With everything they learned from watching us fight. Aaron moves to the front window, peers through gaps where boards meet hope, and hope meets the growing certainty that hope runs out when ammunition runs out. Snow falls heavier now, covering tracks, covering evidence, covering everything that warm things leave behind when warm things learn that hiding is temporary. We cannot stay here. This is my home. Home is where you do not die. This is where we die if we stay. The logic is brutal, simple, absolute. 16 bullets cannot defend against numbers that grow instead of shrink, cannot hold walls that winter wants to claim, cannot protect warmth that cold things want to extinguish. Where do we go? Away from here. Before they bring the rest of the pack, before winter teaches its final lesson about territory and possession and the illusion that walls mean safety. Ylva studies the dead wolf with hands that know their purpose, that understand anatomy and mutation and the way evolution works, when evolution has help from sources that remember when humans were dangerous. We take this with us. Why? Evidence. Proof. Something that explains what we are fighting. She begins cutting, removing bone plates that protrude like armor, like protection that grew from inside out. Like everything that winter teaches about adaptation and survival, and the cost of being too successful for your own good. Aaron gathers their supplies, medicine that might matter, ammunition that will matter, food enough for the journey to somewhere else. Somewhere that winter has not claimed for purposes that involve teeth and intelligence and the patient mathematics of hunger. The bone plates are heavy, dense, structured like armor that was designed instead of evolved, like protection that someone planned instead of something that natural selection discovered through trial and error and the accumulated failures of things that did not adapt fast enough. Who would do this? Someone who needed soldiers that do not question orders, that do not retreat, that do not stop hunting until prey stops breathing. But who? Someone who understood that winter was coming, that civilization would fall, that survivors would need enemies that could think tactically while remaining loyal to whoever made them this way. The implications hang in the air like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and disappears into cold that waits for warm things to understand that the apocalypse was not accident, was not natural disaster, was not random catastrophe that happened to coincide with mutations that create perfect predators. Someone planned this. Yes, someone wanted civilization to fall. Yes, someone wanted survivors to face enemies that could think. Aaron helps her pack the bone samples, evidence of intelligence that was grafted onto instinct, of purpose that was designed onto hunger. Of everything that winter teaches about preparation and planning and the difference between random catastrophe and systematic elimination. Why? That is the question that matters. That explains the wolves and the mutations and the way winter came and stayed and changed everything that used to make sense. That explains why the cold never stops and the storms never end, and hope is rationed like ammunition. Outside the pack begins to howl again, not communication now. Something else, something that sounds like summoning, like calling to others who wait in places where winter keeps its secrets, where mutation teaches new lessons about loyalty and obedience and the cost of questioning orders. They are calling for reinforcements. How many reinforcements? Enough. The word sits between them, like winter itself, like everything that cannot be argued with or reasoned away. Like the growing certainty that 16 bullets cannot answer questions that involve systematic elimination of human survivors. We go now. Where? Away from here, away from the pack, away from whatever designed them to hunt in coordination while remaining loyal to purposes that warm things are not supposed to understand. They gather their packs, leave the cabin that was shelter before shelter became memory, leave the fire that was warmth before warmth became luxury. Leave everything except hope, measured in bullets and medicine, and the small chance that somewhere else might offer answers to questions that involve who and why, and what comes next. Outside, the snow continues falling. Always the snow continues falling, covering tracks, covering hope, covering everything that warm things leave behind when warm things learn that winter has rules, and breaking them means becoming something that feeds intelligence that was designed to hunt. Behind them, the howling grows louder, more voices joining the chorus that rises through trees like everything that remembers when humans were dangerous, like everything that waits for orders to begin the final hunt. Chapter 9. Bitter Bargains. The hermit's shack squats between territories like a question that no one wants to answer. Smoke rises from its chimney in patterns that speak of life, of warmth, of someone who learned to survive alone when surviving together became impossible. Aaron and Ilva approach through trees that stand like witnesses to everything that went wrong when winter learned to stay. 2 days walking from the cabin that was home before home became memory. 2 days carrying evidence of mutation and intelligence and the growing certainty that the apocalypse was designed instead of accidental. That someone wanted civilization to fall and survivors to face enemies that could think tactically. The hermit watches them approach from a window that frames his face like a portrait of suspicion, like mistrust earned through experience, through watching strangers arrive with needs that become demands that become violence when bargaining fails. His name is Grayson. They learn this when he opens the door with a shotgun in his hands and questions in his eyes, and the kind of caution that keeps people alive when staying alive becomes work. What do you want? Trade. What do you have? Aaron shows him medicine bottles, bandages, antiseptic that remembers what it was made for, the currency of survival in a world where infection means death, and death means becoming something that feeds the things that hunt in winter. What do you want? Information. Supplies. Safe passage through your territory. Grayson studies them with eyes that have seen too much, that have learned to calculate the cost of trust against the price of isolation, that understand bargaining is survival when survival means making choices that all lead to endings no one wants. He is old, 60 maybe, 70, old enough to remember when the world was warm, when hope was something other than ammunition counted in single digits. When winter followed rules that made sense to people who believed in seasons, his left eye is gone, missing, replaced by scar tissue that speaks of violence and healing, and the kind of experience that teaches lessons about the cost of not being careful enough, about the price of trusting the wrong people at the wrong time. Come inside. The shack is larger than it appears from outside. 3 rooms connected by doorways that frame darkness instead of light. Shelves line the walls, supplies organized with precision that speaks of understanding, of knowing that preparation matters more than luck when luck runs out. Canned goods, ammunition, tools, batteries wrapped in plastic that still remembers how to keep things dry, the accumulation of someone who understood that winter would last longer than anyone expected, that hope is rationed and rationing requires discipline. Aaron shows him the bone plates, evidence of mutation and intelligence and design that explains why the wolves hunt in coordination, why they learn from experience, why they remember tactics and apply lessons to new situations. Grayson examines the samples with hands that know their purpose, that understand anatomy and structure and the difference between evolution and engineering. His remaining eye reflects knowledge that costs more than learning should cost. Where did you get these? From wolves that attacked our cabin. Wolves that think tactically, that coordinate, that learn from watching others die. He sets the bone plates on a table where firelight makes shadows dance like everything that might be watching from corners where darkness gathers, where secrets wait for light to reveal them or darkness to keep them hidden. I have seen these before. Where? Other travelers, other survivors, people who fought things that should not exist but exist anyway, people who asked questions that have no good answers. What questions? Who made them? Why? What comes next when the pack grows large enough to systematically eliminate every warm thing that remembers when humans made the rules? Aaron and Ylva exchange glances. Recognition. Understanding. The way two people look at each other when pieces of a puzzle click into place and reveal a picture that explains everything and makes nothing better. You know something. Grayson moves to a cabinet, opens it with a key that hangs around his neck like hope made metal. Inside are papers, documents, photographs that capture moments from before winter learned to stay, from when civilization believed it was permanent. I know rumors, stories, things that people whisper when they think no one is listening, when they think secrets can stay secret in a world where everything ends badly. He spreads papers on the table, maps, reports, documentation that speaks of planning and preparation, and the kind of foresight that comes from knowing catastrophe is coming because catastrophe was scheduled. What kind of rumors? The kind that explain why winter came and stayed, why the storms never end, why mutations happen in patterns that suggest design instead of randomness. Aaron studies the papers, sees coordinates, dates, references to projects that have names like things that should not be named, like purposes that require secrecy, like everything that explains why survivors face enemies that evolve faster than defense can adapt. Someone wanted this, yes. Someone planned the apocalypse, yes. Someone designed the wolves to hunt survivors. Grayson nods. Not agreement. Confirmation. The way someone nods when long-suspected truth finally finds evidence, when theories become facts and facts become more dangerous than theories ever were. Who? That is the question that costs more than answers are worth. That gets people gone when gone is permanent. That explains why hermits live alone and trust no one and bargain carefully. I do not know names, I know purposes. I know that someone wanted humanity reduced to manageable numbers, scattered, desperate, easy to control when control becomes necessary. The truth hangs in the air like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and refuses to disappear into cold, that waits for warm things to understand that resistance was expected, was planned for, was countered before it began. But you know where to find answers. Maybe. Where? There is a place, north of here, where survivors gather, where people share information and pool resources and try to make sense of everything that stopped making sense when winter learned to stay. How far? 3 days, maybe 4. Through territory that the pack claims. Through woods, where mutation teaches new lessons about adaptation and survival, and the cost of being too successful for your own good. Aaron checks his ammunition. 14 bullets left. Not enough for 3 days of travel through pack territory. Not enough for what winter has planned when winter discovers that survivors know too much about purposes that were supposed to remain secret. What do you want for directions? Safe passage. When the pack comes asking about you, I tell them you went south, toward the abandoned city, away from the place where answers wait. The bargain hangs between them like everything else they cannot change. Like winter, like the mathematics of survival, divided by trust and multiplied by the growing certainty that everyone is making deals with someone, and if they do not believe you, then I become something that feeds the pack. Same as everyone else who makes the wrong choices at the wrong time. Aaron studies Grayson's face, studies the lines that winter carved around his remaining eye, studies the way hope looks when hope is something that must be traded carefully, when trust costs more than isolation. Agreed. The word seals arrangements that both sides know are temporary, that winter will test. That survival will strain until strain becomes breaking, and breaking becomes another lesson about the cost of trusting anyone in a world where everyone wants the same things for the same reasons. Grayson provides maps, supplies, directions to places where survivors gather and share information and try to understand why the world ended and who wanted it to end and what comes next when next arrives, with teeth and intelligence and purposes that were designed in places where warmth used to live. They leave the shack as evening falls like judgment that winter waited all day to deliver. Behind them, smoke continues rising from the chimney in patterns that speak of life and warmth, and someone who believes that isolation is survival when survival becomes mathematics. But Aaron sees shadows in the trees, shapes that move too purposefully to be wind, too coordinated to be random, too patient to be anything except things that learn to watch and wait and count the mistakes that warm things make when warm things believe they have found safety. The pack followed them here. The pack followed them to the hermit who promised safe passage in exchange for misdirection, who agreed to lie to intelligence that learns from experience, that remembers faces and tracks scents and applies lessons to new situations. Behind them, the shack grows smaller. The smoke grows thinner. The distance grows larger between them and the hermit who made bargains with people who cannot keep them, who trusted strangers with secrets that get people gone when gone is forever. In the morning, they will know whether Grayson kept his word, whether misdirection works on intelligence that was designed to be suspicious, whether betrayal is intentional or inevitable when everyone wants to survive and survival requires choices that someone else pays for. But tonight they walk toward answers, through territory that belongs to things that hunt in coordination, toward places where survivors gather and truth waits like everything else that costs more than hope can afford. Behind them, something howls. Not far, close enough to taste, close enough to smell their trail and their fear and their growing certainty that hermits who live alone make deals with everyone and keep faith with no one. Chapter 10. Trail of crimson morning comes gray and thin and full of certainty that hermits who make bargains with strangers also make bargains with things that hunt in coordination. Aaron and Ilva move through forest that remembers everything, that holds scents and tracks and the accumulated evidence of every choice that survival requires. Behind them, smoke no longer rises from Grayson's chimney. The silence where smoke used to be speaks of endings that everyone saw coming but no one wanted to name, of bargains that broke when breaking served someone's purpose better than keeping, of trust that lasted exactly as long as trust serves the things that remember when humans made rules instead of following them. We should go back. Why? To see if he is still alive. He is not alive. How do you know? Because the pack does not leave witnesses. Because hermits who make deals with everyone keep faith with no one. Because winter teaches lessons about the cost of trusting people who live alone for reasons they do not share. Aaron knows she is right, knows the way winter teaches its lessons about betrayal and survival and the mathematics of choosing between someone else's life and your own. But knowing and accepting are different weights, different costs, different kinds of burden that survival requires. They move north. Following directions that Grayson provided in exchange for safe passage that lasted exactly one night. Toward places where survivors gather and share information and try to make sense of apocalypse that was designed instead of accidental. The forest grows denser, trees standing closer together, branches interlocking like fingers that remember how to hold, how to hide, how to keep secrets that winter wants revealed and survivors want buried. Aaron's shoulder aches where old injury meets new strain, 14 bullets left in his pack, plus ammunition they gathered from the town where civilization learned its final lessons about sharing and taking, and the difference between both when both end the same way. Behind them something follows. Not close. Not far. Patient shadows that move when they move, stop when they stop. Learn from watching prey, navigate terrain that serves hunters better than hunted. They found our trail. Yes. How many? Enough. The word sits between them like winter itself, like everything that cannot be argued with or reasoned away, like the growing certainty that 14 bullets cannot answer questions that involve systematic elimination backed by intelligence that learns from experience. We need to lose them. How? By making them follow something else. Ylva removes a small bottle from her pack, liquid that catches light like everything that remembers purpose, like everything that serves specific functions in situations where function means survival. What is that? Wolf scent. From the one we captured, mixed with other things, things that confuse, that misdirect, that make trails lead to places other than where prey actually went. She applies drops to trees, to rocks, to surfaces that hold scent longer than air, creating false paths that lead away from their actual direction, away from the place where survivors gather and answers wait like everything else that costs more than hope can afford. Will it work? For a while. Until they realize the deception. Until intelligence that was designed to be suspicious applies lessons about misdirection to new situations. They continue north. Through territory that belongs to things that hunt in coordination. Past markers that speak of boundaries and possession and the kind of ownership that comes from being able to defend what you claim. Old blazes on trees, scratches that might be claws or might be tools, signs that survivors passed this way before, that people walk this path toward answers or away from questions or toward endings that seemed better than alternatives. Aaron finds the first body after noon, frozen, partially eaten, scattered in pieces that speak of feeding and waste and the way hunger works when hunger has time and patience and prey that cannot run fast enough to matter. Human. Recent. How recent? Days. Maybe a week. Ylva examines the remains with hands that know their purpose, that understand anatomy and decay and the way winter preserves evidence of everything that used to matter before mattering became academic. Claw marks, 4 deep gouges, the signature that mutation leaves on everything it touches, everything it claims, everything it processes according to purposes that were designed in places where warmth used to live. They killed him here. Why here? Because this is where he stopped running, where exhaustion met desperation, met the mathematics of 14 bullets divided by unknown numbers of hunters that never get tired. Aaron studies the scene, the way the body fell, the direction of the wounds, the pattern of consumption that speaks of intelligence that understands how to feed efficiently, how to waste nothing, how to process prey according to protocols that serve purposes beyond simple hunger. He was running toward the survivor camp, yes, with information, maybe, information that someone did not want shared, knowledge that costs more than learning should cost. Understanding that gets people gone when gone serves purposes that were designed to eliminate questions before questions find answers. They search the remains, find nothing, no papers, no evidence, no proof of what the dead man knew or why knowledge made him dangerous enough to hunt through forest that remembers everything. But absence is evidence too. Absence speaks of thoroughness. of understanding that survivors who reach camps share information and pooled knowledge serves resistance better than individual ignorance. We are close. To what? To answers, to the camp, to whatever explains why winter came and stayed and changed everything that used to make sense. Aaron checks his ammunition again. 14 bullets. Not enough for what waits ahead. Not enough for what follows behind. Not enough for anything except making the dying count when dying becomes inevitable. Behind them, a howl rises. Not far. Closer than before. The sound of communication that should not exist in animals that remember when humans were apex predators, when warm things made rules and cold things followed them. They found the real trail. How long until they catch up? Soon. They run. Not fast. Fast means noise, and noise means attracting everything else that winter made hungry. But steady. Sure-footed. The way two people run when running is the difference between reaching answers and becoming something that feeds intelligence designed to eliminate questions. The forest opens ahead, trees growing farther apart, light filtering through canopy that remembers when seasons changed instead of staying locked in winter that never ends, in cold that never breaks, in storms that never stop teaching lessons about adaptation and survival. Through the trees, Aaron sees structures, buildings, walls that speak of preparation and defense and kind of organization that comes from understanding that survival requires more than individual effort, that requires coordination, planning, the pooling of resources and knowledge and hope, the survivor camp, finally. But between them and answers lies open ground, exposed space where hunters see prey silhouetted against snow, where 14 bullets must buy passage across terrain that offers no cover, no concealment, no protection except speed and luck, and the hope that walls mean safety when safety becomes relative. Behind them, the pack breaks from cover. 5 wolves moving coordinated, professional, using terrain and timing and tactics that evolution teaches when evolution has help from sources that remember when humans were dangerous. Aaron counts the distance. 200 meters to the walls, 50 meters to the tree line. Mathematics that favor the prepared and the numerous over the desperate and the few. They run toward answers, through snow that accepts everything winter offers, toward walls that might mean safety or might mean trap, toward whatever waits beyond explanations and understanding, and the growing certainty that someone designed the apocalypse, and survivors were never supposed to reach places where questions find answers. Behind them, winter follows, patient, hungry, full of teeth and intelligence and purposes that were planned in places where warmth used to live before learning to serve cold that never forgives mistakes. Chapter 11. Forged in fire. The metal screams when Aaron bends it. Ylva watches from the doorway, rifle across her knees. Steam rises from her breath. From the coffee mug she holds like a prayer. His left shoulder aches where the wolf caught him 3 days back. The wound has closed, but the muscle protests every movement, every twist of metal, every reminder that healing takes time the world rarely grants. The pipe came from the abandoned house 3 doors down. The one with the caved-in roof and the family pictures still hanging crooked on the walls. Aaron strips wire from the same place. Copper wire that once carried voices and now carries nothing but rust. Strip the wire. Bend the pipe. The improvised spear takes shape in his hands. His fingers work despite the cold, despite the way they shake when he thinks too hard about what comes next. You make weapons from what the world leaves behind, from what the world throws away. The world threw away most everything. Ylva sets down her mug and moves to the window, peers through the gap between boards. Her ears twitch, always listening, always waiting. The plan is simple. Simple plans work better than complex ones. Complex plans have too many places to break, too many places for things to go wrong. They will build a fire in the clearing, a big fire, bigger than necessary for warmth. The smoke will rise, and the light will dance, and the wolves will come. Some wolves always come to fires now, not like the old wolves. not like the wolves from before. Aaron tests the spear point against his thumb. A drop of red appears. The metal holds its edge. His shoulder protests the motion, but he ignores it. Pain becomes background noise when survival demands focus. We lure them close. We take them down. We learn what we can. Ylva nods. Her silver eyes reflect the firelight, reflect something else too, something harder to name. The fire burns bright in the clearing. Aaron built it from pine branches and old newspapers. Headlines about elections that no longer matter. Sports scores from games that will never finish. Weather reports that got everything wrong. They wait in the trees, 20 yards from the flames. Aaron grips his new spear with his good arm, favors the wounded shoulder. Ylva sights down her rifle barrel. The wind carries the scent of burning paper and wood smoke and something else, something that makes the hair on his neck stand up. The first wolf appears at the edge of the light. Bigger than any wolf has a right to be. Its fur patchy and wrong. Its eyes too bright, too knowing. Aaron counts heartbeats, counts breaths. The wolf circles the fire, testing, thinking. These wolves think too much. A second wolf emerges from the darkness, then a third. They move like they planned this, like they talked about it beforehand. The third wolf steps into the clearing proper, into the killing zone. Aaron throws the spear hard and true despite his shoulder's protest. The point takes the creature in the shoulder, spins it around, drops it to the snow. The other wolves scatter but not far. They howl from the darkness. Long calls that carry meaning Aaron cannot parse. Ylva fires twice. The rifle cracks like breaking trees. One wolf yelps and goes quiet. They wait. The fire burns lower. The wounded wolf writhes in the snow, makes sounds no wolf should make. Sounds too close to words, but not quite words. Never words. Come on, come back. But the wolves are learning too, learning from their mistakes, learning what works and what does not. The pack retreats, melts back into the forest, takes their lessons with them. Aaron retrieves his spear. The wolf beneath it has gone still. Its eyes reflect the dying fire, reflect nothing at all. 2 down. How many left? Ylva examines the carcass, runs her fingers through the coarse fur. Her face shows nothing but her nostrils flare, taking in scent, reading the chemical story written in flesh and fear. This one is older than the others. Scarred. The scars tell stories about other fights, other survivors who tried to make their stand, who failed. They drag the body back to the cabin, heavy work in the snow. Aaron's shoulder burns with each pull, but he does not stop, cannot stop. The wolves might return for it, might try to retrieve their fallen. That tells them something about pack loyalty, about how these creatures think. The fire in the cabin hearth burns warm. Aaron cleans his spear. Ylva sharpens her knives. They do not speak of what they learned, do not speak of how the wolves moved, how they seemed to plan. Outside, distant howls echo through the trees, closer than before. Angry now, the pack has tasted loss and wants to return the favor. Aaron tests the spear point again, still sharp, still ready. His shoulder throbs but holds. Pain is information, information that tells him he still lives. Still fights. Tomorrow they will build another fire. Try again. Perfect the method. The wolves are learning, but so are they. The question is who learns faster. The wind picks up, shakes the cabin walls, carries the sound of padding feet and heavy breathing. The pack circles in the darkness, waiting for their chance. Ylva loads fresh rounds into her rifle. The sound echoes in the small space. Final. Definitive. Ready when you are. Chapter 12. Fractured memories. Aaron stares at the photograph in his hands. Cracked glass. Bent frame. Faces he once knew looking back from before the world ended. He found it in his pack this morning, forgotten among the spare socks and ammunition. His wife Sarah, his daughter Emma, standing in front of their house, the house with the blue door and the garden Sarah tended like a cathedral. His shoulder aches as he shifts position. The wolf bite from days past reminds him constantly. Reminds him that wounds heal but scars remain, that some damage marks you forever. Ylva watches from across the cabin. She does not ask about the photograph. Does not need to. Loss wears its own uniform, carries its own scent. I had a house once, had a job, had reasons to set an alarm clock. His voice comes out rough, like gravel in a can. He has not spoken of before in months, years maybe. Time moves different now. Sarah taught second grade. Emma was learning to read. She would sound out words letter by letter, like breaking a code, like solving a puzzle that mattered. The photograph trembles in his hands. Not from cold this time. Ylva sets down her coffee, moves to the window, her standard position when conversations get heavy. When the weight of what was crashes into what is. I had a family too, once. Her voice carries an accent he cannot place, something northern, something old. She does not turn from the window when she speaks. My grandmother, my brother, others. They lived in the deep woods, far from human towns, far from human problems. Aaron waits. Ylva measures words like ammunition, uses only what she needs. When the cold came, we thought we would survive. We had fur, had knowledge, had each other. A pause. The wind rattles the boards. Aaron adjusts his position and his shoulder protests the movement, always protesting, always reminding. The cold was not the problem. The hunger was the problem. When the deer died and the rabbits died and the lakes froze solid, when there was nothing left to hunt. She turns from the window. Her silver eyes catch the firelight. Hold it. They sent me to find food. Sent me because I was fastest. Strongest. When I came back with empty hands, they were gone. All of them. Just bones in the snow and tracks leading away. Aaron looks down at the photograph, at faces that smiled when the world still made sense. When tomorrow was a promise instead of a threat. The wolves came later. Different wolves then. Smaller. More like what wolves used to be. They found the bones, too. Found me standing guard over nothing. She moves away from the window, sits across from Aaron, close enough to see the photograph clearly. That is when I learned. When you have nothing left to protect, you become dangerous in new ways. You become something else. Outside, a branch breaks under the weight of snow, or under the weight of something moving through the trees. They both look toward the sound, hands moving toward weapons without thought, without decision. The sound does not repeat. Aaron folds the photograph, puts it back in his pack. Some burdens travel light. Some burdens travel forever. We should check the perimeter. Ylva nods. They move to the windows, peer through gaps in the boards. The forest stands empty, patient. Nothing moves but the snow falling gentle and constant. A distant howl rises from the trees, long and mournful, almost like singing, but not quite singing, never quite human. They know we are here. Aaron chambers around despite his shoulder's complaint, the sound sharp in the silence. Let them know. Ylva smiles. First time he has seen her smile in days. The expression changes her whole face, makes her look younger, makes her look like someone who remembers joy. The howl comes again, closer now, answered by others from different directions. The pack moves in the darkness, scouts and hunters and things with no names, testing boundaries, learning patterns. Aaron thinks of Sarah, of Emma sounding out words at the kitchen table, of mornings when the biggest problem was traffic or burnt toast or forgetting to pay the electric bill. He thinks of Ylva standing over bones in the snow, waiting for family that would never return, learning to survive when everything worth protecting had already gone. Different losses, same weight. The cabin door rattles, wind or something else. They wait without breathing, without moving, listening to the space between heartbeats. Nothing comes. Ylva checks her rifle. Aaron grips his spear despite the shoulder's protest. They take positions on either side of the door, ready for whatever the darkness sends. But the darkness sends only silence, only the patient sound of snow against glass, against wood, against time itself wearing down to nothing. We should sleep in shifts. Aaron agrees. One watches while the other rests. Standard procedure now. They take turns carrying the weight of staying alive. Ylva takes first watch. Aaron lies down but does not close his eyes. Cannot close them. The photograph burns in his pack like a small fire, like a star that died but forgot to stop shining. His shoulder throbs, regular rhythm that marks time, that counts heartbeats, that reminds him he still breathes despite everything that wants otherwise. Outside, the wolves wait. They have learned patience, learned that time favors the hunter more than the hunted, but sometimes the hunted have nothing left to lose. Sometimes that makes them dangerous in ways the hunters do not expect. Aaron listens to Ylva breathe, to the fire pop and settle, to the wind carry stories from the deep woods. Stories about families who did not survive, about bones in the snow, about the things we become when everything else is taken away. Chapter 13, Storm's Fury. The blizzard comes like the end of the world, like the world ending again. Aaron wakes to the sound of wind that has grown teeth, wind that bites through every gap in the cabin walls, through every crack between boards, the fire gutters low in the hearth, nearly dead. His shoulder protests as he sits up, the old wound complaining about cold, about pressure, about the way weather settles into damaged tissue and makes itself at home. Ylva crouches by the window, her breath fogs the glass. Outside, the world has disappeared into white, pure white, nothing but snow and wind and the sound of trees breaking under the weight of ice. How long? She does not turn from the window, does not need to see his face to know the question. 3 hours maybe. Maybe more. The storm came fast. Aaron feeds wood to the fire. His movements careful, deliberate. The shoulder allows limited range of motion, limited forgiveness for careless gestures. The flames catch reluctantly. Everything is damp. Everything fights the idea of burning. The smoke curls up the chimney, but some of it leaks back into the room. Makes his eyes water. The cabin groans. Timbers settling under pressure. Snow piling higher against the walls, higher against the roof. Like burial. Like the slow process of being forgotten. Ylva moves away from the window. Sits close to the fire. Close to what warmth they can make. We need to check the supplies. They inventory what they have. Canned food for maybe 4 days. 5 if they eat light. Water is not a problem. Snow melts into water. But melting takes fuel and fuel runs low and everything connects to everything else in a chain of need. Aaron counts bullets. 17 rounds for his handgun. 23 for Ylva's rifle. Not enough for a siege. Not enough for what might come when the storm breaks. The wind howls like wolves, like the sound wolves might make if they could speak, if they had words for hunger and cold and the patience of predators. But these wolves do not speak, cannot speak. Think, but do not voice thoughts in human language. Express themselves through action, through blood, through results. Ylva lights a cigarette. The smoke mingles with the wood smoke, creates layers of gray in the air. She does not offer to share, has learned to ration everything, even small comforts. My grandmother used to tell stories about storms like this, storms that lasted weeks, that buried whole villages, that changed the shape of the land. Aaron listens. Ylva's voice carries over the wind, under it, around it. She said the spirits of winter came in the big storms, came to test who deserved to see spring, who had earned the right to continue. The cabin shudders. Something heavy hits the roof, a branch maybe, or a tree, or something else moving in the white. What happened to those who failed the test? Ylva draws deep on her cigarette. The ember glows bright in the dim light. They became part of the storm, part of the winter, part of the hunger that never sleeps. The fire pops, sends sparks up the chimney. Aaron watches the sparks disappear into darkness, into cold that waits to swallow everything warm. His shoulder aches in rhythm with the wind, pain that matches the storm's tempo. That keeps time with disaster unfolding outside their fragile shelter. Outside, the wind changes pitch, becomes something else, something that might be voices, might be words in a language he does not recognize. Ylva hears it too. Her ears prick forward, her nostrils flare, reading the air, reading the message written in scent and sound. They are out there. Aaron knows, can feel them circling in the white, using the storm as cover, as camouflage. The pack has learned new patience, new cunning. They cannot see us, cannot smell us over the wind, but they know. They remember this place. Remember the cabin and the fire and the two who made it home. The storm grows stronger. Snow drives horizontal past the windows, piles higher against the door. The cabin feels smaller with each hour, smaller and more fragile, a bubble of warmth in an ocean of cold. Aaron tries to read, old magazine from before, articles about celebrities who no longer matter, stock prices for companies that no longer exist, weather predictions that got everything wrong. The words blur together, make no sense. Nothing makes sense when the world tries to bury you alive. His shoulder throbs with each page turn. Each small movement, the injury has become barometer, weather predictor, pain that forecasts storms both outside and within. Ylva cleans her rifle, takes it apart piece by piece, oils each component, reassembles it with practiced efficiency. The ritual of maintenance, the ritual of keeping tools sharp in a world that wants to dull everything. We should move the furniture. They push the table against the door, the chairs against the windows. Building barriers, building distance between them and whatever waits in the white. Aaron's shoulder screams with each push, each lift, each reminder that damage accumulates, that healing takes longer than hurting, always longer. The wind screams now, no longer howling, screaming like something in pain, something that wants to share its suffering. Aaron checks the chimney, worried about snow blocking the flue, about smoke backing up into the cabin, about dying from the air they breathe instead of the cold they fight. The flue draws clean. For now. Ylva makes coffee. Weak coffee from grounds used twice already, but hot, but something to wrap cold hands around. Something that tastes like before, like mornings when coffee was comfort instead of necessity. They do not speak of the storm's duration. Do not speak of what happens when the food runs out, when the ammunition runs out, when the wood runs out. They drink coffee and listen to the wind and wait for the white to thin, for the world to remember color again. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular rhythm that marks time, that counts moments between disaster and survival, between continuing and stopping. But the storm has its own schedule, its own reasons. It will end when it chooses, when it decides they have learned whatever lesson winter teaches. Outside, shapes move in the white, maybe. Hard to tell what is wind and what is hunger, what is snow and what is death walking upright. Aaron adds wood to the fire, keeps the flames high, keeps the darkness at bay. His shoulder protests each movement, but he ignores it. Pain is information, information that tells him he still breathes. The storm will pass, everything passes, even winter, even the end of the world. But first, it must test them, must weigh their will against its fury, must see what they are made of when everything soft is stripped away. The wind rises higher, the cabin holds, they hold. For now. Chapter 14, Ambush Reversal. The wolf walks into the trap like it owns the place, like traps were made for other creatures, lesser creatures. Aaron watches from the tree line, Ylva beside him, both of them downwind, both of them perfectly still. His shoulder aches from holding position, but he does not move, does not adjust. Movement means discovery. Discovery means failure. The wolf sniffs the bait, frozen rabbit meat from their last hunt, meat they can barely spare. The snare closes around its hind legs, steel wire from the abandoned hardware store. Wire that once held fences together now holds wolves. The creature does not panic, does not fight the wire, sits down in the snow, waits, like it knows something they do not. That is not right. Ylva speaks without moving her lips, without taking her eyes off the wolf. Her rifle tracks its movement. Her finger rests outside the trigger guard. Wolves fight snares, fight anything that holds them. This one waits like it expects rescue. Aaron scans the tree line, looks for movement, for shapes that do not belong. The forest stands empty, patient, giving nothing away. His shoulder throbs, but he maintains position, maintains sight picture. Pain is distraction. Distraction is weakness. Weakness is death in delayed clothing. The wolf turns its head, looks directly at their position. Its eyes reflect the dim light, reflect intelligence, reflect knowledge. It knows we are here. Ylva adjusts her grip on the rifle. The wolf does not look away, does not show fear, shows something else, something that might be amusement. We take it now, before the others come. They move from cover, Aaron with his spear ready despite his shoulder's protest. Ylva with rifle shouldered. The wolf watches their approach, makes no sound, makes no struggle against the wire. 20 feet away, Aaron stops. Something wrong here, something that tastes like metal, like blood before it flows. The wolf makes a sound, not words, never words, but a low rumble from deep in its chest. A sound that carries meaning, that calls across the forest, that says here. Now, come. The answer comes from 3 directions at once, howls from the deep woods. From the ridge above, from the hollow below, the pack converges, the trap becomes something else. We run. They run, crashing through underbrush, through snow that grabs their ankles, that tries to hold them for what follows. Aaron's shoulder screams with each stride, each jarring impact, each reminder that damaged tissue does not forgive, does not forget, does not heal according to convenient schedules. Behind them the forest erupts. Wolves pour from hiding places, from shadows made solid, from patience turned to action. They run silent, no howling now, no warning, just the soft pad of feet on snow, the whisper of predators doing what they were made to do. Aaron counts footfalls, counts breathing, counts heartbeats that come too fast. The cabin lies 200 yards ahead, 200 yards of open ground, of nowhere to hide. They break from the trees, cross the clearing at a dead run. The cabin door stands open. Ylva reaches it first. Turns to provide cover. Her rifle speaks twice. Sharp cracks that echo off the hills. Aaron dives through the doorway. His shoulder explodes with pain as he hits the floor. Rolls. Comes up ready despite the damage, despite the way his arm hangs wrong. Ylva follows. They slam the door, drop the bar, push the table against it for good measure. The wolves hit the walls like a storm. Claws on wood. Bodies against barriers. Testing. Probing. Looking for weakness. Ylva moves to the window, peers through the gap between boards, her rifle ready, her breathing steady despite the run. How many? 6, maybe 7. Hard to count when they move like that. Aaron loads his handgun, 17 rounds. Not enough for 7 wolves. Not enough if they coordinate, if they plan. His shoulder bleeds, the wound reopened during the run, fresh red on old injury. Pain that demands attention he cannot spare. They scratch at the roof, looking for loose boards, for places the winter might have weakened, for gaps that let cold in and might let wolves in too. The chimney. They both look up, listen to claws on stone, on metal, the scraping sound of something trying to find purchase on surfaces not meant for climbing. Aaron moves to the fireplace, looks up the flue, sees nothing but darkness, but the scratching continues, gets closer. We need a fire. Hot fire. Fast. Ylva feeds wood to the coals. Adds paper, adds anything that burns quick and hot. The flames leap high. Smoke billows up the chimney, a yelp from above. The scratching stops. Something heavy hits the roof. Slides off, lands in the snow with a thud that shakes the ground. The wolves regroup, circle the cabin. Their footsteps crunch in the snow. Patient. Methodical. They have time. They know humans need sleep, need food, need things wolves do not need. But they made a mistake, left one behind. The snared wolf still waits by the tree line, still trapped by wire and physics, still watching the cabin with eyes too bright, too knowing. Aaron studies the creature through the window, sees something others missed, the way it holds its left front paw, the way it favors one side. It is hurt. Old injury, maybe from before the snare, maybe from other fights, other survivors who tried to make their stand. Wounded wolves think different, act different, make different choices. Ylva sees it too. Her predator eyes miss nothing, miss no weakness. We can use this. They wait for full dark, for the moon to hide behind clouds, for the moment when shadows swallow everything. Aaron slips out the back window, the one that faces away from the trapped wolf, away from where the pack circles. He moves through snow like smoke, like silence given form. His shoulder screams with each movement, but he pushes through. Pain is information he cannot afford to process. Not now. Not when stealth means survival. The wolf senses him coming, turns its massive head, shows teeth that gleam in the starlight, but the wire holds. The trap keeps it in place. Aaron does not use the spear, does not use the gun, uses his hands, fast and quiet. The wolf struggles, but the injury slows it. The wire holds it. The darkness hides what happens next. He drags the body back to the cabin, back to where Ylva waits with questions in her eyes. Each step sends fire through his shoulder, through his arm, through the network of damaged tissue that protests this abuse. Now we learn. They examine the carcass by firelight, map its scars. Read the story written in healed wounds and old bites. This wolf fought before, many times, won some fights, lost others, but it learned. Each scar teaches something, each wound carries knowledge. Ylva runs her fingers through the coarse fur, her nostrils flare, reading scent, reading the chemical signature of pack and territory and hunting ground. This one is from the North Ridge, from the den we have not found. It carries the scent of others, many others. Aaron studies the creature's teeth, worn down from years of fighting, of eating things that fight back. These are not the teeth of a scavenger. These are the teeth of something that hunts actively, purposefully. His shoulder throbs as he leans closer, as he examines what the wolf carried, what it knew, what it planned to report. We interrogate the body. The body tells us what we need to know. Outside, the pack howls, long mournful calls that speak of loss, of anger, of plans being made in the darkness between trees. They know their scout is gone, know the trap has been turned, know the hunted have become something else. But knowledge cuts both ways. Aaron and Ylva have learned too, learned about pack structure, about territory, about the den that waits somewhere in the hills. The howling stops, the forest falls silent, the pack retreats to lick wounds and make new plans, to adapt to enemies who adapt back. Aaron cleans his hands in the snow, washes away the scent of wolf, the scent of necessary work. His shoulder screams with each movement, but he completes the task, completes what survival demands. Tomorrow they follow the trail, follow the scent signature back to its source, back to where the pack sleeps and plans and dreams, whatever dreams wolves dream. The fire burns low. The cabin settles into quiet. Outside the snow falls gentle and constant, covering tracks, covering scent, covering the evidence of small victories in a war that never ends. But they have learned. Knowledge is ammunition. Knowledge is leverage. Knowledge is the difference between hunter and prey. Even when learning hurts, even when knowledge comes with the price of blood and pain and damage that refuses to heal according to human schedules. Chapter 15, Depths of Despair. The den smells like the end of everything, like rot and metal and things that should not exist. Aaron covers his nose with his sleeve, breathes through fabric, breathes through will. His shoulder aches from the climb, from the approach through terrain that punishes every step, every movement, every reminder that damaged tissue carries permanent debt. Ylva crouches at the cave mouth. Her enhanced senses read the air, read the chemical story written in scent and decay. Her face shows nothing but her pupils dilate, fear or excitement. Hard to tell which. We should not be here. Aaron knows, can feel wrongness radiating from the darkness ahead, can taste it on his tongue, metal and copper and something else, something that makes his teeth ache. But they need to know, need to understand what they fight, what made these wolves into something else, something worse. The cave entrance yawns wide, wider than any natural opening should be. The edges look carved, shaped by tools, by intention, by purpose that serves no good end. Ylva lights her military lighter. The flame pushes back a few feet of darkness, shows stone walls that glisten with moisture, with something else, something that moves when light hits it. Stay close. Stay quiet. They move into the mountain, into the belly of something that swallowed light and never gave it back. Their footsteps echo despite their care, despite their need for silence. Aaron's shoulder protests each step, each shift of weight, each reminder that healing takes time the world refuses to grant. Pain becomes constant companion, unwelcome but persistent. The tunnel branches, left leads down. Right leads deeper into darkness. Straight ahead leads to sounds that should not exist. Sounds like breathing, like machinery, like both. They choose straight ahead, choose to face whatever waits, rather than wonder. Rather than let imagination fill the spaces knowledge should occupy. The tunnel opens into a chamber, a vast hollow carved from living rock. Aaron's lighter flame cannot find the ceiling, cannot find the far walls, shows only hints of what lies in the darkness. But the hints are enough. Tables, metal tables arranged in rows. On the tables lie shapes that might once have been wolves, might once have been other things. Now they are something between, something caught in the process of becoming. Ylva grips her rifle tighter. Her breathing comes shallow, fast. Her wolf senses scream warnings. Her human mind struggles to process. Aaron moves to the nearest table, forces himself to look, to see what someone did here, what someone tried to make. His shoulder throbs as he leans forward, as he examines the thing that breathes but should not, that lives but does not belong to life as nature intended. The creature on the table breathes, shallow breaths that fog the air. Its chest rises and falls in rhythm too slow for life, too fast for death. Tubes run from its body to machines that hum in the darkness. Machines that should not work, should not have power, but they work. They breathe for things that cannot breathe. They pump fluid through veins that should have gone still. They keep alive what should be allowed to die. This is wrong. This is all wrong. Ylva moves deeper into the chamber. Her light finds other tables, other experiments, other attempts to push life beyond its natural boundaries. Some tables hold wolves in various states of change. Muscles grown too large, bones thickened and twisted, eyes that glow with unnatural light. Other tables hold things that might have been human once, before someone decided to improve them, to make them stronger, faster, more suited for a world gone cold. The machines hum and click and pump, keeping the failed experiments alive, keeping them suffering, keeping them as examples of what happens when science serves hunger instead of hope. Aaron finds equipment, banks of switches and gauges, and indicators that still glow despite the collapse of everything, despite the failure of civilization to maintain its promises. Someone powered this place. Someone kept it running. Someone worked here after the world ended, after the cold came, after normal rules stopped applying. His shoulder burns as he reaches for controls, as he tries to understand what these machines do, what purpose they serve beyond keeping horror alive. Ylva calls from the back of the chamber. Her voice carries undertones of horror, of discovery that wishes it could be undiscovered. Aaron, you need to see this. He follows her voice through the maze of tables, through the gallery of things that should not be. Her light illuminates a section different from the rest, cleaner, more organized, more recent. The tables here hold fresh specimens, wolves taken within days, maybe hours. Their bodies unmarked except for the tubes, the wires, the violation of being kept alive for purposes beyond their understanding. But these wolves are different, larger than the others, more developed, more like the ones that hunt them, the ones that learn and plan and coordinate. This is where they come from. This is where someone makes them. Ylva examines the machines more closely. Her technical knowledge limited, but her predator instincts sharp. These devices serve one purpose. They take normal wolves and change them, improve them, make them into weapons. But weapons for what war? Weapons for whose cause? A sound echoes from deeper in the cave. Footsteps, heavy boots on stone. Someone else is here. Someone who tends the machines, who feeds the experiments, who keeps the horror alive. We run, now. They move fast through the chamber, past the tables of suffering, past the machines that hum with stolen purpose, toward the entrance that promises escape, promises distance from this place. Aaron's shoulder screams with each step, each jarring movement, each reminder that damaged tissue does not forgive urgency, does not accommodate necessity, does not heal faster because survival demands speed. But the footsteps follow, not hurried, not panicked, patient, methodical, the steps of someone who knows these tunnels, who has walked them many times, who has worked to finish. Aaron and Ylva reach the cave mouth, burst into daylight that burns their adapted eyes, that shows them how much darkness they carried inside. Behind them, the footsteps stop. Whoever tends this place does not follow them outside, does not pursue, does not need to. They know where the cabin sits, know where Aaron and Ylva sleep, know where to find them when the time comes. They run through the forest, through snow that seems clean after what they have seen, what they have learned, what they wish they could unknown. Aaron's shoulder feels like fire, like punishment for disturbing what should stay buried, for learning what should remain unknown, for surviving when survival comes with such terrible knowledge. The cabin appears ahead, small and fragile and perfect, a place where fires burn for warmth instead of torture, where sleep comes from exhaustion instead of unwilling sedation. They burst through the door, slam it shut, bar it tight, but bars will not keep out knowledge, will not stop the images that burn behind their eyes. Aaron builds up the fire despite his shoulders' protest, despite the way his arm shakes with pain and exhaustion and horror. Ylva loads fresh rounds into her rifle. They move with purpose, but their hands shake. Their breathing comes quick and shallow. The wolves are made, crafted, designed by someone who understands biology and engineering and pain, someone who works in darkness and serves purposes that require suffering. But they escaped, learned what they came to learn, gained knowledge that might make the difference between survival and becoming specimens themselves. Aaron's shoulder throbs with each heartbeat, each breath, each reminder that flesh remembers trauma even when mind tries to forget. Pain that marks this day, this discovery, this violation of natural order. Outside, the forest stands quiet, normal. The trees grow where trees should grow. The snow falls where snow should fall. Nothing moves except wind and shadow and the natural rhythm of a world trying to heal. But under the mountain, machines hum. Tables wait. Someone tends experiments that mock the natural order. Someone who knows they visited. Someone who will remember. Aaron checks the ammunition count despite his shoulder's complaint. Ylva sharpens her knives. They prepare for what must come. What will come. The truth has a price. Knowledge demands payment, and something in the darkness beneath the stone has just sent them a bill. Chapter 16. Allies in Ruin. The smoke rises from the valley like a question mark against the sky, thin gray line that speaks of fires, of people, of others who still breathe in a world that prefers silence. Aaron adjusts the binoculars despite his shoulder's protest, ancient field glasses that belong to someone else, someone gone. The lenses show a camp, 3 tents, maybe 4 people moving between them. Hard to count from this distance. Hard to know if they mean help or harm. His shoulder aches from the climb to this ridge, from carrying equipment up terrain that punishes every step. The wound has healed, but the muscle remembers, always remembers. Ylva crouches beside him on the ridge. Her nose works the air, reading wind for scent signatures, for the chemical story of strangers. 2 males, 1 female. Maybe 1 more, but the wind shifts. Hard to tell. Aaron studies their movements through the glass, the way they post watch, the way they arrange their camp. Shows knowledge, shows experience, shows people who have learned how to stay alive. Or shows people who have learned how to look like they have learned. We need allies. Need numbers. The den showed us what we face, what someone makes in the darkness under stone. Ylva nods, but her ears stay pricked. Her rifle stays ready. Trust comes hard when the world teaches lessons about betrayal, about how hunger makes people into something else. They approach from the high ground, in the open, hands visible, weapons lowered but ready. The universal language of caution meeting caution. Aaron's shoulder burns with each step down the slope, each jarring impact against stone and snow. Pain that marks time, that counts steps, that reminds him flesh carries permanent debt. The strangers see them coming, form a loose defensive line, not aggressive but prepared. The dance of survivors meeting survivors, testing intentions without showing weakness. A man steps forward, 40 maybe, thick build that speaks of labor, of work that builds muscle and callus and endurance. His clothes show repair, show care, show someone who maintains what can be maintained. I am Gunnar. These are my people. His voice carries authority, the kind that comes from making decisions others live by, from carrying responsibility when responsibility means life or death. Aaron stops 20 feet away, close enough to talk, far enough to move if things go wrong. His shoulder throbs, but he maintains position, maintains readiness. Aaron, this is Ylva. We live north of here, near the cabin by the frozen lake. Gunnar nods. His people spread out behind him, not threatening, just giving themselves room to work if work becomes necessary. We know the cabin, saw the smoke, wondered who still lived there. A woman emerges from behind one of the tents. 30s. Medical supplies visible on her belt. Bandages and tools that speak of knowledge about wounds, about keeping people whole. Rena, I patch people up, keep them breathing when the world wants otherwise. She moves like someone trained, like someone who learned medicine from books and practice and necessity. Her eyes scan Aaron and Ylva for injuries, for signs of sickness, for the 1,000 ways the body fails in this new world. Behind her comes a third figure, younger, male, hot eyes that move too fast, that see threats where none exist. His hand rests on a knife handle, ready, eager, Decker. I watch the perimeter, make sure nothing unwelcome gets close. Aaron marks him, marks the way he stands, the way his eyes move. Some people adapt to violence, some people find they like it, find they hunger for it. Gunnar gestures toward their fire, toward warmth and the promise of shared food, of conversation that might lead somewhere useful. We eat, we talk, we see if we have common ground. They sit in a circle around the flames, share coffee that tastes like luxury, like reminder of what the world used to offer. Gunnar's people watch the tree line, take turns, show discipline. Aaron explains about the wolves, about the den, about the machines that make monsters from natural things. His shoulder aches as he gestures, as he describes what they found in darkness under stone. Gunnar listens without interrupting, without judgment. The way leaders listen when information matters more than opinion. We have seen them too. The changed wolves. They took 3 of our people last month. Good people, people who knew how to survive. Rena adds wood to the fire, her movements efficient, practiced, someone who wastes nothing, who preserves everything that can be preserved. They are getting smarter, learning our patterns, our weaknesses. Traditional defenses do not work. Ylva speaks for the first time since introductions. Her voice carries weight, carries the authority of someone who understands predators from the inside. The pack has an alpha, large, intelligent. It coordinates the others, controls them. We remove the alpha and the pack fragments. Gunnar leans forward. His eyes catch the firelight, reflect interest, reflect the kind of hunger that comes from seeing possibility where others see only problems. You speak like someone who knows, like someone who has seen this alpha. Aaron and Ylva exchange glances, share the burden of knowledge, of things seen that cannot be unseen. We found the den, under the ridge to the north. Someone makes them there, changes them, improves them for purposes we do not understand. Decker speaks up. His voice carries eagerness, carries the kind of excitement that comes from seeing violence as solution to problems. Then we hit the den, take it out, end the source. Rena shakes her head. Her medical training shows in the caution, in the understanding of what happens when simple solutions meet complex problems. Not simple. If someone made this place, then someone protects it. Someone with resources, with knowledge, with reasons to keep working. Gunnar considers, weighs options against resources, against the lives of people who trust his decisions. We need to test this alliance. See if we work together before we risk everything together. He proposes a trial mission. Hit a pack scout, take it down together, see how their skills combine, how their tactics mesh, how trust builds or breaks under pressure. Aaron agrees, despite his shoulders protest, despite the way pain flares when he nods, when he commits to action that will demand everything his damaged body can provide. Ylva nods, but she watches Decker, watches the way his eyes move, the way his hand finds his knife when he thinks. Some people hunger for violence, some people feed on it. They plan through the afternoon, map territories, share intelligence, pool knowledge about pack movements, about hunting patterns, about weaknesses that might be exploited. The wolves hunt at dusk, single scouts range ahead of the main pack, test defenses, probe for weakness, for opportunity. We take one tonight, prove we can work together. As the sun sinks toward the horizon, they prepare. Check weapons, review signals, discuss contingencies, the way soldiers prepare, the way people prepare when failure means more than embarrassment. Aaron's shoulder throbs as he checks his rifle, as he counts ammunition, as he prepares for work that will test damaged tissue against necessity, against survival that demands performance, regardless of pain. Gunnar assigns positions. Rena stays with the camp, provides overwatch, medical support if things go wrong. Decker takes point. Aaron and Ylva flank. Gunnar coordinates. Good plan. Simple plan. Plans that work keep people breathing. They move into position as darkness falls, spread out along the game trail. The path wolves use when they think no one watches. When they move between territories, Aaron crouches behind fallen log. His shoulder screams with each adjustment, each shift of position, each reminder that damaged flesh carries debt that never truly gets paid. Ylva among the pine trees, Gunnar behind rocks that offer cover and concealment, Decker ahead where the trail bends, where he can see them coming. They wait. Waiting is the hardest part. Waiting while muscles cramp and cold seeps through clothing, while doubt whispers questions about allies and plans, and whether trust is luxury they cannot afford. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular rhythm that marks time, that counts heartbeats between safety and danger, between alliance and betrayal. The wolf appears at full dark, large shape moving through shadows, moving with confidence that speaks of territory, of hunting ground claimed and defended. Decker signals, hand gestures that mean ready, that mean now, that mean this is when theory becomes reality. The wolf stops, sniffs the air, reads something in the wind that does not belong, that speaks of danger, of change in the natural order. It turns to retreat. Too late. Aaron's spear takes it in the shoulder, despite his own shoulder's scream of protest, despite the way his arm shakes with pain and effort, spins the wolf around, drops it to snow. Gunnar's rifle speaks once. Clean shot, professional shot. The shot of someone who learned marksmanship when it mattered. The wolf goes still, the forest goes quiet. Mission accomplished, but Decker moves too fast, rushes the body with knife drawn, eyes bright with something that is not just adrenaline, something that hungers for more than necessity provides. Aaron marks it, stores the information. Some people adapt to violence, some people embrace it. Some people become what the world makes them and like what they become. They drag the body back to camp, evidence of success, of cooperation, of alliance that might survive contact with reality. Aaron's shoulder feels like fire as he helps pull the carcass, as he proves his worth despite damage, despite pain that threatens to overwhelm focus, to compromise performance. Rena examines the carcass, studies the mutations, the changes that make these wolves into something else, something more dangerous than nature intended. Bone density increased, muscle mass enhanced, neural pathways altered. Someone knows biology, knows how to improve on evolution's work. Gunnar considers implications. considers what it means to fight enemies designed by intelligence instead of shaped by chance. We need more people, more weapons, more knowledge about what we face. Aaron agrees, Ylva nods, but she still watches Decker, still reads the scent of excitement that lingers around him, the chemical signature of someone who enjoys necessary work too much. They plan the next phase, recruitment. Intelligence gathering, preparation for assault on the den itself, the work of building war from survival, of turning defense into offense. Aaron's shoulder throbs as he participates, as he contributes despite pain that clouds thinking. That makes every word cost effort, every decision demand extra will. But alliances are fragile things, built from shared need and tested by shared danger. Some survive, some fragment when pressure builds too high, when individual hungers override collective good. Aaron counts ammunition. Ylva checks her rifle. Gunnar assigns watch schedules. They prepare for tomorrow's work, for the next step in a plan that leads toward darkness under stone. But tonight they have allies. Tonight they have proven cooperation possible. Tonight they are stronger than they were this morning. Tomorrow will test whether strength endures, whether alliance survives contact with the enemy, whether trust holds when everything else breaks. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular reminder of damage that heals but never forgets, never fully recovers, never stops extracting its price. Some wounds become permanent residents. Some damage becomes part of who you are. Some prices get paid forever. Chapter 17. Betrayed Bonds. The plan dies before dawn, dies in whispers and promises made to things that hunt in darkness, dies in the space between loyalty and fear. Decker slips away from camp while others sleep, takes nothing but weapons and knowledge, leaves behind footprints in snow and the stench of betrayal that Ylva smells before she opens her eyes. He is gone. Aaron sits up from his bedroll. His shoulder protests the movement. Old wound reminding him that damage accumulates, that healing never catches up to hurting, never balances the books, checks the perimeter by habit, by instinct that has kept him alive when others went still. Decker's position stands empty. His gear remains, but the man has vanished. Gunnar wakes to whispered conference, to the news that alliances break as easily as they form. His face shows nothing but his hands clench, release. Clench again. How long? Ylva sniffs the air, reads the chemical trail left by fear and purpose and misguided hope. 2 hours, maybe 3. He moves fast, like someone with destination in mind. Rena emerges from her tent, reads the situation from faces, from posture, from the way they stand too close together, too ready for violence. What did he take? Nothing. But knowledge weighs more than equipment. Knowledge about plans and positions and timing, about weaknesses they hope to exploit. Aaron checks his rifle despite his shoulder's complaint. Counts ammunition. The arithmetic of survival in a world where every bullet matters, where waste equals failure, equals emptiness that cannot be filled. He goes to them, to the pack, thinks he can bargain, thinks they want something other than meat and territory and the satisfaction of successful hunt. Some people never learn, never understand that hunger has no interest in negotiation, that predators serve appetites that cannot be reasoned with. They break camp fast, pack everything essential, leave behind anything that slows movement, the luxury of comfort abandoned for the necessity of distance. Aaron's shoulder screams as he lifts his pack, as he adjusts straps and buckles and the 1,000 small details that survival demands. Pain that marks each movement, each decision, each step toward whatever comes next. But distance may not matter. Decker knows their patterns, their safe houses, their escape routes, knows everything Alliance required him to know. Trust has a price. Trust always has a price. They move south, away from known territory, away from the cabin that has sheltered them, toward ground that offers concealment but not comfort, not home. The attack comes at midday, comes from multiple directions, comes with coordination that speaks of shared intelligence, of plans made in darkness and executed in light. 6 wolves, maybe 7. moving like military units, like soldiers who learn tactics from someone who understands war. Gunnar takes position behind fallen tree. His rifle speaks measured words, careful shots that conserve ammunition while buying time, buying space, buying seconds that mean survival or its opposite. Aaron and Ylva flank left, move through underbrush that tears clothing and skin, that demands payment for concealment. Everything costs something, everything takes its price. Aaron's shoulder feels like molten metal, like punishment for believing in alliance. For trusting that cooperation might be possible, for thinking damaged flesh could perform when survival demanded performance. Rena stays central, medical supplies ready, hands steady despite chaos that erupts around her. Some people break under pressure, some people become more themselves, more focused, more necessary. The wolves adapt, learn from each shot, each movement, each tactical choice. They circle, probe, test defenses while avoiding traps. But they expect Decker's information to matter, expect him to have provided complete intelligence, perfect knowledge of capabilities and limitations. Decker never saw Ylva fight. She moves through trees like smoke, like wind given fangs. Her wolf heritage shows in ways human training cannot replicate, cannot improve upon. She takes the lead wolf from behind, silent, efficient, the way predators work when they remember what they are beneath what they have become. The pack structure wavers. Confusion spreads through ranks designed for coordination, for unity of purpose. Leadership matters, even among monsters. Especially among monsters. Aaron exploits the gap, moves while they reorganize. His spear finds target despite his shoulders scream of protest, despite the way his arm shakes with pain and exhaustion. Drops another wolf to snow that absorbs red and gives back white. The eternal exchange that winter demands. Gunnar's rifle continues its measured conversation. Each shot counts. Each bullet carries weight of decision, of choice between conservation and aggression. But the pack learns faster than humans die, adapts quicker than tactics evolve. They mass for final assault, for overwhelming force that breaks resistance through sheer momentum. Rena throws the grenade. Nobody knew she carried it. Nobody asked about suspicious bulges in her medical kit, about items that do not belong in healing hands. The explosion tears through wolf formation, scatters bodies, scatters plans, turns coordination into chaos and chaos into opportunity. They use the confusion, pour fire into disorganized targets, turn retreat into rout, victory from the edge of defeat. Aaron's shoulder feels like it might tear apart, like the tissue might finally surrender to damage accumulated over days and weeks and months of abuse. But he keeps fighting, keeps moving, keeps proving that will matters more than flesh. But victory tastes like betrayal, like knowledge that alliance means vulnerability, that trust becomes weapon in wrong hands. 3 wolves escape, wounded but mobile. They carry news back to the pack. Back to the alpha that waits in darkness under stone. News about tactics, about capabilities, about weaknesses that still need exploiting. Decker's body lies among the wolf carcasses, torn, opened, spread across snow like illustration of what happens when predators remember they are predators. No negotiation, no bargain, no peace between species that serve different hungers. Gunnar kneels beside the traitor, studies what remains, what the pack left behind as message, as warning, as promise of what waits for others who think themselves clever. He believed they would honor his offer, believed hunger could be redirected, reasoned with, managed. Some lessons can only be learned once. Some lessons come with permanent consequences. Some people never get chance to apply what they discover. Rena tends wounds, patches holes that bullets and claws opened in flesh, in trust, in the assumption that alliance means safety, means strength. She examines Aaron's shoulder, the way he holds it, the way he moves to protect damaged tissue that refuses to heal properly. This needs attention, real attention, not field medicine. Aaron shakes his head. No time for proper healing, no time for rest, no time for anything but forward motion toward whatever waits in darkness under stone. Aaron counts losses, ammunition expended, tactical knowledge compromised, position revealed. The mathematics of warfare in a world that forgives nothing, forgets nothing. We find new ground, make new plans, assume they know everything Decker knew. Ylva nods. Her rifle needs cleaning. Her claws need washing. The work of survival in a world that mistakes mercy for weakness, kindness for opportunity. They move deeper into wilderness, away from familiar territory, away from comfort, toward ground that offers concealment at price of isolation, of starting over with less than they had. Aaron's shoulder throbs with each step, each jarring impact against earth that does not care about human pain, human limitation, human need for rest and healing and time. But they know something now. Know the cost of misplaced trust. Know the weight of betrayal. Know that alliance requires vigilance as much as cooperation. Know that the enemy adapts, learns, evolves to meet changing threats. The pack waits in darkness under stone, waits with knowledge purchased in treachery, with plans that account for human weaknesses, human hopes. But humans adapt too, learn too, evolve when pressure demands evolution. The war continues, the hunt goes on. Predator and prey exchange roles with each encounter, each lesson learned in red and taught in loss. Night falls, they make camp without fire, without comfort, with knowledge that survival demands constant vigilance, constant suspicion, constant readiness for betrayal to wear friendly face. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular rhythm that marks time. That counts heartbeats between trust and betrayal, between alliance and isolation. Some prices pay themselves forward, some lessons echo through every choice that follows. Trust carefully. Hope cautiously. Remember that hunger never sleeps, never forgets, never forgives those who mistake its nature for something it is not. Some wounds never heal. Some damage becomes permanent feature of who you are. Some pain becomes constant companion that whispers warnings about the cost of believing in others. Aaron listens to his shoulder throb, listens to the message written in damaged tissue and imperfect healing. Remember. Always remember. Trust has consequences that last longer than the trust itself. Chapter 18, Path to the Den. The mountain rises before them like a broken tooth, like something that bit through earth and stone and found the taste bitter. Ancient rock scarred by weather, by time, by the weight of snow that never melts anymore. Aaron studies the terrain through field glasses. His shoulder aches from holding the position, from maintaining steady aim despite tissue that refuses to forget damage. Maps approach routes in his mind. Counts the ways they might reach the den, counts the ways they might fail to return. 3 days hard climbing, maybe 4 if the weather turns. If the mountain decides to test their commitment with wind and ice and the promise of burial in white. Ylva reads the wind, reads the chemical signatures carried on air that has touched places they cannot see. Her wolf senses parse information humans miss, information that might keep them breathing. The pack knows we are coming. They can smell us from here, smell our intentions. Gunnar adjusts his equipment, redistributes weight in his pack. The gear necessary for assault on fortified position, for war carried up mountain on human backs. Then we move fast, hit them before they finish preparing, before they turn every advantage against us. Rena checks medical supplies, counts bandages and antiseptic and pain medication, the tools for keeping people whole when the world wants otherwise, when metal and claw and gravity collaborate to open what should stay closed. She looks at Aaron's shoulder, the way he favors it, the way he compensates for damage that never fully healed. We should have more people, more weapons, more of everything. Aaron agrees, but agreement changes nothing. They have what they have, are what they are, must work with reality instead of wishes, instead of preferred circumstances that exist only in imagination. His shoulder reminds him constantly, pain that serves as inventory, as assessment of resources available for the work ahead. Damaged goods but still functional, still capable of service. They begin the ascent, single file. Aaron leads despite his handicap, despite the way his shoulder screams with each step. Gunnar follows, Rena behind him. Ylva takes rear guard, watches their back trail, watches for pursuit that travels on 4 legs and thinks with intelligence that serves only hunger. The first day passes without incident. They make good time despite snow that grabs ankles, despite ice that hides under innocent white, despite air that grows thin as they climb toward places where breath comes hard. Aaron's shoulder provides constant commentary, pain that increases with altitude, with exertion, with the simple act of carrying weight up terrain that punishes every step. Camp that night without fire, without light, without anything that advertises their position to eyes that watch from darkness. They eat cold food, drink melted snow, share body heat like animals who remember what winter means. Aaron cannot sleep. His shoulder throbs too insistently, too regularly, like metronome marking time, like countdown to whatever waits above. Rena offers pain medication, small pills that promise relief, that offer temporary escape from flesh that refuses to heal properly. Aaron declines. Pain is information about what his body can provide, what it cannot, what reserves remain and what has already been spent. Better to know, better to understand limitations than pretend they do not exist. The second day brings weather, wind that cuts through clothing, through skin, through hope itself. Snow drives horizontal, turns the world into white chaos, into navigation by faith and dead reckoning. They rope together, form chain of humanity against the mountain's attempt to separate them, to isolate them, to pick them off one by one until only the wind remains to tell their story. Aaron's shoulder screams with each step, each jarring impact, each reminder that damaged tissue does not improve with abuse, does not strengthen under stress, does not heal faster because survival demands performance. Ylva's enhanced senses guide them. Her wolf heritage reads terrain through scent and vibration and instinct that evolution wrote in genetic code. She finds the path when human senses fail, when the mountain hides its secrets behind walls of white. Shelter that night in a cave, natural hollow that offers protection from wind, from snow, from the mountain's casual cruelty toward things that dare to climb its flanks without invitation. But the cave carries scent, old scent, wolf scent from seasons past. This place has been used before, marked as territory, claimed by things that do not welcome visitors. Aaron's shoulder feels like frozen fire, like punishment for attempting what damaged flesh cannot support, like reminder that some wounds become permanent limitations. We are close. The den lies above us. Maybe half-day climb. Aaron examines his weapons despite his shoulder's protest, counts ammunition one more time, mathematics that determines how long they can fight, how much resistance they can offer before silence takes them. 17 rounds for the handgun, 43 for rifles, 6 grenades courtesy of Rena's medical kit that concealed more than medicine, enough for one assault, maybe 2 if they hit hard and fast and do not miss. The third day dawns clear. Mountain air sharp enough to cut, sharp enough to wake the dead if the dead could choose, waking over rest. They climb through snow that crunches underfoot, that announces their approach to anything listening. Aaron's shoulder provides constant feedback, pain that increases with each step, each movement, each reminder that flesh carries debt that compounds with interest. That never gets fully paid, but stealth no longer matters. The pack knows they come, has known since they started climbing. The only question is timing, is readiness, is who finishes preparing first. The den entrance appears at midday, black mouth in white stone, darker than shadow, darker than the space between stars. It breathes, exhales warm air that carries scent of things better left unnamed. They study the approach, map fields of fire, identify choke points where defense might concentrate, where small numbers might hold against larger forces through geography and determination. 2 guards visible, wolves larger than any they have fought, enhanced by whatever process turns normal predators into nightmares. They pace the entrance, alert, patient, professional. More inside, many more. The den extends deep into mountain, contains spaces that hold numbers they cannot count, cannot estimate, cannot prepare for adequately. Aaron considers options despite his shoulder's insistent reminder of limitation. Weighs assault against retreat, against finding other solutions, other approaches, other ways to end the threat without walking into prepared kill zone. But the pack grows stronger each day, each week, each month. The machines in the darkness make more wolves, better wolves, smarter wolves. Time favors the enemy. Time always favors the patient. We go in hard, fast, deep as we can reach, find the machines, break what can be broken. Gunner nods, Rena checks her gear, Yulva chambers around, the sound echoes off stone, announces intention, announces commitment to course that ends in victory or emptiness. They move down the slope, toward darkness that waits with teeth, with claws, with intelligence that has planned for this moment, that has prepared welcome appropriate for uninvited guests. Aaron's shoulder screams with each step. Each jarring impact, each reminder that damaged flesh has limits, that those limits approach rapidly. The guards see them coming. Howl alert that echoes through tunnels, through chambers, through the belly of mountain that digests intruders and leaves only bones to mark their passage. Aaron fires first despite his shoulder's protest. Despite the way his arm shakes with pain and exhaustion, his rifle speaks truth across distance, truth about trajectory and windage and the mathematics of making holes in things that resist holes. The first guard falls, stays down. Gunnar takes the second. Clean shot. Professional shot. The shot of someone who learned marksmanship when it meant survival, when missing meant consequences that could not be undone. They reach the entrance, peer into darkness that swallows light, that offers no hint of what waits in the depths, of how many eyes watch from shadows, how many teeth gleam in anticipation. Aaron lights a flare despite his shoulder's scream of protest. Red light pushes back the dark, shows tunnel walls carved from living stone, shows that the mountain has been violated, hollowed, turned into something that serves purposes the earth never intended. They enter the mouth, enter the belly, enter the place where wolves are made and nightmares given form. Behind them, the mountain wind howls, mourns for those who chose dissent over wisdom, over the simple arithmetic that some fights cannot be won, but they descend anyway, toward darkness, toward horror, toward whatever waits in the deep places where science serves hunger instead of hope. Aaron's shoulder provides constant commentary, pain that marks each step, each movement, each reminder that flesh has limits, and those limits have been exceeded. The tunnel slopes downward, always downward, toward the heart of the mountain, toward the source of what hunts them, toward answers that might come at price too high to pay. But some answers demand payment regardless. Some knowledge requires sacrifice. Some truths can only be learned by those willing to walk into darkness with weapons ready and prayers on their lips. The red light flickers. The darkness waits. They descend. Aaron's shoulder screams, but he descends anyway. Chapter 19. Cave of Nightmares. The tunnel divides like arteries, like the mountain's attempt to confuse blood that pumps through stone veins. Aaron counts passages despite his shoulder's insistent reminder of damage, maps choices in memory that might matter if they need to find their way back to light. Left leads down, steep descent into depths that swallow footsteps. Right climbs toward chamber that glows with artificial light. Straight ahead leads to sounds that should not exist in natural places. They choose straight, choose to face whatever makes those sounds rather than wonder, rather than let imagination fill spaces that knowledge should occupy. Aaron's shoulder throbs with each step, each movement through passages carved by tools, by intention, by purpose that serves no good end. Pain that marks progress toward whatever waits in darkness. The passage opens into hell, not the hell of fire and brimstone, the hell of science without conscience, of intelligence serving appetites that recognize no boundary between possible and permissible. Tables fill the space, metal tables that gleam under electric lights, Lights that should not work, should not have power, should not illuminate what they reveal. On the tables lie wolves, some alive, some beyond such simple distinctions. Tubes run from bodies to machines that hum and click and breathe for things that cannot breathe themselves. Aaron forces himself to look despite his shoulders' scream of protest, despite the way pain clouds vision, clouds thinking, to see what someone does here, what someone calls improvement, progress, evolution guided by will instead of chance, muscle grafts, bone modifications, neural implants that glow with light that belongs in no living skull. The wolves on these tables are experiments, prototypes, rough drafts of something someone wants to perfect. Ylva moves deeper into the chamber. Her enhanced senses read horror in layers, in chemical signatures that speak of pain and fear and violation of natural law. This is not random, not accidental. Someone designed this, someone planned this. Someone works here with purpose and knowledge and complete disregard for what suffering means. Gunnar examines the machines, the technology that keeps experiments alive past the point where mercy would let them die, past the point where nature would claim them, solar panels on the mountain, saw them on the climb, hidden among rocks but functional. Someone powers this place, someone maintains it, someone keeps it running despite the collapse of everything else. Rena finds the surgical instruments, the tools of improvement, of modification, of turning wolves into something else, something worse, something that serves purposes beyond their understanding. These are not amateur tools, not improvised instruments. Professional grade, medical grade, someone trained in surgery works here. Someone who learned healing and chose hurting instead. A sound echoes from deeper in the complex. Footsteps, human footsteps, measured, calm. The steps of someone who belongs here, who walks these halls by right of creation, of ownership. We are not alone. They move through the chamber, past tables of suffering, past machines that mock the natural order, toward whatever human intelligence guides this place, whatever mind conceived horror and made it real. Aaron's shoulder feels like molten metal, like punishment for disturbing what should stay buried, for learning what should remain unknown. Each step costs effort that depleted reserves cannot spare. The passage narrows, becomes tunnel carved from living rock, carved by tools, by intention, by someone who wanted path between surface and the deep places where secrets hide. Aaron leads despite his handicap, despite the way his arm shakes with pain and exhaustion, his rifle ready, his breathing controlled despite what he has seen, despite what he knows waits ahead. Some horrors must be faced, must be met with weapons and will and whatever courage can be summoned. The tunnel opens into another chamber, smaller, more personal. Living quarters carved from stone, books on shelves, charts on walls, the space where whoever runs this place rests between sessions of improvement. Empty now. Abandoned, but recently occupied. Coffee still warm in the cup, papers still scattered across the desk. Whoever worked here left quickly. Left because of their approach, because of the alarm raised by the guards. Aaron examines the papers despite his shoulder's protest, despite the way his vision blurs with pain. Research notes, diagrams, plans for improvements that push evolution past natural boundaries. The wolves are just the beginning, just first attempts. The real goal lies elsewhere, in modifications that serve different purposes, that create different monsters. Ylva reads the chemical signatures in the air, the scent of whoever worked here, whoever conceived this horror, human, male, old, afraid now. He ran when he heard us coming. They search the chamber, look for clues, for information, for anything that explains purpose behind the horror, behind the violation of natural order. But they find only fragments, only hints, only suggestions of plans that extend beyond simple wolf modification, plans that involve other species, other improvements. Other nightmares waiting to be born. A sound echoes through tunnels. Distant howling. The pack responds to intrusion, to violation of sacred space, to enemies who dare enter the heart of their territory. They come. Many of them. Enhanced wolves with modifications that make them faster, stronger, more dangerous than anything nature produces through chance alone. Aaron's shoulder screams as he takes position, as he prepares for fight that will test damaged flesh against enhanced predators, against things that were designed to hunt, to track, to overcome resistance through superior capability. We hold here. Use the choke point. Make them come to us. They form defensive line in the narrow passage. Aaron and Gunnar with rifles, Ylva with her own weapon, Rena with medical supplies and the remaining grenades that might make difference between survival and becoming specimens. The first wave hits like storm, like force of nature given teeth and claws and intelligence that serves only hunger. They pour through passages in coordinated assault, professional, planned, executed with precision that speaks of training, of enhancement, of modification that improves on natural capability. Aaron fires despite his shoulders scream, despite the way his arm shakes with pain that clouds aim, makes precision difficult. His shots find targets but not clean kills. Not instant stops. These wolves absorb damage that should drop them. Continue fighting with wounds that would stop normal predators. Gunnar's rifle speaks steadily. Professional fire control. Each shot deliberate. Each bullet precious in arithmetic of survival where ammunition runs finite against enemies that seem infinite. Ylva moves like smoke, like death given form. Her wolf heritage shows in ways human training cannot replicate. She flows between enemies. Strikes from angles they cannot predict, cannot defend against. Natural predator meeting artificial enhancement. The passage fills with sound, with fury, with the wet noise of things that resist bullets, that refuse to die quietly, that fight with enhanced strength and modified endurance. Aaron's shoulder feels like it might separate, like the joint might finally surrender to abuse accumulated over weeks of fighting, of carrying weight, of performing tasks damaged tissue cannot support. But he continues firing, continues fighting, continues proving that what matters more than flesh, that determination overcomes limitation, that humans adapt when adaptation means survival. Rena throws a grenade, the explosion echoes through tunnels, through chambers, through stone that has seen too much violence, too much horror, too much violation of natural order. The blast creates gap in wolf formation, creates opportunity, creates moment when coordination breaks down into chaos and chaos favors defenders who know their ground. They pour fire into the gap, exploit confusion, turn retreat into rout, force enhanced predators to remember that enhancement does not guarantee victory, does not eliminate all weakness, does not solve every tactical problem, but more come, always more. The den holds numbers they cannot count, cannot exhaust, cannot defeat through simple arithmetic of bullets versus bodies. Aaron's shoulder gives out, the joint locks, refuses further service. His rifle becomes deadweight in hands that shake with pain and exhaustion and simple human limitation. I am done, cannot fire anymore. Ylva covers him. Rena provides medical attention. Gunnar maintains fire. They work as unit, as team, as allies who understand that weakness in one becomes responsibility for all. The wolves pull back, regroup, prepare for next assault. They have learned human limitations, have tested defenses, have found weakness they can exploit. But they have also learned human adaptability, human willingness to fight despite damage, despite odds, despite arithmetic that favors the patient predator over the desperate prey. Aaron counts remaining ammunition, counts rounds that might buy time, might buy distance, might buy escape from place that swallows light and hope and human possibility. Not enough, never enough, but they have learned what they came to learn, have seen the source, have mapped the enemy's capabilities, have gained knowledge that might matter if they live to use it. We leave now. Use the confusion. Get out while we can. They move toward exit, toward light, toward surface that promises air and space and distance from horror that breeds in darkness. Aaron's shoulder hangs useless, arm that cannot lift, cannot support, cannot contribute to the work of climbing toward safety. But his legs work, his will works, his determination to see surface again, to carry knowledge back to those who need it, to prove that some fights can be survived even when they cannot be won. The tunnel slopes upward, toward light, toward hope, toward possibility that flesh can heal and knowledge can be used and horror can be contained. Behind them, howls echo through chambers, through passages, through the belly of mountain that digests intruders and dreams of digesting more. But they escape. Carry knowledge, carry understanding, carry proof that even enhanced predators have limitations, have weaknesses, have vulnerabilities that might be exploited. Aaron's shoulder throbs with each step, each movement towards surface, each reminder that flesh carries permanent debt, that some damage never fully heals, that some wounds become part of who you are. But they climb, they escape, they survive. For now, the mountain wind carries their scent away, carries news of invasion, carries promise that what sleeps in darkness will wake, will hunt, will seek revenge for violation of sacred space. But it also carries hope, carries knowledge, carries proof that humans can enter the heart of nightmare and emerge with understanding, with intelligence, with power to fight back. Aaron's shoulder screams, but he climbs anyway. Some prices are worth paying, some knowledge is worth the cost, some wounds heal enough to fight another day. Chapter 20, Alpha's Challenge. The beast waits in the deepest chamber, in darkness so complete it has weight, has substance, has presence that presses against the mind like physical thing. Aaron's flashlight beam finds it crouched among the ruins of abandoned equipment, among the wreckage of research that served no good purpose. The alpha wolf that coordinated the pack, that turned random hunger into organized threat. His shoulder hangs useless at his side, the joint locked from damage, from overuse, from pushing damaged tissue beyond its limits. But his other hand holds steady, holds the rifle that might make difference between survival and becoming another experiment. It is larger than any wolf should be. Larger than any wolf could be without modification, without improvement, without science pushing evolution past natural boundaries into territory that belongs to nightmares. Scars cover its body, old wounds from battles fought and won, from survivors who tried to make their stand and failed, from those who thought courage enough to balance impossible odds. Its eyes reflect the light, reflect intelligence that thinks, plans, understands consequences, and chooses action anyway. This is not animal, not anymore. This is something else wearing animal form, something that remembers being wolf but became other. The creature does not attack, does not rush to close distance, does not follow instincts that millions of years of evolution wrote in genetic code. It studies them, learns them, plans for them. Ylva reads its posture, its chemical signature, the language of predator meeting predator, of two things that understand killing and being killed in ways humans cannot comprehend. It knows me, recognizes wolf in human form, recognizes kin despite modification, despite choice. Despite everything that should make us enemies, the alpha makes us sound, not words. Words belong to humans, to language that shapes thought and thought that shapes reality. This communication bypasses speech, goes directly to understanding, to knowledge that exists before language gives it form. Ylva hears it, translates for those who lack enhanced senses, who cannot parse meaning from sound that carries intent without vocabulary. It offers challenge, single combat, winner takes territory, loser feeds the mountain, old law, wolf law, law that predates human civilization and will survive its ending. Aaron refuses despite his shoulder's uselessness, despite the way his rifle shakes in his remaining good hand. Keeps weapon aimed at center mass, at target that might stop what should not exist, what science created and conscience abandoned. We end this together, all of us. No honor among monsters, no ritual among nightmares. But Ylva steps forward, sets down her rifle. Her wolf heritage calls to something deeper than human loyalty, deeper than tactical considerations, deeper than survival arithmetic that calculates odds and chooses safer options. This is my fight, my species. My responsibility. The alpha rises to full height, muscles bunch beneath scarred hide. Claws extend, that gleam and flashlight beam that speak of damage potential beyond human repair, beyond medical intervention. Aaron cannot provide support, cannot back her up. His shoulder renders him ineffective, reduces him to observer of contest that will determine everything, that will decide who lives, who dies, who controls territory that extends beyond this mountain. They circle each other, predator and predator, wolf and wolf thing, natural evolution meeting, guided modification, meeting improvement that serves purposes the Earth never intended. The creature attacks first. Pure speed, pure violence, pure application of modifications that make it faster than fast, stronger than strong, more dangerous than anything nature produces through chance alone. Ylva rolls aside. Her own heritage saves her. Wolf reflexes meeting enhanced wolf capabilities, natural versus artificial, original versus copy, the eternal contest between what was and what someone decided should be. Claws rake her shoulder, part clothing, part skin, part the boundary between whole and damaged, between functional and impaired, between continuing and stopping. She returns strike with her own claws, natural weapons meeting artificial enhancements, drawing first response, first answer to challenge that cannot be declined, cannot be postponed, cannot be survived through waiting. They grapple, roll across stone floor, across debris from machines that breathed for things that should not breathe, across remnants of science that served hunger instead of hope. Aaron watches helplessly, his shoulder useless, his remaining strength focused on staying conscious, on staying upright, on being ready to act if opportunity presents itself. The alpha's weight advantage shows. Its modifications make it heavier, stronger, more capable of crushing what it holds, what it pins beneath mass that exceeds natural possibility. But Ylva fights with knowledge, with understanding of weakness that comes from heritage. From genetic memory that knows wolf anatomy, knows where to strike, where to damage, where to end what should not continue. Aaron cannot get clear shot, cannot risk hitting Ylva while she wrestles with nightmare-made flesh, with improvement that improves nothing but capacity for damage, for violation of natural order. His shoulder throbs with sympathetic pain, with understanding of what damage means, what limitation costs. What it feels like when flesh fails and will must compensate. The alpha's jaws close on Ylva's arm, teeth designed for tearing, for opening, for violation of boundaries between inside and outside, between whole and empty. But Ylva twists, uses wolf knowledge against wolf modification, uses natural against artificial, uses original against copy that forgot what it copied, why it mattered, what it preserved. Her claws find the weak spot. The place where modification created vulnerability instead of strength, where improvement became weakness, where enhancement became invitation to damage, the exposed nerve cluster that pulses beneath artificial bone plating. The mistake that happens when intelligence serves hunger instead of understanding, when modification proceeds without wisdom, without appreciation for what natural selection eliminated through trial and error spanning millions of years. Ylva strikes. Precise, targeted, efficient, the way predators work when they remember what they are beneath what they have become, beneath what circumstances force them to pretend. The alpha convulses. Its modifications fail. Its enhancements become limitations. Its improvements reveal themselves as mistakes made by intelligence that understood mechanism but missed meaning. The creature staggers, wounded but not finished, damaged but still dangerous, still capable of violence that serves no purpose beyond destruction, beyond ending what threatens its territory, but the wound matters, changes the dynamic, shifts advantage toward natural over artificial, toward original over copy, toward evolution that serves life instead of hunger. Ylva presses advantage, strikes again, exploits weakness that modification created, that enhancement revealed, that improvement turned into vulnerability, The alpha retreats, no longer confident, no longer certain of victory, no longer operating from position of strength that enhancement promised. That modification guaranteed. Aaron sees opportunity. Despite his useless shoulder, despite his reduced capability, despite damage that limits but does not eliminate, he fires. The shot echoes through chamber, through tunnels, through the belly of mountain that has digested too much violence, too much horror, too much violation of natural order. The bullet finds target, combines with Ylva's damage, creates injury that even enhancement cannot overcome, cannot compensate for, cannot heal through modification. The alpha falls. Its eyes lose focus, lose intelligence that made it more than animal, lose whatever spark science kindled in neural tissues you designed for simpler purposes, for hunger without plan, for killing without strategy. Ylva staggers back, wounded but mobile, alive but damaged, victorious but at cost that shows in red, in wet, in the price victory demands when opponents refuse to quit gracefully. Aaron's shoulder screams as he moves to help her, as he provides support with his remaining functional arm, as he proves that damaged flesh can still serve, still contribute, still matter when contribution means everything. The alpha's death echoes through tunnel system, through chambers where pack waited for orders, for guidance, for purpose that gave their existence meaning beyond simple appetite. The howling begins, mournful calls that speak of loss, of confusion, of pack structure that depended on intelligence now departed, now silenced, now feeding mountain instead of organizing threat. They scatter, individual wolves reverting to individual behavior, to hunting that serves personal hunger instead of strategic vision, to survival that thinks only of next meal instead of long-term territorial control. The pack is broken, the threat is reduced. The nightmare returns to being manageable problem, dangerous problem, but problem that can be solved through human persistence, human adaptation, human willingness to fight for territory that matters. But victory comes with cost. Aaron's shoulder reminds him constantly. Ylva bleeds from wounds that will scar, that will mark this day, this victory. This proof that even enhanced predators can be defeated. They help each other from the chamber. Through tunnels that echo with memory of horror, through passages that carry scent of things better left buried, better left forgotten. Behind them, the mountain keeps its secrets, holds knowledge that sleeps but does not die, contains possibilities that wait for rediscovery, for minds that share similar vision, similar hunger, similar willingness to push evolution past natural boundaries. But today, the pack scatters. Today, the alpha lies still. Today, they climb toward light that promises warmth, promises distance from darkness, that changes things, that improves them in ways the world never intended. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular reminder of damage that heals but never forgets, never fully recovers, never stops extracting its price. But they won. They survived. They proved that human determination can overcome enhancement, can defeat modification, can triumph over improvement that serves wrong purposes. The mountain wind carries their scent away, carries news of victory, carries promise that some battles can be won, some monsters can be stopped, some nightmares can be ended. His shoulder throbs, but he climbs anyway. Some victories are worth the cost. Some knowledge is worth the pain. Some wounds become badges of honor, proof that flesh can endure, that will can triumph, that humans can adapt when adaptation means survival. The alpha is dead, the pack is broken, the mountain keeps its secrets, but they carry knowledge, carry understanding, carry proof that even in world gone cold, even with flesh damaged and resources depleted, humans can still fight, still win, still see another dawn. Aaron's shoulder reminds him of cost, of price, of what victory demands. But they pay it anyway. They always pay it, because the alternative is unacceptable, because surrender is not option, because some things are worth defending regardless of price. They climb toward light, toward healing, toward whatever comes next in world that tests everything except the will to continue. Aaron's shoulder throbs, but he climbs anyway. Victory tastes like pain, like sacrifice, like proof that some things matter enough to bleed for. The mountain stands behind them, silent, patient, keeping watch over secrets that sleep but do not. But ahead lies valley, lies distance, lies space between them, and horror that tried to remake evolution according to will instead of wisdom. They climb toward whatever comes next, toward whatever new threats emerge from world that teaches adaptation, that demands change, that punishes those who refuse to evolve. But they evolve too, learn too, adapt to circumstances that test everything except the will to continue, to survive, to see tomorrow despite today's cost. The howling fades behind them, grows distant, becomes memory instead of immediate threat, becomes story to tell around fires, becomes warning for those who come after. The alpha is gone. The pack scattered, the mountain keeps its secrets, for now. Chapter 21, Shattered Victory. The alpha lies still now. Its massive form spreads across the den floor like a broken mountain. Steam rises from the wounds. The amber eyes no longer burn. They stare at nothing and everything. Aaron sits against the cave wall. His right leg spreads crimson beneath him. The fabric of his pants hangs in shreds. Ylva presses her coat against the wound, but the red seeps through, always seeping through. You can survive anything until you can't. Gunnar stumbles into the chamber, his rifle smoking. Behind him comes Rena with her medkit, the veterinary assistant who patches humans now because humans are all that's left. She kneels beside Aaron and her hands work fast. Clean hands in a dirty world. The alpha's death changes nothing, changes everything. 3 pack members scatter deeper into the tunnels. Their howls echo off stone walls, defeated but not gone, never truly gone. Ylva's ears twitch at the sound. Her silver eyes follow the retreating calls. We beat the leader. Gunnar says. The words fall flat in the cold air. Aaron tries to stand. His leg buckles. The bone might be cracked. Might be worse. Rena's fingers probe the wound and he bites back the sound that wants to escape. Pain is honest. Pain tells you what matters. Ylva stares at the alpha's corpse. Her heritage revealed the weakness, the exposed nerve cluster where mutation met flesh. She knew because she had to know, because something deep in her recognized the flaw. The pack will scatter, she says. Find new territory, new alphas will rise. Her voice carries weight, the weight of knowing, the weight of being between two worlds and belonging fully to neither. Rena works with practiced efficiency, cloth and pressure and careful stitching. The needle pulls thread through skin, through the story of another day survived. Aaron's face stays still, but sweat beads on his forehead despite the cold. The den stretches around them, tunnels leading to darkness, leading to more questions than answers. The mutation experiments they found earlier make sense now. The alpha was trying to create something, build something, make itself into more than nature intended. Evolution doesn't ask permission. Gunnar posts watch at the entrance. His boots echo off stone. The sound bounces back from depths they haven't explored. Won't explore. Some darkness should stay dark. We need to move him, Rena says. Can't treat this properly here. Aaron nods. His hazel eyes find Ylva's face. She crouches beside the alpha's head. Her clawed hand touches the scarred muzzle. Some gesture of respect. Some acknowledgement of a worthy enemy. You fought well, she whispers to the corpse. The alpha's death should feel like victory, should taste like freedom. Instead it tastes like copper and uncertainty, like the beginning of something else, something worse. They fashion a stretcher from rifle straps and torn cloth. Aaron grits his teeth as they lift him. The world spins. Colors bleed at the edges. Consciousness becomes negotiable. Outside the den, the wind has died. The trees stand sentinel in the silence. Snow falls in lazy spirals, each flake unique. Each flake the same. The pattern of winter. The pattern of endings. Ylva takes point. Her nose works the air, searching for threats that haven't revealed themselves yet. Her orange hair catches snowflakes like a crown, like a target. The pack's howls grow distant, but distance is temporary. Distance can be crossed. They carry Aaron through the forest, through the cathedral of pines, each step measured, each breath visible. The stretcher sways between Gunnar and two other survivors, motion that follows the rhythm of walking, of living, of continuing when stopping seems easier. Aaron drifts in and out. The world becomes fragments. Ylva's worried face, snow falling on his chest, the scrape of boots on frozen ground, the taste of iron in his mouth. Victory tastes like this, like survival, like the price you pay for tomorrow. Behind them, the den grows small, becomes just another hole in the mountains. But the Alpha's legacy spreads through the woods like ripples in still water. The scattered pack will remember, will adapt, will return in new forms. Nothing stays gone in the wild. Everything circles back. The makeshift camp waits 3 hours away, safety measured in footsteps, in heartbeats, in the space between one breath and the next. Aaron's leg throbs with each jarring step. But pain means alive, means fighting, means not yet ready to join the silent things. Ylva walks beside the stretcher. Her hand rests on Aaron's shoulder. The touch speaks what words cannot. We made it this far. We'll make it further. We have to. The forest watches them pass. Ancient trees that have seen the world change. That will see it change again. They carry their secrets in rings of wood, in the patient accumulation of seasons. Some stories end with victory. Some begin there. Chapter 22. Road to Recovery. The makeshift haven spreads across an abandoned ranger station. Walls that once housed Forest Service now shelter the desperate. Maps of trails that lead nowhere hang beside broken windows. Glass swept into corners like memories of when the world was whole. Aaron lies on a cot made from salvaged materials, his leg elevated on a stack of moldy books, field guides to plants that might not exist anymore. Rena checks the stitches twice daily, unwraps, inspects, rewraps, the ritual of healing in a world that specializes in breaking. Ylva sits beside his bed, her rifle across her knees, always ready, always watching. The silver eyes track every movement in the room, every shadow that shifts. Her cigarette burns between clawed fingers. The smoke curls toward a ceiling stained with water damage. How long, Aaron asks. Rena looks up from her medical supplies. 3 weeks minimum, maybe more if infection sets in. 3 weeks. Time measured in vulnerability, in dependence, in trusting others to stand watch while you cannot. Aaron stares at the ceiling and counts water stains. Each mark a story of decay, of entropy winning one drop at a time. The Alpha's death ripples through survivor networks. Word travels mouth to mouth, fire to fire. The great beast is gone, but its children remain. Scattered, angry, hungry for revenge that tastes like human flesh. Gunnar organizes patrols. 6 people, 2-hour shifts. The ranger station sits in a clearing that offers good sightlines, also offers good exposure. Safety and danger occupy the same space, share the same breath. Ylva rarely leaves Aaron's side. She eats there, sleeps there when she sleeps at all. The orange hair falls across her face like a curtain. Behind it, her thoughts move in patterns Aaron cannot read, cannot follow. You should patrol with the others, he says. She takes a long drag from her cigarette, exhales slowly. I should do many things. Her voice carries undertones, harmonics of meaning that speak to more than words. She has lost too much, everyone she trusted, everyone she protected. The weight of that history sits between them like a third presence. Recovery means time. Time means thinking. Thinking means remembering. Aaron watches the ceiling and sees faces from before. His family, his team, the people he failed to save when the cold first came, when the world cracked like old ice. Memory is the cruelest luxury. Days pass in slow increments. Rena's hands work miracles with limited supplies, antiseptic made from pine needles, bandages cut from clean cloth, knowledge adapted from veterinary training because human doctors are another extinct species. The leg heals crooked, will always heal crooked. Aaron tests his weight and feels the new geography of pain, sharp at first, then settling into a steady ache. The reminder that survival comes with permanent prices. Ylva helps him stand. Her strong hands support his weight. the wolf's strength barely strained by his mass. Together they walk the station's perimeter, slow circles that map his limitations, that chart the distance between intention and ability. Snow melts in patches, reveals dead grass underneath, brown stalks that crunch underfoot. The promise of spring feels like a lie told by optimists. Winter has forgotten how to end, has forgotten its seasonal manners. Reports come from the scouts. Wolf sign 2 miles north, 3 miles east. The pack reorganizes, splits into smaller hunting groups. Adaptation in real time. Evolution with teeth. They're learning, Gunnar says during the evening briefing, getting smarter. Yelva nods. Her orange ears twitch. Without the alpha's control, they'll develop new strategies. Smaller packs are harder to track, harder to predict. Aaron listens from his cot. Strategic thinking from a horizontal position. The leg protests any attempt to join the war council, so he wars from bed, plans from pillows, leads from a position of weakness. Leadership doesn't require standing. The nights stretch long. Aaron and Ylva share the darkness between watch shifts. She tells him stories from before. Before the cold, before the mutations, before everything went quiet except the howling. I had a sister, she says. The cigarette glows red in the darkness. Older, stronger. She taught me to hunt, to survive, to be alone. What happened to her? Ylva's silence answers before her words do. The Alpha's first pack. 2 years ago. She fought them off the cabin long enough for me to escape. Bought time with her life, the math of sacrifice, the economics of survival. Someone always pays the price. Someone always stays behind so others can run. Aaron knows this equation, has solved it with his own losses. They sit in comfortable quiet, 2 damaged people counting their remaining pieces, cataloging what still works, what might work again with time, with care, with the luxury of safety. Outside the wind picks up, not the howling wind of blizzards, just the regular movement of air across obstacles, trees, buildings, the breathing of a world that hasn't learned to suffocate yet. Aaron's leg throbs in rhythm with his pulse. Each beat a small victory, each pulse proof of continuation. The stitches hold. The infection stays away. Rena's skill and luck form a temporary alliance against entropy. We'll need to move soon, Ylva says. The pack will find us eventually. They always do. Where? She points south through the broken window, toward territory they haven't mapped, haven't claimed, haven't learned to defend, wherever the howling hasn't reached yet. The ranger station settles around them, wood expanding and contracting with temperature, the sound of shelter doing its job, of walls keeping the wild on the correct side. For now, for this moment between storms. Aaron closes his eyes and feels his body healing. Slow, imperfect, but healing nonetheless. Each day a small miracle. Each night survived another victory against the mathematics of extinction. Tomorrow he'll walk further, test the leg's new limitations, map the boundaries of his changed body. But tonight he rests beside someone who understands the weight of survival. The cost of continuing, the healing continues. Patient, inevitable, like hope disguised as stubbornness. Chapter 23, Rising Shadows. The first evolved wolf appears on a Tuesday. If Tuesdays still matter, if calendar pages mean anything when the world forgets to turn them. Kira spots it during morning patrol. Crouched behind a fallen pine, she watches through binoculars as the creature moves through the underbrush. Larger than the scouts, faster than the hunters. Its gait flows like water over stones, like predation perfected. She radios back to base, her voice tight with controlled fear. Something new out here, something different. Aaron hobbles to the communications station. His leg bears weight now, but protests each step. The cane gunner carved from a pine branch takes some pressure off. Some pressure. Never enough. The radio crackles with Kira's whispered report. The thing healed while I watched. Scratch across its flank just closed up, like it never happened. Ylva's ears perk at the transmission. Her silver eyes narrow. She knows wolf biology, understands the rules that govern pack behavior. These rules are changing, evolving, adapting faster than they can learn them. Pull back, Aaron transmits. Don't engage, just observe. But observation becomes impossible when the evolved wolf looks directly at Kira's position. Amber eyes that burn with unnatural intelligence. It tilts its head, considers, then lopes toward her hiding spot with casual confidence. Kira runs. The radio bounces against her belt as boots find purchase on icy ground. Behind her, the evolved wolf follows. Not chasing, following, like it has all the time in the world, like it knows where she's headed. The ranger station erupts into motion. Gunnar grabs his rifle. Rena stuffs medical supplies into a pack. Aaron tests his leg against the urgency of crisis, finds it wanting but functional. Ylva moves with fluid grace, her rifle already in hand. The military coat billows behind her as she heads for the door, ready to face evolution with intention and firepower. They meet Kira half a mile from camp. She stumbles into their defensive line, breathing hard, pointing behind her at forest that looks empty, looks normal. But normal is extinct now, has been extinct for 2 years. It was playing with me, she gasps, could have caught me any time, chose not to. Ylva scans the tree line. Her enhanced senses probe for threats that hide behind ordinary appearances. The wind carries scents, information, stories written in molecules too small for human noses to read. There, she whispers, points to a cluster of birch trees, watching us. Aaron follows her gesture but sees only winter forest, dead branches against gray sky. The accumulated debris of seasons that refuse to end. But Ylva's senses extend beyond human limitations, bridge the gap between worlds. They retreat to the station in formation, weapons ready, eyes scanning, every shadow suspicious, every movement potential threat. The evolved wolf lets them go. Another choice, another decision that suggests planning beyond instinct. Inside the station, they gather around maps spread on a folding table. Red pins mark wolf sightings. Blue pins mark safe areas. Green pins mark resources. The colored dots tell a story of shrinking options, of territory slowly claimed by things that hunt humans for sport. The pack is changing faster than predicted, Gunnar says. His finger traces patrol routes that may no longer be safe, may never have been safe. Ylva studies the pattern of sightings. Her intelligence works differently than human logic, processes information through instincts honed by survival, by the deep knowledge that flows between predator and prey. They're testing us, learning our responses, our capabilities. The alpha's death created opportunity for experimentation. Aaron leans against the wall, his leg throbs but supports him. The cane provides stability for body and mind, something solid to hold when everything else shifts like sand. How many evolved variants? Unknown, but if one exists, others follow. Mutation accelerates under pressure, under threat. The pack faces extinction, so it adapts, changes, becomes something new. The implications spread through the room like cold air through broken windows. They fought the alpha, won, claimed victory. But victory created conditions for something worse, something smarter, something that heals while you watch. Evolution doesn't pause for human convenience. That night, the station posts double watch, every window covered, every entrance barricaded. They take turns sleeping in shifts that never feel long enough. Rest interrupted by sounds that might be wind, might be footsteps, might be imagination wearing the costume of fear. Aaron lies on his cot and stares at the ceiling. Water stains map territories of decay. Each brown spot a small surrender to entropy, to the patient work of destruction that never takes breaks, never calls in sick. Beside him, Ylva sits with her rifle across her knees. The cigarette glows between her fingers. Smoke carries memories of better times, when tobacco was luxury instead of necessity, when fire meant comfort instead of survival. "What are you thinking?" he asks. "That we might be fighting the wrong war." The pack isn't just evolving physically, it's learning strategy, tactics, patience. Her voice carries undertones of worry, of professional respect for an enemy that refuses to stay predictable, that adapts faster than countermeasures can develop. Outside, something moves through the forest, footsteps too careful to be accidental, too purposeful to be random. the evolved wolf, or wolves, testing perimeter defenses, mapping human responses, building intelligence profiles of prey that thinks it's predator. The sound circles the station, slow orbits that suggest surveillance. Study, the gathering of information that will be used later, when humans least expect it. When guard drops and exhaustion wins, Aaron grips his handgun, the metal feels cold against his palm, bullets counted and recounted, each round a mathematical problem, each shot a question about accuracy under pressure, under fear, under the weight of consequences. The circling stops, forest returns to natural quiet, wind through branches, snow settling on snow. The ambient soundtrack of winter in places where spring has forgotten its cue. But quiet can lie, can wear masks, can hide preparation behind the costume of peace. Ylva's ears remain alert, tracking sounds beyond human range, following stories told in frequencies that evolution forgot to give humans. Her orange hair catches lamplight like signal fires, like warnings burned against the darkness. Tomorrow they'll need new plans, new strategies, new ways to fight enemies that write their own rules, that change those rules when convenient. When survival demands innovation, they listen to silence that might not be empty, that might be full of intentions waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. The station settles around them. Wood and metal doing the work of shelter, of keeping the wild on the appropriate side of walls, for now, until evolution finds the gaps, the weaknesses, the places where human engineering meets superior intelligence. Sleep comes in fragments, rest interrupted by alertness that has become permanent, by the understanding that safety is temporary, that everything changes, that the only constant is the need to adapt or join the ranks of the extinct. The evolved wolves circle, learn, plan, wait. Evolution accelerates, time compresses, the future arrives wearing teeth. Chapter 24, Fractured Pack. Morning brings discord with the sunrise. Arguments that fracture like ice under pressure. Gunnar wants to fortify, dig in, make the ranger station impregnable. Kira argues for mobility, for staying ahead of threats that adapt faster than defenses can strengthen. Aaron listens from his chair beside the radio, his legs stretched out, cane within reach. Leadership from a position of physical limitation but strategic necessity. Someone has to decide. Someone has to choose direction when all paths lead through danger. The evolved wolves changed everything, shifted the balance, made old tactics obsolete overnight, like fighting an enemy that reads your playbook while writing new chapters faster than you can turn pages. We can't outrun them forever, Gunnar says. His construction background shows in every word. In the faith placed in walls, in barriers, in things built to last, to resist, to hold the line. Kira shakes her head. Young energy constrained by older caution. They track us wherever we go. Hiding just delays the inevitable. Better to stay mobile. Make ourselves hard to pin down. Ylva cleans her rifle in careful strokes, oil and cloth restoring function to metal worn by use, by necessity. Her silver eyes follow the conversation, but her attention focuses on the weapon that keeps her alive, that keeps others alive, that speaks the universal language of survival. What do you think? Aaron asks her. She looks up from the cleaning rod, considers, weighs options against possibilities, against the mathematics of predator and prey that govern all interactions in the wild. Both strategies have merit. Neither solves the core problem. The pack learns faster than we can adapt, faster than we can change tactics. We're fighting evolution itself. Her words settle over the room like cold air through broken windows, like truth that cuts through wishful thinking, through the comfortable illusions that make survival seem manageable. Then what do we do? Rena asks. She sorts medical supplies into organized piles, order imposed on chaos, structure applied to uncertainty. The veterinary training shows in every methodical movement. Ylva sets down her rifle, reaches for cigarettes. The pack crinkles as she extracts one, lights it with the military lighter, inhales smoke that carries memory. History, the accumulated weight of losses that never stop accumulating. We become unpredictable. Stop following patterns, stop being creatures of habit, make ourselves harder to study, harder to understand. Gunnar frowns. That's not a strategy. That's chaos. Sometimes chaos is the only strategy that works. The discussion continues through morning, through noon, through the slow decay of daylight into early afternoon, each person arguing for survival as they understand it, as experience taught them, as fear instructs them. Aaron makes the decision when arguments circle back to their starting points, when repetition replaces progress, when leadership means choosing between bad options and worse ones. We split the group, he says. The words cut through discussion like blade through flesh, create immediate silence, immediate attention. Half stay here with Gunnar, fortify, dig in, make this place defensible. The other half comes with me. Mobile unit, drawing attention, leading threats away from the static position. The proposal divides the room. Faces show calculation, fear, the weight of choosing between safety strategies that both require faith, that both demand trust in plans that might fail catastrophically. Who goes where, Kira asks. Aaron looks around the room. Studies faces that have become familiar, that have earned trust through shared danger, through survival accomplished together rather than alone. Ylva comes with me. Mobile unit needs her tracking skills, her understanding of wolf behavior. Gunnar commands the static defense. Rena stays here. Wounded need medical support. Kira volunteers for mobile duty. Young reflexes, fast movement, the ability to run when running becomes necessary, to fight when fighting becomes inevitable. The division creates immediate anxiety. Groups that work together now separated. Support systems broken. Redundancy eliminated in favor of tactical flexibility. Survival through dispersion. Through making targets harder to acquire. Preparations begin immediately. Supplies divided. Weapons distributed. Communication protocols established. The radio schedule that keeps separated units connected. That maintains the illusion of unified command across distance. Aaron tests his leg against the demands of mobility. The cane helps but limits speed, limits stealth, creates noise that might attract attention from things that hunt by sound, by movement, by the signature of weakness. Ylva packs with minimal gear, military efficiency refined by years of solo survival. Everything essential, nothing extra. Weight measured against utility, against the cost of carrying versus the cost of leaving behind. The evolved wolves watch from the forest. Amber eyes tracking human activity, learning, cataloging, building profiles of behavior that will inform future hunts, future strategies, future adaptations. They know we're planning something, Gunnar says. His binoculars focus on movement in the tree line, shapes that might be wolves, might be shadows, might be paranoia given form. Good, Aaron replies. Let them wonder, let them guess. Uncertainty works both ways. The mobile unit departs at sunset. 3 figures moving through forest that has become foreign territory, hostile territory, space claimed by things that understand wilderness better than humans ever did, ever could. Behind them, the ranger station settles into defensive positions. Barricades reinforced. Fields of fire established. The mathematics of siege warfare applied to post-apocalyptic survival, to the patient work of holding ground against enemies that rewrite rules faster than defenders can learn them. Aaron's leg protests the uneven terrain, each step negotiated, each footfall a small victory against limitation, against the accumulated damage of survival lived at the margins, lived where safety is temporary and healing is luxury. Ylva takes point. Her enhanced senses probe for threats that hide behind normal appearances. That wear camouflage made from familiarity, from the assumption that forest is neutral, that wilderness doesn't choose sides. Kira follows. Young energy contained by discipline, by training that saved her life more than once, that taught her to move quietly, to kill efficiently, to survive when survival requires patience and violence in equal measure. The evolved wolves track their movement, parallel courses through trees that offer concealment. Cover, the tactical advantage of fighting on chosen ground, of knowing terrain better than enemies who travel through it like tourists in hell. Distance grows between the mobile unit and static defense. Each step separates resources, divides strength, creates vulnerability through isolation, but also creates unpredictability, makes human behavior harder to model, harder to predict, harder to counter. The strategy might work, might fail, might create new problems faster than it solves old ones. But certainty is extinct, has been extinct since the world forgot how to be warm, how to be safe, how to pretend that humans sit at the top of food chains. They move through forests that watches them, that judges them, that waits to see if intelligence can overcome instinct, if adaptation can outpace evolution, if survival can become more than accident. The fractured pack continues south, toward uncertainty, toward whatever waits beyond the mapped edges of known territory, beyond the comfortable boundaries of explored space. Behind them, the station glows with defensive preparations, with the faith placed in walls, in barriers, in the human belief that shelter can hold back the wild. Both strategies play out simultaneously. Both gamble with lives that cannot be replaced, cannot be restored, cannot be brought back from the territories that lie beyond breathing. The evening settles around divided forces, around plans that depend on luck, on timing, on the hope that splitting strength might double chances of survival, might create mathematical possibilities where none existed before. The wolves watch, learn, adapt, plan their own division of labor, their own tactical responses to human unpredictability, their own evolution toward perfect predation. Night falls on fractured alliances, on strategies that might save everyone, might doom everyone, might simply postpone the inevitable while creating illusions of control. The hunt continues, changes form, adapts to new conditions, but never stops, never pauses, never offers mercy to prey that thinks it can become predator through cleverness alone. Chapter 25. Desperate Measures. The hunger gnaws deeper than the cold now. Aaron counts 3 days since their last real meal. The canned beans from yesterday split between 7 mouths. Not enough. Never enough. Gunnar traces the map with one thick finger. The old mill sits 2 miles east. Stone walls, slate roof mostly intact. And wolves. Always wolves. We need those supplies, Gunnar says. His breath fogs white in the cramped shelter they call home now. Wooden boards nailed over broken windows. Gaps stuffed with rags and newspapers. The wind finds every crack. Ylva sits apart from the others. She cleans her rifle with methodical precision. Strip, wipe, reassemble. The metal clicks soft in the silence. Her orange mane catches what little light filters through. Aaron watches her hands. Steady. Sure. His own shake slightly from hunger, from something else too. Fear, maybe. The kind that burrows into your bones and stays. Rena coughs into her sleeve, the sound wet and harsh. She has been growing thinner. They all have. Skin stretched tight over skull, clothes hanging loose. But Rena worst of all. The mill has a root cellar, Gunnar continues. Yosef told me before he went to sleep the last time. Stone walls keep the freeze out. Might still have potatoes, turnips, dried meat. Old Joseph sleeps now beneath 2 thin blankets, his breathing shallow and rough. Too old for this world, too tired to fight the hunger anymore. Kira shifts by the wall. Young. Quick, her eyes bright with the fever of hope or starvation. Hard to tell the difference now. I can scout ahead, she says. Move quiet. See how many. No, Aaron says. We go together or not at all, but if we all go and it goes wrong, then we all go wrong together. The wind howls outside. Sounds like wolves. Sounds like the earth itself crying. Aaron has learned not to trust the difference. Ylva sets down her rifle, looks at Aaron with those silver eyes. When did you become the one who decides? When you started following? She almost smiles. Almost. The mill waits in the gray dawn light. Stone walls dark with moisture and age. Windows broken out long ago. But the roof holds. The walls stand, and smoke rises thin from what might be a chimney. They approach through the tree line. 7 figures moving through snow that crunches too loud. Aaron leads, Ylva flanks right, Gunnar left. The others follow in single file. The wolves howl from inside. Not howls exactly, more like singing. Low and mournful. The sound makes Aaron's teeth ache. His shoulder throbs where the old wound lives. Always does when weather changes, when death comes close. Movement in the broken windows, shapes dark against darker stone. Ylva holds up 3 fingers, then 5, then shakes her head, too many to count. Aaron signals the retreat, but Rena stumbles. Her foot catches in a snow-hidden root, and she goes down hard. The rifle clatters against stone. The sound cuts through winter air like a blade. The singing stops. Then the real howling begins. They pour out of the mill like smoke. Mutant wolves with patchy fur and exposed bone. Eyes that reflect light that should not exist. They move wrong. Too fast. Too coordinated. Aaron fires twice. One wolf spins and falls, gets back up, limps but keeps coming. His hands shake and the third shot goes wide. Run, Ylva screams. But there is nowhere to run to. Gunnar stands his ground, swings a crowbar at the first wolf that reaches him, connects with skull. The creature staggers, comes back with fangs bared. Kira draws her knife. Young and quick, but not quick enough. A wolf hits her from the side, takes her down into red snow. Her scream cuts short. Aaron reaches for another clip. Fingers numb with cold and fear. The magazine slips, falls into snow. He drops to his knees, digging, and a wolf lands on his back. Weight and heat and the smell of decay. Claws rake across his coat, through fabric into skin. He rolls, brings up the knife, finds soft belly. The wolf yelps and stumbles away. Ylva appears beside him, silent as death. Her own knives work quick and clean. She moves like water, like wind, like something that was never quite human to begin with. The wolf that took Kira lies still now, but Kira does not get up. They fight their way to the mill door, step over bodies that steam in the cold, wolf and human both. The price of hunger always paid in different coin. Inside, the root cellar holds treasure, potatoes black with age but still good inside, turnips hard as stones, strips of venison dried to leather but better than nothing, much better. They load their packs, work in silence. Outside, more howls echo through the trees, distant but getting closer. Aaron looks at Kira one last time, 22 years old, quick with a joke, quicker with a blade, now gone, now still, now part of the winter landscape forever. We should bury her, Rena whispers. No time, Gunnar says, and the ground is frozen solid anyway, so they leave her. Leave them all, wolf and human together in the snow. Let winter sort the differences. The trek back takes forever, packs heavy with food, hearts heavy with loss. They do not speak. Feet crunch through snow that falls silent behind them. They reach the shelter as darkness claims the sky. Board up the door, light a small fire, divide the food 7 ways, then 6. The potatoes taste like earth and salvation, the turnips like bitter hope. Aaron chews slow, makes it last. Outside, the wind carries new sounds, howls that circle closer, following the scent of loss. Rena tends the fire. Her hands shake, but her eyes stay dry. Grief is a luxury they cannot afford. Not yet. Ylva cleans her knives again, the ritual of survival, the ceremony of staying alive one more day. She does not look at the empty space where Kira used to sit. Aaron counts bullets. 13 left. Lucky 13. He laughs, but the sound comes out wrong. Hollow. Like something broken trying to remember how it used to work. The mill held enough food for 3 days. Maybe 4 if they stretch it. If they are careful. If they do not think too hard about tomorrow. But tomorrow always comes, and hunger always returns. And the wolves are always howling somewhere in the distance, getting closer with each passing hour. Chapter 26, Visions of Hope. Aaron wakes to static, soft and rhythmic, like rain on leaves, like wind through tall grass. But this is winter and there are no leaves, no grass, only snow and ice and the endless white silence of a world gone wrong. The sound comes from Gunnar's corner, from a small black box with silver antenna extended. A radio. Where did that come from? Aaron sits up. His ribs ache where wolf claws found purchase yesterday. The bandages pull tight against healing skin. Rena's work, clean and careful, but it still hurts to breathe deep. The static continues, not random. Patterns in the white noise, rhythms that might be voices, might be hope, might be nothing at all. Gunnar turns dials with thick fingers, searches frequencies like a man panning for gold, finding only static, more static. Then, anyone out there? Day 47 of winter transmission. Blackrock Station calling. We have shelter, we have food, we have hope. The voice cuts static like sunlight through storm clouds. Clear, human, alive. Ylva jerks awake. Her silver eyes find the radio. Find Aaron. Find something she has not felt in 2 years of survival. Possibility. Blackrock Station, the voice continues. Coordinates 47 north, 123 west. Following the old highway markers, look for the red tower. We have power, we have warmth, we have community. Aaron's hands tremble as he reaches for his map, yellowed paper torn at the edges, marked with pencil and hope and the weight of too many failed journeys. 47 north. 123 west. His finger traces lines across paper, measures distances, counts days of travel through snow and wolves and the endless hunger that waits between here and anywhere else. 2 weeks, he says. Maybe 3 in this weather. Rena coughs soft and wet. She has been growing worse, the cold eating her from inside out. 2 weeks might be too long. It could be a trap, Gunnar says. Raiders use radio calls to draw people in, promise shelter, promise safety, deliver only chains and worse things. But his voice carries doubt, carries something that might be longing, or it could be real, Ylva says, her voice rough with smoke and possibility. Could be 50 people. Could be walls and fires and beds that do not freeze your bones while you sleep. They listen for an hour. The transmission repeats every 10 minutes. Same voice, same words, same promise that sounds too good for this world but too real to ignore. Aaron plots the route, north and west through terrain he knows, through valleys thick with pine and shadows, through places where wolves run in packs and hunger waits behind every tree. We take turns carrying the radio, he says. Keep it tuned to the signal. Follow it like a compass pointing toward something better. What if we get there and it is nothing? Rena asks. What if we walk for weeks and find only empty buildings and bones? Then we will have tried, Aaron says. And trying is better than sitting here waiting to become bones ourselves. They pack light, take only what they need to survive the journey. Food for 3 days, ammunition for Aaron's pistol, Ylva's rifle and bow, basic medical supplies. The radio in a padded bag that Gunnar carries like precious cargo. Outside, snow falls in thick flakes, fat and lazy, the kind that builds up fast and makes travel impossible. But they cannot wait for better weather. There is no better weather coming. They leave old Joseph sleeping, too weak to travel, too tired to want to. Rena leaves him water and half their remaining food, enough for a few days, enough to die comfortable if death comes calling. The first mile passes in silence. Snow crunches under their boots. Breath fogs white in air, cold enough to freeze spit before it hits the ground. Aaron's shoulder aches, Ylva's ribs pull tight against bandages. But they walk, they move, they choose motion over surrender. The radio crackles to life every 10 minutes. Blackrock Station calling, coordinates and hope, and the promise of something beyond mere survival. Then the howls begin, distant at first, like wind through canyon walls. But Aaron knows that sound, knows the difference between wind and wolves and the space where hope goes to die. They are following our scent, Ylva says. She unslings her rifle, checks the action. 5 rounds loaded, more in her pocket, but not many more. How many? Aaron asks. Too many. The howls grow closer, converge from multiple directions. Pack hunting, coordinated, intelligent, the kind of intelligence that learns from mistakes and adapts to new threats. Aaron counts his remaining bullets. 11 now. He used 2 yesterday at the mill. 2 more trying to hit a wolf that moved like smoke through snow. Math that never works out in their favor. We run or we fight? Gunnar asks. We run until we cannot run anymore, Aaron says. Then we fight until there is nothing left to fight for. They break into a stumbling jog, heavy packs bouncing. feet sliding in snow that grows deeper with each step. Behind them, the howls multiply, converge, draw closer like nooses tightening around necks. The radio broadcasts its message to empty air. Black Rock Station calling. Shelter and warmth and community waiting somewhere beyond the wolves and snow and the mathematics of 11 bullets against too many teeth. Aaron's lungs burn, his shoulder screams, but he runs because running is all they have left. Because stopping means becoming part of the winter landscape forever. Because somewhere ahead waits a red tower, and the possibility of something better than mere survival. A wolf breaks from the tree line. Massive. Scarred. One ear torn away by some long-ago battle. It lopes alongside them, keeping pace, studying their movement, with eyes too intelligent for any natural creature. Ylva raises her rifle. Tracks the target, fires once, the wolf spins, stumbles, gets back up, keeps running. 5 rounds becomes 4, becomes the space between hope and mathematics. More wolves appear, flanking, surrounding, patient as death and twice as certain. The radio squawks its message into air, thick with breath and fear and the smell of something that might be freedom if they can run fast enough to catch it. Black Rock Station calling, the voice says. Day 47 of winter transmission. Aaron clutches the map in his pocket, feels the paper crinkle under frozen fingers. 2 weeks to coordinates that might be salvation, might be trap, might be nothing at all. But it is something to run toward. Something beyond the wolves and hunger and the endless white silence of a world that forgot how to care, whether people lived or went still. The howls surround them now, close enough to count. Close enough to feel breath on the back of necks that will not stay warm much longer. Aaron checks his pistol one more time. 11 bullets, 11 chances, 11 opportunities to buy time they do not have for a destination they may never reach. The radio broadcasts hope into winter air, and they run toward it like children chasing light. Chapter 27, Final Hunt. The tracks lead north through ice that cuts like broken glass. Aaron follows behind Ylva, his breath forming small clouds that vanish into the gray morning. His right leg still aches from the Alpha's wound, but he pushes forward. Pain is just another passenger now. 3 sets of prints. Large, deliberate. The last leaders of what was once a pack of 20. Ylva stops, points with her rifle toward a stand of pine trees. Those are fresh, maybe 2 hours. Aaron checks his handgun. 4 bullets left. He has been counting for weeks now. Every shot matters. Every miss brings the darkness closer. They move through the trees like ghosts. Snow falls in lazy spirals, muffling their footsteps. The world feels hollow, empty, as if something vital has been drained from it. The first one comes at them from behind a fallen log. No howl this time, no warning. Just the sound of claws scraping against bark, and then it is airborne, muscles bunched beneath patchy fur, amber eyes fixed on Ylva's throat. She pivots, fires once. The rifle crack echoes off the trees, and the mutant stumbles but does not fall. Dark fluid seeps through its coat, but it keeps coming. Aaron puts 2 bullets in its chest. The thing finally stops. Lies still in the snow. Steam rises from the wounds like tiny prayers. 1 down, 2 remain. They press on. The trail becomes erratic now. The surviving wolves know they are being hunted. They double back, split apart, circle around through gullies and over ridges. Aaron's leg throbs with each step. He thinks about the life he had before all this. The apartment with central heating, the grocery store where food came wrapped in plastic, simple things that seemed permanent. Nothing is permanent. He learned this when the cold came, when the lights went out and never came back on. The second wolf tries to be clever. It waits in a tree, drops down as they pass beneath, but Ylva's nose catches its scent. She rolls sideways as it falls. Aaron puts his last 2 bullets in its skull before it can recover. The handgun clicks empty. He tosses it aside. Just wait now. 2 down. 1 remains. They follow the final trail up a steep slope. The wind picks up, drives snow into their faces like tiny needles. Aaron can barely feel his fingers. Ylva moves ahead, rifle ready, ears twitching at sounds he cannot hear. The last wolf waits for them at the top of the ridge. It sits like a monument, bigger than the others. Scarred along its flanks, one ear torn to shreds, it watches them approach with something that might be curiosity or respect. Ylva raises her rifle. The wolf does not move. For a moment they face each other across the wind-scoured stone, predator and predator, the old world and the new. Aaron wonders if this is how it ends. Not with grand gestures, but with simple choices made in the cold. The wolf tilts its head, makes a sound that is not quite a howl, more like a question. Ylva fires. The bullet takes it in the chest. It staggers, falls to its knees. But still it watches her with those amber eyes. She walks closer. The wolf's breathing comes in short gasps. Steam rises from its nostrils. It tries to stand but cannot. Ylva kneels beside it, places one hand on its massive head, whispers something Aaron cannot hear. Then she draws her knife and slides it between its ribs. Quick, clean. The amber eyes go dark. The pack is gone. After months of hunting and being hunted, after all the fear and sleepless nights and desperate running through snow-covered forests, it ends here on this ridge with 3 corpses and the wind. Aaron sits down hard on a boulder. His leg gives out completely. The adrenaline fades and leaves him hollow. Ylva looks out over the valley below. Her orange hair whips around her face. She lights a cigarette with shaking hands. Is it over? Aaron asks. She takes a long drag, exhales smoke that the wind tears away. This part is over. They sit in silence as snow begins to fall harder. Aaron thinks about all the things they have lost, all the friends gone, all the warm places that exist now only in memory. But they are still here, still breathing, still choosing to take the next step forward. The wind carries a new sound, distant but growing closer, not howls this time. Human voices. Ylva stands, crushes her cigarette under her boot. Time to go. Aaron struggles to his feet. His leg screams protest but holds. They begin the long descent toward whatever comes next. Behind them, the 3 wolves grow cold in the snow. Ahead, the voices grow louder. The hunt continues. Chapter 28. Ultimate Sacrifice. The voices belong to Gunnar and Rena. They emerge from the tree line below, moving fast through knee-deep snow. Behind them come shapes in the distance. Dark, loping. Not wolves. Something else. Aaron and Ylva scramble down the slope. Aaron's leg nearly gives out twice, but Ylva catches his arm, keeps him upright. The evolved strain has found them. 6 of them. Maybe 7. Larger than the original mutants. Their fur grows in strange patterns. Bone plates show through gaps in their hide. They move with coordination that makes Aaron's skin crawl. Gunnar sees them coming down the ridge, raises his rifle, shouts something the wind steals away. The evolved pack splits apart. 3 go left, 3 go right. One comes straight up the middle like it knows exactly what it wants. Aaron draws his knife, all he has left. Ylva chambers another round, but her ammunition runs low too. They have been hunting for days. Resources stretch thin. The center wolf reaches them first. Aaron sidesteps its initial charge, drives his blade between its ribs. The thing barely flinches, swipes at him with claws that rake across his chest. His coat tears, skin opens beneath. Ylva puts a bullet in its skull. It drops, but the others are closing fast. We have to reach the others, she says. They run. Aaron stumbles and slides down the steep terrain. His leg screams with each impact. Behind them, the evolved pack closes the distance with mechanical precision. Gunnar and Rena take position behind a fallen tree. Open fire as the first wolves reach them. Their shots echo off the valley walls. One wolf spins sideways, keeps coming on 3 legs. Aaron and Ylva reach the tree line. Aaron collapses against a pine trunk, cannot go further. His leg gives out completely this time. Go, he tells Ylva. Get to the others. She looks at him, at the approaching pack, at Gunnar and Rena fighting desperately 50 yards away. No. The largest evolved wolf breaks away from the others. Massive. Bone plates covering half its skull, it moves directly toward Aaron's position with singular focus. Ylva sees it coming, sees Aaron trying to stand on his damaged leg, sees how this ends. She makes her choice. The massive wolf leaps. Aaron raises his knife but knows it will not be enough. The creatures weight him. Claws will tear him apart. Ylva throws herself between them. She takes the full impact of the wolf's charge. They roll together across the frozen ground. The creature's claws rake across her shoulder, through her green coat, through fur and flesh beneath. She screams but does not let go. Her knives find gaps in the bone plating. Once, twice. The wolf thrashes, but she holds on, drives the blades deeper. Aaron struggles to his feet, sees Ylva pinned beneath the dying creature. Dark stains spreading across the snow around them. Too much, too fast. The remaining wolves circle like sharks. Gunnar and Rena try to reach them, but two more evolved mutants cut them off. Aaron limps toward Ylva. She pushes the massive corpse off her chest with shaking arms. Sits up slowly. Her left shoulder hangs at a wrong angle. Claws have opened long furrows across her ribs. Can you move? Aaron asks. She tries to stand. Falls back down. Tries again. This time, Aaron catches her good arm, helps her up. The circling wolves close in, 4 of them, moving with that terrible coordination. Aaron has his knife. Ylva can barely hold one blade in her good hand. This is where it ends. Then Gunnar appears through the trees. Rena beside him. They have flanked the evolved pack, caught them in crossfire. The wolves turn, confused. Their formation breaks apart. Aaron and Ylva stumble toward their allies. Every step sends fresh pain through Ylva's wounded shoulder, but she keeps moving, keeps fighting. Gunnar's rifle barks twice. One wolf falls. Rena's pistol drops another. The remaining 2 evolved mutants look around at their decimated pack, at the growing number of humans with weapons. They turn and flee into the forest. For the first time in months, the woods fall silent. No howls, no scratching claws, no amber eyes watching from the shadows. Rena examines Ylva's shoulder. The bone is displaced but not shattered. The claw marks are deep but clean. She will heal. Aaron collapses against a tree. His leg throbs. His chest burns where claws raked him. But they are alive, both of them. The pack is broken. The evolved strain scattered. After all the hunting and running and desperate fights in the snow, after all the loss and fear and sleepless nights, it ends here with 4 friends standing together in a quiet forest. Ylva leans against Aaron's good side. He can feel her shaking from cold or shock or exhaustion. Maybe all 3. Is it over? He asks. She lights a cigarette with her good hand, takes a long drag, winces as the motion pulls at her wounded shoulder. This part is over. They make camp that night in a sheltered grove. Rena sets Ylva's shoulder with strips torn from Aaron's spare shirt. The bone grates as it slides back into place, but Ylva does not cry out. Aaron sits beside her by the fire. Neither speaks. Words feel inadequate after everything they have survived together. Tomorrow they will begin the journey back to the others. Tomorrow they will start building something new from the pieces of what was broken. Tonight they just sit with the silence she almost died to preserve. The wind carries no howls now, only the whisper of snow falling on empty branches. Outside the darkness holds no amber eyes, no coordinated stalking, no patient hunger waiting for them to sleep. For the first time in months, Aaron closes his eyes without listening for footsteps. The pack is gone, but they remain, wounded, exhausted, changed by everything they have endured, but alive, still choosing to take the next breath, still choosing each other. Chapter 29, Dawn's Promise. The howling has stopped. Aaron counts the days since the last echo bounced off the pines. 7, maybe 8. Time moves different now without the constant threat pressing against the cabin walls. He sits by the window where boards once barred the glass. Ylva pried them free yesterday. Said the light would help his leg heal faster. The wound runs deep from hip to knee where the alpha's claws found their mark. Rena stitched it closed, but the muscle remembers, will always remember. Outside, Gunnar and the others work, building. The sound of hammers on wood carries through the morning air. They use timber from collapsed houses, from places where people once lived and dreamed and planned for summers that never came. The wood serves better purposes now. Ylva enters carrying 2 cups of coffee. Real coffee. They found it in the town's general store last week. Still sealed. Still good. She hands him the steaming cup and settles beside him on the makeshift bench. The coffee tastes like memory, like mornings before the cold came, before the world forgot how to be warm. "Your leg looks better today," she says. "The swelling has gone down." Aaron nods, tests the weight on it. Pain shoots up his thigh, but he can bear it. Has to bear it. They leave for the Haven in 3 days. The radio signal grows stronger each morning. Rena monitors it now. Says the community there has medicine. Real medicine. Not just boiled pine needles and hope. Through the window they watch Kira's grave, a simple cross made from broken fence posts. Gunnar carved her name into the wood with his knife. The letters are crooked, but they hold meaning. They hold her. Old Joseph sits beside the grave most days, tells stories to the wind and snow. Yesterday, Aaron heard him talking about ice cream trucks and Saturday morning cartoons. Things that exist only in the spaces between memory and forgetting. "We should have saved her," Ylva says. Her voice carries that familiar weight. The guilt that follows survivors like smoke follows flame. Aaron reaches for her hand, finds fur and warmth in the steady pulse of life continuing despite everything. We saved who we could. That has to be enough. But it isn't enough. Not really. It never is. The construction sounds continue outside, hammer strikes and the scrape of metal on wood. Gunnar shouts directions to Marcus and Rena. They're building a monument, not for the ones they lost, but for the ones they found. Each other. The stubborn insistence of community in a world that forgot how to care. Ylva's cigarette burns low between her fingers. She rations them now, 1 per day, sometimes less. The supply won't last forever, but nothing does. That's the lesson the cold taught them all. Aaron studies her profile. The scar across her left eye has faded some. The fur around it grows back thick and silver. She catches him looking, and something passes between them. Not words. Not touch. Just recognition. The acknowledgement that they've become something together that neither was alone. The radio crackles from the kitchen table. Rena's voice follows. Signals getting stronger. They're broadcasting location coordinates now. Looks like we can reach them in 4 days if the weather holds. 4 days. Aaron calculates the distance, the terrain, the supplies they'll need. His leg will slow them down but not stop them. Nothing stops them now. Outside, snow begins to fall, light flakes that catch the morning sun and scattered into fragments of silver and gold. The world looks almost beautiful like this, almost peaceful. If you forget about the bones buried beneath the white, if you forget about the silence where cities used to hum. Ylva stands and moves to the radio, picks up the transmitter with careful hands. "This is Ylva. We're 4 souls traveling to your location. 1 injured but mobile. Request permission to approach." Static fills the room, then a voice. Human. Warm. Alive. "Permission granted. Traveler will have hot food waiting." She sets the radio down and turns to Aaron. Her silver eyes hold something new. Something he hasn't seen since before the Alpha. Before the hunt. Before the long nights when survival meant more than living. Hope. It looks strange on her, like a coat that doesn't quite fit. But she wears it anyway because hope, even borrowed hope, beats the alternative. Aaron pushes himself up from the bench. His leg protests, but holds. Tomorrow they'll pack what little they have. Tomorrow they'll say goodbye to the cabin that kept them breathing when breathing seemed impossible. Tomorrow they'll walk towards something better than mere survival. But today they sit in the weak sunlight streaming through unbarred windows. Today they drink real coffee and listen to the sounds of community being born from the bones of the old world. Today the howling has stopped and the silence doesn't feel quite so empty. The snow continues to fall, but softer now, like the world remembering gentleness, like winter learning to forgive. Chapter 30, Eternal Vigil. The haven appears through morning mist like something from the time before. Walls of stacked stone, guard towers with actual guards, smoke rising from chimneys that promise heat and food, and the radical concept of safety. Aaron leans heavy on the walking stick Gunnar carved for him. 4 days of travel have worn the wound raw again, but they've made it. All of them. Even old Joseph, who moves like winter itself but refuses to be left behind. The gates open before they reach them. People emerge. Real people with clean clothes and faces that remember how to smile. A woman with gray hair steps forward. She wears a jacket that isn't patched with tape and wire. It's been so long since Aaron saw cloth that wasn't improvised. "I'm Sarah," she says. "We've been tracking your radio signals for weeks. Welcome to Haven's Rest." The name fits. Aaron feels something unclench in his chest. Some knot of tension he's carried for so long he forgot it was there. Ylva moves closer to him, not touching but near. Her presence a constant reminder that he's not facing this alone anymore. They're led through streets lined with prefab shelters and converted shipping containers. Gardens grow under glass domes, actual vegetables pushing green through black soil. Children play between the buildings. Children. Aaron had almost forgotten they existed. The medical bay occupies a converted warehouse, clean white walls, equipment that works. Rena disappears inside with the facility's doctor asking questions faster than the man can answer. Her eyes bright with the possibility of practicing real medicine again. They assign Aaron a bed with sheets. Actual sheets. The doctor examines his leg with gentle hands and actual antibiotics. The wound will heal properly now. Won't leave him limping through whatever comes next. Ylva stays close during the examination, suspicious. Her wolf instincts don't trust kindness yet, don't trust walls that aren't under siege. The doctor works around her presence like she's always been there. "Your friend has good instincts," he tells Aaron while cleaning the wound. "We could use someone with her skills on the perimeter patrol." Aaron looks at Ylva. She stands by the window watching the guards on the wall, studying their movements, their weapons, their fields of fire, already planning how to defend this place if the need arises. She'll want to know the watch rotations, Aaron says, and the supply inventories and the escape routes. The doctor laughs. It's been months since Aaron heard that sound from a stranger. We'll start with the tour, then work up to the sensitive information. That evening they gather in the communal hall. 53 people, families and loners and everything between. They share a meal cooked on actual stove with ingredients that didn't come from cans buried in snow. Old Joseph tells stories to a circle of children who've never heard about the world before the cold, their eyes wide as he describes cars that moved without being pushed, lights that turned on with the flip of a switch, ice that came from machines instead of falling from the sky. Gunnar and Marcus help with evening security rounds. They know about watching, about the weight of responsibility for other people's sleep. The guards here are grateful for the extra hands and the hard-won experience. Rena sets up in the medical bay. The doctor there is old, tired, ready to share the burden of keeping people alive in a world that prefers them gone. She works through the night, organizing supplies, learning what they have, what they need, what they can make with clever hands and stubborn determination. Aaron finds Ylva on the wall after midnight. She stands guard beside a young man named Derek, who keeps glancing at her fur and quickly looking away. She pretends not to notice, but Aaron sees the small smile at the corner of her muzzle. The view from the wall stretches across empty wilderness, miles of forest and frozen streams, beautiful in the starlight, deadly in the daylight. The same landscape that tried to end them, that ended so many others. "You think they'll come?" Derek asks. "The pack remnants we've heard about on the radio?" Ylva adjusts her rifle strap, checks the magazine out of habit. "Something will come," she says. "Something always comes. But we'll be ready." Aaron climbs the ladder to join them. His leg protests but holds. The night air tastes clean up here. sharp with cold but not bitter, not hungry. Below them, the community sleeps in actual beds behind actual walls, warm, fed, healing. It's not the world they lost, but it's the world they're building. One day at a time, one choice at a time, one act of stubborn hope at a time. Derek shivers and pulls his coat tighter. At least the wolves are gone, he says. Ylva and Aaron exchange a look. They know better. There are always wolves, maybe not the mutant pack they destroyed. Maybe not the alpha that nearly ended them both, but wolves nonetheless, human wolves, weather wolves, the wolves that live in the spaces between safety and chaos. The trick isn't unliving all the wolves. The trick is learning to live with them, learning to watch, to prepare, to build communities strong enough to face what comes next. Erin settles against the wall beside Ylva. Her warmth seeps through the layers of clothing and fur. Real warmth. Not the desperate heat of survival, but the steady comfort of presence, of partnership, of the remarkable fact that two broken things can hold each other up. The radio at Derek's belt crackles softly. All clear from towers 2 and 3. All clear from the main gate. All clear from the world that still turns despite everything that tried to stop it. Ylva's hand finds his in the darkness. Fur and flesh, human and something more than human. Survivors both. They sit watch together as the night deepens around them, ready for whatever howls in the darkness, ready for the long work of rebuilding, ready for the eternal vigil that keeps hope alive in a world that forgot how to be kind. Above them, stars wheel through the vast cold sky, the same stars that watched civilizations rise and fall, that watched species learn to love and learn to lose and learn to love again despite the losing. The snow begins to fall but gently this time, like a benediction, like the world offering absolution for all the hard choices, all the necessary compromises, all the ways they learned to be human in a world that had forgotten the meaning of the word. In the distance, something howls. Not wolves, not mutants, just wind through the empty places. Just the sound of winter remembering its name. They listen without fear. They've learned the difference between howls that threaten and howls that simply acknowledge the darkness. This is the latter. The sound of the world speaking to itself in the old language of survival and stubbornness and the radical act of continuing. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new choices, new opportunities to fail or succeed or find some middle ground between the two. But tonight they sit watch together on the wall of a place called Haven's Rest. Tonight they are warm and fed and alive. Tonight the howling is just wind. Tonight that's enough. Another memory from the ruins. The world didn't end in fire, it ended in forgetting. But you're still here. The next chapter begins shortly. You clicked on this post-apocalyptic audiobook because you're ready for a story that doesn't hold back. And Signals from the Dust delivers exactly that. Over the next chapters, you'll witness Lena and Marcus navigate a world where shattered glass cuts deeper than betrayal, where scavenged supplies mean the difference between life and death, and where every sanctuary is a potential tomb. Without further ado, let's get started. Chapter 1. Shattered Glass. Bleeding Bonds. Glass falls like snow. Sharp snow that cuts the air and cuts the skin and reminds you that winter never ended here. The bottle explodes against the window frame and the whiskey spreads across cracked linoleum in dark amber streams. Lena drops low. Her body knows before her mind catches up. The crack of the rifle comes after the glass settles, after the silence stretches thin between them. Marcus lies beneath the window, his face pressed against the floor where dust motes drift in slanted light. Blood or whiskey? Hard to tell in this light. The liquid pools beneath his shoulder and she crawls toward him through the glass fragments. Each piece finds skin. Each cut is small and necessary. You alive, she says. Think so, he says. His voice comes from far away even though he lies 3 feet from her. Distance works different now. Everything is far away or too close. Nothing occupies the middle ground anymore. The store shelves lean against each other like tired old men. Cereal boxes with sun-faded colors, candy bars turned to powder, a register that stopped counting the day the lights went out for good. She presses her palm against his shoulder. The wetness is warm. Warm means alive. Cold means you have seconds to say goodbye, if you believe in goodbyes. Just the bottle, he says. Glass cut the jacket, nothing deeper. Lena exhales. Her breath makes small clouds in the cold air. Spring should have come by now, but the seasons follow their own rules. The earth spins, but the calendar means nothing. Time moves forward, but weather stays frozen in the moment. Everything broke. The sniper waits. Somewhere across the street in the skeleton of the department store, windows dark as empty eyes. Each shadow could hide a barrel. Each shift of light could mean death traveling at the speed of sound. She counts the shelves between them and the back door. 7 rows of empty metal bones. Fluorescent tubes hang like broken ribs from the ceiling. Some still hold glass, others just hold darkness. We can reach the storeroom, she says. He nods. Movement costs energy, and energy costs time, and time costs everything. They crawl, elbows and knees against cold concrete. Glass crunches beneath them and makes small sounds. Tiny music for the end of everything. Each note sharp and brief. The cigarettes rest in her jacket pocket. She took them from the counter when they first entered, before the window exploded, before the bottle became 1,000 pieces. Smoking kills, but starvation kills faster. Everything kills eventually. The storeroom door hangs open. Darkness beyond. Darkness means safety or death. No way to know until you step inside. Knowledge comes too late or too early. Never when you need it. Marcus slides through first. His boots disappear into black space. She follows, and the darkness swallows them both like a mouth closing. Inside the storeroom, cardboard boxes lean against concrete walls. Most are empty. Some hold treasures, soap, batteries, canned goods with labels too faded to read. The lottery of survival where every prize might kill you. She feels along the walls for a light switch. Old habits. The power died with everything else, but fingers remember what the mind tries to forget. Can you see anything, he says. Boxes, she says. Maybe food. They sit against the wall and listen. The building settles around them. Metal expands and contracts. Wood warps and splits. The slow conversation of decay. Beyond the walls, the city breathes its shallow breath. Wind through broken glass. Plastic bags dancing on rusted wire. The percussion of things falling apart at their own pace. Her stomach speaks in small sounds. Hunger has its own language. Urgent and simple. The body keeps score even when the scoreboard lies dark. She takes out one cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals their faces for 3 seconds, long enough to see they are still human, still here, still counting moments and heartbeats. The cigarette tastes like paper and regret. She takes 2 drags and passes it to Marcus, sharing poison because solitude kills faster than nicotine. Tomorrow we find the source, she says, the source of what he says. The shots, the sniper, the thing hunting us. Maybe the thing hunting us finds us first. Maybe it already has, she says, and takes the cigarette back. Outside, something moves. Footsteps on broken glass, heavy boots that know where they are going. The sound comes closer. Methodical, patient. She stubs out the cigarette against concrete. Darkness returns and brings the waiting with it. The door frame makes a rectangle of lesser darkness. Through it, the main store stretches like a canyon filled with shadows. The footsteps stop. Silence hangs between the walls like a held breath, like the moment before falling, like the space between question and answer when you already know the answer will hurt. Marcus shifts beside her. His jacket rustles against cardboard. The sound travels through stillness and announces their location to everything with ears. She places her hand over his mouth. Gentle, firm. The gesture says, be quiet and stay alive and trust me, even when trust costs everything. The footsteps resume. Closer now. Glass grinding under heel, boot treads finding purchase on debris. Someone who knows how to move through ruins without falling through weak floors. Light appears in the doorframe, flashlight beam cutting through darkness like a white knife. The beam sweeps left, right, probing corners where they might hide. She counts their options. The emergency exit behind them. Locked. The loading dock to their left. Chained shut. The ventilation shaft above their heads, too small for bodies. The light finds the cigarette ash, the tiny gray pile on concrete, evidence of occupation, proof of life in a place meant for the gone. A voice speaks from the main store. Know you are in there. Male voice. Calm, like someone ordering coffee, like someone asking directions. The tone of everyday cruelty dressed as politeness. Come out slow, hands empty. We can talk. She knows what talk means. Talk means leverage. Talk means they want something more than bodies. Bodies are cheap. Information costs extra. The light withdraws from the doorframe. Footsteps move deeper into the store, hunting other shadows, checking other corners. She touches Marcus' shoulder, points to the emergency exit. He shakes his head, points to the chains. She nods. Chain cutters require tools they don't have. Tools require planning they didn't make. The voice calls again from somewhere near the front windows. No need to make this hard. Just want to know what you've seen, where you've been. Simple questions. Simple questions have complicated answers. The truth makes you valuable. Lies make you gone. Silence makes you both. Marcus reaches into his jacket, finds something metal, shows it to her in the darkness, knife blade catching reflected light from the main store. She shakes her head. Fighting means noise. Noise draws others. Others mean odds that favor the house. The house always wins eventually, but sometimes eventually comes later than expected. The flashlight beam returns, stronger now, closer, hunting with more purpose. They crouch behind a stack of boxes labeled seasonal merchandise, summer items for a summer that never came. The light finds the wall behind them, finds their shadows printed against concrete like photographic negatives, like impressions left by sudden brightness. Now the voice holds less patience. See your shadows. Count your heartbeats. Both of you breathing too loud. She thinks of the sniper across the street, this voice in the store. How many others wait outside? The mathematics of survival where every equation ends in zero. The beam swings toward their corner, toward the boxes that hide them, toward the moment when hiding stops working. In 3 seconds they will be visible. In 5 seconds they will be talking. In 10 seconds they will learn if talking keeps them breathing. She grips the cigarette pack, feels the individual cigarettes through cardboard. 17 left. 17 small measures of time. 17 brief escapes from the math of staying alive. The light creeps closer. Chapter 2, Scavenger's Last Stand. The flashlight beam cuts through their shelter like searching fingers, like blind eyes learning to see. The boxes labeled seasonal merchandise offer thin protection against illumination, and what illumination brings. She counts heartbeats, his, hers, the person holding the light, all hearts beating at different rhythms, all hearts counting down toward the same final number. Come on out, the voice says, reasonable, patient, like a teacher calling students from recess, like someone who has time to wait and ammunition to waste. The beam finds a gap between boxes, finds the concrete wall behind them, finds the edge of Marcus' jacket where it meets the floor. Blue fabric turned gray in artificial light. She reaches for the cigarettes, takes one from the pack, strikes a match. The flame blooms between them and she holds it steady near the bottom of the nearest box. Cardboard catches easy. Fire spreads along the edges like water flowing uphill. Smoke rises in thin gray streams and carries the smell of burning inventory. Of futures that never arrived. What the hell, the voice says. The fire finds the next box, and the next. Small flames dancing on corrugated edges. The smoke thickens and spreads across the ceiling like fog made of ash and possibility. She grabs Marcus' hand, points toward the loading dock. The chains hang loose now that she looks closer. Rust has eaten through 2 of the 3 links. Time has done what bolt cutters could not. They move while smoke builds. While the voice in the main store calls for backup, while fire creates chaos that costs attention, the chain snaps when Marcus pulls it. Metal fatigue winning the patient war against human engineering. The loading dock door rises on protesting hinges. Daylight spills through the gap like water through a broken dam. Outside the loading dock, a delivery truck sits on flat tires. Behind the truck, an alley runs between buildings like a concrete canyon. Dumpsters and debris provide cover, shadows provide hope. Smoke, he says, the voice behind them. Fire and smoke, and they are running. Footsteps pound against linoleum. Heavy boots finding speed. The mathematics of pursuit, where distance equals time equals survival, measured in seconds. They slide beneath the loading dock door, roll across concrete, find their feet, and run toward the alley mouth where daylight meets shadow, where streets open into possibilities. The alley floor holds broken glass and twisted metal, shopping carts turned into abstract sculptures, newspaper pages that chronicle the end of news, everything the wind collects and abandons. Behind them the fire spreads. Smoke pours from the loading dock like breath from a dying mouth. Someone shouts orders, someone else shouts locations, the language of organized hunting. She turns left at the alley mouth, toward the business district where office buildings lean against each other like tired monuments, where windows stare down like empty eyes that have seen too much. Marcus follows. His boots find rhythm on broken asphalt, the rhythm of forward motion, of distance growing between hunter and hunted. 3 blocks from the store, they stop behind an overturned bus. The bus rests on its side like a sleeping animal. Windows broken, seats scattered, destination sign dark. We need supplies, he says. She knows this. Fire consumed their temporary shelter. Fire consumed the chance to search the storeroom. Fire provided escape, but cost opportunity. Every solution creates new problems. Listen, she says. They listen. Wind through broken windows. Plastic bags dancing on chain link fences. The distant sound of something falling apart at its own speed. But no footsteps, no voices. No immediate death approaching at walking speed. The cigarettes rest in her jacket pocket, 16 left now. She used one to start the fire. 16 small celebrations of breath in a world that makes breathing difficult. Inside the overturned bus, they find seat cushions turned to foam and fabric, a purse with credit cards that buy nothing, loose change that counts towards zero. But beneath the driver's seat, Marcus finds something useful. Road flares, 4 red cylinders that turn darkness into temporary light, that announce location to friend and enemy equally. She climbs through the emergency exit, stands on the bus side, and surveys the intersection. 4 directions leading to 4 kinds of unknown. North toward the residential district, south toward the industrial zone, east toward the river, west toward downtown. Each direction offers dangers. Each direction offers possibilities. Choice becomes paralysis when all choices lead to the same mathematics. The radio station, she says. What about it, he says. Still broadcasting, still sending signals. Someone alive enough to push buttons and speak into microphones. He climbs up beside her, looks toward downtown where the radio tower rises above other buildings like a metal finger pointing at empty sky. Signal could be automatic, he says. Recorded message playing on loop. Ghost voices for a ghost world. Could be, she says. Could be people. People with walls. People with food. People with answers to questions we have not learned to ask yet. They climb down from the bus, begin walking toward downtown, toward the radio tower, toward the possibility that someone somewhere still believes in tomorrow. The residential district spreads to their right. Houses with dark windows, lawns turned to meadows, cars sitting on flat tires like abandoned thoughts, each home a story that ended mid-sentence. She imagines the people who lived in those houses, their morning routines, coffee and newspapers, weather reports that mattered, traffic updates for roads that led somewhere worth going. Now the houses hold different residents. wind and weather and small animals that claim empty spaces. Time has become the new landlord, and time collects rent in slow decay. The cigarettes call to her from inside her jacket. 16 opportunities to pause, to breathe smoke instead of fear, to mark time in small rebellions against the mathematics of survival. But cigarettes burn down to nothing. Fire consumes tobacco and paper and leaves only ash. Like everything else fire touches, like everything fire rescues. They walk toward downtown, toward the radio tower, toward voices that might belong to people or might belong to machines programmed to speak after their makers went silent. The sun moves across the sky but provides little warmth, light without heat, illumination without comfort. The physics of a world learning to operate under new rules. Behind them, smoke rises from the store they abandoned. The smoke dissipates into atmosphere and becomes part of the general gray that hangs over everything. The color of endings mixed with beginnings that refuse to begin. Ahead, the radio tower grows larger, more real, more possible. The metal framework reaching toward sky like a ladder built for climbing toward answers. Or toward more questions. Questions that multiply like cells dividing, like problems that solve themselves by becoming bigger problems. She takes out another cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals her face in daylight, still human, still here, still counting forward instead of backward. 15 cigarettes left. The match burns down to her fingers and she shakes it out, drops it onto broken asphalt where it joins other small pieces of debris, where it becomes part of the general scatter that covers all surfaces now. They keep walking, keep moving toward the tower, keep believing that movement equals progress, even when progress has lost its meaning. Downtown grows larger in their vision. Buildings that once held purposes now hold only space. Empty space waiting for new purposes that may never arrive. But waiting continues, patient as rust. Persistent as gravity, inevitable as the mathematics that govern everything that falls apart and everything that learns to fall apart more slowly. The radio tower reaches toward the sky, and the sky reaches back with wind and weather, and the promise that tomorrow the sun will rise again on whatever remains. Chapter 3. Trust in the Dark. Downtown spreads before them like a museum of interrupted ambitions. Office towers with broken windows. Street lights bent at angles that defy their original purpose. Parking meters still standing guard over empty spaces where cars once waited for their owners to return from errands that will never be completed. The radio tower rises from the center of the business district. Red warning lights, dark. Guide wires singing in the wind like guitar strings tuned to the frequency of abandonment. She counts the blocks between them and the base of the tower. 8 blocks of urban canyon. 8 blocks where shadows collect in doorways and windows, stare down like empty eyes, judging their progress. We should circle around, he says. Why, she says. Too direct. Straight lines make you visible, make you predictable, make you gone if someone is watching the obvious approaches. She knows this. Military thinking applied to civilian problems. The logic of survival where paranoia becomes wisdom and caution becomes the only luxury they can afford. They turn left into a side street. Office buildings loom on both sides like concrete cliffs. Between the buildings, wind tunnels create small weather systems, eddies of dust and debris that spiral upward and dissipate into the general gray that covers everything. Inside the buildings, she glimpses empty cubicles, desk chairs pushed back from keyboards that wait for fingers that will never type another email, coffee cups growing interesting mold, calendars stopped at dates that no longer matter. Each office held someone's small piece of the world, someone's daily routine, someone's hope for advancement or retirement, or simply making it through another Tuesday. Now the offices hold only the ghosts of intention. A cat watches them from a second-story window. Orange fur and green eyes. The cat has learned to survive in a world without can openers, without scheduled feeding times, Without humans to open doors and provide warmth and explain the purpose of scratching posts, the cat judges them and finds them wanting, disappears from the window like smoke dissipating, like hope evaporating, like all the small domestic comforts that used to make civilization bearable. 4 blocks from the tower, they hear voices, real voices, not the recorded emergency broadcasts that play on loop from government stations, not the automated weather reports that announce conditions for a world that no longer checks the forecast. These voices belong to people who breathe and speak and make decisions in real time. The voices come from ahead, from the direction of the radio tower. Male and female voices mixed together in conversation that suggests more than survival, that suggests planning, that suggests tomorrow means something more than simply not dying today. She motions for Marcus to stop. They crouch behind an overturned delivery van. The van once carried fresh produce to restaurants that served customers who had places to go after dinner. Now it carries only rust and broken glass and the accumulated weather of months without maintenance. Through the van windows they see movement, people walking between buildings. 3 individuals moving with purpose rather than the aimless wandering of scavengers or the deliberate stalking of hunters. One carries a backpack that suggests supplies, another holds what might be a radio. The third walks with the confident stride of someone who knows where the dangers hide and how to avoid them. They wear clean clothes, not spotless, but clean enough to suggest regular access to soap and water. Regular access to safety long enough to maintain the small dignities that separate human from animal. Organized, he says. She nods. Organization means hierarchy. Hierarchy means rules. Rules mean enforcement. Enforcement means consequences for those who break rules or simply exist outside the system. But organization also means resources, means cooperation, means the possibility that civilization can be rebuilt from the fragments left behind when the old civilization forgot how to continue. The 3 people disappear around a corner. Their voices fade into the general background noise of wind and settling debris and the slow percussion of entropy. They wait. Count heartbeats. Count breaths. Count the small units of time that accumulate into larger units of staying alive. When the voices do not return, they continue toward the tower. More careful now, more aware that they are not alone in believing the radio signals might lead to something worth finding. 2 blocks from the tower they find the checkpoint, sandbags stacked across the street intersection, a wooden barrier painted with reflective stripes, signs that announce authorized personnel only in letters large enough to read from a distance that matters for shooting. Behind the sandbags 2 people wait, 1 male, 1 female, both carrying weapons that suggest experience using weapons, both wearing clothes that suggest regular meals and regular sleep and regular safety. The checkpoint guards watch the approach routes, alert but not anxious, patient but not careless. They have the calm confidence of people who know their backup will arrive quickly if needed. She studies the checkpoint from behind a newspaper stand. The stand once sold papers that reported on local politics and sports scores and weather that people could plan around. Now it sells only cover for those who need to remain unseen. No way around, she says. Marcus peers through the newspaper stand window, studies the angles, the sight lines, the mathematics of approach and retreat. Could wait until dark, he says. She checks the sky. Afternoon light growing thin, shadows growing long, darkness still hours away. Hours of waiting while hunger grows stronger and thirst grows more urgent, and the temperature drops toward the kind of cold that makes decisions for you. Or we could talk to them, she says. Talk means revealing themselves. Talk means surrendering the advantage of anonymity. Talk means trusting people who might define trust differently than they do. But talk also means information. Means learning whether the radio signals represent hope or trap. Means discovering whether civilization is being rebuilt or simply repackaged with better marketing. She takes out a cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals her face in the growing shadows, still deciding, still calculating odds, still human enough to hope that other humans might choose cooperation over exploitation. 14 cigarettes left. The match burns down to her fingers, and she lets it die. Smoke rises from the cigarette and dissipates into atmosphere that carries thousands of small fires. Cooking fires, signal fires, accidental fires that consume things people meant to save. "What do we have to trade?" she says. He checks his pockets. The road flares from the overturned bus. A pocket knife with a blade that folds but does not lock. $17 in bills that represent an economic system that stopped functioning when the power stopped flowing. Information, he says. What information, she says. Where we came from, what we saw, who is hunting whom, and why. Information about the sniper, about the store that burned, about the voices that called them out of hiding with promises of simple questions. Information that might be worth something to people who maintain checkpoints and guard radio towers. She finishes the cigarette, drops it onto broken pavement where it joins other small pieces of debris. Other small rebellions against the mathematics of conservation. They stand up from behind the newspaper stand, walk toward the checkpoint with hands visible, with movements that suggest approach rather than attack, with the body language of people who want to talk rather than fight. The checkpoint guards notice them immediately. Weapons remain lowered but ready. Eyes remain alert but not hostile. The professional calm of people who have learned to evaluate threats quickly and accurately. The female guard speaks first. "Where are you coming from?" "North," she says. "From the shopping district, from the store that caught fire an hour ago." The guards exchange glances. Rapid communication through expression, through the shared vocabulary of people who trust each other enough to work together. "You start that fire," the male guard says. "We did," she says. Why, the female guard says, "Someone was hunting us. Fire provided cover for leaving." She waits for their response. For the judgment that will determine whether talk leads to cooperation or simply to different kinds of danger. The guards consider this. Weigh the information against whatever they know about fires and hunters, and the various ways people solve problems in a world where law enforcement means enforcing your own laws. "You hurt anyone?" the male guard asks. "No," she says. "Just burned some empty boxes, some seasonal merchandise that nobody was buying." The female guard almost smiles, almost allows humor to complicate the serious business of checkpoint duty. "Seasonal merchandise," she says. "For which season?" "The season that never came," she says. This time the guard does smile, brief and genuine, the smile of someone who remembers what stores were for, what seasons meant, what merchandise represented when people had money to spend on things they wanted rather than things they needed to stay alive. "Come forward," the female guard says. Slow. "Keep your hands where we can see them." They approach the checkpoint, step by step. Each step a small act of faith that these people define hospitality differently than the voice in the burning store. The male guard studies Marcus' jacket, the torn fabric where glass cut through, the stains that could be blood or whiskey or both. "You hurt," he says. "Just cuts," she says. "Nothing deep." The female guard points toward the radio tower. "That is where you were headed," she says. Yes, she says. "Why?" she says. "Heard the signal. Thought it meant people. Thought people might mean safety. Might, the female guard says, but might also means maybe, and maybe means risk. And risk means you could end up wishing you had stayed wherever you came from." "Where did you come from?" the male guard says. "Everywhere else," she says. The guards look at each other again, another moment of silent communication. Another calculation of odds and intentions, and the various ways strangers can complicate situations that were already complicated enough. The female guard makes a decision. "You can see the tower," she says. "You can talk to the people there, but they will ask questions. Different questions. Harder questions, questions about where you plan to go and what you plan to do and how long you plan to stay. We understand, she says. Do you? The female guard says. Because understanding and agreeing are different things, and agreeing and following through are different things, and following through and not causing problems are very different things. She nods, accepts the warnings, accepts the conditions, accepts the possibility that safety comes with prices that are not negotiated in advance. The male guard steps aside, creates a gap in the checkpoint barrier, a passage toward the radio tower, toward answers that might be worth the questions they will cost. Go ahead, he says. Stay on the main street. Do not enter any of the side buildings. Do not touch anything that does not belong to you. Do not make anyone nervous. Everything makes someone nervous, she says. True, the female guard says, but some nervousness is more dangerous than other nervousness. The people at the tower are nervous about different things than we are nervous about. They pass through the checkpoint, walk toward the radio tower, toward the possibility that civilization can be rebuilt by people who remember what civilization was supposed to accomplish. Behind them, the checkpoint guards resume their watch. Return to the patient business of evaluating strangers and making split-second decisions about trust and threat and the thin line that separates guest from prisoner. The radio tower grows larger as they approach. More real. More imposing. The metal framework rising toward sky like a ladder built for climbing toward answers that might be worth the climb, or toward questions that multiply like cells dividing, like problems that solve themselves by becoming different problems that require different solutions that create different problems. She counts the remaining cigarettes through her jacket pocket. 13 left. 13 small celebrations of breath. 13 brief escapes from the mathematics of staying alive in a world that has forgotten how to make staying alive easy. The tower waits, patient as rust, persistent as gravity, inevitable as the signals it broadcasts into atmosphere that carries all messages to all destinations equally. Chapter 4, Whispers of Sanctuary. The radio tower base sits inside a compound of chain-link fence topped with razor wire. The fence surrounds 2 portable buildings that once served construction crews. Now they serve whatever purpose the people inside have decided they serve. Generator hum provides background rhythm, steady mechanical breathing that suggests fuel reserves and maintenance schedules and the luxury of electricity after dark. The sound of civilization maintaining itself through attention to details that matter for survival. A guard station sits beside the gate, window glass replaced with bulletproof plastic, communications equipment visible inside, two-way radio monitoring screens. The technology of watching and being watched. The guard emerges as they approach. Male, middle-aged. The calm competence of someone who has learned to evaluate strangers quickly and sleep well afterward. Names, he says. Lena, she says. Marcus, he says. Where are you from originally? The guard says. Boston, she says. Chicago, he says. Long way from home, the guard says. Home is wherever you are when the world stops making sense, she says. The guard considers this, weighs philosophy against practical concerns, against the immediate need to determine whether these strangers represent opportunity or problem. Weapons, he says. Pocket knife, Marcus says. Anything else, the guard says. Cigarettes, she says. Cigarettes, the guard says. How many? 13, she says. 13 cigarettes might buy you conversation, might buy you information, might buy you a place to sleep tonight if you're willing to trade fairly. What kind of information, she says. The guard unlocks the gate, swings it open wide enough for them to pass through. Wide enough to suggest welcome rather than trap. Information about how things work here. Information about what we expect from visitors. Information about the rules that keep everyone safe and fed and breathing. They pass through the gate, walk toward the portable buildings, toward the generator that provides power for lights and radios and whatever other electrical needs these people have decided they cannot live without. The first building has windows glowing with interior light, warm yellow light that suggests human occupation, human activity. The possibility that people inside are doing more than simply waiting for tomorrow to arrive. Through the windows, she glimpses movement. People sitting around a table, papers spread across the surface, the gestures of discussion and decision-making, of planning that extends beyond immediate survival. The second building stands dark, except for a single red light above the door. The international symbol for recording in progress. For broadcasting messages that travel through atmosphere, receivers that might or might not be listening. This is where the signals come from. The guard says. Who sends them, she says. Different people, different shifts, different voices saying similar things, telling whoever listens that people are still here, still organized, still believing that organization means something. What do the messages say? Marcus says. Come and see, the guard says. Come and join. Come and help build something better than what we had before. The usual promises that people make when they need help and hope sounds better than honesty. Do people come, she says. Some come, some stay, some leave after they understand what staying costs. Some leave because they understand what leaving costs and decide the price of staying is cheaper. He leads them to the first building, knocks on the door, waits for permission to enter. The courtesy of people who have learned to respect boundaries, even when boundaries are drawn in temporary chalk on shifting ground. Enter calls a voice from inside. The door opens onto warmth. Light, the smell of coffee and heated food, and the accumulated presence of people who wash regularly and sleep indoors and maintain the small dignities that separate civilization from survival. 4 people sit around a folding table. 2 men. 2 women. Ages that suggest experience without exhaustion. The faces of people who have learned to solve problems rather than simply endure them. Papers cover the table surface. Maps, lists, charts that track resources and needs, and the mathematics of keeping small groups alive when large groups have failed. Visitors, says the guard. The people at the table look up from their papers, evaluate the newcomers with expressions that suggest curiosity tempered by caution, interest moderated by experience. One of the women speaks first. Lena and Marcus, the guard says. Welcome, the woman says. I am Sarah. This is David, Janet, Michael. We coordinate things here, things that need coordinating. What kinds of things? Lena says. Communication, supply distribution, work assignments. The usual administrative details that someone has to handle when people decide to work together instead of separately. Sarah gestures toward empty chairs beside the table, folding chairs that match the folding table, the furniture of temporary arrangements that have become permanent through repetition. Please sit. Tell us where you traveled from, what you have seen, what brought you to our signal. They sit. Accept the offered hospitality. Accept the implicit bargain that information trades for information and conversation costs whatever it costs. We came from the north, she says, from the shopping district, from stores that are empty and buildings that are falling down and streets that belong to whoever claims them first. Anyone else in that area? Marcus says. Hunters, the woman says. People who take rather than trade. People who believe that wanting something gives them the right to have it. How many? David says. Hard to count, she says. They move in small groups. They coordinate but do not travel together. Like wolves who hunt the same territory but maintain separate packs. Sarah makes notes on a paper that already holds many notes. Information collected from other travelers. Other refugees. Other people who have learned to move through the ruins of civilization without becoming ruins themselves. What do you need? Janet says. Supplies, she says. Food. Medicine. Information about where to go next. Where do you plan to go next? Michael says. Away from the hunters, she says. Toward people who trade rather than take. Toward places where tomorrow means something more than not dying today. The people at the table exchange glances. Silent communication through expression, through the shared vocabulary of people who have learned to work together without constantly negotiating the terms of cooperation. We might be able to help with supplies, Sarah says, in exchange for labor, for assistance with projects that require more hands than we currently have available. What kinds of projects, she says? Communication, broadcasting, reaching out to other communities, other groups of survivors, building networks that connect instead of isolate. She thinks about this, about the possibility that scattered groups might combine into larger groups. That larger groups might remember how to become something more than the sum of their parts. How long would we need to stay, she says, depends on how much help you provide, how quickly you learn, how well you work with others, the variables that determine whether temporary becomes permanent. And if we decide to leave, Marcus says, then you leave, David says, with our thanks and whatever supplies we can spare, and information about other communities that might welcome travelers. No obligations, Janet says. No contracts. No penalties for changing your mind. Just the understanding that leaving means leaving and returning means starting over. The generator hums outside the building. Steady mechanical breathing that marks time and cycles of fuel consumption, of maintenance performed and deferred, of the small victories that keep complex systems functioning when complexity has become dangerous. She counts her cigarettes through her jacket pocket. 13 opportunities to pause, to consider, to mark decision points in smoke that dissipates into atmosphere that carries all messages equally. Can we see the broadcast station, she says. Of course, Sarah says. Michael will show you the equipment. Explain how we reach other communities, how other communities reach us. Michael stands from the table, tall and thin, with the careful movements of someone who has learned to conserve energy for tasks that matter, the economy of effort that survival teaches to those who pay attention. This way, he says. They follow him from the warm building into the cooling air of evening, toward the second portable building, toward the red light that announces broadcasting in progress. Inside the second building, radio equipment covers 2 folding tables, transmitters, receivers, monitoring devices that scan frequencies for signals from other survivors, other communities, other people who still believe that communication means something. A woman sits at the main console, speaking into a microphone with the calm professionalism of someone who has learned to project confidence across vast distances to listeners who might be losing hope. This is Amanda Michael says. She coordinates our evening broadcasts, reaches out to communities within a 100-mile radius. Amanda finishes her transmission, switches off the microphone, turns to face the newcomers with the patient attention of someone who has learned to evaluate strangers while maintaining broadcast schedules. New arrivals, she says, Lena and Marcus Michael says, came in from the north, from the shopping district. Amanda nods, makes notes on a log sheet that tracks contacts and conversations and the slow accumulation of information about who remains alive and where they can be found. Hear anything interesting on your way here, she says. Other signals, Lena says. Automated broadcasts, emergency recordings that play on loop. Nothing that sounded like real people talking to real people. The automated signals are everywhere, Amanda says. Government stations, military frequencies, corporate networks, all broadcasting the same messages they were broadcasting when the power stopped flowing. What do the messages say? Marcus says, stay calm, stay home, wait for instructions, the usual advice that assumes someone is still in charge and that being in charge means knowing what to do next. Amanda adjusts settings on the radio equipment, scans frequencies that might carry signals from other communities by other groups of survivors who still believe that cooperation works better than competition. Static fills the building, white noise punctuated by fragments of voice, pieces of words, broken transmissions that might belong to people or might belong to machines programmed to speak long after their programmers went silent. There, Michael says, pointing to a frequency display. That signal comes from about 40 miles southeast. Small community, maybe 20 people. They broadcast twice daily. What do they say? Lena says. Similar messages to ours. Come and join. Come and help. Come and trade instead of take. The standard invitation that assumes people want to work together rather than work alone. She listens to the static, to the fragments of transmission that drift through atmosphere like seeds scattered by wind. Some will find fertile ground, some will grow into something larger, most will simply disappear into the background noise. Do communities answer each other, she says. Sometimes, Amanda says, we coordinate supply runs, share information about weather and hazards, and the movements of hostile groups, the basic cooperation that keeps small communities from becoming smaller. How many communities are there? Marcus says. Within our range, maybe a dozen. Beyond our range, we can only guess. Signals bounce off the atmosphere, travel farther at night, reach places we cannot imagine, and carry messages we will never hear answered. Amanda returns to the radio equipment, begins preparing for the next scheduled broadcast, the routine of reaching out to whoever might be listening, whoever might need to hear that someone somewhere still believes in tomorrow. We should let you rest, Michael says. Find you places to sleep, food if you are hungry. Time to decide whether this is where you want to stay or simply where you want to stop. They follow him back to the first building, back to warmth and light and the smell of people who have learned to maintain the small comforts that make survival bearable. Sarah looks up from her papers as they enter. What did you think of our setup? She says. Professional Lena says, organized, like people who have a plan and know how to follow it. Plans change, Sarah says, but planning continues. Because planning means believing that tomorrow will arrive and that we will still be here to greet it. She gestures toward a corner of the building where sleeping bags rest on foam mats, where personal belongings occupy small spaces marked by careful boundaries. You can sleep there tonight, she says. We eat communally. Everyone contributes labor. Everyone shares resources. Simple economics for complicated times. What kind of labor, she says? Maintenance, security, communication, food preparation. The usual tasks that keep small groups alive when large groups have failed to stay alive. And if we decide to leave, Marcus says, then you leave, Sarah says. With our gratitude for whatever help you provided, with whatever supplies we can spare, with information about other communities that might welcome travelers. The generator hums outside. Steady mechanical breathing that measures time and fuel consumption in the small victories that keep complex systems functioning when complexity has become luxury rather than necessity. She takes out a cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals faces around the table, people who have learned to work together, people who have decided that cooperation costs less than isolation. 12 cigarettes left. The match burns down to her fingers, and she lets it die. Smoke rises toward the ceiling and mingles with the accumulated breath of people who sleep indoors and plan for futures that extend beyond immediate survival. They accept the offered sleeping area, accept the hospitality, accept the implicit understanding that temporary arrangements sometimes become permanent through repetition and satisfaction. But as she settles onto the foam mat, she notices something. Small details, subtle signs, the way people avoid certain topics, the way conversations pause when strangers enter the room, the way Amanda checked frequencies that might carry signals they do not want other communities to hear. Every community has secrets. Every group maintains boundaries between public information and private knowledge, between what they tell visitors and what they tell each other when visitors are not listening. She closes her eyes and listens to the generator, to the radio static from the broadcast building, to the small sounds people make when they believe they are alone. Tomorrow she will learn more about this place, about the people who maintain it, about the prices that safety demands and whether those prices are worth paying. Tonight she counts cigarettes and heartbeats and the small units of time that accumulate into larger units of staying alive. The mathematics of survival, where every equation balances temporarily until conditions change and require new calculations. Outside, the compound night settles over the abandoned city, over the empty buildings and broken streets and the accumulated debris of civilization learning to exist without maintenance. But inside the compound, light continues. Warmth continues. The generator breathes steadily and people sleep safely, and tomorrow will arrive on schedule regardless of what tomorrow brings. Chapter 5. Blood on the Vines. Morning comes with coffee smell and generator noise and the sound of people who sleep indoors, beginning another day of organized survival. Through the building windows, dawn light reveals the compound in detail that darkness had hidden. Garden plots between the buildings. Vegetables growing in soil enriched with compost, and careful attention. The luxury of food that grows rather than food that must be found or taken or traded for with things you cannot spare. She counts the plants. Tomatoes, beans, squash, lettuce. The arithmetic of calories that multiply through photosynthesis, through rain and sunlight, and the patient work of people who believe that planting seeds makes sense when the future remains uncertain. Marcus sleeps beside her on his foam mat, his breathing steady and deep, the sleep of someone who spent the night indoors with doors that lock and people who take turns watching for dangers that approach in darkness. Sarah moves around the building interior, checking supplies, making notes, beginning the daily routine of inventory and planning that keeps small communities functioning when larger communities have forgotten how to function. Good morning, she says when she notices Lena watching. Good morning, Lena says. Coffee, she says. Please, Lena says. Sarah pours coffee from a metal pot that sits on a camp stove. Real coffee. Hot and black and caffeinated. The taste of mornings when mornings meant more than simply not dying during the night. How did you sleep? Sarah says. Well, she says, better than I have slept in weeks. Walls help, Sarah says. Doors help. Knowing that someone is awake and watching helps most of all. She sips the coffee and feels warmth spread through her chest, through her hands, through the small spaces where cold had settled and made itself comfortable. Marcus wakes as coffee smell reaches his sleeping area, sits up slowly, the careful movements of someone checking for pain before committing to full consciousness. Coffee, he says. Sarah pours a second cup. Hands it to him with the generosity of people who have learned that sharing creates abundance, while hoarding creates scarcity. What is the schedule today, Lena says. Work assignments, Sarah says. Everyone contributes. Everyone benefits. The basic economics that make cooperation possible when competition makes survival impossible. What kind of work, she says, depends on your skills, your interests, your willingness to learn tasks that need learning. We evaluate people carefully before assigning responsibilities that matter for group survival. Through the window, she watches other people beginning their morning routines, checking the garden plots, testing the radio equipment, maintaining the generator that provides power for lights and communication, and the small electrical needs that civilization requires. One person works alone in the garden, pulling weeds, adjusting irrigation lines, the solitary concentration of someone who understands that food production requires daily attention to details that seem small until they become critical. Another person climbs the radio tower, checking connections, inspecting equipment, the dangerous work of maintaining communication systems that link isolated communities across distances that matter for coordination and mutual aid. She finishes her coffee, sets the empty cup on the table where other cups wait to be washed, where the accumulated debris of communal living gets sorted and cleaned and returned to usefulness. I would like to work in the garden, she says. Good choice, Sarah says. Maria coordinates food production. She will teach you what you need to know about soil and seeds and the patience that farming requires. And I can help with communications. Marcus says. Amanda handles broadcasting. Sarah says. Michael manages equipment maintenance. Both will evaluate your technical knowledge before assigning responsibilities that affect community safety. They finish breakfast, accept work assignments, accept the daily routine of labor that creates value rather than simply consuming resources that someone else created. Maria meets them at the garden plots, middle-aged woman with soil under her fingernails and the patient competence of someone who has learned to coax life from ground that wants to grow weeds instead of vegetables. Experience with farming, she says. Some, Lena says, small gardens, container plants. Nothing like this scale. Scale is just repetition, Maria says. Same principles, same attention to detail, same willingness to work every day whether you feel like working or not. She shows Lena through the garden plots, explains irrigation systems, pest control, crop rotation, the accumulated wisdom of agriculture adapted to conditions that agricultural textbooks never anticipated. This soil required amendment, she says. Urban dirt lacks nutrients, lacks organic matter, lacks the complex chemistry that plants need for converting sunlight into calories. Where did you get amendments, Lena says. Compost from kitchen scraps, ash from burning wood, material salvaged from garden centers that nobody guards anymore. The usual sources when commercial fertilizer costs more than communities can afford. They work together through the morning, weeding, watering, thinning seedlings that compete for space and nutrients. The meditative rhythm of agricultural labor that connects directly to survival without intermediate steps. Marcus works with Michael at the radio tower, learning equipment maintenance, learning frequency management, learning the technical details that keep communication systems functioning when replacement parts must be salvaged rather than purchased. At midday, they gather for lunch, shared meal around the folding table, food grown in their garden mixed with supplies obtained through trade with other communities. The abundance that cooperation makes possible when cooperation replaces competition. How are the new assignments working, Sarah says. Well, Lena says, Maria knows plants, knows soil, knows how to grow food instead of just finding food. Equipment maintenance requires practice, Marcus says. Michael is patient teacher, explains theory and application, shows how systems work and how they fail and how to fix them when failure happens. Good Sarah says, learning means contributing. Contributing means belonging. Belonging means having reasons to stay when staying becomes difficult. After lunch, they return to work. Lena continues in the garden. Marcus continues with radio maintenance, the afternoon routine of labor that creates value and builds skills and strengthens the community through individual competence. But as afternoon progresses toward evening, something changes. Maria becomes distracted, checks her watch frequently, looks toward the compound entrance with expression that suggests concern rather than curiosity. Expected transmission, she says when she notices Lena watching. From which community, Lena says? Southeast community, 20 people. They broadcast twice daily. Schedule never varies, except today. How long since their last transmission? Lena says 18 hours, Maria says. Silence that long usually means problems. Problems that affect entire communities. She thinks about this, about communities that maintain regular communication schedules, about what silence means when silence replaces routine contact. Equipment failure, she says. Possible, Maria says, but their equipment was reliable, their broadcasts were strong. Hardware failure would produce static or weak signals rather than complete silence. What else could cause silence, Lena says. Many things, Maria says. Power failure, fuel shortage, people leaving, people staying but deciding that broadcasting attracts unwanted attention. Or people being unable to broadcast, Lena says. Yes, Maria says. People being unable to broadcast. As evening approaches, Amanda begins the scheduled transmission, reaches out to communities within range, calls for responses that might restore the communication network that links scattered survivors. Static answers her calls. White noise punctuated by fragments of automated broadcasts. Government signals, military frequencies, corporate networks that continue broadcasting messages recorded when the world still made sense. But no response from the Southeast community, no human voices acknowledging her transmission, no confirmation that 20 people still breathe and work and maintain hope that tomorrow will arrive carrying possibilities. She tries different frequencies, different power levels, different approaches to reaching people who might be listening but unable to respond. Still nothing, Amanda says when she emerges from the broadcast building. How long do you wait? Sarah says. Protocol says 48 hours, Amanda says. Silence longer than 2 days means presumed lost, means removing them from our contact list, means accepting that 20 people have joined the larger silence. But protocol assumes normal conditions, Lena says. These are not normal conditions. True, Sarah says. Nothing about this situation fits normal protocols. We write new protocols as we learn what works and what fails and what kills people who guess wrong. That evening, they eat dinner in subdued quiet. Conversation focuses on practical matters, work schedules, supply inventories, the immediate concerns of people who maintain small communities when large communities have failed. But beneath practical conversation runs awareness of the missing transmission, of 20 people who maintained regular contact until they stopped maintaining contact, of the mathematics that govern survival when survival depends on variables beyond individual control. After dinner, she steps outside the building, breathes night air that carries the smell of growing plants and generator exhaust and the accumulated presence of people who sleep safely behind locked doors. Marcus joins her beside the garden plots. Thinking about the missing community, he says. Yes, she says. Thinking about 20 people who were alive yesterday and might not be alive today. Might be other explanations, he says. Equipment problems, fuel shortages, decisions to relocate without broadcasting their intentions. Might be, she says. But might also means maybe, and maybe means we cannot know, and not knowing means imagining worst possibilities. She takes out a cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals the garden plants in brief illumination. Tomatoes and beans and squash growing despite uncertainty. Growing because seeds believe in futures that might never arrive. 11 cigarettes left. The match burns down and dies. Smoke rises toward stars that shine with the same indifference they showed when civilization functioned efficiently, when communication networks connected everyone to everyone else, when silence meant privacy rather than potential tragedy. They return to the building, to warmth and light and people who maintain hope through daily routine, through work that creates value, through cooperation that costs less than isolation. But as she settles onto her sleeping mat, she thinks about the missing transmission. About 20 people who plan to broadcast twice daily and broadcast once daily and then broadcast never daily. About the distances between communities. About the dangers that travel those distances. About the mathematics of survival, where every equation balances temporarily until conditions change and require new calculations. Tomorrow, they will continue their work, continue their contributions to community survival. Continue learning skills that make them valuable rather than simply present. But tomorrow will also bring another scheduled transmission time. Another opportunity for the Southeast community to restore contact. Another chance to learn whether silence means tragedy or simply means change. She counts heartbeats and cigarettes and the small units of time that accumulate into larger units of staying alive. Outside the compound, night settles over abandoned city, over empty buildings and broken streets and communities that maintain communication until they stop maintaining communication. Inside the compound, the generator breathes steadily. People sleep safely. Tomorrow will arrive carrying whatever possibilities tomorrow chooses to bring. Chapter 6. Hunger's Cruel Grip. The Southeast community never broadcasts again. 48 hours of static. of automated signals cycling through emergency frequencies, of Amanda calling into atmosphere that carries her voice to receivers that might be listening but cannot answer back. On the third day, Sarah removes them from the contact list. 20 people reduced to notation in a logbook, marked as presumed lost, added to the arithmetic of communities that flourish briefly and then disappear into the larger silence. But life continues for those who remain alive. Work assignments continue, garden maintenance continues. The radio equipment broadcasts scheduled transmissions to communities that still answer when called. She works with Maria in the expanding garden plots, learning crop rotation, learning companion planting, learning the accumulated wisdom that turns soil and seeds into calories that sustain life when sustaining life requires constant attention. The tomatoes grow stronger. Bean plants climb support structures made from salvaged materials. Squash spreads across ground that once held weeds and debris. The patient transformation of urban wasteland into agricultural productivity. Food security means community security. Maria says, people who grow food stay fed. People who stay fed stay healthy. People who stay healthy stay alive long enough to solve other problems. How long have you been farming? Lena says, started when I was 12. Maria says, family farm in Iowa, corn and soybeans, industrial agriculture that fed millions of people who never learned where food comes from. What happened to the farm, she says. Same thing that happened to everything else, Maria says. Supply chains broke, markets collapsed, infrastructure failed. Small farms could not compete with large farms until large farms could not function at all. She pulls weeds from around tomato plants. Each weed competes for nutrients, for water, for space. The constant battle between cultivation and entropy, between human intention and natural process. Do you miss it? She says. Miss the land, Maria says. Miss the seasons. Miss the feeling that next year would be better than this year, because next year always brought new possibilities. And now, she says, now next year might not arrive, Maria says. And if next year arrives, it might not be better, might be worse, might be different in ways that require learning new skills and forgetting old assumptions. They work through morning and afternoon, watering, weeding, tending plants that convert sunlight into nutrition through processes that continue regardless of human anxiety about the future. Marcus learns radio operation from Amanda, frequency management, power regulation, signal propagation theory, the technical knowledge that keeps isolated communities connected across distances that matter for mutual aid. Evening broadcasts reach 7 communities within range. 7 groups of survivors who maintain equipment and fuel and the belief that communication serves purposes beyond entertainment. But each evening, 1 fewer community answers Amanda transmission. Equipment failure, fuel shortage, people relocating, people deciding that broadcasting attracts unwanted attention, people joining the larger silence that grows daily. The network shrinks, Sarah says during evening meal. Communities disappear faster than new communities establish contact. Mathematics that trends toward isolation rather than cooperation. How many communities remain active? David says. 7 that answer regularly, Amanda says. 3 that answer occasionally, unknown number that listen without broadcasting. Monitoring frequencies without revealing locations. Why do communities stop broadcasting? Janet says. Many reasons. Michael says. Technical problems, resource constraints, security concerns. The usual difficulties that affect small groups when small groups lack support from larger groups. Or hostile contact. Lena says, what kind of hostile contact? Sarah says, raiders, scavengers, people who follow radio signals to find communities worth robbing, communities that have accumulated supplies worth taking. She thinks about this, about radio signals that announce location, about communities that broadcast regularly, about people who listen to broadcasts and learn where resources might be found. Broadcasting means visibility, Sarah says. Visibility means vulnerability. Communities balance communication needs against security needs. Sometimes security wins. That night, She lies on her sleeping mat and listens to generator hum, to radio static from the broadcast building, to the accumulated breathing of people who sleep indoors and plan for futures that might extend beyond immediate survival. Through the window, night sky shows stars that shine with constant indifference, stars that watched civilization develop and flourish and fragment into scattered communities that communicate across growing distances. She counts remaining cigarettes. 10 left. 10 small celebrations of breath. 10 brief escapes from calculations that balance hope against probability. But as night deepens, she becomes aware of new sounds, movement outside the compound, footsteps that pause and resume, that circle the perimeter with patience that suggests reconnaissance rather than passage. Marcus sleeps beside her, his breathing steady and deep, the sleep of someone who trusts community security, who believes that guards and fences and locked doors provide protection against dangers that approach in darkness. But the footsteps continue. Multiple sets. Coordinated movement. People who work together. People who have learned to approach defended positions without triggering alarms. She nudges Marcus awake, places her finger against his lips, gestures toward the window where shapes move between shadows, where people evaluate defenses and plan approaches and count the cost of whatever they plan to accomplish. He listens, recognizes the sounds, the careful movement of people who have learned to hunt communities rather than hunt individuals, who understand that communities accumulate resources worth taking. Wake the others, he whispers. Too late, she whispers back. Light appears outside the building. Flashlight beams cutting through darkness. Voices calling for attention, for surrender, for cooperation with people who define cooperation differently than communities define cooperation. Attention inside the building calls a voice from outside, male voice, calm, reasonable, like someone asking for directions, like someone offering help rather than demanding submission. We know you are awake, we know you are listening, we want to talk. Simple conversation, simple questions. She recognizes the tone, the careful politeness that masks threat, the language of people who take rather than trade, who believe that wanting something gives them the right to have it. Through the window she counts light sources. 5 flashlights, minimum 5 people, maximum unknown. Mathematics that favor those outside over those inside. Sarah wakes, sits up on her sleeping mat, alert immediately. The reflexes of someone who has learned to evaluate threats quickly and respond appropriately. How many, she whispers. At least 5, Lena whispers back, maybe more. Coordinated approach, professional movement. Amanda emerges from the broadcast building, hurries toward the main building. Radio equipment abandoned. Communication network interrupted. Another community about to join the growing silence. The voice outside continues. No need for difficulty, no need for problems. Just want to know about your resources, your supplies, your connections to other communities. Simple questions with complicated answers. Questions that cost whatever they cost when asked by people who carry weapons and travel in darkness and surround buildings where families sleep. Sarah moves to a cabinet beside the folding table, removes items with quiet efficiency. Weapons, ammunition, emergency supplies, the preparations that prudent communities make for situations that everyone hopes will never arise. She hands Lena a pistol, shows Marcus where additional ammunition waits, distributes equipment to other community members who wake and dress and prepare for whatever happens when talking fails to satisfy people who came for more than conversation. Last chance calls the voice outside. Voluntary cooperation. Peaceful resolution. Easy way rather than hard way. The generator continues humming. Steady mechanical breathing that marks time in fuel consumption. In the small victories that keep complex systems functioning until complexity becomes liability rather than asset. She checks the pistol, counts rounds, calculates odds that balance community security against individual survival, against the mathematics that determine whether resistance costs more than surrender. But surrender to people who hunt communities rarely means survival for the surrendering community. Surrender means resource extraction, means forced labor, means elimination of people who remember what cooperation accomplished before cooperation was interrupted by those who prefer taking to building. The lights outside begin moving, approaching the building, approaching the moment when talking ends and other forms of communication begin. She counts cigarettes through her jacket pocket, 10 opportunities to pause, to mark time, to celebrate breath while breath continues, but celebration will wait. Tonight requires attention to immediate concerns, to problems that solve themselves through action rather than through hope. The community prepares for siege, for defense, for the ancient mathematics of those who build against those who take, of those who cooperate against those who compete. Outside, the lights grow closer. Chapter 7, Shadows of the Past. The lights stop moving 50 feet from the building. Close enough for conversation, far enough for tactical advantage. The professional distance that experienced raiders maintain when evaluating defenses and calculating costs. Sarah positions people at windows, fields of fire that overlap, angles that minimize exposure while maximizing coverage. The geometry of defense, when defense means survival for everyone or survival for no one. Lena takes position beside the east window. View across the garden plots toward the compound fence. Tomatoes and beans and squash growing in soil that might soon hold different kinds of seeds. Through the window, she counts muzzle flashes that would reveal positions if shooting begins. 5 confirmed locations. Movement suggests additional people maintaining perimeter security. Mathematics that favor attackers who choose timing and positioning. The voice calls again from outside. Sarah Mitchell. Know you are in there. Know you coordinate this community. Want to talk to you specifically. How do they know her name? Marcus whispers. Information costs less than ammunition. Sarah whispers back. Someone talked. Someone traded names for safe passage or supplies, or simply for quick death instead of slow death. Who would talk? Lena whispers. Anyone might talk, Sarah whispers. Fear makes people cooperative. Pain makes people helpful. Time makes people say things they planned never to say. The compound has sheltered many visitors, many travelers seeking temporary safety, many people who learned community names and routines and the accumulated details that raiders need for planning successful operations. Sarah remains silent, provides no confirmation that she hears her name being called. No acknowledgement that she leads this community. No cooperation with people who use cooperation as weapon rather than tool. But silence has costs. People outside grow impatient. People outside begin moving again, closer to the building, closer to windows that reveal interior lighting, interior movement, interior preparation for events that everyone hopes will end differently than events usually end. Sarah Mitchell calls the voice. We know your community. We know your broadcasts. We know you coordinate supplies and communication and the small details that keep your people alive. Still, Sarah remains silent. Still, she refuses cooperation. Still, she calculates odds that balance community security against individual exposure. Makes this harder than necessary, the voice continues, makes us solve problems the difficult way, makes us assume hostility rather than assume cooperation. The lights begin moving again. Professional approach, coordinated advance. People who have learned to take communities rather than trade with communities, who understand that taking costs less than trading when trading requires ongoing relationships. Lena checks her ammunition, counts rounds, calculates rate of fire that balances accuracy against conservation, against the possibility that fighting will continue longer than ammunition supplies. Beside her, Marcus prepares medical supplies, bandages, antiseptic, emergency equipment for treating wounds that fighting inflicts. The optimistic assumption that some people will survive to require medical attention. Amanda returns from destroying broadcast equipment, smashing radio transmitters, disabling communication systems, ensuring that valuable technology will not benefit raiders who take communities and liquidate assets. Better to destroy than lose, she whispers. Better to deny resources than provide resources to people who use resources against other communities. Through the window, the lights grow closer. Individual silhouettes become visible against compound lighting. 5 people minimum. Professional movement. Weapons carried with familiarity that suggests experience using weapons against people who resist. Time for talking ends, the voice announces. Time for cooperation begins. Voluntary cooperation or involuntary cooperation. Choice belongs to people inside building. Sarah makes decision that community leaders make when community leaders accept responsibility for community survival. Decision that prioritizes group security over individual comfort. Over personal preferences, over moral calculations that matter less than mathematical calculations. She steps away from her window position, approaches the door that separates an interior space from exterior threat, places her hand on door handle that connects safety to danger with single motion. Do not open the door, Lena whispers. Have to open the door, Sarah whispers back. Talking costs less than fighting. Negotiation costs less than resistance. Sometimes cooperation saves more lives than defiance. What if they want everything, Marcus whispers? Then we give them something, Sarah whispers. Something valuable enough to satisfy. Something less valuable than everything. Basic economics when economics operates at gunpoint. She unlocks the door, opens it slowly, creates gap wide enough for conversation, narrow enough for quick closure if conversation fails to satisfy people who came for more than words. 5 individuals stand in semicircle facing the building, weapons visible but not raised. Professional restraint that suggests confidence rather than hostility. People who understand that displaying power costs less than using power. The leader steps forward. Male, middle-aged, clean clothes and confident posture, the appearance of someone who maintains standards even when standards become luxury rather than necessity. Sarah Mitchell, he says. Yes, she says. Thank you for talking. Makes this easier for everyone. Makes this safer for your people. What do you want, she says. Information, he says. Supplies. Cooperation with ongoing operations, standard arrangements that benefit everyone involved. Define cooperation, she says. Communication support, broadcasting assistance, coordination with other communities, the usual services that settlements provide when settlements want to continue operating. And if we refuse, she says, then you do not continue operating, he says. Then we take what we need and eliminate what we do not need. Then your community joins other communities that chose confrontation over cooperation. She calculates quickly, resources versus resistance, short-term survival versus long-term independence, mathematics that balance compromise against capitulation. What kind of information, she says? Other communities, their locations, their resources, their defensive capabilities. The usual intelligence that helps planning and coordination and efficient resource allocation. Meaning efficient rating. Lena thinks from her position beside the window, efficient destruction of communities that resist, efficient elimination of cooperation networks that threaten raiding operations. Weekly broadcasts, the leader continues, scheduled transmissions, status reports about community resources and population and supply levels. Regular communication that maintains ongoing cooperation, meaning surveillance, Sarah thinks, meaning intelligence gathering, meaning transformation from independent community into reporting station for people who liquidate communities. Time limit, he says. Sunrise to decide. Dawn brings either cooperation agreement or resource extraction operation. Choice belongs to community leadership. He steps backward, returns to semicircle formation. Maintains visual contact with building while providing space for decision-making. Professional courtesy that costs nothing and maintains options. Sarah closes the door, locks mechanisms that provide psychological comfort rather than physical security, returns to window position where community members wait for leadership decisions. Options, she says quietly. Fight, Marcus says. Cooperate, Amanda says. Run, Janet says. Hide, David says. Each option carries costs. Fighting means casualties. Cooperation means slavery. Running means abandoning resources. Hiding means delayed confrontation when conditions favor raiders rather than defenders. Vote, she says. Democratic process under pressure, community decision-making when decisions determine whether community continues existing, whether people wake tomorrow or join the accumulated silence. Fight, Lena says. Fight, Marcus says. Cooperate, Amanda says. Run, Janet says. Run, David says. Michael remains silent. Maria remains silent. Abstention that suggests acceptance of whatever majority decides. Acceptance of collective consequences for collective choices. 3 for fighting, 2 for running, 1 for cooperation. Mathematics that determine community response to external pressure. To people who take rather than trade. Fighting means preparation. Fighting means positioning. Fighting means accepting casualties in exchange for maintaining independence. For preserving cooperation against people who profit from ending cooperation. Prepare defensive positions. Sarah says, conserve ammunition. Make every shot count. Either we survive until dawn or we do not survive at all. They prepare for siege, for battle, for the ancient conflict between those who build and those who take, between those who cooperate and those who compete for resources that cooperation creates. Outside the raiders wait, patient as hunters, confident as people who have solved this problem many times before, who understand the mathematics that usually determine outcomes when communities resist liquidation. Inside the community prepares, checks weapons, counts ammunition, accepts responsibility for defending cooperation against people who profit from destroying cooperation. Dawn will bring resolution, will determine whether this community continues broadcasting or joins the growing silence. Whether cooperation survives another day or dies with people who believed cooperation was worth defending. She counts cigarettes through her jacket pocket. 10 opportunities to mark time, to celebrate breath, to measure moments between now and dawn when everything changes. But change will wait. Tonight requires attention to immediate concerns. To weapons and ammunition and the small details that determine whether communities survive contact with people who hunt communities. The generator hums steadily. Mechanical breathing that marks time until fuel runs out or fighting ends. Until morning arrives carrying whatever possibilities morning chooses to bring. Chapter 8, The Barricaded Heart. Dawn comes gray and cold with mist rising from the garden plots. Through compound fencing, the city spreads like a cemetery of abandoned intentions. Empty buildings, silent streets, the accumulated debris of civilization learning to exist without maintenance. The raiders wait in positions they occupied through the night. Professional patience. The calm confidence of people who have solved this problem before, who understand that time favors those with resources over those defending resources. Sarah counts community ammunition. 63 rounds total, enough for brief engagement, not enough for extended siege. Mathematics that determine tactics when tactics determine survival. Conserve shots, she says. Make every round count. Accuracy matters more than volume. Economics when economics operates under pressure. Through the east window, Lena watches raider positions. 5 visible individuals. Movement suggests others maintaining perimeter security. Unknown numbers. Unknown capabilities. Variables that affect calculations when calculations affect everything. The leader steps forward from his overnight position. Same professional confidence, same reasonable tone, same polite threat wrapped in diplomatic language. Time for decision. Sarah Mitchell he calls. Sarah approaches the door, hand on handle that connects interior safety to exterior danger. Connection that opens or remains closed based on community choice. Based on collective decision about cooperation versus resistance. Decided, she says, through closed door. Good, the leader says. What is your decision? No cooperation, she says. No weekly broadcasts. No intelligence sharing. No assistance with operations that harm other communities. The leader considers this: professional calculation, assessment of resistance versus compliance, mathematics that determine whether negotiation continues or other forms of communication begin. Unfortunate, he says. Makes this harder for everyone. Makes this cost more than necessary. Cost for whom, she says. For your people, he says. For community members who die defending resources they could share. For families who choose fighting over survival. She knows this calculation: death versus submission, independence versus survival. The arithmetic that communities face when communities encounter people who take rather than trade. Fighting means casualties. Fighting means some people die to preserve independence for others. Fighting means mathematics, where community preservation costs individual sacrifice. But cooperation with raiders means different mathematics, means communities become resource extraction sites, means people become forced labor, means cooperation ends and slavery begins, with polite language that describes slavery as partnership. 5 minutes, the leader announces. 5 minutes to reconsider. 5 minutes to choose survival over principle, economics over ideology. Sarah returns to window position, looks around building interior, at people who accepted community membership, who contributed labor, who believed cooperation created something worth defending. Maria tends wounded tomato plants in window planter, maintaining agriculture despite siege, despite threat. The persistent belief that seeds planted today might grow into food tomorrow. Marcus checks medical supplies, bandages, antiseptic, equipment for treating wounds that fighting inflicts on people who choose resistance over submission, optimistic preparation for pessimistic outcomes. Amanda destroys remaining radio equipment, final transmissions impossible, communication network severed. Another community about to join the growing silence that spreads across the map like infection. 5 minutes becomes 4 minutes. 4 minutes becomes 3. Time measured in heartbeats, in breaths, in small units that accumulate toward moment when talking ends and other forms of communication begin. She counts ammunition one final time, 63 rounds among 8 people. Mathematics that determine how long resistance can continue when resistance requires projectiles that travel at specific velocities toward specific targets. The leader checks his watch. Professional time management. Schedule maintenance even during operations that liquidate communities. The persistent habits of organized people who organize violence with same efficiency they organize everything else. Time expired, he announces. Movement begins outside. Coordinated advance. People who have learned to take communities rather than trade with communities, who understand that taking costs less than trading when trading requires ongoing relationships. She takes position beside window, aims at center mass of approaching figure, breath control, sight alignment, trigger discipline. Skills that matter when skills determine whether communities survive contact with people who profit from destroying communities. The first shot comes from Marcus' position. Clean hit, center mass, target drops immediately. Professional accuracy under pressure. One raider eliminated. Mathematics improved slightly in favor of defenders. Return fire follows immediately. Multiple weapons engaging multiple targets, glass shatters, wood splinters. Interior space becomes dangerous for anyone who remains visible through windows that once provided security. She fires twice. Miss, hit, target staggers but continues advancing, wounded but functional, threat reduced but not eliminated, ammunition expenditure that produces partial results. Sarah coordinates defensive fire, calls targets, manages ammunition distribution. Leadership during combat, when leadership determines whether community survives. First, engagement with people who specialize in community elimination. Outside raiders advance using cover, professional movement, tactical discipline, people who understand building assault techniques, who have solved this problem many times with communities that chose resistance over cooperation. Amanda screams from her position, blood on her sleeve, wound that affects function but not survival. Medical attention required, but medical attention must wait until fighting ends or fighting kills everyone who might provide medical attention. Maria fires pistol with trembling hands. Civilian accuracy under combat stress. Wide misses. Ammunition expenditure that produces psychological effect rather than tactical result. Contribution to volume of fire that matters for morale even when individual shots miss targets. The generator stops. Fuel exhaustion or bullet damage. Mechanical breathing that provided background rhythm now replaced by silence. Interior lighting fails. Communication equipment dies. Civilization reduced to whatever people can accomplish without electrical power. Fight continues in darkness. Muzzle flashes reveal positions. Sound reveals movement. Combat reduced to fundamental elements. Light. Noise. Movement. Death traveling at predictable velocities toward unpredictable destinations. She fires again. Here's impact. Uncertain whether impact means target elimination or target modification. Mathematics that matter for ammunition conservation but cannot be calculated during engagement. David falls beside his window position. Blood spreading across floorboards. Wound location suggests severity that medical attention cannot address. First community casualty. Mathematics shifting toward raiders despite defensive preparation, but raiders also suffer casualties. Professional advance costs professional blood. 2 confirmed eliminations. Unknown number of wounds that affect raider effectiveness. Combat mathematics that balance attacker losses against defender losses. Second wave begins. Different approach. Smoke grenades creating concealment. Professional escalation when initial assault fails to achieve objectives. Raiders adapting tactics to overcome defensive resistance. Smoke fills compound. Visibility reduced to inches. Navigation becomes memory. Sound becomes primary sense. Fighting becomes random collision between people who want different outcomes. She moves toward building center, away from windows, away from smoke concentration, toward position that provides options when options become scarce. Marcus calls medical emergency. Amanda bleeding heavily. Wound location suggests arterial damage. Medical attention required immediately, or mathematics becomes simple subtraction. She tears bandages from medical kit. Applies pressure to Amanda wound. Blood warm against her hands. Life leaking through fingers despite pressure. Despite medical attention, despite hope that medical attention means survival. Fighting continues around building, gunfire, movement, voices calling coordinates, raiders coordinating assault while defenders coordinate resistance. Professional violence against amateur resistance. But amateur resistance benefits from desperation, from community loyalty, from mathematical certainty that surrender means slavery while resistance means possible survival. Sarah falls, multiple hits. Center mass and extremities, wound pattern suggests automatic weapons fire. Leadership eliminated, command structure disrupted, community coordination reduced to individual initiative. She applies medical attention to Sarah. Pressure bandages, elevation, shock treatment, procedures that matter for survival when survival depends on medical knowledge applied under combat conditions. Sarah speaks quietly, blood on her lips, words that cost breath when breath becomes precious. Radio cache she whispers, hidden frequency list. Other communities, warning transmission, where Lena says, floor panel, southwest corner, behind food storage, emergency communication plan. Sarah closes her eyes, breathing becomes irregular, heart rate becomes erratic, medical signs that suggest time limitations for consciousness, for speech, for life. Keep fighting, she whispers. Keep community alive. Keep cooperation working. Fighting moves inside building, door barriers breached, room-to-room combat. Close quarters engagement where training matters less than desperation. Where community survival motivates defensive resistance. She moves toward southwest corner, toward floor panel that hides emergency communications, toward possibility that other communities can be warned about raider operations, about professional liquidation of cooperation networks. Behind her, Marcus continues medical treatment. Amanda stable but unconscious. David beyond medical help. Sarah requiring attention that available supplies cannot provide. Floor panel lifts easily. Hidden compartment contains radio equipment, frequency lists, communication protocols, emergency network for coordinating community resistance against people who profit from community destruction. She activates emergency radio, scans frequencies for active communities, for people who maintain communication despite risks, despite dangers that communication attracts. Static answers initial transmissions. White noise punctuated by automated signals. Government broadcasts. Military frequencies. Corporate networks that continue operating without operators. Then human voice responds. Mail. Alert. Professional communication discipline. Emergency frequency. State your traffic. Community under attack, she transmits. Professional raiders. 5+ individuals. Request warning relay to network communities. Location, the voice responds. Downtown compound. Radio tower vicinity. Community eliminated. Survivors scattering. Copy all. Will relay warning. Network communities will be advised. Break communications now. Radio goes silent. Warning transmitted. Network alerted. Other communities will receive intelligence about raider operations. About professional threat to cooperation networks. Fighting continues above her position. Footsteps, gunfire, voices calling surrender demands, raiders securing building, eliminating resistance, converting community resources into raider assets. She remains hidden beneath floor panel. Emergency radio equipment concealed. Communication capability preserved for future operations. For continued coordination of community resistance, but community resistance requires communities, requires people who survive initial contact with raiders, who escape liquidation operations, who maintain cooperation despite professional efforts to eliminate cooperation. Time passes, fighting diminishes, voices become fewer, silence grows between gunshots, mathematics shifting decisively toward raiders who specialize in community elimination. Then footsteps approach her position. Heavy boots, professional movement, people who understand building searches, who know how to find hiding places, who have solved this problem before. Light appears above floor panel. Flashlight beam cutting through concealment. Investigation that reveals hidden compartments, hidden equipment, hidden survivors who believed hiding would preserve survival. Come out slow, the voice says. Hands visible. No sudden movements. Cooperation time begins now. She emerges from floor panel. Hands empty, movements careful, compliance with people who hold weapons and make rules and enforce rules through immediate consequences. 3 raiders stand in building interior, professional competence, clean clothes, confident posture, people who have successfully liquidated another community, who have converted cooperation into resources that serve raider operations. Others, the lead raider says. Marcus sits against wall, bandaging his own wounds, medical attention for injuries that matter for survival. Amanda lies unconscious, breathing but unresponsive. David and Sarah do not require medical attention. Community eliminated, the raider continues, resources secured. Personnel processed. Standard operation completed successfully. She thinks about floor panel, about emergency radio concealed beneath loose boards, about frequency lists that connect surviving communities, about resistance networks that continue operating despite professional efforts to eliminate resistance. What happens now, she says. Transportation to processing facility. The raider says evaluation for useful skills, assignment to labor details that serve ongoing operations, standard procedures for personnel salvage. And if we resist, she says, then you do not require transportation, the raider says. Simple mathematics. Cooperation equals survival. Resistance equals elimination. Economics that determine personnel value. She accepts restraints, accepts transportation, accepts temporary survival that depends on demonstrating usefulness to people who profit from community destruction. But concealed beneath floor panel emergency radio equipment waits. Frequency lists remain hidden. Communication networks continue operating. Resistance continues despite individual capture, despite community elimination, because cooperation means more than single communities, means networks that span distances, means people who maintain contact despite risks, despite professional efforts to eliminate contact. The mathematics of resistance, where individual defeat contributes to collective survival, where community elimination motivates network preservation, where cooperation continues through people who remember what cooperation accomplished before cooperation was interrupted. Outside, compound dawnlight reveals empty garden plots, tomatoes and beans and squash growing despite siege, despite elimination, the persistent belief that seeds planted yesterday will produce food tomorrow regardless of who remains alive to harvest food. Revise chapters 9 and 10, chapter 9, Fire in the Ruins. The raiders move through smoke like ghosts, learning to haunt the living. Their flashlights cut geometric patterns through the haze, through the accumulated breath of a building that burns from the inside out. Sarah lies against the concrete wall, blood spreading beneath her like spilled paint, like evidence of decisions that cost more than anyone planned to pay. Her breathing comes in small gasps, short conversations between lungs and air that grow shorter with each exchange. Emergency exit, she whispers. Loading dock. Chains cut yesterday when we thought yesterday mattered more than today. Lena checks her ammunition. 4 rounds remaining. Mathematics that determine how long resistance can continue when resistance requires projectiles that travel towards specific targets at specific velocities. Marcus bandages Amanda's shoulder. Field medicine applied under conditions that medical textbooks never anticipated, when antiseptic costs more than silver and bandages represent luxury rather than standard care. The smoke thickens. Cardboard burns with patient efficiency. Seasonal merchandise converting to ash and memory, to smoke that rises towards ceiling tiles that sag like tired thoughts. Movement outside the storeroom, boots on broken glass, voices coordinating search patterns, professional hunters who understand building layout, who solve problems through systematic application of violence. Sarah reaches for Lena's hand, her fingers cold despite the heat from burning inventory, despite the accumulated warmth of people breathing in enclosed space. Map, she whispers, inside jacket pocket, safe zone coordinates, real place, real people. Not like here. Where Lena says, 40 miles northeast, she whispers, across the industrial district, past the bridge that spans the chemical river, place where children still play games. Her voice fades like radio signals at distance, like transmissions that travel through atmosphere but arrive weakened, changed, carrying information that might be accurate or might be hope disguised as fact. Take the map, she whispers. Find the bridge, cross before winter, before the storms make crossing impossible. Outside the storeroom, raiders discuss fire containment, resource preservation, asset recovery from communities that resist liquidation, professional conversation about problems that require professional solutions. Lena takes the map from Sarah's jacket, paper worn soft from folding, from handling, from being consulted during moments when direction mattered more than destination. Coordinates written in faded ink, geographic references that assume landmarks still exist, still provide navigation assistance when navigation determines survival versus wrong direction. The map shows route through industrial district, past factories that once produced things people wanted, now produce only rust and weather damage and the accumulated silence of machinery that stopped functioning. Bridge marked with red circle. Warning notation. Structural integrity questionable. Crossing possible but requires care, requires timing, requires weather conditions that permit passage. Beyond bridge notation reads sanctuary. Children present, families intact, communication equipment functional. The abbreviated hope that cartographers express when hope requires geographic coordinates. Sarah closes her eyes, her breathing becomes irregular, heart rate becomes uncertain. Medical signs that suggest conversations between body and consciousness are ending, reaching conclusions that cannot be reversed. Stay together, she whispers. Trust each other. Remember that cooperation costs less than independence when independence means dying alone. The raiders breach the storeroom door. Light floods interior space. Artificial illumination that reveals hiding places, that eliminates shadows where people might avoid detection. Professional equipment applied to amateur concealment. 3 individuals enter, weapons ready, movement coordinated, people who understand room clearing procedures, who solve resistance through superior firepower and tactical discipline. Hands visible, the leader calls. Movement slow. Cooperation immediate or consequences immediate. They comply. Hands raised. Movement careful. The body language of people who understand that cooperation costs less than resistance when resistance means elimination. Sarah remains against wall. Blood loss sufficient to eliminate threat potential. Medical emergency that requires attention beyond raider capabilities. Problem that solves itself through biological processes. Others healthy, the leader observes. Mobile. Potentially useful for labor assignments. Asset evaluation that determines value versus disposal. But professional assessment requires time. Requires evaluation facilities, requires transportation to locations where captured personnel receive assignment or elimination based on usefulness calculations. Smoke continues building. Fire spreads through inventory that burns efficiently, through cardboard and fabric and accumulated merchandise that converts to heat and ash and atmospheric pollution. Building evacuation necessary, the leader announces. Fire containment impossible. Asset preservation requires relocation to safer environment. They evacuate through loading dock, through gap where chains broke yesterday, through opening that provided escape route until escape became impossible due to professional perimeter security. Outside loading dock vehicles wait. Transportation sufficient for captured personnel. For asset relocation to facilities that specialize in processing community survivors. In determining usefulness versus elimination. Amanda requires medical attention. Shoulder wound that affects function but not survival. Medical needs that matter for transportation, for maintaining asset value during relocation process. Marcus applies pressure bandages, emergency medicine that prevents asset degradation, that maintains captured personnel in conditions suitable for evaluation and assignment. But medical attention requires supplies, requires equipment that raiders carry for operational support, for maintaining captured assets in usable condition during transportation phase. The leader evaluates medical requirements, calculates transportation costs against asset potential, mathematics that determine treatment versus disposal when treatment requires resource expenditure, asset preservation justified, he decides, medical support authorized, treatment sufficient for transportation, evaluation assignment pending arrival at processing facility. They enter vehicle that once transported commercial goods, now transports people who resist community liquidation, who require processing before assignment or elimination. Interior holds bench seating, restraint systems, basic accommodation for personnel who require secure transportation, who represent assets rather than passengers. Vehicle begins moving through streets that remember commerce, past buildings that remember purpose, through urban landscape that remembers function before function became memory. She studies route through window openings, geographic orientation, navigation references that matter for escape planning, for route memorization that serves future resistance operations. Industrial district spreads around transportation route, factories with broken windows, chemical plants with rusted storage tanks, infrastructure that produced prosperity until prosperity stopped being producible. The bridge appears ahead, concrete span across water that flows brown with chemical runoff, with industrial waste that settled into sediment layers, environmental damage that outlasts the industries that created damage. Bridge structure shows stress fractures, settlement damage, corrosion that affects load-bearing capacity, engineering problems that make crossing dangerous when crossing becomes necessary, but crossing remains possible, vehicle weight within structural tolerance, Bridge span intact despite surface deterioration. Passage available for those who accept calculated risks. They cross toward northeast quadrant, toward coordinates that map identifies as sanctuary, toward possibility that children still play games, that families remain intact, that cooperation survives professional disruption efforts. Water below moves slowly, current sufficient for navigation, but insufficient for power generation. For industrial applications that require rapid flow, river reduced to drainage function for chemical runoff, beyond bridge terrain changes. Industrial development gives way to residential areas, to neighborhoods where families lived when families could afford housing, when employment provided income sufficient for mortgages and property taxes. Now houses stand empty, windows broken, roofs damaged by weather that enters without invitation. Domestic architecture learning to exist without domestic occupation. But some houses show signs of recent habitation, smoke from chimneys, gardens growing in former lawns, evidence that people adapt existing infrastructure to current needs. That survival uses available resources rather than creating new resources. Vehicle continues through residential areas, past elementary school with playground equipment that rusts in weather, past shopping center with parking lot where weeds grow through asphalt cracks. Signs of organized community become visible. Roadblocks that channel traffic. Guard posts that monitor approaches. Defensive arrangements that suggest coordination. Planning. Collective security measures. The raider leader speaks into radio equipment, coordination with processing facility, arrival notification, asset delivery scheduling that maintains operational efficiency. Processing facility ahead, he announces, evaluation assignment immediate, cooperation requirements explained upon arrival, standard procedures for captured personnel. But processing facilities mean evaluation, mean assignment, mean potential for access to resources that matter for resistance operations, for gathering intelligence that serves network survival. Facility appears beyond residential district. Former shopping center converted to administrative complex. Parking areas repurposed for vehicle storage. Commercial architecture adapted to correctional applications. They arrive at processing facility. Vehicle stops at reception area. Personnel transfer begins. Administrative procedures that convert captured individuals into processed assets. But processing means opportunity, means access to facility systems, means potential for resistance operations despite capture, despite professional security measures designed to prevent resistance. She memorizes facility layout, security arrangements, personnel movement patterns, information that matters for resistance planning, for escape coordination, for operations that serve network survival despite individual capture. The map remains hidden, coordinates protected, geographic information that leads toward sanctuary, toward place where children play games, where families remain intact, where cooperation survives despite professional efforts to eliminate cooperation. Processing begins, individual evaluation, skills assessment, assignment determination based on usefulness calculations, administrative procedures that determine future role in raider operations. But resistance continues. Information gathering continues. Network support continues despite individual circumstances, despite capture, despite processing that attempts to convert resistance into compliance. Mathematics that balance individual risk against collective benefit, against network survival, against cooperation that continues through people who remember what cooperation accomplished before cooperation was interrupted by professional violence. Chapter 10. The Weight of Hope. The processing facility releases them after 3 days of evaluation. Skills assessment completed. Assignment determination made. Administrative conclusion that captured personnel provide insufficient value for continued resource expenditure. Economic calculation rather than humanitarian decision. Mathematics that balance asset utility against maintenance costs. Professional efficiency applied to personnel management when personnel become burden rather than benefit. They emerge into afternoon light that feels different after facility fluorescence. Natural illumination that changes with weather, with time, with atmospheric conditions that artificial lighting cannot reproduce. Marcus checks his shoulder where facility medical attention repaired Raider-inflicted damage. Field surgery that prioritized function over comfort. Healing that serves mobility rather than complete recovery. Amanda walks without assistance. Concussion symptoms resolved through rest and medical monitoring. Brain function restored to levels that support independent movement and decision-making. The map waits in Lena jacket pocket. Coordinates that point toward sanctuary, toward place where children allegedly play games, where families allegedly remain intact despite regional chaos. 40 miles northeast, she says. Across bridge we saw during transportation, past industrial district through residential areas that might hold communities, or might hold raiders. Marcus says, or might hold nothing except empty buildings and weather damage and accumulated silence. Worth investigating. Amanda says, worth risk assessment, worth travel effort, if sanctuary means actual safety rather than temporary shelter. They begin walking northeast, through residential streets where houses stand empty, where lawns have become meadows, where domestic architecture learns to exist without domestic occupation. Some houses show recent habitation, smoke from chimneys, gardens growing where grass once grew. Evidence that people adapt available infrastructure to survival requirements, that shelter matters more than ownership when ownership has lost legal meaning. But habitation means people. People mean unknown intentions. Unknown capabilities. Unknown definitions of hospitality versus hostility when strangers approach inhabited territory. They avoid houses that show occupation. Maintain distance from smoke sources, from garden activities, from evidence that territories belong to people who might defend territories against intrusion. First day covers 8 miles. Progress limited by caution, by route selection that prioritizes concealment over efficiency, by energy conservation that balances movement against exhaustion. Night shelter in elementary school gymnasium, building abandoned but structurally intact, roof protection against weather, wall protection against wind. Basic accommodation that costs nothing except location security. Inside gymnasium basketball hoops hang like goals for games nobody plays, like targets for sports that required teams and schedules and referees who enforced rules that everyone agreed to follow. Scoreboards display final numbers from final games. Numerical outcomes that mattered when outcomes determined championships, when competitions served entertainment rather than survival. They sleep on floor mats that physical education classes left behind. Equipment designed for exercise rather than accommodation. Comfort sufficient for one night when comfort means horizontal rest rather than luxury. Second day brings weather, storm clouds building from southeast, wind patterns that suggest precipitation, atmospheric pressure that affects joint pain and mood and energy levels. Rain begins during midday travel. Light drops that darken concrete, that release the smell of dust becoming mud. Environmental transition that affects visibility and footing and route selection. They seek shelter in abandoned gas station, building designed for automotive service, for petroleum sales, for commerce that required automobiles and disposable income and infrastructure that maintained both. Inside gas station remnants of consumer culture remain. Candy displays with empty shelves, soft drink coolers that no longer cool, magazine racks holding publications that report news from world that no longer exists. Rain increases, heavy drops that produce sound, that limit visibility, that convert dust to mud and make travel dangerous when footing becomes uncertain. Amanda discovers something behind service counter, small object wrapped in faded cloth, something hidden by station employees or customers or later occupants who used building for temporary shelter. Toy truck, she says, die-cast metal, paint worn but structure intact. Child plaything that represents vehicles and transportation and economic systems that produced both vehicles and toys. She holds truck carefully, studies construction details, manufacturing quality that assumed markets for toy vehicles, that assumed children who played games that simulated adult activities. Someone child played here, Marcus says, when Lena says, recently Amanda says, cloth still has color, metal shows handling wear but not weather damage. Object protected from elements, maintained by someone who valued preservation. They study toy truck with attention that object does not require, with focus that suggests importance beyond material value, symbolic weight that small objects carry when small objects connect to larger possibilities. Child means family, she says. Family means community. Community means cooperation that produces stability. That creates environment where children play games rather than work for survival. Or, meant Lena says, past tense, previous occupation, evidence of what existed rather than what continues existing. Hope versus realism, evidence versus interpretation. Mathematics that balance possibility against probability when probability calculations require information they do not possess. Storm intensifies, rain becomes downpour, weather that prevents travel. That requires shelter until atmospheric conditions improve enough to permit safe movement. They remain in gas station through afternoon, through evening, through night when rain continues but wind decreases. When storm provides sound isolation but not movement opportunity. During night watch, she studies map by flashlight, coordinates that point towards sanctuary. Geographic references that assume landmarks survive, that assume distances remain traversable despite infrastructural decay. Bridge marked 20 miles ahead, river crossing that requires structural integrity, weight-bearing capacity, foundation stability that supports pedestrian traffic, if not vehicular traffic. Beyond bridge map notation indicates sanctuary with confidence that geographic notation cannot justify, certainty that cartographers express when hope requires specific coordinates, when belief demands mathematical precision. But toy truck suggests children. Children suggest families. Families suggest communities that maintain stability sufficient for child development. For play activities that serve education rather than survival, hope that small objects generate, that material evidence supports, that possibility calculations cannot eliminate despite probability mathematics that favor disappointment over fulfillment. Morning brings clearer weather, rain stops, wind decreases, atmospheric conditions that permit travel, that support route continuation toward coordinates that may or may not lead to sanctuary. They resume walking northeast. 8 miles per day, progress limited by caution and energy conservation, by route selection that prioritizes safety over efficiency when efficiency requires exposure to unknown risks. Toy truck travels in Amanda pack, protected from weather, from damage, from loss. Object that carries symbolic weight, that represents possibility that children still play games, that families remain intact, that cooperation survives despite professional efforts to eliminate cooperation. Industrial district appears ahead, factories with smokestacks that no longer smoke, chemical plants with storage tanks that contain residual materials, infrastructure that produced prosperity until prosperity became unproducible. But beyond industrial district, bridge waits. River crossing that leads toward sanctuary coordinates, toward place where map promises safety, where children allegedly play games, where hope confronts reality in mathematical equations that determine survival versus disappointment, the weight of hope that motivates continued travel, that justifies energy expenditure, that maintains direction toward coordinates that may represent salvation or may represent another empty promise in landscape filled with broken promises. But hope costs less than despair. Movement costs less than stagnation. Coordinates provide direction even when direction leads toward disappointment. Even when sanctuary exists only on maps that describe worlds that no longer exist, they walk toward bridge, toward river crossing, toward possibility that coordinates lead to communities where children play games, where families remain intact, where cooperation creates stability sufficient for hope to become reality rather than simply motivation for continued movement. Distance decreases. Bridge grows larger. River crossing approaches. Mathematics that balance hope against probability, against experience that teaches caution, against evidence that suggests disappointment more likely than fulfillment. But toy truck weighs almost nothing, carries possibility that weighs more than material substance, evidence that someone child played recently enough for evidence to survive weather and time and accumulated entropy, hope justified by small objects, by material evidence, by possibility that mathematics cannot eliminate even when mathematics favor disappointment over satisfaction. The bridge waits ahead, concrete span that crosses water flowing toward unknown destinations, structure that supports crossing or fails to support crossing, engineering that determines passage versus alternative route selection. They approach bridge with hope that costs almost nothing. That requires only continued movement, only belief that coordinates lead somewhere worth reaching, that sanctuary exists beyond river crossing, the weight of hope that enables movement despite uncertainty, despite probability calculations that favor disappointment, despite experience that teaches caution about promises that geographic coordinates cannot guarantee. But movement continues, hope continues, direction toward bridge that may support crossing, toward sanctuary that may exist, toward possibility that toy trucks represent communities where children still play games, where families remain intact, where cooperation survives despite professional efforts to eliminate cooperation through systematic violence. The mathematics of hope, where possibility matters more than probability, where movement matters more than destination, where direction matters more than arrival, when arrival remains uncertain but direction remains available. Post-Apocalyptic Audiobook, Chapters 11 to 20. Chapter 11, Ghosts in the Fog. The fog comes at dawn like smoke from some distant burning. Gray. Thick. It rolls across the broken highway and swallows the world until they walk through nothing but their own breathing. Lena stops walking. Marcus stops. Amanda stops. 3 heartbeats in the silence. The toy truck weighs nothing in Lena's pack, but she feels it there. Plastic wheels, painted metal. Some child dropped it running or left it behind when the world ended. She knows this. Still she carries it. Through the fog comes a sound, voices maybe, or wind through broken glass. We should go around, Amanda whispers. Around what? The fog touches everything now. Buildings disappear 10 feet away. Street signs fade to shadows. Even the cracked asphalt under their boots seems uncertain. Marcus checks his rifle. 3 rounds left. He counts them every morning like prayers. Lena has 2 rounds. Amanda has none. They move through the gray like blind things feeling for walls. The voices come again. Closer. Words lost in the thickness, but human sounds. Human need. Someone calling for help or calling them closer to something worse than help. Could be survivors, Marcus says. Could be Amanda agrees. Lena knows what neither says. Could be bait. Could be madness. Could be the fog playing tricks with echoes and hope. They follow the sound anyway because survivors always follow sounds that might be other survivors. Even when they know better, the fog tastes of metal and old rain. It settles in their lungs like dust, makes them cough but quietly because sound carries strange and gray air. What seems far might be close. What seems gone might be watching. A shape moves ahead. Human height. Human gait. It stops when they stop. Starts when they start. Hello, Lena calls. Not loud, just enough. The shape turns toward them. Features lost in gray. Could be anyone. Could be no one. We need help, the shape says. A woman's voice. Young. Tired. Please. Where are you hurt? Lena asks, but keeps walking. Marcus spreads out to the left, Amanda to the right. They learn this from raiders. Angles of approach, fields of fire, lessons written in other people's mistakes. Not hurt. Lost, we got separated when the fog came. My brother is out there somewhere. How many in your group, Marcus asks. Just us two. Have you seen anyone else? The woman steps closer. Features emerge from gray. Dirty face, torn clothes, eyes that move too much, looking past them instead of at them. Lena's finger finds her trigger. Not quite on it, just near. What's your name, she asks. Sarah. Where did you come from? North. We were heading south to Millfield. You know it. Lena knows no place called Millfield. Knows few places anymore. The map in her pack shows roads and towns, but roads end and towns empty, and names mean less than the distance between water sources. Behind them comes another sound. Footsteps. Slow and careful. Someone trying to be quiet. That's my brother, the woman says. Thomas. We found them. But the footsteps circle around. Too many feet for one person. The woman named maybe Sarah looks at something behind Lena's shoulder and her eyes change. Wide. Hungry. Run. Amanda says. They run into gray nothing. Fog swallows their footsteps, but not quite. Behind them comes pursuit. Voices calling out directions. This way. Cut them off. The river. Lena runs toward what she hopes is north, but direction disappears in fog. Buildings emerge like ships, pass and vanish. They might be running in circles. They might be running toward their hunters instead of away. Marcus stumbles, catches himself. His shoulder still weak from the raid wound, healing but not healed. Amanda helps him up, and they keep moving through gray that grows thicker. Wetter, like breathing underwater. Ahead the fog thins, a darker gray, a wall of shadow that becomes a building. Windows broken out like missing teeth, fire escape hanging loose, but shelter. Inside smells of rust and old water, footsteps echo off concrete. They climb stairs in darkness because the fog follows them through broken windows, flows like water seeking level. On the third floor, Lena finds a room with one window. Intact glass. She wipes away grime and looks down at the street below. Fog thick as snow, moving shapes that might be people, might be nothing. We wait, Marcus says. Amanda checks her concussion symptoms, headache, nausea, dizziness. All better now, but she still checks, still counts the days since raiders used her skull for target practice. The toy truck shifts in Lena's pack, plastic against metal. She thinks of children playing in fog, hide and seek, tag, games where being found means safety instead of capture. Below them the voices fade, footsteps move away. The fog begins to thin as afternoon comes, but slowly, like smoke learning to dissipate. Through the window, Lena watches the street emerge, empty now. Wet pavement, abandoned cars with doors open, engine hoods raised. People took what they could and left the rest to rust. But at the far end of the block, something moves. Not fog, not shadow. A person standing still, watching their building. Waiting. The woman who called herself Sarah, still there, patient as a spider. Marcus sees her too. 3 rounds in his rifle, 2 in Lena's pistol. Not enough if there are more. Never enough. Night comes early in the fog, darkness layered over gray until they cannot see their hands. Cannot see each other except as voices in black air. We should move, Amanda whispers. Where? They could be anywhere now. Could have surrounded the building, could be inside already climbing stairs in silence, or they could be gone, following other sounds, other prey. Survivors who run slower or hide worse, or trust strangers who use familiar names like Sarah. Lena takes first watch, sits by the intact window and watches fog become darkness, become fog again, listens for footsteps, for voices, for the sound of doors opening floors below. In her pack, the toy truck waits, evidence of children, of families, of places where fog lifts and people play games that do not end with bullets. She wants to believe this, needs to believe it, but belief and need do not stop footsteps on the stairs. They come at midnight, slow and careful, counting steps, testing boards for squeaks, professional quiet, hunter quiet. Marcus wakes to her touch. Amanda opens her eyes. They gather by the window with nowhere to go but up. The fire escape hangs 3 floors down, broken, unusable. The stairs provide the only exit, and hunters climb toward them 1 step at a time. In the hallway outside their room, a floorboard creaks. Someone breathing, someone waiting. The door has no lock. Never did. Just a handle and hope. Chapter 12, The Price of Mercy. The footsteps stop outside their door, someone breathing on the other side, someone deciding. Lena holds her pistol with both hands. 2 rounds. Marcus has his rifle ready. 3 rounds. Amanda grips a piece of broken concrete like a weapon. 6 people if they are lucky, 60 if they are not. The handle turns slow. The door opens slower. Gray fog drifts into the room like something alive. Behind it comes a shadow, then a face. Not the woman called Sarah. A boy. Maybe 16, maybe 20. Age disappears when people stop eating regular. Please, he says, don't shoot. I'm hurt. His left arm hangs wrong, bent where arms do not bend. Blood soaks through his torn jacket, but not fresh blood. Old blood, days old. Where are the others, Marcus asks. What others? The people hunting us, your friends. I don't have friends. Been alone since Tuesday. Tuesday. Lena counts backward. 4 days, or 5. Time moves different when every day is the same day. Survive. Move. Hide. Sleep when you can. How did you get hurt, she asks. Fell through some floorboards, broke my arm, maybe broke other things, can't tell. He steps into the room, young face, old eyes, the fog swirls around his legs like water. Got any medicine, he asks. Anything for pain. Amanda has aspirin. 3 tablets left. She saved them for emergencies. This counts. Sit down, she tells the boy. Let me look. His name is David, or he says it is. Names come cheap now. People change them when they change locations. Fresh start, new identity, new chances to make the same mistakes. His arm is broken, not compound. The bone stays inside skin where it belongs. Amanda makes a sling from torn fabric, shows him how to wear it. You were following us, Lena says. No, following the voices. Thought maybe they had food. Medicine. Help. What voices? The woman, Sarah, others with her. They had flashlights, moving through the fog, calling out. How many others? Don't know. Maybe 5, maybe 10. Hard to tell with the fog. Marcus checks the window. Street still empty, still watching, still waiting. Where did they go? David asks. Away, looking for easier prey. Am I easier prey? Everyone is easier than someone else. David tries to smile. Fails. Pain makes smiling difficult. I got some food, he says. Not much. But I can share. He shows them a can of peaches. Dented. Label gone. Could be peaches. Could be anything. Could be empty. Amanda looks at his pupils. Checks for concussion symptoms. Finds them. Headache. Nausea. Double vision. Her training comes back when she needs it. Medical knowledge preserved like seeds for spring. You need rest, she tells him. Real rest. Days of it. Don't we all, Marcus says. Outside the fog thickens again. Night fog, heavy and wet. It flows down the street like a river, covers broken cars, covers watching eyes, covers the distance between here and somewhere else. David shivers, fever or cold or fear, all 3 maybe. I had a sister, he says, Emma. We got separated 2 weeks ago. Raiders came through our camp. Everything happened so fast. He stops talking, looks at his hands, broken fingers on the good arm, swollen knuckles. The kind of damage that comes from hitting things too hard too many times. She might still be alive, Lena says, because survivors need hope the way they need water. Yeah, maybe. She was always smarter than me, better at hiding, better at running. The fog presses against the window, gray fingers looking for ways inside. David watches it move. Are you really going to some sanctuary place, he asks. How do you know about sanctuary? I listen. People talk. Word travels. They say someone found a place where things work, where children go to school. In her pack, the toy truck shifts. Plastic reminder, painted promise. Lena feels its weight. Just rumors, Marcus says. Everything starts as rumors, then it becomes hope, then it becomes truth or disappointment. Which do you think this will be? David asks, ask me when we get there. If we get there, when? They take turns sleeping, 2 hours each. David cannot keep watch with his injuries, but he tries. Sits by the window, stares into fog, looks for shapes that might be people, might be memories. Around dawn he starts coughing, deep, wet sounds, something wrong in his lungs. Amanda gives him water, checks his temperature with the back of her hand. Fever, rising. We should take him with us, Lena says. Marcus loads his rifle, unloads it, loads it again. 3 rounds. Never enough. He slows us down, makes noise, draws attention. He's just a kid. So were we once. That's not the same thing, isn't it? We survived because people helped us, fed us, taught us, showed us which berries were safe and which would twist our stomachs into knots. David listens without pretending not to listen. His broken arm throbs, his fever climbs, his chances diminish with each passing hour. I can keep up, he says. Won't be trouble. Everyone is trouble sooner or later, Amanda says. Question is what kind? The fog lifts as morning comes. Slow reveal. Street emerges. Buildings show themselves. The world returns piece by piece like a photograph developing. David coughs again, longer, harder. Blood flecks appear on his lips. Internal injuries, Amanda whispers. Getting worse. How long does he have? Could be hours. Could be days. Hard to tell. Through the window they watch the street. Empty now. No watchers, no hunters, just broken pavement and abandoned cars and the ghosts of people who used to live here. David tries to stand, falls back down, tries again. I can make it, he says. Just need a minute. But minutes pass and he cannot make it, cannot stand without help, cannot walk without stumbling, cannot hide the sound of his breathing. Leave me some water, he says. I'll catch up later. They know he will not catch up. He knows he will not catch up, but they pretend otherwise because pretending sometimes helps. Lena gives him the aspirin. All 3 tablets. Amanda leaves her medical supplies, bandages, antiseptic, what little they have. Marcus hesitates, then leaves 1 round. A single bullet. For emergencies, David says. For emergencies, Marcus agrees. They pack in silence, check the map, mark their progress. 40 miles becomes 38, becomes 36. Numbers decreasing like days in winter. At the door, David stops them. If you find my sister, he says, Emma, tell her I looked for her. Tell her I tried. We'll tell her lure. Lena says they leave him sitting by the window, watching fog lift, waiting for whatever comes next. In her pack, the toy truck settles against her spine. Reminder of children, of mercy, of prices paid and unpaid. The street tastes of metal and old rain. Behind them, the building grows smaller. David becomes a shadow in a window. Then, nothing at all. But mercy has weight. It follows them down the street, through the lifting fog, toward sanctuary or disappointment or whatever waits 36 miles northeast. The fog clears, the sun comes out. The world emerges bright and sharp and unforgiving, and they walk toward something that might be hope. Chapter 13. Cracks in the Bond. The argument starts over water. 2 bottles left. Maybe enough for today, maybe not. Marcus wants to ration. Lena wants to drink. Amanda wants to find more before they need what they have. They stand beside a rusted overpass. Below them, the highway splits into 3 directions. Northeast toward sanctuary, north toward higher ground. East toward the river they heard but never saw. Which way Sarah's map shows northeast, but maps lie when bridges wash out and roads end and the world rearranges itself while people sleep. I say we follow the water, Amanda says. Rivers mean towns. Towns mean supplies. Towns mean people. Marcus says people mean trouble. People mean help. Lena says not anymore, they don't. The sun beats down. Hot for late season. Unseasonable heat that makes the asphalt soft and the air shimmer like water. They stand in shadow under the overpass, but shadow provides no coolness. Marcus checks his shoulder, healing slow, too slow. The wound seeps fluid that smells of infection. Amanda changes his bandage, but fabric runs low. Medical supplies run lower. We should have stayed with David, Lena says. David was dying. We're all dying, just slower. Speak for yourself. I am speaking for myself and for you, and for everyone who pretends tomorrow will be different from today. Marcus loads his rifle. 2 rounds now. He gave 1 to David. Acts of mercy reduce ammunition, reduce chances, reduce everything except guilt. You want to go back, Lena says. I want to go forward, just not stupid forward. Not hope will save us forward. Hope is all we have. Hope gets people unlived. Hope makes them trust strangers. Share resources, take chances they cannot afford. The toy truck shifts in Lena's pack. She adjusts the straps, but the weight stays wrong. Everything stays wrong when people argue about directions they must take together or not at all. Below them something moves. Not wind, not shadow. A person walking along the highway, heading north away from sanctuary, away from coordinates marked in Sarah's careful handwriting. Lena waves. The person looks up, waves back, keeps walking. We should ask them about water, Amanda says. We should ask them about nothing, Marcus says. Questions draw attention. Attention draws trouble. Everything draws trouble. Breathing draws trouble. Walking draws trouble. Existing draws trouble. So we should stop existing. Maybe we already have. The person disappears around a bend, going north toward higher ground or lower expectations or whatever people find when they stop looking for sanctuary. They decide on northeast. Not because the map says so, because arguments must end and directions must be chosen, and 36 miles is closer than forever. The road surface cracks in patterns like broken glass. Weeds push through asphalt, nature reclaiming what was never really taken, what was only borrowed and poorly maintained. Marcus falls behind. His shoulder throbs, his fever climbs, infection spreads like doubt through bloodstream. How much further, Amanda asks. Lena checks the map, measures distance with her thumb. 34 miles, maybe 33. 3 days if we keep this pace. What if we don't keep this pace? Then longer. They walk in silence. Heat builds. Pavement softens. Their boots stick to asphalt that remembers being liquid, being laid down by crews who thought it would last decades. Nothing lasts decades anymore. Nothing lasts years. Nothing lasts longer than the attention span of whoever maintains it. A sound ahead. Engines. Multiple vehicles moving fast on broken road. They dive for the drainage ditch. Lie flat against concrete that burns through fabric. Wait for whatever comes. 3 trucks pass. Military green. Windows tinted dark, going southeast toward places they left behind, or places they avoided. Hard to tell direction when everything looks the same. Raiders, Marcus whispers. Maybe, or traitors, or military, or people who found working vehicles and working fuel and working reasons to keep moving. The engines fade, dust settles, heat returns. They climb from the ditch, check for damage, torn clothes, scraped skin, pride wounded but bodies intact. Amanda looks back toward where the trucks went. Think they saw us, hope not. Hope. There it is again. Hope that strangers will ignore them. Hope that working vehicles carry good intentions. Hope that sanctuary exists and children play with toy trucks and the world repairs itself while they sleep. But hope alone fixes nothing, changes nothing. Hope needs tools, weapons, resources, skills, plans. Or it needs luck. Stupid blind luck that strikes random and leaves random and explains nothing about why some people survive and others do not. They reach a bridge at midday. Concrete span across empty riverbed. The water went somewhere else, found different path, left bridge connecting nothing to nothing. Below them, the riverbed shows white stones, scattered trash, tire tracks from vehicles that crossed when crossing made sense. Maybe there is still water upstream, Marcus says. Maybe there is nothing upstream, Lena says. They cross anyway. Bridge holds. Concrete remembers its purpose even when purpose disappears. On the far side, the road continues northeast, cracked but continuous. Behind them, dust rises. Vehicles approaching. The same 3 trucks or different trucks, or trucks they imagined in heat, shimmer, and hope. They run, not fast, not far, but away from the road, away from engines, away from questions they cannot answer about where they come from and where they go, and what they carry that might be worth taking. The trucks pass without slowing, without stopping, without noticing 3 people hiding behind billboard that advertises restaurant closed 15 years ago. When silence returns, they return to the road, walk northeast, count miles, count steps, count breaths between arguments that simmer like heat from pavement. Evening comes early. Clouds build, storm weather approaching. They need shelter. Find abandoned gas station. Roof intact, walls solid, windows broken but walls solid. Inside smells of old fuel, old dreams, old promises that travel would take you somewhere better than where you started. Marcus sits heavily. Fever makes him clumsy. Infection makes him weak. He cleans his wound with precious water. Changes bandage with precious cloth. How bad, Amanda asks. Bad. How bad is bad? Bad enough. They eat in silence. Canned peaches David would have shared, stale crackers that taste of dust, water rationed like hope, measured like time, outside thunder rolls, lightning flickers, storm comes whether they want it or not, weather ignores human preference, always has, rain begins, light at first, then heavy, then torrential, water falls through broken windows, pools on concrete floor, first water they have seen in days, they set out containers, cups, bottles, anything that holds liquid, rain tastes of dust and distance, but water is water, clean or dirty, fresh or stale, wet is wet, lightning illuminates the station. Brief glimpses of abandonment, cash register open, shelves empty, maps scattered across counter, showing roads to everywhere and nowhere. The toy truck shifts against Lena's spine. She takes it from her pack, studies painted metal, plastic wheels, evidence of children, of families, of normal life that continues somewhere despite everything. You think it's real? Amanda asks. What? The place on the map. Sanctuary. I think the map is real. The coordinates are real. What we find there might be anything, including nothing. Including nothing. Thunder shakes the station. Rain pounds harder. Storm settling in for the night. They settle in too. Take turns sleeping. Listen to waterfall and collect and promise tomorrow. In her dreams, Lena sees children playing in rain, laughing, running through puddles, playing games where being caught means you are it instead of you are gone. She wakes to silence. Storm past. Morning comes gray and wet. Water collected in their containers. Enough for days if they ration, enough for hours if they don't. They pack wet, load wet, leave wet. But moving towards something that might be hope, might be home. 33 miles to go, 3 days if weather holds, longer if it doesn't, forever if sanctuary proves to be another word for disappointment. But they walk northeast anyway, because directions chosen together matter more than directions chosen alone. Because arguments end, but distances remain. Because hope might be stupid, but despair is worse. Chapter 14, The Silent City. The road ends at a wall of cars, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, stacked 3 high, welded together, rusted together, time and weather making metal into monument, into barrier, into message that reads like keep out or keep in, depending on which side you stand. Lena touches cold steel, cars from every decade, every maker. Every dream of somewhere else to be. Now they guard nothing, block passage to nothing, preserve nothing but the memory of traffic jams that became permanent. There has to be a way around, Marcus says, or through, Amanda says. They walk along the wall. Cars stretch beyond sight, east and west like horizon made of metal, no gaps, no gates, no obvious passage for anything larger than insects. Above them ravens gather, black shapes against gray sky, waiting for whatever comes next. Ravens know about waiting, about patience, about the way all barriers eventually fail. Someone built this, Lena says. When? Recently. Look at the welds. Fresh rust, new damage. This took time, planning, resources. Why build a wall here? To keep something in, or out, or both? They find a ladder. Crude thing made of rebar and hope. It climbs the wall like spine-up vertebrae, 20 feet to the top, 20 feet to see what lies beyond. Marcus cannot climb. His shoulder weeps fluid. His fever climbs with the sun. He sits in shade while Amanda goes up first. She reaches the top, looks over, goes very still. What do you see? Lena calls. City. Empty city. Streets like grid. Buildings like tombstones. Any people? No. No people. No movement. No smoke. No anything. Lena climbs up, joins Amanda on the wall top, looks down into silence. The city spreads below them, geometric, planned, streets meet at right angles, buildings rise in orderly rows. Everything designed by minds that believed in order, in progress, in tomorrow being better than today. But no people, no cars moving, no lights, no sound except wind through empty windows. How many lived here, Amanda asks. 50,000, maybe more. Hard to tell when everyone is gone. Where did they go? Same place everyone goes. Away or nowhere. or into ground that refuses to remember names. They climb down, tell Marcus what they saw. Empty city, silent streets. The kind of place that should have people but doesn't. That should have answers but won't. We go around, Marcus says. Around could take days, weeks. We don't have weeks. We don't have whatever is in there either. Maybe there's supplies, medicine, things we need, things people need people to maintain. Empty places stay empty for reasons, but they climb the wall anyway, all three of them. Marcus struggling, fever weak, infection slow, but climbing because going around means giving up sanctuary, means admitting 30 miles is too far when resources run thin and hope runs thinner. The city waits beyond the wall, patient as death, quiet as graves. They enter from the north, industrial district, factories like sleeping giants, smokestacks like prayers to sky that stopped listening. Everything built for productivity that produced nothing anymore. Their footsteps echo off concrete, bounce between buildings, return as whispers, as ghosts, as evidence that someone still moves through places designed for millions. Street signs mark intersections, Broadway, Main Street, Industrial Way, names that meant something when maps mattered, when destinations existed, when people had somewhere to go. A shopping cart sits abandoned, child seat folded down. Someone was shopping when the world ended, loading necessities, planning dinner, thinking about tomorrow that never came. Lena checks buildings, doors open, windows dark, everything accessible, everything empty, like people vanished mid-sentence, mid-step, mid-breath. Inside a pharmacy, she finds shelves bare, medication gone, bandages gone, even vitamins gone, taken by people who thought supplies mattered more than location, who chose portable over permanent. But in the back office, she finds antibiotics, 2 bottles hidden behind filing cabinet, ampicillin, penicillin, medicine that matters when infection travels through bloodstream like rumor through population. Marcus needs these. His shoulder burns, his fever spikes. Without medicine, he will not make 30 miles, will not make 30 feet. She pockets the bottles, finds water purification tablets, first aid supplies, things people missed because they grabbed obvious and missed useful. Outside, Amanda waits by the cart, checks labels, reads expiration dates. Everything expired, but expiration dates mean less when dying is the alternative. We should split up, Lena, to cover more ground, find more supplies. Bad idea. Marcus says empty places have reasons for being empty. What reasons? The usual. Radiation, disease, chemical spills, military experiments, aliens. Probably not aliens, but definitely something. They stay together, move through streets like funeral procession, quiet, respectful, aware that cities are graveyards where headstones have addresses. A school appears, elementary. Playground equipment rusted solid, swings hanging still, slides leading nowhere. Monkey bars like ribs of some sleeping beast. Inside classrooms wait, desks in rows, chalkboards clean, books stacked neat, everything ready for students who stopped coming. For teachers who stopped teaching, for futures that stopped arriving. In one room, someone wrote on the board, "Where did everyone go?" Good question, Amanda says. No good answers, Lena says. They find the gymnasium, high ceiling, wooden floor, basketball hoops like goals nobody shoots for anymore. But dry, warm, defensible. We could sleep here, Marcus says. Could. Question is should. Empty cities feel wrong, sound wrong, smell wrong, too quiet, too clean, too much like places where people should be but aren't. But night comes whether they sleep here or somewhere else. Dark comes whether buildings are empty or full. Safety comes from preparation, not location. They barricade doors, check windows, count exits, plan escape routes because empty places sometimes fill when people stop watching. Marcus swallows antibiotics. Fever breaks within hours. Infection retreats like shame. Medicine works when you have it, fails when you don't. In darkness, the school sounds different. Footsteps echo, voices carry. Even breathing seems amplified in hallways designed for hundreds, for no life. Amanda takes first watch, sits by window facing north, watches empty streets, empty buildings, empty sky that promises nothing but more emptiness. Where did they go, she whispers. Everywhere else, Lena whispers back. Same place we're going. Somewhere better, somewhere different. Somewhere that exists on maps but not in reality. You think sanctuary is real. I think we need it to be real. Whether it is or not, that's not the same thing. No, it's better. Reality disappoints. Need sustains. Outside something moves. Not wind, not shadow. Something deliberate. Something careful. Something that knows how to move through empty cities without making sound. They gather at the window. Watch. Wait. Ready weapons. Count ammunition. Same ritual. Same fear. Same hope that whatever comes can be reasoned with or fought or avoided. But nothing comes. Street empties again. Movement proves to be memory. Fear proves to be preparation. Hope proves to be the distance between seeing and understanding. They sleep in shifts. Dream of empty classrooms, of students who stopped attending, of teachers who stopped believing tomorrow would be better than today. Morning brings no answers, only light through gymnasium windows, only silence through hallways, only the promise that today will be like yesterday unless they make it different. They pack supplies, check weapons, study map, 29 miles to sanctuary, 3 days if they maintain pace. Longer if empty cities slow them down. Forever if sanctuary proves to be another empty place with no answers and no people and no hope. But they leave anyway. Walk south through silent streets, past empty buildings, past monuments to productivity and progress and promises the future broke. Behind them, the school waits for students who will never return. For teachers who found other purposes, for bells that ring in empty hallways where echoes answer echoes and silence speaks louder than words. Chapter 15. Beneath the Earth. The entrance is just a hole, concrete steps leading down into black. No signs, no warnings, no indicators of what waits below ground level. Marcus shines their last flashlight down the stairs. Weak beam penetrates maybe 10 feet before darkness swallows everything. Could be basement, could be sewer, could be tomb. Looks like a bunker, Amanda says, or subway tunnel, or storm drain. Or any of 100 underground spaces people built when they believed in building things to last. They stand at the edge, looking down. 3 people who survived above ground wondering what survival looks like below. Lena drops a stone. Counts seconds, hears it hit. Not far, maybe 20 feet, deep enough to break legs, not deep enough to break hope. Air smells wrong, not fresh, not stale. Wrong. Like chemistry experiments, like medicine cabinets, like things that should stay buried, staying buried badly. We need those medical supplies. Marcus says, his shoulder has healed but slowly. Infection fought off, but barely. Next time he might need more than antibiotics, might need surgery, might need miracles. Medical supplies live in hospitals, in clinics, in places above ground where windows let in light and doors let in people, and help comes from training, not luck, unless those places got emptied, looted, stripped clean by people who understood that medicine matters more than location. Someone built this for a reason, Amanda says. Lots of reasons to dig holes. Storage, shelter, secrets, sewage, safety, or experiments. They circle the entrance. Look for clues. Find concrete that was poured recently, within years, not decades. Someone dug this when the world still made sense. When permits mattered, when inspectors inspected things that needed inspecting. There, Lena points. Metal door set into hillside 50 yards away, almost hidden by overgrown bushes. Paint faded, but readable. Authorized personnel only. So not subway tunnel, not storm drain, something official, something government, something that required authorization when authorization came from sources people trusted. The door is locked, was locked, rust ate the lock. Time and weather defeated security. They push and metal screams against metal but moves. Opens onto corridor that leads down into dark. Emergency lighting flickers. Red bulbs drawing power from somewhere, from batteries, from generators, from systems designed to function when main systems fail. The corridor extends beyond their flashlight range. Clean concrete, painted walls, floor tiles like those found in hospitals, in laboratories, in places where cleanliness prevented contamination, or tried to. They walk single file, Lena first, Marcus middle, Amanda rear guard. Formation learned from raiders who learned it from military, who learned it from centuries of people walking into dangerous places with insufficient information. Side passages branch off, numbered doors line hallways, everything labeled. Everything organized, everything designed by minds that believed problems could be solved through proper categorization. Door-marked storage opens onto shelves, medical supplies like Christmas morning, antibiotics, antiseptics, bandages, sutures, everything needed to repair damage caused by world falling apart. They fill their packs, take what they can carry, leave what they cannot. Mathematics of survival, reducing plenty to portions. Another door marked laboratory. Inside sit machines they cannot name, computers dark, microscopes waiting for specimens, everything covered in dust that settled when air circulation stopped, when people stopped coming, when research stopped requiring researchers. On one desk, Lena finds notes, handwriting faded but readable, test subjects showing promising results, side effects minimal, recommend expanded trials. What kind of trials, Marcus asks. Paper doesn't say. Probably classified, probably sensitive, probably the kind of information people hide underground when they perform experiments on things that matter. Amanda finds refrigeration units, powered off, warm now. Inside are vials, test tubes, samples of things that needed cold storage. That required temperatures lower than hope. The vials are labeled with numbers, no names, no descriptions. Just sequential identification for things that probably had names once, had purposes, had reasons for existing in underground laboratories where authorized personnel performed authorized experiments. Some vials are broken, glass shards mixed with dried residue. Whatever was inside escaped into air, into water, into food chain that connects everything to everything else, whether people understand connections or not. Marcus backs away from the refrigeration units. His medical training recognizes danger when safety protocols fail, when containment becomes contamination, when experiments outlive experimenters. We should leave, he says. Should. But deeper in the facility might be answers, information, resources, things worth the risk of breathing air that tastes of chemistry and abandonment. They move deeper, past offices, past meeting rooms, past places where people made decisions about things happening in other places to other people for other reasons. The corridor ends at heavy doors, reinforced, sealed, warning signs in multiple languages. Danger, peligro. Waken, universal symbols for universal threats. Beyond the doors lies silence, but silence with weight, with presence, with something that breathes differently than empty spaces breathe. The doors are electronic, were electronic, now they stand slightly open. Power failure or system override. Security defeated by time and entropy and things that break when nobody maintains them. Lena peers through the gap. Darkness beyond darkness. Her flashlight beam penetrates maybe 5 feet before absorption. Before whatever waits in that space consumes light like appetite. Something moves in there, not wind, not settling. Something deliberate, something that noticed flashlight beam, something that responds to observation by becoming more active. Close the door, Amanda whispers. Can't. Electronic locks. No power, no control, no way to seal what was designed to stay sealed. Then we run. They run back through corridors, past laboratories, past storage rooms, past evidence of experiments that required underground facilities and authorized personnel and warning signs in multiple languages. Behind them comes pursuit. Not footsteps, something else, something that moves without walking, that approaches without advancing, that follows rules other than physics. Emergency lighting flickers faster. Red bulbs strobing like heartbeat, like warning, like countdown to something they cannot prevent because they do not understand what needs preventing. They reach the entrance, climb stairs, emerge into daylight that seems impossibly bright after underground darkness. Behind them, the hole waits. Patient, hungry, ready for next visitors who mistake curiosity for wisdom. The metal door swings shut. Rusted hinges scream but hold. Lock might be broken, but door still closes. Still provides barrier between authorized personnel and things that should stay underground. They run from the facility, from whatever they disturbed, from questions they asked by going places designed for people with better answers than survival requires. A mile away they stop running, check supplies, count medical equipment, calculate gains versus losses. They have antibiotics, bandages, antiseptics, equipment worth risks taken, but they also have knowledge. Blaze understanding that empty cities stay empty for reasons, that underground facilities hide things better left hidden, that some doors should stay closed even when locks fail. What was that thing Marcus asks? Don't know, don't want to know. Some questions have answers that make asking them mistakes. But it was alive. Alive means different things in different places. Above ground, alive means breathing. Underground, alive might mean something else entirely. They walk south, away from facility, away from questions, toward coordinates marked on Sarah's map, toward sanctuary that might exist, might provide answers, might offer safety from things that live in underground spaces where authorized personnel performed authorized experiments. 28 miles to go, 2.5 days if they maintain pace, longer if underground encounters slow them down, forever if sanctuary proves to be another facility, another experiment. Another place where questions outnumber answers. The sun sets behind them. Night comes from ahead. Between darkness and darkness, they walk towards something that might be hope, might be help, might be home. In her pack, the toy truck settles against medical supplies, plastic wheels against antibiotic bottles, evidence of children against evidence of things that require warning signs in multiple languages. Which will they find at Sanctuary? Children playing games, or experiments waiting for authorized personnel who stopped coming when authorization stopped mattering. Only 28 miles to answer, only distance between questions and truth, only hope measured in footsteps and time and the weight of things they carry toward places they have never seen. Chapter 16, The Cost of Survival. Morning brings screaming, human screaming. Close, getting closer. Someone running through woods toward their camp. Someone pursued. Someone desperate enough to lead danger toward strangers if strangers might provide help. Lena wakes to sound. Marcus wakes. Amanda wakes. All three instantly alert because screaming means emergency. Emergency means decisions. Decisions mean living or dying based on choices made in seconds. A woman crashes through underbrush. Young, maybe 20, torn clothes, bleeding face. Running like prey, runs when predators gain ground. Please, she gasps. Help me. They took my baby. Who took your baby, Marcus asks. His rifle ready. 2 rounds, always 2 rounds unless he fires. Then fewer. Men with trucks, military trucks, said they were collecting children for medical evaluation. Said it was temporary. Said they would bring her back. When? Yesterday, maybe day before. Hard to tell when you don't sleep, when you keep running, when time moves like injury through bloodstream. The woman looks over her shoulder, listening for pursuit, for engines, for sounds that mean capture closest distance while help remains distant. Her name is Carol, or she says it is. Names come cheap when identity matters less than immediate survival, when yesterday becomes irrelevant because today demands complete attention. Where did they take her? Lena asks. South, toward the city. Big facility. Concrete buildings. Fences. Guards. The kind of place that keeps people in or out depending on which side you stand. Sanctuary facility. Don't know, maybe. They said medical evaluation, said testing, said things that sounded official but felt wrong. Everything feels wrong when armed men take children for reasons they cannot explain clearly. Amanda checks Carol's injuries. Cuts, bruises, exhaustion, dehydration. Nothing requiring surgery, but everything requiring rest. Medical attention. Time they might not have if pursuit follows her trail. How many men, Marcus asks? 6. Maybe 8. Hard to count when you're hiding. When you're watching through leaves, when fear makes numbers unreliable. Armed. All of them. military weapons, military vehicles, military discipline, either real military or people who learned military methods for unofficial purposes. Carol sits heavily, shakes, exhaustion and shock and awareness that running brought her here, but here might not provide solutions, might not offer help, might be another place where adults make decisions about children without consulting parents. My daughter is 3, she says. Emma. She likes toy trucks, cars, anything with wheels. She makes engine noises when she plays. In Lena's pack, the toy truck responds to mention plastic wheels against fabric. Evidence that somewhere children still play, still make engine noises, still exist in numbers requiring protection. They could be helping her, Amanda says. Medical evaluation sounds legitimate. Children need health care, vaccinations, checkups. Or they could be using her, testing things, trying procedures. Children make good test subjects because they heal fast, adapt quick, trust adults who wear official clothing and speak with authority. We don't know which Carol says. That's why I need to find out. Why I need help getting close enough to see what they're really doing. Getting close means getting caught. Marcus says, military facilities don't allow casual observation. Don't permit unauthorized personnel to evaluate their operations. I have to try. She's my daughter, my responsibility, my reason for keeping going when going becomes difficult. They break camp in silence, pack supplies, check weapons, make calculations about distance versus danger versus moral obligation to help mothers find stolen children. Carol leads them south, through woods that grow thicker, quieter, more isolated from roads and towns and places where people gather for mutual protection. The facility appears through trees like monument to efficiency. Concrete buildings arranged in geometric patterns, fences topped with wire. Guard towers staffed with people who watch approaches with professional attention. Military vehicles park in rows. Equipment staged for rapid deployment. Fuel tanks, generator units, communication arrays. Everything needed to maintain operations independent of civilian infrastructure. But no children visible. No playing, no engine noises, no sounds that suggest 3-year-olds who like toy trucks exist somewhere inside those concrete buildings. We watch, Amanda says. Learn their routines, count personnel, identify weaknesses. They watch for hours. Guard shifts change. Vehicles enter and exit. People move with purpose between buildings, but no children, no families, no evidence that medical evaluation includes anything medical or evaluative. Around noon, a truck arrives. Canvas covered. Guards escort people from truck to building. Adults, maybe 6, maybe 8. Hard to count through canvas, but definitely adults going somewhere they do not want to go. New arrivals, Carol whispers, like they brought me and Emma. Like they bring everyone who gets too close to their operation. What operation? Don't know. Never found out. Emma got scared when they separated us. Started crying. I started fighting. Everything happened fast after that. The truck empties. Guards return to positions. Normal routine resumes. Whatever normal means in facilities that collect children for medical evaluation. Evening brings opportunity. Guards reduce numbers. Shift change creates gaps. Security depends on routine, but routine creates predictability. I'm going in, Carol says. Bad idea, Marcus says. Going in means getting caught. Getting caught means joining Emma wherever she went. Not going means leaving her with them. Whatever they're doing, however they're helping or hurting or using children for purposes children cannot understand or consent to. Lena studies the facility, counts guards, measures distances, calculates risks versus rewards versus moral obligations that cannot be measured in mathematical terms. I'll go with you, she says. Both bad ideas. Marcus says, 2 people get caught twice as easy as 1 person gets caught. Or 2 people succeed where 1 person fails. Or 2 people watch each other's backs while 1 person watches nothing but trouble approaching from directions they cannot see. They plan approach, entry route, extraction route, signals for success and failure and situations requiring immediate evacuation. Plans that sound reasonable until contact with reality proves most plans inadequate. Midnight provides darkness. Cloud cover provides concealment. Exhaustion provides opportunity when guards assume empty woods contain no threats. Lena and Carol move through shadows, between trees, around sensors that detect movement but not stillness. Security systems designed by people who understood technology better than human behavior. The fence proves passable. Wire can be cut, alarms can be avoided, barriers exist to stop vehicles and large groups. Two people moving carefully slip through gaps designed for drainage, for maintenance, for purposes that never included preventing desperate mothers from searching for stolen children. Inside the facility looks different, less organized, more improvised. Buildings connected by covered walkways, equipment scattered without obvious planning. Everything functional but temporary, like operation designed to move quickly when circumstances require relocation. They find building marked medical. Inside are rooms with examination tables, medical equipment, computers displaying charts and graphs and data about things requiring measurement. But no children, no Emma, no 3-year-olds who like toy trucks and make engine noises while playing games that involve wheels and imagination. Another building marked research. Inside are laboratories, test equipment, refrigeration units like those found underground. Like those found in places where authorized personnel perform experiments on things that matter to science more than safety. Still no children. Still no Emma. Still no evidence that medical evaluation includes actual medicine or actual evaluation. Carol checks every room, every building, every space large enough to hide 3-year-old children who trust adults. Adults prove untrustworthy. Nothing. Empty. Like children never existed. Like medical evaluation means something other than medicine. Like collection means something other than protection. Outside alarm sounds. Lights activate. Guards respond to intrusion detection. Security systems designed to prevent exactly what they attempted. Successfully attempted until success triggered consequences. They run toward fence, toward woods, toward escape routes planned for situations exactly like current situation. Behind them, pursuit organizes, coordinates, responds with military efficiency to unauthorized personnel attempting unauthorized observation. At the fence, Carol stops, looks back at facility, at concrete buildings that might contain Emma, might contain answers, might contain nothing but equipment and personnel and purposes that require concealment. She's not here, Carol says, or she is and we cannot find her, or she was and they moved her. Or medical evaluation finished and Emma went somewhere else for reasons we cannot determine from unauthorized observation. They reach the woods, safety of trees, darkness that conceals movement, distance that reduces accuracy of pursuit weapons. Behind them, the facility returns to normal routine. Guards resume positions. Lights dim. Security systems reset for next intrusion. Next unauthorized personnel. Next, desperate parents searching for children taken for medical evaluation. Carol cries without sound. Exhaustion and disappointment and awareness that searching brought information but not reunion. Answers but not solutions. Understanding but not Emma. Tomorrow we keep looking. Lena says, where? How? They could be anywhere. Could have moved her, could have finished whatever they were doing and released her somewhere I'll never find. Or she could be alive, safe. Playing with toy trucks in places designed for children rather than experiments. Making engine noises while adults make decisions about her future based on love rather than utility. Hope without evidence. Faith without foundation. Belief without verification. But sometimes hope sustains when evidence fails, when faith matters more than foundation, when belief becomes action, regardless of verification. They walk away from the facility, away from concrete buildings, away from guards and fences and operations that collect children for medical evaluation, toward coordinates marked on Sarah's map, toward sanctuary that might provide answers, might offer help, might contain Emma. 26 miles to go, 2 days if they maintain pace, longer if searching slows them down, Forever if sanctuary proves to be another facility, another operation, another place where children disappear for medical evaluation, but they walk toward it anyway. Carol and Lena and Marcus and Amanda. 4 people carrying hope toward destination that might justify carrying, that might reward faith, that might reunite mothers with daughters who like toy trucks and make engine noises while playing games that require imagination more than authorization. Chapter 17, Shadows of Authority. The checkpoint appears without warning. Military vehicles blocking the road, armed guards checking identification, official procedure for unofficial purposes. Lena and her group stop before guards notice them, hide behind abandoned cars, watch process unfold. People approaching checkpoint, guards asking questions, some people passing through, others directed to different line, different destination, different outcome. This is new, Marcus whispers. Wasn't here yesterday. Checkpoints move, appear, disappear. Military operations adapt to circumstances, change locations when locations become predictable. Carol watches through broken windshield, studies guards, vehicles, equipment, looking for Emma, for signs, for evidence that military personnel perform medical evaluation on children taken from desperate mothers. What do they want, Amanda asks? Control, information, compliance. Same things authority always wants, same things people resist when resistance seems possible. The checkpoint processes dozens of people, families, individuals, groups like theirs, everyone heading south toward coordinates marked on maps, toward sanctuary, toward places that might provide safety from dangers unspecified. But not everyone passes through. Some people get directed to trucks, to detention, to evaluation that might be medical, might be military, might be something requiring concealment from unauthorized observation. Families separated, children taken, adults protesting, guards explaining procedures in voices that sound official but feel wrong. Everything legal except the laws that make it legal. We go around, Lena says. Around means days of detour, through terrain unmapped, over ground unknown. Around might lead nowhere except deeper wilderness. Through means compliance, documentation, questions about destination and purpose and authorization that they cannot because their authorization comes from desperation rather than official sources. There, Carol points. In the truck. Second window. Small face looking out. Lena looks. Sees child, maybe 3, maybe older. Hard to tell through glass and distance and wishful thinking. Could be Emma. Could be any child. Could be reflection of hope where no hope exists. We have to get closer, Amanda says. Closer means detection. Detection means detention. Detention means joining children in trucks heading toward facilities that collect people for medical evaluation. But not getting closer means uncertainty, doubt, regret that follows decisions unmade, actions untaken, chances lost because fear outweighed moral obligation. Carol moves before anyone can stop her, stands up, walks toward checkpoint, hands raised, peaceful approach, mother seeking information about missing daughter. The guards notice immediately, weapons ready, commands issued, standard response to unauthorized approach, to unexpected variables, to situations requiring immediate control. Stop, she calls. Don't shoot, I'm looking for my daughter. Guards surround her, weapons aimed, voices overlapping. Orders to comply, to surrender, to assume positions that make resistance impossible. From their hiding place, Lena watches, counts guards, measures distances, calculates rescue possibilities versus suicide probabilities, mathematics that reduce hope to numbers, reduce people to statistics, reduce choices to simple equations about probable outcomes. Carol reaches guards without being shot, hands still raised, voice still peaceful, still reasonable, still mother seeking daughter taken for medical evaluation. My name is Carol Patterson, she says. My daughter Emma was taken 3 days ago. Military personnel said medical evaluation, said temporary, said she would be returned. The guards exchange glances, radio communications, consultation with higher authority, standard procedure for non-standard situations. What unit took her? A guard asks. Don't know. Green trucks, military uniforms, official documentation. They seemed legitimate until legitimate became kidnapping. More radio communication, more consultation, more delays, while decisions get made by people too distant to see consequences of decisions. Finally, response comes. Carol gets directed to processing truck, to detention, to evaluation that might reunite her with Emma, might separate her permanently from hope. She goes willingly, climbs into truck, disappears behind canvas, becomes another person processed through systems designed to process people efficiently, regardless of their preferences about being processed. The truck departs, direction southeast, toward facilities, toward concrete buildings, toward places where medical evaluation requires armed guards and unauthorized personnel cannot observe procedures. Marcus loads his rifle, checks ammunition, 2 rounds. Not enough for rescue, barely enough for resistance, insufficient for anything except symbolic gestures about moral obligations that cannot be enforced through violence. We follow them, Lena says. Bad idea. Military vehicles travel faster than walking people. Cover distance people cannot cover. Reach destinations people cannot reach in time to matter. Then we find another way, another route. Another approach to wherever they took Carol and maybe Emma and everyone else collected for medical evaluation. They leave the checkpoint behind, circle around, continue south but off-road, through woods, over terrain that provides concealment at cost of speed, of certainty, of arriving anywhere on schedule. The toy truck shifts in Lena's pack, reminder of children, of purposes beyond survival, of reasons to take risks that survival logic forbids. Sometimes moral obligation outweighs mathematical probability. Sometimes hope justifies actions that reason prohibits. Evening brings them to high ground, ridge overlooking valley, below them spread buildings, vehicles, activity that suggests major operation, permanent installation, facility designed to last beyond temporary emergencies. Through binoculars they study layout, count structures, identify functions, medical buildings, research facilities, detention centers, housing blocks, everything needed for operation that processes people for purposes requiring extensive infrastructure, and their children, playing in fenced areas, supervised, guarded, but playing, making sounds that carry across distance, engine noises, laughter, evidence that 3-year-olds still exist, still play games, still make sounds that suggest happiness despite circumstances. Maybe they are helping, Amanda says, providing care, education, services that isolated communities cannot provide without resources and personnel and equipment. Or maybe they are using them. Testing procedures, evaluating responses, conducting medical evaluation that evaluates things other than medicine. Hard to tell from distance. Hard to determine intentions from observations. Hard to separate paranoia from justified concern when authority operates without transparency, without consent, without explanation that satisfies questions about missing children. They need closer look, better information, understanding that comes from proximity rather than speculation, from observation rather than assumption, from evidence rather than fear. Tomorrow, Marcus says, tonight we plan, study approaches, identify weaknesses, calculate chances of success versus chances of joining people already processed through systems designed to process efficiently. But tonight brings sounds, children singing, playing games, making noises that suggest normal life continues despite abnormal circumstances, despite separation from parents, despite medical evaluation that requires armed guards in concrete buildings and authorization that unauthorized personnel cannot obtain. In her pack, the toy truck listens to distant children, plastic evidence of normal life, of games played freely, of choices made by children rather than adults who make decisions about children for reasons children cannot understand. Tomorrow they will get closer, learn more, understand better, or they will become part of operation that collects people for medical evaluation, part of system that processes individuals efficiently regardless of their preferences about being processed. Either way, tomorrow brings answers, brings understanding, brings choices that cannot be unmade once made, brings consequences that follow decisions like shadows follow light, like authority follows power, like hope follows desperation toward destinations unknown. 24 miles to sanctuary. But sanctuary might be here, might be this facility, might be place where children play while adults make decisions about their futures based on evaluations that might help, might harm, might serve purposes beyond medical, beyond evaluation, beyond anything that requires consent from people being helped. Chapter 18, The Long Road. They wake to silence where singing should be. No children's voices, no games, no engine noises carrying across valley from facility below, just silence thick as fog, heavy as disappointment, complete as endings nobody planned. Lena studies the facility through binoculars, empty playgrounds, vacant buildings, vehicles gone except for skeleton crew maintaining security, everyone processed, everyone moved, everyone transferred to locations unknown for purposes unspecified. Too late, Marcus says, or exactly on time. Depends what we hope to accomplish. We hoped to find Emma, to help Carol, to understand what medical evaluation really means when military personnel perform it on children. Sometimes understanding comes after hope disappears, after possibilities end, after questions receive answers nobody wanted. They pack in silence, load supplies, check weapons, count ammunition that matters less when targets evacuate, when rescue becomes impossible, when hope transforms into different hope, smaller hope, hope that sanctuary still exists 24 miles south. Amanda finds evidence of hasty departure, food scattered, clothing abandoned, personal items left behind when evacuation prioritized speed over completeness. Operations move fast when movement becomes necessary. Where did they go, she asks. Somewhere else. Somewhere better defended. Somewhere more isolated from unauthorized observation. Military operations relocate when locations become compromised. By what? By us. By Carol. By people asking questions about children taken for medical evaluation. Questions make authority nervous. Nervousness makes authority relocate. Relocation makes finding answers harder. They descend into valley, approach facility, find gates open, guards reduced to minimum. Most buildings empty except for equipment too heavy to move quickly. In medical building, they find examination rooms, research equipment, computers wiped clean, data transferred or destroyed when destruction seemed preferable to discovery. Nothing that explains medical evaluation. Nothing that reveals purposes served by collecting children from desperate mothers. But in one room, Lena finds drawings, children's artwork left behind during evacuation. Crayon pictures of trucks, cars, vehicles with wheels drawn by small hands that understand engines make noise, and toys provide comfort, and adults sometimes take children away for reasons children cannot comprehend. One drawing shows figure labeled Mama, stick person with sad face. Another shows building with bars on windows. Another shows truck driving away with small figure in back, waving goodbye. Emma's story told in crayon, her understanding of medical evaluation, her experience of separation, her documentation of events that adults describe as temporary, but children experience as permanent until reunion proves otherwise. Carol never found her. Carol says, Carol found different kind of answer, understanding that some separations become permanent, that some medical evaluations never end, that some children disappear into systems designed to process efficiently rather than reunite effectively. They search facility completely, find evidence of research, of testing, of procedures performed on subjects who trusted adults to act in their best interest that proves misplaced when interests diverge, when best means different things to different people with different authorities. In administrative building, Amanda discovers paperwork, forms, documentation of transfers. Children move to Facility 7, adults process through different channels, families separated permanently for operational efficiency. Facility 7, no location specified, no coordinates provided, no maps showing distance or direction or purpose served by collecting people for medical evaluation at destinations unknown. We could search, Marcus says, follow leads, track transfers, attempt reunion of mothers with daughters who like toy trucks and make engine noises while playing games. Could. But searching takes time, resources, hope, all finite quantities that decrease when spent on purposes that might prove futile. That might lead nowhere, except deeper into systems designed to process people efficiently, regardless of their preferences about being processed. Or we could continue toward sanctuary, toward coordinates marked on Sarah's map, toward destination that might provide answers, might offer help, might contain children who still play freely instead of under vision that calls itself medical evaluation. 24 miles, 2 days if they maintain pace. Longer if searching delays progress. Forever if sanctuary proves to be another facility, another operation, another place where authority makes decisions about people without consulting people about preferences. They choose sanctuary, choose coordinates over investigation, choose hope over certainty about things that might not change regardless of understanding. Sometimes knowing makes situation worse without making situation better. The road south winds through empty countryside, abandoned farms, silent towns, places where people lived until living became impossible, until evacuation seemed preferable to medical evaluation, until leaving meant survival where staying meant processing. In Ghost Town they find market, shelves empty but building intact, place where people bought necessities until necessities became unavailable, until authority decided what people needed rather than letting people decide for themselves. Behind counter, Lena finds photographs, family pictures, children playing, adults working, community gatherings where people chose activities freely instead of having activities chosen for them by personnel who understand efficiency better than happiness. Normal life before authority decided normal needed improvement, before medical evaluation became mandatory, before children got collected for purposes that required military vehicles and armed guards and facilities designed to process people efficiently. Amanda studies photographs, counts children, calculates families separated, numbers that represent losses, separations, endings that nobody planned but everybody experienced when operations prioritized objectives over individuals. How many facilities exist, she asks. Don't know. Probably many. Probably expanding, probably processing people faster than people can avoid processing. Why? Authority always has reasons, resources, security, safety, efficiency, improvement. Reasons that sound reasonable until experienced by people being helped without consent. They leave town behind. Continue south. Walk through countryside that looks peaceful but feels empty. Like stage set after actors departed, like movie after filming finished, like world after people stopped mattering to purposes being served. Evening brings them to ridge overlooking valley. Below spreads another facility, larger, more organized, more permanent, buildings arranged in patterns that suggest planning, investment, intention to operate indefinitely regardless of objections from people being processed, but also sounds, children playing, adults talking, community activities that suggest cooperation rather than coercion, voluntary participation rather than medical evaluation, choice rather than collection. Could be sanctuary, Lena says. Could be or could be better prison, harder to escape, more efficient at processing people who believe they chose to be processed. Only one way to find out, Amanda says. Yes, only one way, only risk, only choice between hope and fear, between destination and detour, between sanctuary that might exist and continued searching that might never end. They descend toward facility, toward sounds of children playing, toward possibility that medical evaluation sometimes means medicine, sometimes means evaluation, sometimes means help that helps instead of processing that processes, toward sanctuary or disappointment, toward reunion or separation. toward answers that might satisfy questions about children taken for medical evaluation by authority that operates without transparency, without consent, without explanation, that satisfies people who prefer understanding to efficiency. 22 miles to coordinates marked on Sarah's map, but coordinates might be here, might be this facility, might be place where Emma plays with toy trucks while Carol searches for daughter, Otter, who still makes engine noises while playing games that require imagination more than authorization, might be sanctuary, might be home, might be ending that justifies journey, that rewards hope, that proves some destinations deserve reaching regardless of risks taken to reach them. Chapter 19, The False Haven. The people at the gate smile too much. Wide grins. Perfect teeth. Eyes that focus just past your shoulder instead of meeting direct gaze. Smiles that announce welcome but suggest performance. Rehearsal. Practice at greeting strangers who might not remain strangers long. Welcome to Haven, the woman says. Her name tag reads Coordinator Janet. Her smile never wavers, never reaches her eyes, never acknowledges that welcoming strangers requires trust both directions. You look tired, she continues. Hungry. We can help with that. We help everyone who finds their way here. Marcus steps slightly back, his rifle loose but ready. 2 rounds. Not enough for fight, but enough for statement. Enough for gesture toward independence when independence gets challenged. What kind of help, Lena asks. All kinds. Medical care, food, shelter, safety. Everything people need when the world falls apart, when systems fail, when individuals require community support to survive. The facility spreads behind Janet. Clean buildings, paved walkways, gardens where vegetables grow in orderly rows. Everything planned, everything managed. Everything controlled by people who understand efficiency better than autonomy. Through gates they glimpse residents, adults working, children playing. Activities that suggest normal life continues despite abnormal circumstances, despite walls, despite gates, despite coordination that requires coordinators. How many people live here, Amanda asks. About 200. Families mostly. People who found us. People we found. People who needed sanctuary when sanctuary became necessary for survival. Sanctuary. The word from Sarah's map. The destination marked in coordinates. The hope that sustained 24 miles of walking through empty countryside towards something that might provide answers. But sanctuary means different things to different people. Safety for some requires control of others. Protection for residents requires processing of visitors. Help for individuals requires subordination to community. What do you require for admission? Marcus asks. Nothing complicated. Medical evaluation, skills assessment, background screening, standard procedures for community safety, for everyone's protection, for ensuring new residents contribute to shared welfare. Medical evaluation, words that trigger memories. Carol searching for Emma, facilities that collect children. Authority that processes people efficiently, regardless of preferences about being processed. What does medical evaluation involve, Lena asks. Health screening, psychological assessment, compatibility testing. We want to ensure residents integrate successfully, that everyone benefits from community membership, that resources get allocated efficiently. Janet's smile adjusts, becomes slightly less wide, slightly more focused, slightly more attentive to signs of reluctance, of skepticism, of questions that suggest visitors think too much about procedures before accepting help. Of course, evaluation takes time, she continues. A few days, typically. During assessment period, visitors stay in orientation housing, comfortable accommodations, good food, medical care if needed, everything provided while decisions get made about permanent residency. Orientation housing. Assessment period. Decisions made by community about individuals who thought they would make decisions for themselves. Language that makes processing sound reasonable. Temporary. Voluntary. But doors that lock from outside remain locked regardless of language used to describe locking. Evaluation that determines residency includes evaluation of willingness to submit to evaluation. Help that requires assessment includes assessment of need for help. We appreciate the offer, Marcus says, but we need to discuss privately, make decision together. Independent consultation before community integration. Of course, Janet says, take your time, but remember night comes early this season. Temperature drops, predators emerge. Safety increases with darkness when safety requires walls. Guards, community protection from external threats. External threats. Language that suggests danger comes from outside, from wilderness, from people who refuse community membership, from independence that threatens efficiency, from questions that challenge authority to make decisions about individuals who prefer making decisions for themselves. They withdraw from gate, walk back toward tree line, toward distance that permits discussion without coordination, without evaluation, without assessment of compatibility with community values. What do you think, Amanda asks? Think it looks good, clean, organized, peaceful. Like place where people help each other instead of using each other for purposes requiring concealment. And sounds wrong, Marcus says. Too clean, too organized, too peaceful. Real communities have conflicts, disagreements, problems that resist organization, that require negotiation rather than coordination. Could be legitimate sanctuary, Lena says. Could be place where Emma plays with toy trucks, where Carol finds daughter, where families reunite instead of separate, where medical evaluation means medicine instead of processing, or could be processing facility disguised as sanctuary. Could be place where authority operates through consent manufactured rather than obtained, where help becomes control, where sanctuary becomes prison with comfortable accommodations. Through binoculars, they study facility, count guards, observe routines, look for signs of coercion masked as cooperation, of processing disguised as protection, of efficiency that prioritizes objectives over individuals. Children play in designated areas, adults work assigned tasks. Activities proceed according to schedules determined by coordinators who coordinate based on expertise in coordination. Everything functional, everything managed, everything controlled through systems that make control appear beneficial. But no crying children, no arguments, no spontaneous activities. No chaos that characterizes communities where individuals retain autonomy, where choices produce conflicts, where cooperation emerges from negotiation rather than coordination. Too perfect, Marcus says. Real communities are messy, complicated, full of people who disagree about important things. This looks like advertisement for community rather than actual community. Could be because they solved problems other communities cannot solve, because coordination works better than chaos, because efficiency serves everyone when everyone accepts service, or because dissent gets processed out, because questions get evaluated away, because compatibility testing eliminates people who prefer independence to integration, who value autonomy more than efficiency. Night approaches, temperature drops, darkness brings predators both animal and human. Janet was correct about external threats, even if her solutions create internal threats, even if safety requires submission, even if sanctuary costs independence. They need shelter, food, medical attention for infections and injuries, and exhaustion that accumulates when survival requires constant vigilance. Need community support, even if community requires individual submission. But need and requirement point different directions. Need suggests desperation. Requirement suggests choice. Desperation makes bad choices seem reasonable, makes processing seem preferable to exposure, makes evaluation seem better than isolation. Tomorrow we scout around, Lena says. Look for alternatives, other options. Different approaches to sanctuary that might preserve autonomy while providing safety. And if we find nothing, Amanda asks, then we decide between comfort and freedom, between help and independence, between sanctuary that might be false and wilderness that definitely contains dangers. In her pack, the toy truck settles against medical supplies taken from underground facility, evidence of children against evidence of experiments, hope against knowledge, Sanctuary against processing, choice against efficiency. Tomorrow brings decisions, tonight brings cold, darkness, predators that hunt independent individuals who refuse community membership, who prefer autonomy to assessment, who value freedom more than safety when safety requires submission to authority that coordinates without consulting people being coordinated. But sometimes safety justifies submission. Sometimes efficiency serves individuals better than independence. Sometimes sanctuary provides hope, even when hope requires surrendering choices about how hope gets fulfilled. They make camp in woods, cold camp, no fire, no light, no signals that announce presence to coordinators who coordinate responses to people who refuse coordination, to individuals who prefer independence to integration. In darkness, they listen to sounds from facility, schedules ending, activities concluding, communities settling into routine that makes routine possible. Everything organized, everything managed, everything controlled through systems that eliminate chaos while eliminating choice, but also laughter, conversation. Sounds that suggest genuine community, real cooperation, people helping each other because helping feels good rather than because helping gets required by coordinators who understand efficiency better than happiness. Hard to tell from distance, hard to separate authentic from performance. Hard to distinguish cooperation from coercion when both produce similar sounds. When both result in activities that appear beneficial regardless of whether benefits come from choice or requirement. Morning will bring clarity, decision, choice between sanctuary that might be false and wilderness that definitely contains dangers, between help that might cost freedom and independence that definitely costs comfort. But tonight brings only cold, darkness, distance from decisions that cannot be unmade once made, from consequences that follow choices like shadows follow light, like authority follows power, like hope follows desperation toward destinations that might justify journey, or might prove journey was mistake. 22 miles to coordinates marked on Sarah's map, but coordinates might be here, might be this facility, might be sanctuary that provides safety at cost of autonomy, that offers help at price of independence, that delivers hope through systems that make hope possible while making choice impossible. Chapter 20, Echoes of the Fallen. The attack comes at dawn, not against them, against the facility, against haven, against sanctuary that seemed too perfect to be real, because perfection requires constant maintenance, constant protection, constant defense against things that make perfection impossible. Through trees they watch trucks approach, military vehicles, armed personnel, authority arriving to collect people for medical evaluation, for processing, for procedures that require facilities like Haven to exist until authority decides facilities serve authority better than residents. No warning, no negotiation, no opportunity for residents to choose between submission and resistance. Just trucks and personnel and weapons that make choice irrelevant, that reduce autonomy to mathematical equation about survival probability. The gates open, not by choice, by explosion, by force that eliminates barriers between inside and outside, between sanctuary and processing, between hope and efficiency that serves purposes beyond individual preference. Residents scatter, some run toward woods, toward wilderness, toward independence that costs comfort but preserves choice. Others remain. Raise hands, submit to authority that promises safety through submission, through evaluation, through processing that processes efficiently regardless of individual preference. Janet, the coordinator, speaks through bullhorn. Instructions for orderly evacuation, for cooperation with personnel who understand community needs better than community understands itself. For submission that serves everyone when everyone accepts service, but residents who run get pursued. Get caught. Get processed anyway because authority operates through consent when possible and force when necessary, because efficiency serves objectives regardless of methods required to achieve efficiency. Lena and her group watch from distance, count vehicles, personnel, Equipment. Calculate chances of helping versus chances of joining people being processed. Mathematics that reduce moral obligation to probability assessment. We should help, Marcus says. Help how? With what? 2 rounds of ammunition against military operation. 3 people against professional personnel. Hope against equipment designed to process hope efficiently. We should run, Amanda says. Run where? To sanctuary. That might be another haven, another facility. Another place where authority coordinates responses to people who need coordination, whether they want coordination or not. Lena studies facility through binoculars, watches families separated, children loaded into trucks, adults processed through systems that make processing appear beneficial, helpful, necessary for community safety. There, Lena points. Loading dock. Eastern building, canvas truck with children inside. Amanda looks, sees truck, sees small faces pressed against windows, sees Evan might be there. That Carol's daughter survives processing. That medical evaluation sometimes preserves what evaluation claims to improve. Too far, Marcus says, too many guards. Too much distance between here and there, between intention and possibility, between hope and practical achievement. But not impossible. Not if distraction draws guards away. Not if chaos creates opportunity. Not if rescue becomes possible when rescue seems necessary regardless of probability. Lena loads her pistol, 2 rounds. Amanda checks medical supplies, bandages, antiseptics, things needed after rescue attempts regardless of success or failure. Marcus counts rifle ammunition, 2 rounds. Not enough for firefight, but enough for statement. You don't have to come, Lena says. Moral obligation doesn't recognize individual choice, Marcus says. Right action requires participation, regardless of personal preference, regardless of survival probability, regardless of consequences that follow decisions about helping people who need help. They approach facility from east, through woods, around perimeter that focuses on vehicle approaches rather than individuals who move quietly through trees, who understands stealth better than authority understands dedication. The loading dock extends from building like invitation, like opportunity, like target that presents itself when targets become necessary, when action justifies risk, when hope requires gesture toward moral obligation regardless of mathematical probability. Guards patrol in patterns, predictable intervals, professional routine that assumes threats approach professionally, that follow patterns authorities recognize, that operate through methods authority understands. But desperation operates differently, through improvisation, through actions that seem irrational until measured against moral obligation, that transcends rational calculation, that values rescue above probability, that chooses right action regardless of outcome. Lena circles toward truck. Marcus provides distraction, small fire, smoke, evidence of threat that draws attention away from real threat, away from rescue attempt, away from hope that manifests through action rather than waiting. Amanda stays with medical supplies, ready for casualties, for injuries, for consequences that follow rescue attempts, whether successful or failed, whether hope proves justified or proves only that hope sometimes requires risk greater than probability justifies. The truck waits, engine running, guards distracted by smoke, by false threat, by evidence that someone opposes processing, that resists authority, that chooses action over submission even when action seems futile. Inside truck, children sit quietly, too quietly, sedated maybe, medicated, processed through chemical compliance when physical compliance proves insufficient, when cooperation requires pharmaceutical assistance, but alive, breathing, present, evidence that medical evaluation preserves what evaluation claims to improve, that processing maintains what gets processed even when processing serves purposes beyond individual benefit. Lena opens truck door, checks children, counts faces, looks for Emma, for 3-year-old who likes toy trucks, who makes engine noises while playing games that require imagination more than authorization. There, back corner, small face, frightened eyes. Recognition that help arrives even when help seems impossible, even when rescue requires risks that rational calculation prohibits. Emma Lena whispers. Mama Emma responds, voice weak, drugged but responsive, aware, capable of recognition even when recognition comes through pharmaceutical compliance. Lena lifts Emma. Small weight, precious cargo, evidence that moral obligation sometimes achieves practical results. That hope occasionally manifests through action rather than waiting. That rescue sometimes succeeds when success seems mathematically impossible. Guards return. Smoke cleared. Distraction ended. Real threat discovered. Lena runs toward woods, toward extraction point, toward Amanda and medical supplies and Marcus who provided distraction that made rescue possible. Behind them, pursuit organizes, professional response to unauthorized rescue, to theft of property, to interference with processing that serves community needs better than community understands itself. But woods provide concealment. Distance provides safety. Darkness provides protection from authority that operates best under controlled conditions. Under circumstances that permit efficient processing of people who prefer efficiency to autonomy. They reach extraction point. Amanda ready with medical supplies, Marcus ready with rifle. 2 rounds. Not enough for extended combat, but enough for statement about moral obligation that transcends mathematical calculation. Emma stirs in Lena's arms, pharmaceutical compliance wearing off, awareness returning, recognition that rescue happened, that hope manifested, that moral obligation sometimes achieves practical results regardless of probability assessment. Mama, she whispers again. Soon, Lena promises, soon we find Mama. Soon families reunite instead of separate. Soon medical evaluation serves medicine instead of authority that evaluates for purposes beyond medical necessity. They move deeper into woods, away from facility, away from pursuit, away from authority that processes people efficiently regardless of individual preference about being processed, toward wilderness that costs comfort but preserves choice, that values autonomy more than efficiency. Behind them, haven burns, not literally, but symbolically. Hope that seemed too perfect proved too perfect, because perfection requires constant maintenance, constant control, constant submission to authority that coordinates without consulting people being coordinated. But Emma breathes in Lena's arms, lives, survives processing, evidence that rescue sometimes succeeds, that moral obligation occasionally triumphs over mathematical probability, that hope manifests through action when action seems necessary, regardless of outcome. In her pack, the toy truck waits, plastic evidence of normal life, of children who play freely, of games that require imagination rather than authorization. Ready for reunion with child who likes toy trucks, who makes engine noises while playing games that matter more than efficiency. They walk away from facility, away from sanctuary that proved false, away from hope that required submission, toward wilderness that might contain real sanctuary. Authentic community, genuine cooperation that emerges from choice rather than coordination, toward whatever waits beyond false haven, beyond processing that processes, beyond authority that serves objectives rather than individuals. Toward place where Emma can play with toy trucks while Carol searches for daughter who survived medical evaluation, who escaped processing, who proves rescue sometimes succeeds when success seems impossible. 20 miles to go, to coordinates marked on Sarah's map, to sanctuary that might be real, that might provide safety without requiring submission, that might offer hope without demanding surrender of autonomy that makes hope worth having. Emma sleeps against Lena's shoulder, rescued, safe, alive. Evidence that moral obligation sometimes achieves practical results. That right action occasionally succeeds regardless of probability. That hope manifests through decision to act rather than calculation about outcome. They walk towards something that might be sanctuary, might be home, might be place where children play freely while adults make decisions based on love rather than efficiency, where hope serves individuals rather than systems, where rescue leads to reunion rather than separation, toward sanctuary or disappointment, toward truth or another false haven, toward answers that might justify journey or might prove journey was preparation for different destination entirely, for understanding that transcends geography, that values action over location, that measures success by moral obligation fulfilled rather than coordinates reached. But they walk toward coordinates anyway, because hope requires destination even when destination proves less important than journey. Because sanctuary means different things to different people, but means something to everyone who needs safety, who seeks community, who values cooperation over coercion. Emma stirs, opens eyes, looks at world through awareness unclouded by pharmaceutical compliance, sees trees, sky, distance from processing, freedom from evaluation that evaluates for purposes beyond individual benefit. Soon she will play with toy trucks again. Make engine noises while playing games that require imagination more than authorization. Reunite with mother who searches for daughter taken for medical evaluation, who never stopped hoping, who proves love transcends systems designed to process love efficiently. Soon, when they reach sanctuary, when coordinates become reality, when journey justifies itself through destination that provides what journey promised, what hope required, what moral obligation demanded regardless of mathematical probability or practical consideration or rational calculation about outcome. Soon, Chapter 21, The Breaking Point. The weight becomes too much. Lena's legs fold beneath her like paper in rain. Marcus catches her elbow before she hits the cracked pavement. The world tilts sideways. Buildings lean into each other like old men sharing secrets. You can't carry everything forever. The body knows this before the mind accepts it. Her knees scrape against broken glass. The sound is small and sharp, like stepping on eggshells in an empty house. The fever started 3 hours ago. Maybe 4. Time moves differently when your skin burns from the inside. Marcus presses his palm to her forehead. His hand is cool as river stones. We need shelter, he says. The words float between them. Simple truths in a world that has forgotten simplicity. A church stands at the end of the block. Its steeple points toward gray sky like an accusation. The doors hang open on rusted hinges, dark rectangles that promise nothing and everything. Marcus slides his arm under her shoulder. Her weight shifts to him. 2 people becoming one walking thing. The fever makes her see shapes that aren't there. Movement in windows, faces in doorways. The mind creates what it needs when reality becomes too thin. Their feet crunch on leaves that fell last autumn, or the autumn before. Seasons blur together when no one rakes them away. The church steps are chipped concrete, worn smooth by feet that no longer walk. They climb slowly, each step a negotiation with gravity. Inside smells of dust and old prayers. Wooden pews stretch in neat rows like broken teeth. Sunlight filters through stained glass. Red and blue patterns dance across the floor. Marcus helps her to a pew near the back. The wood is solid beneath her. Real in a way that fever dreams are not. She closes her eyes. The darkness behind her lids is soft and welcoming. When she opens them again, the light has changed. Evening creeps through windows like water through cloth. Marcus sits beside her. His hand rests on her shoulder. How long was I gone, she asks. 2 hours, maybe 3. The fever has broken. Her skin feels normal temperature again, cool and dry as autumn leaves. Marcus opens a can of peaches. The metal lid curls back to reveal yellow fruit floating in sweet syrup. He hands her the can. The peaches taste like summer, like the world before it ended. Sugar and sunshine and afternoons that lasted forever. She eats slowly, each piece a small celebration. Outside, the wind picks up. It rattles windows and whispers through cracks in the walls. The sound is lonely, but not unfriendly. We can stay tonight, Marcus says. Rest. Plan our next move. The pews make decent beds if you don't mind hard wood. Marcus finds blankets in the vestry, wool that smells of mothballs and forgotten Sundays. They arrange their sleeping area near the altar. The cross above them is dark wood against white wall, a simple intersection of lines that once meant everything to someone. Lena lies on her side. The fever took something from her, left her hollow and light, like a bird's bone. The sounds start just after midnight. Footsteps on gravel, quiet voices, the scrape of metal against stone. Marcus is awake instantly. His hand finds her arm in the darkness. They listen without breathing. The sounds circle the building like water around a stone. The voices are too quiet to understand, but their intent is clear enough. Hunters finding prey. Marcus moves to the window, stays low, peers through colored glass at the world outside. How many? Lena whispers. 5, maybe 6. They wear dark clothes and move with purpose. One carries something that might be rope. Another has tools hanging from his belt. These are not casual scavengers. These are professionals. Marcus returns to her side. His face is calm, but his eyes are sharp. The building has 3 exits. Front door, side door near the vestry, back door through the fellowship hall. All 3 are probably watched. They could wait until dawn, hope the hunters lose interest, and move on. But hope is a luxury they cannot afford. The side door is their best option, closest to the tree line, farthest from the street. They gather their belongings in silence, every movement deliberate and quiet. The floor creaks beneath their feet, old wood remembering the weight of congregations. At the side door, Marcus pauses, his hand on the handle. The metal is cold under his palm. On the other side is night and uncertainty and men who mean them harm. He turns the handle slowly. The mechanism clicks like bones settling. The door opens to reveal a narrow alley. Brick walls on both sides, darkness thick as syrup. They step outside. The air is cold and sharp. It cuts through their clothes like wind through wheat. Behind them, the church stands empty, waiting for the next refugees to stumble through its doors. The alley ends at a chain-link fence. Beyond it stretches wasteland, broken concrete and twisted metal, the bones of civilization picked clean. Marcus helps her over the fence. The metal is cold and rough under their hands. On the other side, they pause, listen for sounds of pursuit. The night is full of small noises. Wind through rubble, distant sirens that never stop, the city breathing in its sleep. They walk toward the horizon, 2 figures against the vast emptiness. Behind them, voices rise in the church, angry and frustrated, the sound of doors slamming, windows breaking. The hunters have found their nest empty. Ahead, the wasteland stretches endlessly, but somewhere beyond it waits sanctuary, or the promise of sanctuary. They walk until the church disappears behind hills of debris. Chapter 22. Faith Under Siege. Dawn finds them in a valley of rust and ruin. The remains of cars stretch in neat rows, a parking lot that became a graveyard, metal bones bleaching under endless sky. Marcus kicks an empty oil drum. It rings hollow as a church bell. They have walked all night. Their legs remember the rhythm of escape, step after step into nowhere. Lena sits on a car hood that still holds paint, blue like summer water. She runs her fingers along the smooth surface. In the distance, smoke rises from hidden fires, other survivors cooking breakfast or burning the past. Same difference now. Her stomach makes sounds like angry animals. The last of their food went into the fever, burned up like wood in winter. The body consumes everything when it fights to live. Marcus searches through car trunks. Most are empty, cleaned out years ago by smarter scavengers. In a station wagon, he finds a first aid kit, bandages yellow with age, pills that rattle like dice in a cup. The expiration date reads 3 years past, but expiration is a luxury concept. When you need medicine, you take what medicine exists. Under the bandages, he finds something better, a candy bar wrapped in silver foil. The chocolate has turned white at the edges, but chocolate is chocolate. Sugar and fat and the memory of sweeter times. They split it between them, each piece dissolving on their tongues like communion wafers. The sweetness makes their stomachs cramp. Bodies not used to such richness. A dog appears from behind an overturned truck, not wild like the pack animals that hunt in groups. This one remembers humans. Its tail wags uncertain hope. Brown and white with patches of fur missing. Ribs show through thin skin like ladder rungs. It approaches slowly, head low, eyes watchful. Lena extends her hand, palm up, empty but friendly. The dog sniffs her fingers. Its nose is cold and wet. Normal things in an abnormal world. "Hey there," she says. "You hungry too?" The dog has no collar, no tags, anonymous as weather. Marcus finds a can of beans in another trunk. Dented but sealed, he opens it with his knife. The smell brings the dog closer. Its whole body trembles with want. They share the beans 3 ways: cold from the can, metallic and salt-sweet. The dog eats carefully, like it might be a trick, like kindness might disappear if acknowledged too directly. When the can is empty, the dog stays, sits at a polite distance, not begging but not leaving either. Animals know things humans have forgotten, which people are safe, which places hold danger, which roads lead home. Marcus stands and stretches. His back pops like breaking twigs. "We need to find water," he says. The dog's ears perk up. It trots toward a gap between 2 crushed buses. "Follow the local guide," Lena says. They walk single file through the maze of metal. The dog leads, confident and sure-footed. Behind a semi-trailer, they find what might once have been a gas station. The pumps stand like sentries, red and silver monuments to better days. The dog goes straight to a drain pipe, laps at water that pools in the concrete depression. Marcus kneels beside it, cups the water in his palms. It's clear and cold. Tastes of rain and rust, but nothing worse. They drink deeply, fill their bottles, splash water on faces that feel like leather. The dog watches them with intelligent eyes, brown as autumn leaves. "You want to come with us?" Marcus asks. The dog tilts its head. Considering the offer, freedom means different things to different creatures. For some it means the open road. For others it means belonging. The dog stands, shakes itself once, then sits back down. Partnership accepted. They spend the afternoon moving through the car graveyard, looking for supplies, finding mostly disappointment. But the dog knows where to look. It leads them to a minivan with camping gear still strapped to the roof. Sleeping bags that smell of campfire and better times. A propane stove with half a tank of fuel. Water purification tablets wrapped in foil. Treasure in a world that has forgotten abundance. They make camp as evening approaches. The stove burns blue and steady. Water boils for the first time in weeks. The dog curls up between them, its warmth surprising and welcome. Lena runs her hand along its back. The fur is coarser than it looks, but warm, alive. "What should we call you?" she asks. The dog opens one eye, as if considering the question. "Scout," Marcus suggests, since he found us water. Scout closes his eye again. Name accepted through indifference. They eat hot soup from a can. Chicken noodle that tastes like childhood and safety. The sun sets behind mountains of twisted metal. The sky turns red and orange and purple. Beautiful despite everything, or because of everything. Night brings different sounds. Owls calling across the wasteland. The distant hum of machinery that never stops. Scout raises his head, ears pricked forward. At first, they hear nothing. Then footsteps, multiple sets, moving with purpose. The hunters from the church. Marcus kills the stove flame. Darkness drops over them like a blanket. Scout growls low in his chest, not loud enough to give away their position, just warning. The footsteps circle their camp, staying just outside the ring of abandoned cars, waiting. Lena and Marcus sit back to back, each watching half the darkness. Scout presses against Lena's leg. His body tense as a bowstring. The waiting becomes unbearable. Better to act than react. Marcus picks up a chunk of broken concrete, throws it toward the far side of the lot. It crashes against a car door. Echo rings through the graveyard. The footsteps move toward the sound. Quick and eager. Now, Marcus whispers, they move in the opposite direction, Scout at their heels. Between the cars is a maze only they know, paths memorized during daylight reconnaissance. Behind them, voices call out. Frustrated and angry, traps spring in empty air. They reach the edge of the lot. Open ground stretches beyond, nowhere to hide but distance. They run. Scout keeps pace easily, his legs built for this, for the long chase across broken ground. Behind them lights appear, flashlight beams sweeping back and forth, but they have a head start and the dog's nose to guide them. They run until the lights fade to pinpricks, until their breath comes in ragged gasps, until the car graveyard is just another dark shape on the horizon. Chapter 23, The Edge of Madness. 3 days without real sleep. The mind begins to fray at the edges like old cloth. Reality becomes negotiable. They walk through streets that might be memory, buildings that could be dreams. Scout trots ahead, his paws silent on broken pavement, the only one who still trusts his senses completely. Lena sees her mother at a bus stop. The woman sits patient and still, hands folded over a purse that matches her shoes. Mom, Lena calls. But when she runs to the bench, it holds only shadows and wishful thinking. Marcus doesn't comment. He has his own ghosts walking beside him. The lack of sleep is a drug. It changes the chemistry of perception, makes the impossible seem merely unlikely. Water has become their obsession. They finished the last bottle this morning. Now every mirage looks like oasis. Scout leads them down an alley that stinks of things better left unnamed. His nose wrinkles, but he doesn't turn back. At the end stands a fire hydrant. Red paint faded to rust, but the connection might still work. Marcus kneels beside it, runs his hands over the metal surface, looking for a way in. The wrench they need is probably in some firehouse miles away, but desperation makes engineers of everyone. He finds a piece of rebar, uses it as leverage against the valve. Metal screams against metal, but slowly the valve turns. Water bursts out brown and bitter, like the city's blood finally flowing again. They wait for it to run clear, catch the stream in their bottles. Scout drinks directly from the flow, his tail wagging with simple pleasure. The water tastes of iron and old pipes, but it's wet and clean enough. They drink until their stomachs ache, fill every container they own. Wealth measured in liquid ounces. The hydrant keeps flowing. They can't shut it off completely. Water runs down the alley like a small river. Someone will notice eventually. Water draws attention like honey draws flies. They move on before the hunters can triangulate. The city changes around them. Buildings grow taller. Windows reflect sky instead of emptiness. This district survived better than most. Glass still covers most openings. Doors still hang straight on their hinges. But survival doesn't mean occupied. The emptiness is perfect. Too perfect. Store windows display mannequins in clothes that match no season. Restaurants have menus posted for meals no one will order. A museum of what was, preserved in amber of abandonment. Lena stops at a bookstore window. Paperbacks arranged in neat pyramids. Romance novels and mysteries and self-help guides. How to live your best life in 10 easy steps. The irony would be funny if irony still existed. Marcus reads over her shoulder. His reflection joins hers in the glass. Think any of those have survival tips, he asks. She almost laughs. The sound comes out cracked and strange. Sleep deprivation makes everything either hilarious or terrifying. Sometimes both. Scout whines at their feet, his ears flat against his skull. Animals feel wrong before humans do. Something about this place sets his instincts on edge. They walk faster through the perfect emptiness. At an intersection, they find the reason for the preservation. A checkpoint, concrete barriers and razor wire. Guard booth still manned by figures in military gear. But the guards haven't moved in hours, maybe days. Marcus approaches carefully, hand on his knife. The guards are gone in the way that leaves uniforms behind, perfectly arranged, like they simply evaporated. Papers scatter in the wind, forms and requisitions and orders from command structures that no longer exist. One page catches against Scout's leg. He shakes it off with disgust. The barrier gate stands open, red and white striped arm pointing toward whatever lies beyond. Through the checkpoint, the city becomes itself again, broken and honest and real. Behind them, the perfect district shimmers like heat mirage. They don't look back. The sun sets orange and violent. Pollution turns sunset into art. They find shelter in a pharmacy. Glass doors, spiderweb but intact. Inside smells of antiseptic and old hope. Shelves picked clean of anything useful. But the roof doesn't leak. Scout claims a spot near the door. Curls into a tight ball. Lena and Marcus share the last of their canned food. Peaches and syrup that taste like liquid gold. The sugar makes her dizzy, or maybe that's the exhaustion. She lies on her sleeping bag and watches shadows dance across the ceiling. The shadows become people she used to know. Co-workers and neighbors and friends who scattered like leaves when the world ended. Are they dead or hiding or gone somewhere she'll never find them? The questions have no answers, but sleep-starved minds ask them anyway. Marcus sits with his back against a wall, his eyes closed but his body alert. Even unconscious, he's listening. Ready to wake at the first wrong sound. Scout's breathing changes, from deep sleep to watchful quiet. His head rises, nose testing the air. Outside, something moves with purpose. Not random scavenger wandering. Directed search. Footsteps on broken glass, whispers too low to understand. The hunters again, or different hunters. The city breeds them like bacteria. Lena forces herself to full awareness. The fog of exhaustion cleared by adrenaline. 3 figures outside, maybe 4. Hard to tell through cracked glass. They move with coordinated patterns. Professional, military trained. Not the church hunters then. Something worse. Marcus signals toward the back exit. They gather their gear in silence. Scout understands without words. He pads toward the rear door. But as they reach it, the handle turns from outside. They retreat to the center aisle, surrounded by empty shelves and diminishing options. The front door opens with the sound of grinding glass, boots on linoleum, steady and confident. A voice calls out, clear and authoritative. "We know you're in here. Come out with hands visible, no sudden movements." The words echo off bare walls, professional courtesy that promises nothing. Marcus and Lena exchange looks, no good choices left. Scout growls low, a sound like distant thunder. Counting to 3, the voice says, "Then we come looking." 1, they have nowhere to run. 2, surrender means capture. Capture means unknown intentions. 3, lights flood the pharmacy, brilliant white that turns night into harsh noon. They raise their hands, squint against the glare. 3 figures in tactical gear, faces hidden behind goggles and masks. "Step forward slowly," the leader says. Hands where we can see them. They comply. What choice exists? Scout stays close to Lena's leg. His hackles raised, but his growl silenced. Smart dog. Knows when to fight and when to wait. The leader approaches. His weapon lowered, but ready. "You've been hard to track," he says. "Led us quite a chase." His voice is almost friendly. Professional admiration for worthy opponents. But underneath runs something colder. The tone of someone who enjoys the hunt more than the capture. Behind him, the other 2 spread out, covering angles, blocking exits that don't exist anyway. "Names," the leader says. Lena and Marcus stay silent. The leader sighs. Like their silence disappoints him. "We can do this easy or hard," he says. "Your choice." The words hang in the bright air, promise and threat wrapped in polite language. Around them, the empty pharmacy waits, shelves that once held healing now witness to whatever comes next. Chapter 24, The Gatekeepers. Test. The soldiers lead them through streets that become cleaner with each block. Broken glass swept into neat piles, graffiti scrubbed from walls, order imposed on chaos like bandages on wounds. Scout walks between them, his leash improvised from paracord. The soldiers insisted. For everyone's safety, they said. The phrase tastes like metal in Lena's mouth. Ahead rises a wall, concrete and steel and razor wire. 20 feet high and topped with things that gleam sharp in morning light. Guard towers every 50 yards, manned by figures that never seem to blink. The gate is steel reinforced with symbols Lena doesn't recognize. Official looking. Government issue. The leader speaks into his radio. Numbers and codes that mean nothing to outsiders. The gate opens with hydraulic precision. No creaking, no grinding. Well-maintained machinery in a world where most things break and stay broken. Inside is another country. Streets swept clean, Buildings painted in cheerful colors, people walking with purpose instead of desperation. Children play in a small park. Their laughter sounds almost normal, but everyone wears the same clothes. Gray uniforms with numbers instead of names, and everyone watches the newcomers with eyes that never quite look away. The processing center sits in the middle of town like a steel and glass heart. Inside smells of disinfectant and bureaucracy. A woman behind bulletproof glass slides forms through a slot. Name, age, previous occupation, medical conditions, next of kin. The questions march down the page like soldiers. Lena fills in half-truths and comfortable lies. Marcus does the same. Scout sits at their feet, his presence tolerated but barely. The woman reviews their forms with practiced efficiency. Temporary housing assignment, she says. Block 7, Building 3. Report for work duty at 0600. She slides plastic cards through the slot. ID badges with their photos already attached. When did they take their pictures? The cards show faces they recognize but somehow don't own. Clean and hopeful. Nothing like the people they've become. Block 7 sits at the edge of town, furthest from the center, closest to the wall. Building 3 is concrete and uniform, efficient as everything else here. Their apartment has 2 rooms and furniture that matches the Civil Defense Manual. Functional and impersonal, but the water runs clear from the tap. The electricity works. Heat flows from vents when the temperature drops. Luxuries they've almost forgotten existed. Scout explores every corner, his nose cataloging scents of previous occupants. The refrigerator holds basic rations, canned goods and processed meat and vegetables that taste of nothing and everything. They eat until their stomachs ache. Bodies not used to abundance. Outside their window, other buildings stretch in neat rows. People move between them on schedule. Purpose without individual choice. A knock at the door interrupts their meal. The visitor is young and clean and smiles like it's her job. "Welcome to Haven," she says. "I'm your integration specialist." Her name tag reads Jennifer. Her clipboard holds forms and schedules and friendly tyranny. "Tomorrow you'll begin orientation," Jennifer says. "Learn the rules. Find your place in the community." She speaks like someone reading from a script she's memorized but never understood. "What kind of rules?" Marcus asks. Jennifer's smile never wavers. Community standards, safety protocols, contribution requirements. The words mean nothing and everything. "Are we prisoners?" Lena asks. Jennifer laughs like the question is silly. "Of course not. You're residents. Protected and provided for." But the laugh doesn't reach her eyes. She leaves more forms and a schedule that divides their lives into efficient blocks. Sleep, work, meals, recreation, repeat. Scout whines at the door after Jennifer leaves. He wants out of this place already. Smart dog. That night they lie in beds softer than anything they've known in months. But sleep doesn't come easy. The silence is wrong. No distant sirens, no wind through broken windows, no sounds of a world trying to heal itself, just the hum of air conditioning and the soft whisper of other people breathing in identical rooms. Lena stares at the ceiling, smooth and white and perfect. Everything here is perfect. That's what makes it terrifying. Morning brings chimes instead of sunrise, electronic bells that tell them when to wake, when to dress, when to report. The cafeteria serves breakfast in measured portions, protein and carbohydrate vegetables calculated for optimal nutrition. It tastes like nothing and leaves them hungry for flavor. Other residents eat in silence. Forks clink against plastic trays. No conversation, no laughter, no human mess. Jennifer appears beside their table, still smiling, always smiling. "Ready for orientation?" she asks. They follow her to a room filled with folding chairs and a projector screen. The presentation begins with cheerful music and graphics that hurt to look at. Haven Community, where safety meets purpose. The narrator's voice is warm and professional, like a commercial for happiness. They watch people in gray uniforms working in gardens, operating machinery, caring for children who all look the same, everyone contributing, everyone protected, everyone equal. The camera never shows faces clearly, just bodies performing functions. After the video, Jennifer distributes more forms, work assignments, based on previous experience and community needs. Lena gets sanitation duty. Marcus gets construction maintenance, essential services, important contributions. The words taste like sawdust. Their first day of work reveals the machinery behind the cheerful facade. Supervisors with clipboards track every movement. Quota systems measure productivity down to the minute. Bathroom breaks require permission. Rest periods are timed. Conversation is discouraged. As Lena cleans the same floor over and over, the dirt never seems to stay gone. Marcus repairs things that work perfectly, busy work disguised as maintenance. They return to their apartment, exhausted in ways that have nothing to do with physical labor. Scout meets them at the door, his tail wagging with desperate relief. At least someone here still remembers how to be happy. Dinner is more measured portions and calculated nutrition. Afterward comes recreation hour, organized activities in the community center, board games with missing pieces, books with pages removed, television that shows only approved programming, entertainment filtered through committees. They slip out early, walk the streets under lights that never dim. Everything here works. Everything here is maintained. Everything here serves the greater good. But nothing here lives. At the edge of town, they find the wall again, concrete and steel and razor wire. On the other side lies chaos, broken things and wild growth, and people making their own choices. The wasteland suddenly looks like freedom. A guard calls from the nearest tower. Curfew in 10 minutes. Return to your quarters. His voice carries no hostility, just facts delivered with mechanical precision. They walk back through streets that could be anywhere. Identical buildings housing identical lives. In their apartment, Scout presses against the window, his nose leaving fog patterns on glass. He sees what they're beginning to understand. Safety has a price, and sometimes that price is everything worth saving. Chapter 25, The Fragile Peace. 3 weeks in Haven. The routine carves grooves in their minds like water-cut stone. Wake, work, eat, sleep. Repeat until the pattern becomes automatic. Lena's hands grow soft from cleaning the same surfaces. Marcus's tools fix problems that don't exist. Scout learns to walk on leash without pulling. Good dog. Obedient dog. Dog who remembers wildness but doesn't act on it. The other residents nod but never speak, smile but never laugh, move through their lives like ghosts haunting themselves. In the apartment, they whisper conversations that die in antiseptic air. How long do we stay? Marcus asks. Until we find what we need, Lena says. But what they need keeps changing. Food becomes rest. Rest becomes purpose. Purpose becomes escape. The wall surrounds everything, not just the town, but possibility itself. Jennifer visits weekly, still smiling, still checking boxes on forms. How are you adjusting? She asks. Fine, they say. Great. Couldn't be better. The lies come easier each time. She reviews their work reports with satisfaction. Excellent productivity scores, minimal infractions, model residence. The words should feel like praise. Instead, they feel like epitaph. After Jennifer leaves, Scout always needs extra attention, as if her presence leaves a bad taste in the air. Smart dog. The crack in their perfect life starts small. Lena notices it first, walking to work through streets that never change. A window in Building 5 shows movement that doesn't match the schedule. Someone pacing, back and forth, quick steps that speak of contained panic. That afternoon, the window is boarded up. Maintenance, the supervisor explains, but no maintenance crew worked on Building 5. Lena checks the next day, and the next. The boards remain, fresh wood over whatever was behind the glass. Marcus finds his own crack during tool inventory. A screwdriver missing from the organized collection. Not lost, removed. The supervisor makes notes on his clipboard. Equipment accountability is community responsibility. But tools don't walk away by themselves. That evening, they sit by their window and watch the street. Everything normal, everything scheduled, everything perfectly wrong. Scout whines low in his chest. Not loud enough to draw attention. Just commentary on what he smells. Fear. Even beneath the disinfectant control. Fear soaking into concrete like old rain. The food tastes different too. More bitter, like medicine mixed with nutrition. Everyone eats without complaint, but everyone's eyes look increasingly distant. Pacification through chemistry. Old trick made new again. Lena starts palming her vitamins instead of swallowing them. Marcus does the same. The clarity that returns is sharp as broken glass and twice as dangerous. They see the cameras then, small and discreet, watching from corners and door frames. They see the patterns in work assignments, people separated from friends, couples split between shifts. They see the children who play in the park, how they never cry, never fight, never do anything that children naturally do. Perfect little people in gray uniforms, acting their age without feeling it. The realization comes like fever breaking, sudden and complete. Heaven isn't sanctuary. It's processing. The question becomes how to leave without seeming to want to leave. The answer comes from an unexpected source. Building 7 catches fire on a Tuesday. Not large flames, just smoke and sparks from faulty wiring. The residents evacuate in perfect order. No panic, no rushing. Everyone following procedures that exist for exactly this situation. But in the confusion, Lena sees something that makes her blood freeze. Building 7 houses the sick ward. People who couldn't adjust, couldn't contribute, couldn't fit the mold. As the smoke clears, she counts the evacuees. 12 residents went into Building 7 yesterday. 8 come out today. No one mentions the missing 4. That night, Scout paces the apartment like a caged wolf. He knows. Animals always know when it's time to run. Lena and Marcus make their plans in whispers that barely disturb the air. One chance. Maybe not even that. But freedom means risk. Safety means death by degrees. They choose risk. The next morning brings announcement over the PA system, resident medical evaluations, random selection, report to processing center immediately. 3 names echo through the streets. Marcus Thompson, Lena Rodriguez, and one other. Jennifer appears at their door within minutes, still smiling, but the smile has edges now. Routine procedure, she says. Nothing to worry about. They follow her through streets that suddenly feel like corridors. Scout tries to come, but Jennifer blocks the doorway. Pets wait here, she says. For everyone's safety. The words taste like metal and broken promises. In the processing center, they join other selected residents, all looking slightly confused, all wearing expressions of polite concern. The medical facility smells like the church where they sheltered. Old prayers and new desperation. But the equipment is modern, efficient, built for processing rather than healing. A doctor with kind eyes and steady hands checks their blood pressure, temperature, reflexes. All normal, he says. Good, strong responses. But his notes say something different. Code numbers that mean nothing to them and everything to the system. They wait in a room with magazines from before the world changed. Articles about problems that no longer exist. Through the window, they can see the wall. Concrete and steel and razor wire between them and everything beyond. A nurse calls Marcus first. He squeezes Lena's hand once. Quick pressure that says goodbye and I love you and don't give up. Then he follows the nurse through doors that close with electronic clicks. Lena waits in the room with its cheerful magazines and distant view of imprisonment. Time moves like honey in winter. Outside the window, she sees smoke rising from another building. More faulty wiring. More evacuations. More people disappearing into the spaces between numbers. When her name is called, she stands on legs that remember running. The hallway stretches ahead like a throat waiting to swallow. At the far end, a door stands open. Beyond it lies whatever Haven does with people who don't fit. She walks toward it with the steady pace of someone who has already decided. Some choices you make with your mind, others you make with your feet. Chapter 26. The Enemy Within. The examination room has no windows, just white walls and medical equipment that hums with electronic purpose. The kind of place where people go in but don't always come back out. Dr. Peterson sits behind a desk that matches everything else in Haven. Functional, clean, designed by committees who never had to use it. He reviews her file with the attention of someone reading grocery lists. Lena Rodriguez, he says, age 31, former nurse, no significant medical history. The words sound wrong when someone else speaks them, like he's describing a stranger. How are you adjusting to community life? He asks. Fine, everything's fine. The lie comes automatic, but Dr. Peterson's pen keeps moving across paper. Any concerns, difficulties, things you'd change if you could. She forces her face into pleasant cooperation. Just another resident grateful for safety. Nothing I can think of. But her eyes scan the room while she speaks, looking for exits that don't exist. The door they came through is the only way out, and it closes with electronic locks. Dr. Peterson sets down his pen, folds his hands like someone about to deliver difficult news. We've been monitoring your integration process, he says. Some anomalies in your behavior patterns. Anomalies, like she's a data point instead of a person. What kind of anomalies? His smile is professional and empty. Difficulty following schedules. Resistance to nutritional supplements. Unauthorized movement during rest periods. Each accusation delivered without emotion. Facts in a file that knows her better than she knows herself. I wasn't aware those were problems, she says. Dr. Peterson opens a drawer. Inside rest syringes arranged like silver soldiers. Not problems, he says. Symptoms, indicators of incomplete adaptation. The words hang in sterile air. Clinical language that makes resistance sound like disease. We have treatments, he continues. Therapies to help residents find their proper place. His hand moves toward the drawer. Casual, like reaching for coffee. What kind of treatments, chemical assistance, behavioral modification, whatever it takes to ensure community harmony. The syringe in his hand catches fluorescent light, clear liquid that promises peace through chemistry. Lena thinks of Marcus somewhere in this same building, facing the same gentle voice, the same helpful treatment. She thinks of Scout waiting in their apartment, tail wagging at every sound, hoping they'll come home. Some hope deserves protection. The syringe moves closer. Dr. Peterson's other hand reaches for her arm. This won't hurt, he says. Most patients find the transition quite peaceful. Most patients. The phrase tells her everything about the 4 residents who didn't evacuate Building 7. Her hand finds the metal pen on his desk, silver and heavy, built to last. She drives it into his wrist before he can react. Blood wells around the point. Not spurting, just flowing steady and red. Dr. Peterson drops the syringe. It shatters against white floor. He looks at the pen in his wrist like it belongs to someone else. That was unwise, he says, his voice still calm, still professional. Alarms don't sound, no guards rush in, just the quiet hum of medical equipment and their breathing in sterile air. She pulls the pen free. More blood follows. Where is he? She asks. Dr. Peterson wraps his wrist with gauze from the desk drawer. Efficient and practiced. Who? Marcus, the man they brought in with me. Processing continues, he says. Each case evaluated individually. The words taste like metal and broken glass. She holds the pen like a knife. Point toward his throat. Take me to him. Dr. Peterson finishes bandaging his wrist, tests his fingers for mobility. You're making this more difficult than necessary, he says, but he stands, moves toward the door. The hallway beyond stretches in both directions, doors every 10 feet, each one numbered and locked. Behind them, people wait for treatment, for processing, for whatever Haven does with broken parts. Dr. Peterson walks left. His keycard opens doors with electronic clicks. Each room they pass is identical. White walls, medical equipment, chairs that restrain without seeming to. In room 7, they find Marcus. He sits upright, but his eyes are distant, focused on something beyond the walls. A nurse adjusts an IV drip, clear liquid flowing into his arm. What did you give him? Lena asks. The nurse looks to Dr. Peterson for instruction. Mild sedative, he says, helps with anxiety during evaluation. Marcus turns toward her voice, his movements slow as honey. "Lena," he says. "That you." His words slur together, but his eyes recognize her. She moves to the IV stand, yanks the needle from his arm. Blood drops onto white floor, small red dots like scattered thoughts. "We need to go," she tells him. He nods, but his body doesn't respond quickly. Whatever they gave him travels through his system like fog. Dr. Peterson speaks into his radio, calm voice requesting security assistance. They have maybe minutes before professional help arrives. Lena helps Marcus stand. His weight leans into her like a falling tree. The hallway spins around them, too bright, too clean, too many doors leading nowhere. Good. She chooses the direction they didn't come from, toward whatever lies at the building's far end. Their feet make soft sounds on polished floor like whispers in an empty church. Behind them, voices echo. Organized search beginning. The building has exits. It has to. Fire codes exist even in places like Haven. At the corridor's end, they find emergency stairs. Red exit sign glowing like salvation. But the door won't open. Electronic lock. Card reader. System that knows who belongs and who doesn't. Marcus slumps against the wall, the chemicals in his blood making everything an effort. "Window," he says, his voice thick but determined. The window at the stair landing shows the courtyard below, 20 feet down to concrete and landscaping, too far to jump safely, not far enough to guarantee anything useful. Lena looks back down the hallway, footsteps getting closer. The fire axe hangs in its glass case like a promise. She breaks the glass with Dr. Peterson's pen, takes the axe in both hands. The weight feels good, solid, real in a place that specializes in artificial. 3 swings break the window. Glass falls like frozen rain. The drop looks smaller from inside. Or maybe desperation changes perspective. She helps Marcus onto the sill, his legs dangle into open air. The chemicals make him clumsy, but not stupid. He understands what happens next. "See you at the bottom," he says. Then he pushes off. His landing is bad, but not fatal. He rolls and lies still, breathing but not moving. Lena follows before she can think about it. The concrete rises to meet her like an old friend. Pain shoots through her ankle. Not broken, but not good. Marcus groans but sits up. Blood on his forehead, but his eyes are clearing. Above them, the broken window shows faces looking down. Dr. Peterson and others in white coats. No alarm sounds, no sirens wail, just quiet voices discussing contingencies. They help each other stand. 2 people becoming one limping thing. The courtyard connects to the street through a gate meant for deliveries. The gate is locked, but gates are just suggestions when you're running for your life. Lena uses the fire axe on the chain. Metal rings against metal until something gives. They stumble through into streets that suddenly feel like freedom. Even gray uniforms and scheduled lives look better than processing rooms. Building 3 sits 6 blocks away. Scout waits behind walls that might as well be made of hope. They walk as normally as possible. 2 residents returning from medical appointments, but Marcus still moves like someone underwater. And Lena limps on her twisted ankle. Every step broadcasts their status as escapees. A patrol vehicle turns the corner ahead, moving slowly, searchlight sweeping doorways. They duck into an alley between buildings, press against brick walls and try to become invisible. The light passes over them twice, hunting for shapes that don't belong, then moves on to easier prey. In the distance they hear vehicles starting, radios crackling with coordinates. The hunt has begun. They reach Building 3 as the search grid tightens around them. Scout meets them at the door, his tail wagging relief and welcome, but his ears stay flat. He smells the danger on them. "How long do we have?" Marcus asks. "Not long. They'll check apartments systematically. Their belongings fit in 2 backpacks. Everything that matters can be carried. Everything else was just weight they didn't know they carried." Scout's leash goes around his neck, not because regulations require it, but because they need to move as one unit. The window shows their street filling with purposeful activity. Door-to-door searches, polite but thorough. The back exit leads to an alley that connects to the drainage system. Storm drains that carry runoff beyond the wall. If they can reach the tunnels, they might reach the outside. If the tunnels aren't watched, if the grates aren't locked, if hope means anything in a place designed to eliminate it, they slip out while the searchers knock on their front door. Behind them, Haven continues its perfect routine: wake, work, eat, sleep. But now some residents will wonder what happened to the couple in Building 3. And wondering is the first step toward asking questions. Questions are the enemy of control. Maybe their escape will plant seeds in other minds. Maybe running away is contagious. Maybe hope spreads like viruses in communities that try too hard to stay healthy. The drainage tunnel swallows them into darkness that smells of rain and possibility. Chapter 27, The Final Trek. The tunnel spits them out 3 miles beyond Haven's wall, into wasteland that feels like coming home. Broken concrete and twisted metal and weeds growing through cracks in civilization, ugly and honest and free. Scout shakes himself all over, ridding his fur of antiseptic smell. Marcus sits on a chunk of debris, his head in his hands, whatever they gave him still clouding his thoughts. The chemicals will pass, Lena says. He nods without looking up. Even that small movement seems to cost him. She checks their supplies while he recovers. 2 days of food, 1 bottle of water, the fire axe that got them out. Not enough for the journey ahead, but enough for now. Above them, the sky holds the gray of late afternoon. Storm clouds building like mountains. Rain coming. They can smell it in the air. Scout's nose tests the wind. His tail wags at sense of real weather instead of climate control. Where do we go? Marcus asks. Away from here. Far away. But away is direction without destination, and direction without destination is just wandering. The radio signal that started this whole chase came from the north, maybe 40 miles through wasteland that gets worse with every mile. But worse is relative when your starting point is a place that processes people like manufacturing defects. They walk while light remains. Marcus moving steadier as the drugs fade from his system. Scout ranges ahead, checking corners and testing air for threats. The landscape changes from urban ruin to suburban decay, houses that families abandoned when the world shifted. Windows dark. Doors hanging open, lives interrupted mid-sentence. In one yard, a bicycle lies on its side, pink with streamers from the handlebars. Some child rode it to school on the last normal day, never knowing normal was ending. The bike's tires are flat now, its chain rusted, but the streamers still flutter in wind that carries stories of before. They find shelter in a garage that still has most of its roof. Inside smells of motor oil and tools that solve problems people no longer have. Lena starts a small fire in a coffee can, warmth and light that doesn't show through windows. They eat cold soup from cans, drink water that tastes of nothing but wet. Outside, the storm arrives with thunder that shakes glass in window frames. Rain hammers the roof like impatient fingers, steady and insistent. Scout curls up between them, his warmth better than any blanket. Marcus stares into the small fire, the flames dancing in his eyes. "You think they'll follow us?" he asks. Lena feeds another piece of wood to the flames, probably, but not far. They have other people to process. The words taste bitter, but bitter is honest. Heaven functions because most people want to be saved, even if salvation looks like imprisonment. They want someone else to make decisions, provide safety, take responsibility for tomorrow. Freedom scares them more than control. But some people choose the scary option. The storm passes near midnight, leaving air that smells washed and new. They take turns sleeping, one watching while the other rests. Scout keeps watch even while they sleep, his ears turning towards sounds only he can hear. Dawn comes gray and wet, water dripping from everything that can hold it. They pack in silence, routine refined by necessity. The road north leads through districts that never recovered, buildings like broken teeth, bridges that end in midair, nature reclaiming what humans abandoned. Vines grow through windows, trees split foundations. Flowers bloom in what used to be offices, beautiful in its own way, like watching the world heal from wounds it gave itself. By noon they reach the edge of the burn zone. Here even ruins don't survive, just ash and blackened stumps and earth that still smells of smoke. The fire happened years ago, but some burns take generations to green again. They cross the wasteland in silence, nothing to say that fits the emptiness. Scouts' paws leave prints in ash that used to be homes. On the far side, they find the remnants of a highway. Pavement cracked but mostly intact, leading north toward whatever broadcasts that signal. A truck sits abandoned in the right lane, blue paint faded to primer, hood up like a mouth frozen mid-scream. Marcus checks under the hood, his hands move with muscle memory. Battery's gone, he says, but the engine might run. They scavenge batteries from other vehicles. Most are corroded beyond use, but a school bus yields something promising, heavy and awkward, but with enough charge to wake sleeping engines. It takes 3 hours to make the transplant. Tools improvised from debris, knowledge earned through necessity. The truck coughs to life on the 4th try. Engine rough but willing. Smoke pours from the exhaust, black and oily, but the wheels turn. Scout jumps into the truck bed, his nose testing air that moves past them. The fuel gauge shows half a tank, maybe 100 miles if they're careful, enough to reach the signal's source, or close enough to walk the rest. They drive through landscape that grows stranger with each mile. Trees twisted into shapes that hurt to look at. Water in roadside ditches that reflects colors not found in nature. Something changed here. Something that left marks in the soil and air. Scout whines from the truck bed, his instincts telling him this place remembers things better forgotten. But the road continues north, and north is where hope might live. The truck dies just as the sun sets. Not suddenly, just a gradual loss of power until they coast to a stop. Out of fuel, out of luck, but not out of distance covered. The signal is close now, strong enough to hear without equipment. A voice repeating coordinates, promising sanctuary for those who can find it. They shoulder their packs and walk toward the voice. Behind them the truck sits in gathering darkness, another monument to journey's end before destinations, but they carry what matters, each other, Scout. The knowledge that Haven wasn't the only option. Ahead the signal grows stronger, and stronger signals mean someone with power to broadcast. Power to broadcast might mean power to help, or power to harm. But choice between unknown possibilities beats certain processing. They walk toward the voice that calls across the wasteland, 3 figures against the vast night, moving toward whatever waits at coordinates they've memorized like prayers. Chapter 28, The Last Stand. The signal leads them to a factory that ate the horizon. Steel and concrete rising from flat earth like a metal mountain. Windows dark except for one floor near the top. Light that might mean hope or might mean trap. They've learned the difference costs everything. Scout's hackles rise as they approach, his nose working overtime. Too many scents, some human, some not. All mixed together like ingredients in recipes no one should cook. The main gate hangs open on twisted hinges. Beyond it stretches a courtyard filled with vehicles. Military trucks, civilian cars, motorcycles and buses, and things that used to be other things, all arranged in careful rows, like a museum of how people tried to escape. Lena counts license plates, different states, different years, different stories that ended in the same place. We should go around, Marcus says, but around means more walking, and their food ran out this morning. And the signal comes from inside the building. Clear and strong and promising help. Sometimes you choose the dangerous path because the safe path doesn't exist. They walk through the gate like entering a mouth. The vehicles tell stories if you know how to read them. Bullet holes in windshields, doors torn from hinges, blood on seats that rain couldn't wash away. Not everyone who came here came voluntarily. Scout stays close to their legs. His body pressed against them like he's trying to become invisible. Smart dog, knows when to hide. The factory's main door is steel reinforced with warnings in multiple languages. Authorized personnel only. Danger. Restricted access. The words mean nothing now. Authority comes from different sources. Inside smells of oil and metal and things that died badly. Machinery fills the floor space. Conveyor belts and assembly lines designed for mass production. But not production of goods. Production of people who fit specific requirements. Haven was subtle. Clinical. Professional. This place makes no pretense of helping anyone. Voices echo from the upper floors. Too distant to understand, but close enough to hear. The elevator shaft holds twisted cables and empty space. Stairs it is. They climb through levels that show the building's evolution. Ground floor was manufacturing, second floor was offices, third floor was storage, and the fourth floor was laboratories. The equipment here is sophisticated, expensive, built for research that required special permits, test tubes and microscopes and machines that hum with electronic purpose, and cages. Lots of cages. Most are empty now, but the smells remain. Scout whines and pulls toward the exit. Whatever happened here left marks on the air itself. Fifth floor is where the signal originates. They follow the sound through hallways lined with doors. Each door has a window. Each window shows a room. Each room tells a story no one wants to read. At the corridor's end, they find the broadcast station, equipment that costs more than most people see in lifetimes, arranged around a desk where someone sits with their back to the door. The voice they've been following comes from speakers mounted in the ceiling. Sanctuary at coordinates 47.2. Safety for all survivors. Protection guaranteed. The same message repeating over and over. Like a prayer no one believes anymore. Lena knocks on the doorframe. The chair swivels around. The person inside wears a military uniform from some branch that doesn't exist anymore. Stars and ribbons and medals that mean nothing now. General Morrison. Or what's left of him. One side of his face is human. The other side is machinery. Metal and wires and electronic eyes that don't blink. Half man, half machine. All madness. Welcome, he says. His voice is the same one from the radio, recorded and rebroadcast, trapped in electronic loops. We heard your signal, Lena says. Morrison's human eye focuses on her. The mechanical one scans constantly, looking for threats that exist only in damaged circuits. Of course you did. That's what it's for. He stands on legs that move with hydraulic precision. Swarce, you've come for sanctuary, protection, safety from the wasteland. Marcus steps forward, his hand near the knife on his belt. What kind of sanctuary? Morrison's laugh is half human sound and half electronic noise, the best kind. Permanent, unchanging, perfect. He gestures toward windows that show the courtyard below, all those vehicles, all those people. They came seeking the same thing, and they found it. The mechanical eye clicks and whirs, focusing on Scout. Even pets are welcome. We improve everything that enters. Improve. The word hangs in recycled air like smoke. Behind them, footsteps echo in the hallway. Multiple sets, moving with coordinated purpose. Morrison's smile shows teeth that are partly metal. My staff will help with your transition. The process is quite painless. The footsteps reach the doorway, men in surgical scrubs carrying instruments that catch fluorescent light. Not quite human anymore, but not fully machine either. Hybrids. Experiments. Failed attempts at improvement. Their eyes hold no recognition, no compassion, no memory of what they used to be. We need to go, Marcus says, but the doorway is blocked, and the windows are 40 feet above concrete. Scout growls low in his chest, not at the hybrid staff, but at Morrison himself. Animals sense wrongness better than people do. Morrison tilts his head. Mechanical servos whirring. Resistance is inefficient, he says. Cooperation speeds the process. One of the hybrids moves forward. His hands end in surgical tools instead of fingers. Lena raises the fire axe, metal blade reflecting overhead lights. Stay back. But there are 6 of them, and only 2 axes. Morrison watches with scientific interest. Fascinating. The attachment to organic existence. We can correct that. The first hybrid lunges with scalpel hands. Lena swings the axe, blade meets neck, but the hybrid doesn't bleed properly. Hydraulic fluid instead of blood. Sparks instead of screams. It keeps moving even with its head hanging sideways. Marcus tackles another one, his knife finding gaps between metal plates. But disabled doesn't mean stopped. The hybrids repair themselves, faster than they can be damaged. Scout attacks the nearest ankle, his teeth finding wires that carry important signals. The hybrid stumbles. Electrical systems shorting, but others take its place. They fight toward the window. Axes and knives and determination against precision engineering. The glass breaks under repeated blows. Wind rushes in carrying sense of freedom. 40 feet down to concrete, too far to survive intact. But intact isn't the only option. A drainage pipe runs down the building's exterior. Rusty but solid. Lena goes first, sliding down metal that tears skin but holds weight. Marcus follows with Scout under his arm. The dog's claws find purchase on his shirt, holding tight as they descend. Above them, Morrison appears at the broken window. His mechanical eye tracks their progress with electronic precision. Inefficient, he calls, but entertaining. They reach the ground running. Behind them, the factory erupts in activity. Lights in every window, machinery starting up, mass production beginning, but production of what remains unclear. They run through the vehicle graveyard toward the gate. Scout leads the way, his nose finding clear paths through the metal maze. The truck they passed on the road sits where they left it, still out of fuel, still dead. But other vehicles offer possibilities. A motorcycle with keys still in the ignition. Marcus kicks it to life, engine coughing then roaring. Lena climbs on behind him. Scout jumps into a sidecar attached with wire and hope. They ride into darkness that hides pursuit. But pursuit will come. Morrison's broadcasting equipment works both ways. Other facilities will receive updates, coordinates, descriptions. The network that promised sanctuary plans their capture. But networks have weaknesses, and weaknesses can be exploited if they live long enough to learn how. The motorcycle carries them north through landscape that grows stranger with each mile, toward coordinates that might hold different promises, or might hold more of the same. But motion beats standing still, and questions beat certain answers when the answers are wrong. Behind them, the factory shrinks to a point of light, still broadcasting hope to survivors who don't know hope can be weaponized. Still producing improvements that nobody asked for. Still running experiments on the last free humans, but not on them. Not tonight. Tonight they ride toward whatever waits beyond the horizon. 3 figures on a machine that burns fossil fuel and possibilities in equal measure. Chapter 29, The Dawn of Hope. The motorcycle dies at sunrise. Not dramatically, just a gradual loss of power until they coast to silence beside a road that leads nowhere in particular, out of fuel, out of momentum, but not out of forward direction. They've put 20 miles between themselves and Morrison's factory, 20 miles of broken pavement and twisted landscape, not enough distance, but enough to breathe. Scout jumps from the sidecar and immediately starts investigating scents, his tail wagging at smells that don't include surgical tools and hydraulic fluid. Normal dog behavior in an abnormal world. Marcus kicks the motorcycle's tire, metal and rubber that carried them this far. Good bike, he says. Served its purpose. They shoulder their packs and walk toward hills that rise like green promises. The landscape here is different, cleaner, like whatever poisoned the southern regions never reached this far. Trees grow straight, water runs clear, birds sing songs that don't sound like screaming. Recovery happening, slow but steady. By noon, they reach the crest of a hill that shows them the valley beyond, and in the valley sits a town, not abandoned like most, not controlled like Haven, not twisted like Morrison's factory, just a town where people live because they choose to live there. Smoke rises from chimneys, gardens grow in neat rows, children play in streets that someone sweeps clean, normal life happening despite the abnormal world. Scout's tail wags faster. He smells what they see. People who chose cooperation over control. They walk down the hill toward voices that call to each other across garden fences. Friendly voices, curious rather than suspicious. At the town's edge, a woman works in a vegetable garden, her hands black with soil that grows things instead of burying them. She looks up as they approach, wipes her hands on an apron that's seen honest work. "Travelers," she says. "Been a while since we've seen any." Her voice holds welcome without wariness, like strangers might bring gifts instead of problems. "We're looking for sanctuary," Lena says. The woman's smile reaches her eyes. Real expression instead of practiced response. Aren't we all? Question is what kind of sanctuary you need. She straightens with the care of someone whose back remembers decades of garden work. "I'm Helen. Welcome to Millbrook." The name sounds like something from before. Normal and comfortable and boring in the best possible way. "We heard radio signals," Marcus says. "Coordinates that let us hear." Helen nods. "We broadcast when we can. Let people know there are alternatives." She gestures toward the town with hands that know useful work. Not perfect here, but honest. People contribute what they can, take what they need. Simple as that. Simple. The word tastes like clean water after months of recycled promises. They follow Helen through streets that wind like natural rivers. Houses built with materials at hand. Functional rather than impressive. Homes instead of units. People wave from windows and doorways. Not the scheduled greetings of Haven, just human acknowledgement of other humans. Children run past chasing a ball that bounces with innocent randomness. One stops to pet Scout. Her hands gentle and confident. "What's his name?" she asks. "Scout," Lena says. "Good name." "He looks like a scout." The child runs after her ball, hair flying like flags of ordinary happiness. Helen leads them to a building that serves as town hall, or meeting place, or whatever communities need when they need it. Inside smells of coffee and wood polish and conversations that matter. People sit around tables discussing crop rotation and water rights and who should fix the bridge. Boring problems. Wonderful problems. Problems that assume tomorrow will happen. A man with carpenter's hands looks up from blueprints. "New arrivals," Helen announces. The man extends a hand that's honest with calluses. "Tom Bradley, town coordinator." Though that's a fancy way of saying I help settle arguments. His grip is firm but not possessive, like someone who understands the difference between authority and responsibility. "Where are you coming from?" he asks. "South. Through some places we'd rather forget." Tom nods. We get that sometimes. People running from things that don't deserve existence. He spreads a map on the table. Hand-drawn but accurate. You can stay long as you like. Contribute what you can. Leave when you need to. Only rule we have. The simplicity is shocking after Haven's regulations and Morrison's improvements. "What do you need from us?" Marcus asks. Tom shrugs. "What can you do?" "Basic medical training," Lena says. "Construction work. Whatever helps." Tom's smile shows teeth that aren't perfect but are his own. "Medical training's always useful, and we've got a clinic that needs expanding." He points to a building across the square. Small but clean. Windows that let in natural light. Dr. Martinez runs it. Good man. Lost his family early on but kept helping people anyway. The clinic, like a memory of what healing used to mean. "Housing's over there," Tom continues. "Empty apartments above the bakery. Nothing fancy, but the roof doesn't leak." He hands them keys that look handmade. Metal worked by someone who understood function over form. "Take your time settling in. Find your place. No rush." No rush. Like time belongs to them instead of schedules. They walk to the bakery through streets that smell of bread and ordinary purpose. Above the shop they find 2 rooms with furniture that matches nothing but works for everything. A kitchen with a stove that burns wood. A bathroom with plumbing that works because someone maintains it. Windows that show gardens where people grow food they'll actually eat. Scout claims a spot by the window. His nose pressed against glass that frames ordinary miracles. Lena sits on a bed that's soft without being artificial. Think this is real, she asks. Marcus tests the faucet. Water flows clear and cold, real as anything gets now. That evening, they join the community dinner. Long tables set up in the square, food brought by whoever cooked it, shared because sharing works better than hoarding. Conversations flow like wine, stories and jokes and arguments about nothing important. Human noise, beautiful and messy and alive. Dr. Martinez sits beside them, a man whose eyes have seen too much but still look for healing. Heard you have medical training, he says to Lena. Some. Enough to help. Good. Because help is always needed, but he doesn't push, doesn't demand, just offers possibility. After dinner, children gather for stories, tales of heroes and magic and happy endings that might actually happen. Scout lies among them, patient with small hands that pet his fur, good dog accepting love from people who still remember how to give it. Later, in their rooms above the bakery, they listen to sounds of a town settling into night. Voices calling good night across garden fences, dogs barking at shadows that aren't threats. Normal sounds of people who feel safe enough to sleep. Tomorrow will bring work, purpose, the chance to build something that lasts, but tonight they rest in beds that no one will take away. With a dog who chose them and a community that chose acceptance over control. Outside their window, Millbrook sleeps under stars that shine the same for everyone. Free and wild and beautiful. Like hope when it finally finds a place to grow. Chapter 30, A New Beginning. 6 months in Millbrook. The clinic has new walls and doubled beds. Lena's hands remember healing instead of just surviving. Marcus built the addition with wood that grew in local forests. Honest materials for honest work. Scout has appointed himself town greeter, his tail wagging welcome for every newcomer who stumbles down the hill. Some stay, others rest and move on. But all leave knowing alternatives exist. Spring brings plantings that assume harvest will happen. Lena works the garden behind the clinic, herbs for medicine, vegetables for meals, flowers because beauty matters too. Her hands are black with soil that grows life instead of processing it. The work feels different here, purposeful without being monitored. Useful because use matters more than efficiency. Dr. Martinez teaches her procedures she forgot existed. Surgery with tools instead of improvisation. Medicine with supplies instead of desperate measures. Together they've delivered 3 babies, set dozens of bones, treated illnesses that respond to actual treatment. Healing instead of just preventing death. Marcus helps with construction projects that strengthen rather than contain. A new bridge over the creek, houses for families that keep growing, workshops where people fix things because fixing works better than discarding. His tools serve cooperation instead of control. In the evenings, they sit on their porch above the bakery, Scout at their feet, coffee in cups that match nothing but hold warmth perfectly. Below them, the town conducts its ordinary business, children playing games with rules they make up as they go. Adults solving problems through conversation instead of force. Normal life. Extraordinary in its normality. A radio sits on their kitchen table. They listen to broadcasts from other communities. Towns like Millbrook scattered across the wasteland, each finding their own way forward. Not connected by authority, but by shared understanding that cooperation beats control. Networks forming. Not of power, but of mutual aid. Some broadcasts come from darker places. Morrison's factory still produces improvements nobody wants. Haven still processes refugees into residents. But more voices join the conversation every week. People choosing difficult freedom over easy security. Tonight brings news that matters. A caravan approaches from the south. 50 people. Families with children. Old folks who refuse to give up. Refugees from a settlement that collapsed under its own contradictions. Tom Bradley organizes the Welcome Committee, not to screen or evaluate, but to help. Food and shelter and medical attention for anyone who needs it. No processing. No improvement. Just help offered because help is needed. Lena packs medical supplies, bandages, and antiseptic, and been running a long time, he says. forgot what it felt like to sit still. Around them, conversations flow like water finding its level, natural and unhurried. A woman teaches children songs from before, melodies that survived when everything else changed. A man shares tools with strangers because tools work better when used than when hoarded. Community forming. Not through regulation, but through recognition that shared problems require shared solutions. Later that night, Lena and Marcus walk the perimeter where volunteers keep watch. Not guards checking papers, but neighbors protecting neighbors. Tom Bradley walks with them, his radio crackling with reports from other watchers, all quiet. Stars bright, night peaceful as night should be. Beyond the camp lights, the wasteland stretches toward horizons that hide other communities, other experiments in cooperation over control. Some will fail, some will succeed. All will teach lessons worth learning. The failures will teach what doesn't work. The successes will teach what does. And gradually the lessons will spread like seeds on wind. Tom stops at the hill's crest, his radio silent for once. Think this will last, he asks. Nothing lasts forever, Marcus says, but some things last long enough. Long enough for children to grow up safe, for old people to die with dignity, for everyone between to find purpose in honest work. Tom nods, checks his watch with hands that know useful time. Shift change in an hour. Better get some rest, but none of them move to leave. The night air carries sense of growing things and wood smoke and human habitation. Normal smells. Beautiful because they're normal. A baby cries in one of the tents. Normal sound that speaks of life continuing despite everything. The cry is answered by gentle voices. Comfort offered without conditions. Love in its simplest form. Care given because care is needed. Scout appears from the darkness, his patrol complete, all perimeters secure. He settles at their feet with satisfaction of duty performed. Good dog protecting people who chose protection over processing. They walk back toward town through fields where refugees sleep under stars that shine the same for everyone. Tomorrow will bring work. Integration of new residents with old. Problems solved through conversation instead of force. Challenges but not threats. Difficulties but not impossibilities. The kind of problems communities face when they choose to be communities instead of facilities. In their apartment above the bakery, they listen to final sounds of evening settling. Voices calling goodnight across garden fences. Dogs settling into comfortable sleep. Normal sounds of people who feel safe enough to rest. Lena sits by the window, her medical bag packed for tomorrow's work. Outside, a new family arranges blankets in a tent that will become a home. Children whisper stories to each other, tales that end with mourning instead of processing, hope in small doses, administered one day at a time. Marcus cleans tools that build instead of destroy, hammers and saws that serve cooperation. Tomorrow, he'll help frame houses for families that plan to stay. Permanent structures, built to last because lasting matters. Scout curls up between them, his body warm with satisfaction. Good dog who found people worth protecting. People who protect each other. The radio on their kitchen table crackles with late-night broadcasts, voices from other communities, sharing news and needs and small victories. A clinic opened in the eastern settlements. A school started in the mountain towns. Gardens growing in places that forgot how to grow. Networks of mutual aid spreading like green shoots through concrete. Not perfect, not easy, but honest. Built on recognition that survival means more than just not dying. It means building something worth living for. Outside their window, Millbrook sleeps under stars that promise nothing but possibility. In the distance, thunder rumbles. Not the sound of war, but of weather. Rain coming to water gardens planted by people who believe in harvest. Normal storm bringing normal rain to wash normal streets. Beautiful because it's normal. Because normal is what they fought so hard to find. The thunder grows closer. Lightning illuminates fields where new residents sleep safely. Tomorrow will bring work and weather and the ordinary challenges of ordinary life. But tonight, they rest in beds no one will take away, with a dog who chose them and a community that chose cooperation over control. 3 survivors who found something worth surviving for. Outside, the storm arrives with rain that falls on gardens and refugees and rooftops that shelter honest dreams, water flowing towards soil that grows life instead of processing it, toward rivers that carry stories of recovery instead of reports of processing, toward oceans that remember when the world was whole and might remember again. If enough people choose building over breaking, if enough communities choose cooperation over control, if enough stories end with mourning instead of machinery, the rain falls steady and clean, washing away the dust of long journeys, preparing ground for whatever grows next. In fields where refugees sleep under canvas and stars, in gardens where medicine grows beside food, in workshops where tools serve healing instead of harm, in children's dreams where tomorrow comes with possibility instead of processing. The rain falls on Millbrook and beyond, on other towns making other choices, on networks of mutual aid that connect without controlling, on the slow green recovery of a world learning to heal, one garden at a time, one clinic at a time, one choice at a time, until the wasteland blooms with ordinary miracles, until hope takes root in soil that remembers how to grow, until the last horizon holds promise instead of processing. The storm passes before dawn, leaving air that smells washed and new, like the world after long fever, clean and ready for whatever comes next. Outside their window, the first refugees emerge from tents to greet morning. Children splash in puddles that reflect sky instead of ceiling. Adults stretch muscles that remember rest instead of processing. Dogs bark at nothing and everything, happy to be alive in a place that celebrates living. Normal sounds, beautiful sounds, sounds of life continuing because people choose continuation over control. Scout raises his head at the commotion, his tail wagging at familiar chaos. Time to get up, time to help, time to build something that lasts another day. Lena rises first, her hands reaching for the medical bag that serves healing. Marcus follows, his tools ready for work that matters. Scout stretches like the world is new, which maybe it is. Outside, Millbrook wakes to another ordinary day. Extraordinary because it's ordinary, because ordinary is what they fought so hard to find. Another chance to choose cooperation over control. Another chance to plant seeds that might grow into harvest. Another chance to prove that hope can take root anywhere people let it grow. The sun rises over fields where refugees become residents, over gardens where medicine grows beside food, over workshops where tools serve building instead of breaking, over children who dream of tomorrows that come with possibility instead of processing. The light falls on everything equally, free and wild and beautiful. Like hope when it finally finds a place to grow, like life when it chooses living over processing, like morning when it promises another day of ordinary miracles. And in that light, they begin again. 3 survivors who found something worth surviving for, building toward horizons that hold promise instead of processing. One choice at a time, one day at a time, one hope at a time. Until the wasteland blooms with communities that choose cooperation, until the last horizon holds healing instead of harm, until the story ends with mourning instead of machinery. Forever and for always, or at least for today, which is enough, which is everything, which is hope taking root in soil that remembers how to grow.